Before she even started cooking dinner, Meisho approached Yuan and asked him, "You know the manager has been standing in our backyard this entire time, right? I think she's guarding the demon. Maybe we should invite her for dinner. I doubt she'll even want to join us, but I will ask her just in case." "Okay, I will leave her to you. I will go prepare for dinner now." Once Meisho left, Yuan went to the training area to confront the manager. "You'll catch a cold if you stand out here for too long. Why don't you come inside and have dinner with us? Meisho's a great cook." The manager slowly turned to look at him with a cold expression on her face. "I have an even better idea. Why don't you hurry up and kill the demon so that I can go back home and eat my own dinner? Why are you so worried about the demon? I have already promised you that there won't be any problems. The demon is sealed, and I will use it to train my friends for the next few days. Once that is done, I will kill it and move on to the next demon. Why don't you use the other demons to train your friends? There are 11 demons in total. You can train for a total of 11 days if you use a demon once a day." The manager then asked. Yuan smiled and said, "We need to tackle this at a certain pace. They just had their first experience fighting a demon today. In fact, this is their first time seeing a real demon that's not sealed. If we rush this, it will only do more harm than good." After a moment of silence from the manager, she spoke in a grim voice, "The fact that you're taking this situation so lightly proves to me that you know nothing about demons or what they are truly capable of." "I know nothing about demons." Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her claims. "What's so funny? If you knew the true horror of demons, you wouldn't be acting so casually. There is nobody in this world that knows more about demons than me," Yuan said. "Where does your confidence come from? Just like how I don't really know anything about you or the Lord, you also don't know anything about me. Give me a few days. I will prove to you that I have the situation completely under control. In the meantime, why don't you relax a little and come eat dinner with us? If you waste Meisho's effort and the food she cooked for you, I will tell everyone about your true nature." "My true nature? What do you know about me?" The manager suddenly shouted at him. A profound smile appeared on Yuan's face as he responded in a calm voice, "Qi Fang told me. You may act all serious and careful in public, but you're really just a lazy woman who'd rather lay in her bed all day watching television." The manager's face immediately flushed with redness after hearing his words. "Has she told you that? That good-for-nothing loudmouth. The next time I see her, I will definitely. Let's go, Leah. I'm getting cold and hungry," Yuan said to her as he began making his way back to the house. "How many times do I have to tell you to not call me by that name?" The manager frowned. Once Yuan left the scene, the manager released a sigh of relief. "He startled me for a second there. I really thought he knew about that." Sometime later, everyone gathered at the dining table for dinner. "Where's the manager?" Meisho asked Yuan after they sat down. "She." The door opened at this moment, and the manager slowly walked into the dining room before taking a seat at the table with everyone else. "Thank you for coming." Yuan smiled at her. After dinner, Yuan said to everyone there, "I must say, you all performed much better than I'd anticipated today. At this rate, you'll all become expert demon sealers in no time. However, with that being said, I noticed some mistakes that some of you made. I will now tell you those mistakes, so listen up and try to learn from it. Wang Ming, I know demons are very ugly and hard to look at, but you must look at them while you're confronting one. I noticed that you try to avoid eye contact with the demon as much as possible today. That will easily get you killed if you're fighting a demon alone. Shi Lang, that also applies to you. Your movements today are quite sluggish. Your movements during regular training are a whole level better compared to your performance today. Jinsi, you're too aggressive with your attacks. You use too much strength when you swing your sword. Remember, it's your demon sealing aura that damages the demons, not your strength. Meisho, you need to stop holding back. I know that it could be a little hard to shoot the demon with a bow and arrow when the others are fighting it at close range, but you subconsciously hold yourself back even when you have a clear shot. On the other hand, Lulu, you need to learn how to hold back. You're using too much energy even when it isn't necessary. Yuan continued to speak until everybody that participated in the training today was lectured. Now that you all know what you did wrong, I want you to keep it in mind and learn from it. I must admit, Yuan, I never knew you were such a good teacher. Where'd you learn such a skill? Wu Zhao asked him after their lecture. I wouldn't call that teaching. I'm just pointing out what I saw, that's all. I don't qualify to be called a teacher. He shook his head. No need to be humble, Yuan. We know a good lecturer when we see one. You could easily become a top lecturer at the Jaded Garden if you worked there. Wang Ming said. After talking with each other for a few more minutes and cleaning up the place, everyone but Yuan and the manager retired to their rooms. We have a fully furnished guest room if you really intend on staying here tonight. Yuan said to the manager and pointed at a certain room down the hallway. I don't need any room. The manager said, and she proceeded to leave the building, returning to the training area with the sealed demon. Does she really intend on staying out there the whole night? It makes me feel kind of guilty. Chu Liuxiang asked out loud as she looked at the manager's lonely figure through the window in their room. Let her do as she pleases. It's not like I didn't offer her a room. Yuan said. The following morning, after a light breakfast, everyone gathered at the training area. Since we stopped with the first group yesterday, the second group will start things off today. Mei Xiu, Wang Ming, Shi Lang, Wang Bingbing, and Wu Zhao. You're up. Yuan said to them. Once they were prepared after a short warm-up, Yuan removed the seal on the demon for the third time. Fucking livestocks. How dare you mess with me? The demon immediately became enraged the moment it came out of its seal. Let's go. Wang Ming was the first to act, followed by Shi Lang. After Yuan's lecture yesterday, they focused on trying to suppress their fear towards the demon as they confronted it. Of course, it was easier said than done, and they were still overwhelmed by fear for the first few minutes. However, as they fought the demon, their fear began to reduce, allowing them to fight more efficiently. Wang Ming's sword attacks were sharp and powerful. Shi Lang was incredibly precise with his spear. The two of them danced beside each other in front of the demon to keep it at bay from the others, who would attack the demon from its blind spot. Because of their near-perfect teamwork, the demon could barely retaliate, and when it would try to retaliate, an arrow would appear from its blind spot and blow a hole in its face, halting its movements for a second, which is enough for the others to catch their breath and continue their onslaught. After 10 minutes of relentless effort from Group 2, the demon became sealed again. I'm exhausted. Wang Ming fell onto his but afterward. Did you guys secretly practice together? I must say, your teamwork is almost impeccable. Yuan asked them. No, but if you spar enough with someone, you subconsciously predict their movements and instinctively react accordingly. Shi Lang said. Yes, and since we all lived in the same place, we all ended up training with each other. Wang Bingbing said. Furthermore, there are not many disciples within the Jaded Garden that could keep up with us, so we end up practicing with each other more than we like. Wang Ming sighed. I see. It makes perfect sense then. Yuan nodded. After pondering for a moment, he asked them, do you guys feel confident enough to fight the demon by yourselves now? If you're not, we can continue fighting in smaller groups. Fighting the demon alone. They all swallowed nervously at such a thought. Seeing their reaction, Yuan smiled, I guess it's still too early. After all, it's only the second day. Alright, you will continue fighting in groups, but since it's clearly too easy with your current numbers, I will split the group even smaller. The new first group will be Wang Ming, Shi Murong, and Mei Xiu. The second group will be Shi Lang, Wang Bingbing, and Lulu. The third group will be Wu Zhao, Hong Xiuquan, and Li Jinxi. After a short break, Yuan unsealed the demon and continued their training, and they would quickly realize how losing a single person in their group made it exponentially harder for them to fight the demon. They were able to seal the demon without getting hurt before, but now they're all receiving minor injuries, and it took them twice as long to seal the demon, with each group taking almost half an hour to seal the demon. Sometime later, Wang Ming lost his balance for a split second after his attack was deflected, and the demon immediately took advantage of his moment of weakness and went straight for his neck without any hesitation. Shit! Death flashed before Wang Ming's eyes. Die, livestock! The demon's claw reached the skin on Wang Ming's neck and penetrated into his skin, but its entire body froze before it could really pierce his neck. Wang Ming immediately distanced himself from the demon, and he could feel his own blood dripping down his neck afterward. Thank you, Yuan. Wang Ming said in a trembling voice. The fight isn't over yet. Yuan said to him before removing the restrictions on the demon, allowing it to move again. However, the demon didn't continue to fight. Instead, it turned to look at Yuan. What did you just do to my body? As long as you're within my demon sealing zone, I have complete control over your body. Yuan calmly responded. Demon sealing zone. The demon had been so focused on fighting the others that it didn't even realize it was trapped inside the demon sealing zone until now. I see. The demon appeared to realize its situation shortly after. If that's the case, I'd rather die than be a plaything for humans. The demon suddenly began expanding like a balloon, and its body also started burning like steel that just came out of the forge. When Yuan saw this, he immediately shouted, "All of you, get away from the demon. It's going to explode." What? The others immediately distanced themselves from the demon. Meanwhile, Yuan shrunk the demon sealing zone until it was only a few meters in diameter. Once the demon reached its limit, the crystal on its body shattered, causing its body to explode with intense spiritual energy. The entire mountain shook for a brief moment after the explosion, but because of the demon sealing zone that contained all of the impact, there was no real damage done by it and nobody was hurt. Yuan, you never told us that demons could just explode like that. Shi Lang exclaimed afterward. Sorry, they rarely do that even in desperate situations, so I forgot about it. Yuan said with an apologetic smile. What the demon just did is called a core detonation. It's basically a suicide move that is very hard to stop and has the effects of a bomb. I didn't think it would kill itself so quickly, so I wasn't prepared for it. What a pity it only lasted for 2 days. With that being said, Leah, can you bring us the next demon? Yuan turned to face her. Absolutely not. You almost blew up the entire mountain. She immediately refused. That's an exaggeration. With that demon's strength, it would have blown away our house at most. Yuan said. Ridiculous. Why are you even training them? What do you hope to achieve with just a few days of training? There are only 10 demons left, and I doubt they are capable of fighting all 10 demons. Even if they can fight all 10 demons, it won't make any real difference. If it was so easy to train a demon sealer, there would be many more demon sealers in this world. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, yes, you're right. Out of the remaining 10 demons, they would only be able to fight 2 of them, with the rest being way beyond their capabilities. However, you shouldn't underestimate my friends nor my training methods. Even a day's worth of training will benefit them enormously. In fact, it could even be a difference of life and death. I don't get it. Just where are you getting your confidence from? The manager sighed, feeling as though she was talking to a wall. Of course, there was no way that the manager could have known that in one of Yuan's past lives, he was the divine paragon, creator of the demon sealing techniques and the founder of the demon sealing clan, where he trained tens of thousands of demon sealers. Trust me, this will only last for 2 more demons. After that, I will swiftly take care of the rest. I promise. The manager rubbed her temples for a good moment before speaking, fine. 2 more demons. If you don't stop messing around with the demons after that, I will kill you. I promise. Thank you, Leah. Yuan smiled. Don't call. Forget it. Yuan then turned to look at the others and proceeded to lecture them about their mistakes. How do you feel, Wang Ming? Yuan asked him afterward. I'm still a little shaken. If you hadn't stopped the demon, I would have been dead now. He sighed. I'm truly pathetic. Don't think like that. You're doing very well for a new demon sealer. In fact, most demon sealers won't be able to face a real demon without months of intense training. The fact that you could fight it without running away on your first day is very impressive. This goes for all of you. I'm actually very surprised that none of you ran away. Of course, I wouldn't have blamed any of you even if you did run away. After all, I was frozen from fear when I first encountered a demon. He sighed inwardly. Anyways, let's take a break. We'll start our next training session in 2 days. Sometime later, the manager returned to the Lord to explain the situation to him. I see. So that's the real cause of the tremor just now. I thought it was another earthquake caused by the sealed demons. He's using the demons as a practice tool for the others. I must say, this is beyond my expectations. It's so bold that it's almost crazy. The Lord sighed. Should I stop him? And how are you going to do that? You might have been able to defeat him when he first arrived at the mountain, but you won't stand a chance against him now. What? You think he's stronger than me? Is it because he can kill demons and I cannot? If I could use demon sealing techniques, I would also be able to kill them. The manager exclaimed. No, his strength far exceeds his ability to kill demons. Although very faintly, I could sense celestial chi from his body during his last visit. What? Celestial chi? Impossible. He was born in this world. There's no way he could have celestial chi. The manager shouted in a voice of disbelief. It's true. I couldn't sense it from him before, but I sensed it very clearly during his last visit. He must have awakened his celestial chi somehow. Do you have any idea? The manager pondered for a good moment before shaking her head. The only thing I can think of is the incident that happened to him at the Chi family, but it's highly unlikely. It was after our visit to the Chi family that he started acting differently. So something happened to him after he returned, huh? What could have happened in such a short time? I cannot even imagine. Sometime later, the Lord spoke. Anyways, continue monitoring him. We need to be certain that we can trust him. Okay. The manager nodded. What's wrong? You seem worried about something. The Lord suddenly asked. Actually, I might be overthinking this, but I have this feeling that he somehow knows of our secret. She sighed. What? How is that possible? Did you do something that could have revealed it? No. I didn't say or do anything. The manager suddenly stopped talking and held a dazed look on her face. I told him that I couldn't learn demon sealing techniques out of frustration. That's also around the time when I started having this feeling. There's no way he could have realized the truth just from that alone, right? The manager said in a worried voice. It's possible. I'm sorry. The manager sighed. What's done is already done. And we don't really know if he realized our secret or not. Just continue to monitor him, but don't try to probe his knowledge. You might end up telling him the truth, which would be quite comical if he doesn't actually know anything. The Lord said. Okay. The manager nodded. After their training with the demon ended, Li Jinsi approached Yuan, who went to pick up the demon core left behind by the demon, and said to him, I don't need to rest. I want to practice my technique. I like your enthusiasm, but you should rest today. You've already spent the entire morning fighting with the demon. You need to let your muscles rest before you start practicing that technique. Yuan said to her. Then tomorrow. Yes, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Do you have some kind of special training for her? Chu Liuxiang asked him. Not really. I'm only there to make sure she doesn't hurt herself too much. After all, I'm the only one in this place who can stop her when she goes on a rampage. He said. I see. Anyways, I'm going to take a bath and practice my demon sealing technique some more. Want to join me in the bath? She calmly asked him, almost as though it was a normal routine to bathe together. Sure. Yuan nodded his head without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious restaurant somewhere in spirit heaven, the sect master of the Universal Music Academy, Sun Hao, sat before the patriarch of the Gu family. It's been a while, Patriarch Gu. I hope your family has been well. Sun Hao greeted. Indeed, it's been a few years. My family is doing well. I hope my nephew is not causing any troubles in your sect. If he is, don't hesitate to tell me. I will give him a good scolding. The two of them laughed for a good moment. Anyways, I heard you have some information on the people that robbed my Gu family. Although it happened in the lower heaven, it is still a fact that they are a Gu family. No matter where it occurred, I cannot allow such insolence towards the Gu family. Indeed. The person responsible for robbing your Gu family is someone named Yuan, is that correct? That's the information we had received from the lower heavens. Patriarch Gu nodded. Well, I happened to meet that bastard a couple of days ago when he severed my arm. Sun Hao pointed at his missing left arm. What? Patriarch Gu's eyes widened with surprise. I heard about what happened at the disciple examination. It was a tragedy. What a coincidence that the person who harmed you also happened to be the same person that robbed my Gu family. However, it makes sense. Truly fitting of someone so barbaric and disrespectful. Don't worry, Sect Master Sunday. I will make him pay for his crimes. I had only intended to imprison him for life, but I will now add torture to his punishment. In fact, I will remove his limbs and send them to you as a gift. That sounds like music to my ears. Sun Hao laughed merrily. Then Sect Master Sun, do you happen to know where he is currently located? Patriarch Gu suddenly asked. Unfortunately, I do not know where he is currently located, but I know where and how you can find him. Sun Hao said. And he continued, that bastard will be heading to the stairway to heaven soon. You will find him at the site, or you can surround the area and wait for him to show up. The stairway to heaven? He's planning on challenging it? Is he a spirit king? Patriarch Gu showed a look of surprise. No, he's a peak spirit lord, but you shouldn't underestimate him. In fact, treat him as though you're fighting a spirit king. You will need all of your experts if you want to deal with him, and he most likely won't be alone. Sun Hao said, purposefully not revealing to Patriarch Gu that Yuan had managed to defeat 6 sect masters of the 7 spirit academies all by himself, and it was an overwhelming defeat for them. Yes, I heard that he was traveling in a small group the last time, and there is even a spirit king amongst them. The other Gu family said that the spirit king had the appearance of a little girl. A little girl? There was a little girl with that bastard at the disciple examination. I didn't pay any attention to her due to the circumstances. To think that she was actually a spirit king. Sun Hao said. The two of them continued to chat with each other over some food and tea. About 2 hours later, Patriarch Gu returned to his family. After spending 2 days preparing for their mission, Patriarch Gu and over 1,000 people from the Gu family started making their way towards the stairway to heaven. Of course, this alarmed the neighboring cities and sects, and they wondered if the Gu family was going to war with such incredible military power. The following day, the manager returned to the demon sealing faction's household with another demon. This demon looks weaker than the previous one. Wang Ming said after looking at the demon's appearance. It was smaller and thinner than the last demon, after all. Don't let its appearance fool you. This demon is 3 levels stronger than the last demon. The last demon only had the strength of a peak spirit warrior cultivator. This one is around 3rd level spirit master. 3rd level spirit master. That's as strong as the strongest cultivators in our families. Wang Bingbing swallowed nervously. By the way, the next demon is around the 5th level. Yuan suddenly said. 5th level? Can we even fight that thing? Hong Xiuquan exclaimed. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible. Yuan nodded. Out of curiosity, what about the rest of the demons? There are a total of 11 demons, right? Wu Zhao asked. 3 of them have the strength of a peak spirit master. 2 of them are between the 3rd level and 4th level of Spirit Grandmaster. 2 more at the 6th and 7th level of Spirit Grandmaster. As for the last one, it has the strength of a 2nd level Spirit Lord. A 2nd level Spirit Lord? What's your cultivation again, Yuan? Wang Ming asked him in a nervous tone. 5th level Spirit Grandmaster. He calmly responded. What? You're 6 whole levels below the strongest demon. Are you sure that you can defeat it? Of course. He confidently responded. Don't worry, it's just 6 levels. I have fought demons an entire realm stronger in Cultivation Online. Yuan gave him a confident thumbs up. But that's Cultivation Online, where you are much more powerful and have more resources to deal with demons. Wang Ming sighed. Sometime later, Yuan said, anyways, we'll begin training the day after tomorrow. I suggest you take this time to familiarize yourself with the demon. It will also have a much stronger aura than the previous demon, so prepare yourself mentally as well. After their briefing, Li Jinxi and Yuan went to another part of the training area, where they would not disturb the others with their training. Go ahead and use that technique whenever you're ready. However, don't just activate it. I want you to slowly increase your own strength using the technique. Remember, we're training on your control right now. Li Jinxi nodded, and she closed her eyes. After taking a deep breath, she began using her technique. At first, her body would emit a small amount of killing intent, and it would steadily increase. However, after a few moments, almost as though she lost control, the red aura began expanding rapidly. Eventually, Li Jinxi completely lost control, and she started going on a rampage. Her eyes snapped open, revealing her crimson eyes that flowed with killing intent. And she started attacking Yuan with her sword. Calm down. You can regain control. Yuan didn't immediately knock her out and tried to calm her down. A few minutes later, without any success, Yuan decided to knock Li Jinxi unconscious. After catching her falling body, he gently laid her on the ground. This is going to be more problematic than I'd anticipated. He sighed in a low voice. Li Jinxi would wake up shortly after. Do you feel any pain? He asked her. No, I am fine. Let's continue. Li Jinxi said. Thus, they continued to train until Li Jinxi started experiencing backlash an hour later. When that happened, Yuan carried her into her room and began massaging her body. Sorry for the inconvenience. She apologized to him while she soaked in medicine. Don't worry, I don't think it's bothersome. By the way, can you tell me more about the technique? If I understand it better, perhaps I can figure out how to train you. After pondering for a moment, she nodded, wait until I am finished. Sure. An hour later, Li Jinxi emerged from the bathtub and left the bathroom while still soaking wet. You'll catch a cold like that. Yuan smiled. I have never caught a cold before, she calmly said. Then she walked to her closet and retrieved a wooden box from inside. Here. She handed the box to Yuan afterward. Yuan raised his eyebrows and opened the box to find a scroll inside. What's this? The technique, she calmly responded. You mean the actual technique? Isn't this supposed to be your family's secret technique? Are you sure you want to hand it to me? You should consult with your family first. Yuan said in a baffled voice. He didn't expect Li Jinxi to hand him the entire technique. It's fine. Nobody in the family can use the technique, anyway. She calmly nodded. That's not the point. Yuan smiled. It's really fine. I won't tell my family, she said. Alright, I will borrow it then. Yuan returned to his room shortly after. After returning to his room, Yuan began studying Li Jinxi's mysterious technique. There's no name for this technique. Yuan realized at glance that the technique was a nameless one. About an hour later, Yuan placed the technique down and started to ponder. I see. It's no wonder why most people cannot learn this technique. The strain it puts on one's body is simply ludicrous. In fact, this technique. It wasn't created for humans. Yuan became even more impressed by Li Jinxi after realizing this fact. I'm surprised she managed to learn this technique. But this begs the question. Who is this technique made for? Magical beasts? Divine beasts? And how did the Li family acquire this technique? Once he understood the technique, Yuan returned to Li Jinxi, who was resting in her bed. Come inside. Li Jinxi said after hearing his knock on the door. Hey, I am finished with the technique, so I am here to return it. I learned a few things about this technique that you should be aware of. Yuan said as he placed the scroll on the desk beside her desk. You're finished with the technique already? It's only been an hour. She stared at him with a baffled look on her face as she sat up on her bed. She's still naked. Yuan thought to himself after seeing Li Jinxi's appearance when the blankets moved. He then spoke, yes, I have a lot of questions too, but first, you should know the true nature of this technique. This nameless technique. It wasn't made for humans. Huh? Li Jinxi raised her eyebrows. Not made for humans. Is that why nobody else in my family could learn it? But how come I can learn it? Does this mean I'm not human? Li Jinxi looked more curious and fascinated than terrified at the possibility that she wasn't human. No, you're definitely human. The reason you're able to learn the technique is due to your unique physique. I noticed this when I massage your body, but your muscles and bones are naturally beyond human capabilities, which allows your body to endure much more stress than normally capable. However, since you're human, you won't be able to fully utilize the technique's full capabilities, at least not in your current state. I see. Is this also why I have backlashes? Li Jinxi then asked. Yes. He nodded. Then what should I do? Since it's related to your physique, you must continue to strengthen your body. I believe that will be your fastest way to master this technique. The next is your control. As long as you can control the technique so that it doesn't exceed your limits, you won't experience any backlashes. But I have been doing that since I started cultivating, she said. Yes, but have you ever been pushed to your absolute limits? He asked. Pushed to my limits? Li Jinxi raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. Yes. Have you ever been pushed to the point where you could not even lift a single finger? Have you ever been so exhausted that you thought you'd die by running out of breath? Have you ever risked your life in training? Yuan asked. Li Jinxi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, not really. You can achieve immense growth in a short period of time if you continue to push yourself to your very limit every day. Of course, this could actually damage one's body, but this only applies to ordinary people. Jinxi, you have an amazing body, a physique blessed by the heavens. If anyone should train in such a manner, it should be you. However, it's not going to be easy. You will experience intense pain. Hell, you might even die. I want to do it. Li Jinxi responded without hesitation. Even if you might die? She nodded. Yuan smiled. Although nobody knows about it, he'd almost died hundreds of times inside his room during his 20 years of seclusion. There were times when he wanted to quit and sleep eternally, but he would always get back up and train until he was at death's door. But because of his insane and reckless training, he was able to acquire the strength to defeat demons in such a short time. How does your body feel right now? Yuan asked her a moment later. A little sore, but that's it. Good. Get dressed and meet me in the training area. We're going to continue your training. Yes. Sometime later, they returned to the training area. Use the nameless technique and attack me. I won't just be avoiding and defending this time. Li Jinsi nodded and activated the nameless technique, causing her bloodlust to reappear. However, before she could even make a move, Yuan suddenly dashed forward and threw a powerful punch at her face. Li Jinsi subconsciously blocked the attack with her sword, but she was still sent flying by the impact. So strong. What are you doing? Hurry up and focus. Fight me. Try to kill me. Yuan shouted as he approached her again. Li Jinsi clenched her teeth and started attacking him with the intention to kill. However, Yuan suddenly released his killing intent, halting her movements for a brief second. Yuan used this chance to connect his fist with her stomach, sending her flying for a second time. After stabilizing herself, Li Jinsi immediately puked out everything she ate for breakfast. She lifted her head a moment later to look at Yuan, who was slowly approaching her with an immense amount of killing intent flowing from his body. Her entire body trembled in fear. For the first time in her life, she was fearing for her life. Get up. You will never achieve your full potential with such half-assed effort. Yuan shouted at her, snapping her out of her daze. Li Jinsi stood up and released a war cry before running at him again. What the hell are they doing? The manager watched them from a distance with a puzzled face. She thought they were training at first, but it looked too brutal to be training, and Yuan was pummeling Li Jinsi like she had killed his family. Due to the loud nature of their training, the others also noticed the commotion in the training area, and they were all shocked by what they saw. Holy shit! What's happening? Why are they going at each other's throat? Wang Ming asked the others. I'm not sure. Should we stop them and ask for an explanation? Wang Bingbing said. They're probably training. Chu Liuxiang said. You call that training? It looks like a one-sided beatdown to me. Shi Lang said. God! I have never seen Li Jinsi in such a beaten state before. She looks like she's on the verge of death. Shi Murong mumbled in a dazed voice. In the end, nobody went to stop them. They believed in Yuan and Li Jinsi, that they had a good reason to be fighting each other in such a manner. The training lasted for 3 whole hours, stopping when Li Jinsi was covered in her own blood and completely unconscious. Of course, Li Jinsi had lost consciousness a couple of times during the 3 hours, but they only lasted for a brief moment, and she would continue to train immediately after waking up. As Yuan carried her seemingly lifeless body back to the house, everyone rushed to him. What the hell happened, Yuan? Wang Ming was the first to ask. We were only training. He calmly said. Training? It looked like you wanted to kill her. Shi Lang said. Yuan smiled and said, I will explain everything to you after I get her cleaned up. I will help you. Mei Xiu said. Okay. Thank you. After Yuan brought Li Jinsi back to her room, Mei Xiu helped wash her body. Sometime later, after putting Li Jinsi in her bed, Yuan returned to the others and explained the situation to them. The technique she had been using wasn't created for humans. Wow, that's unexpected. I never knew that such a thing even existed. Wu Zhao said. I get that you're trying to push Li Jinsi to her limit, but that would be pointless if she becomes bedridden for the next week, right? Wang Ming asked. Yuan smiled and said, she'll be fine. In fact, she'll wake up tomorrow like nothing happened. This is all because of her unique physique. Also, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but Jinsi was able to use her nameless technique throughout our entire training without experiencing any backlash. And now that you mention it. Their eyes widened upon this realization. How did you do it? Wang Bingbing asked. It's simple. I used only my fists for a reason. Every time I punch her body, it would release some of the built-up tension in her muscles, allowing her to continue using the technique without reaching her maximum threshold as quickly. Yuan explained. I see. Sometime later, Yuan returned to his room while the others returned to their own training. Li Jinsi woke up the following morning with an incredible headache and feeling like she'd been hit by a truck recently. Am I still alive? She mumbled in a dazed voice. It wasn't clear to her at first, but her memories of yesterday's training eventually resurfaced. Ah! He was really ruthless yesterday. I have never been beaten like that, ever. A slight smile appeared on her face without her awareness. Knock knock. It's me. Are you awake? Yuan's voice suddenly resounded. Yes, come inside. Yuan entered the room the next moment. How are you feeling? He asked her. Li Jinsi turned to look at Yuan and said with a bittersweet smile, my body hurts like hell. I might have gone too far for your first session. Sorry. No, I needed that. I have never suffered such a defeat before. It really opened my eyes. Do you wish to continue? Yuan suddenly asked. Of course. Li Jinsi immediately responded without any hesitation in her voice. You'll wake up every day like this, you know. As long as I can become stronger. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked, why are you so desperate to acquire strength? You might not believe me, but I really don't have any motivation, at least I didn't until very recently. I enjoy fighting and improving myself. It's as simple as that. She calmly responded. I see. Then what is your motivation now? You have one now, right? Li Jinsi did not immediately answer. She slowly got off the bed and stood on her feet despite the pain coursing through her body. She then walked to stand in front of Yuan. You're my motivation now. I want to defeat you. Yuan smiled and said, it's not going to be easy. I know, but I won't stop training until I defeat you, no matter how long it'll take. And she continued, go wait for me in the training area. I will be there in a bit. You want to train with your body like that? That's reckless. I can handle it, she said. However, Yuan shook his head and said, go soak in some medicine first. I'll meet you in the training area in a few hours. Okay. While Li Jinsi went to soak in medicine, Yuan returned to his own room. He then took a seat on the floor in the lotus position and took a deep breath. Even though they are different techniques, they function almost the same. I wonder if I will be able to control that golden aura if I deepen my understanding with Li Jinsi's nameless technique. In just a few moments, a red aura began appearing around Yuan's body. Although he'd learned Li Jinsi's nameless technique, he doesn't have any intentions to use it. After all, he was only doing this to gain a better understanding for the technique. Furthermore, his golden aura was vastly superior to the nameless technique. I have only absorbed 2,000 years worth of Tian Qinyu's memories right now, but there is nothing about the golden aura in these memories. Just how long did Tian Qinyu live? When does he learn to use the golden aura? However, there's no need to be impatient. I have already managed to activate it once. I will eventually be able to control it. Yuan would continue to study the nameless technique for the next few hours until he met up with Li Jinsi in the training area, where he would proceed to beat her until she was at the verge of death. How long are you two going to train like this? Meishio asked him as she washed Li Jinsi's bloody figure. I'm not sure, but it'll probably be for a while. You don't have to clean her if you don't want to. I can do it by myself. You're probably better off using this time to train yourself, after all. Yuan responded from outside the bathroom. No, I can do this. It doesn't take that much time, and it's not like I can let you wash the body of another woman. Meishio said with a slightly rosy face. Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, I won't do anything I am not supposed to do to her. I already have you and Lulu, after all. The redness on Meishio's face immediately deepened, and she spoke, that's not what I am worried about. Sometime later, Meishio left the bathroom with Li Jinsi still unconscious in her arms. "Thank you, Meishio," Yuan said to her as she placed Li Jinsi's body on the bed. "You should go easier on her, Yuan. It feels weird seeing you beating on a young lady, even if she's someone like Li Jinsi." Yuan chuckled, "I can't help it. Ordinary training methods won't work on her. And after realizing how much talent she has, it makes me want to see her full potential." Meishio sighed, "You've really changed, Yuan." "Huh? What do you mean? Not long ago, you didn't even know the difference between a man and a woman. Now look at you. You're a competent teacher who has trained even an entire family of demon sealers. Your demeanor has also changed. It pained me to even look at you before because you were always depressed, but you're now brimming with confidence. If Yu could see you now, I doubt she would even recognize you." "Yu, huh? Meishio, this might be a weird question, but who do you prefer? The old me or the new me?" Yuan faced her with a serious look on his face. "That's not a fair question, Yuan. It puts me in an awkward position. It's not a question that I can answer. However, if I have to be honest, I like how we can talk with each other while being on the same page, something that was not really possible back then. For example, the words, 'I love you,' would have a different meaning if I said it to the old you and the current you. Do you understand?" Yuan chuckled, "Yes, I understand. I am well aware of how naive I was back then, and I'm sorry for all of the inconveniences it caused you." Meishio shook her head while blushing. "Anyways, are you free now?" Yuan suddenly asked her. "Besides training, I don't have anything else." Before she could even finish her sentence, Yuan picked her up and carried her like a princess. "Yuan, I want to thank you properly for helping me today. Let's go to your room." Yuan smiled. "Okay." Meishio immediately understood the meaning behind his words and nodded in a bashful manner. After carrying Meishio to her room, Yuan locked the door behind him and laid her on the bed. Once they were fully prepared, they entangled their naked bodies together and began moving passionately with each other. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. "Speaking of Yu, it should be her birthday soon, right? I stopped paying attention to the dates long ago," Yuan said as he laid on the bed with Meishio resting her head on his arm, feeling incredibly refreshed and relaxed. "Her birthday is next month. In 17 days to be exact," Meishio said without needing to think. "We should give her a visit." Yuan then said. "What about the demons? I'll take care of them long before then." Yuan smiled. "Then do you have any idea what you want to give her?" "No, I was going to ask you for advice. What do you think she'll like? It's been forever since I last celebrated her birthday. I think she'll be happy no matter what you give her." "I know, but that's not fun. I need to give her something grand, something worthy of my precious little sister." Sometime later, Meishio got dressed and left to prepare for dinner. At dinner, to everybody's surprise, Li Jinsi showed up. "Are you sure you should be moving around right now?" Wang Ming asked her. "I'm fine," she calmly replied. "My God, it took you an entire day to wake up yesterday. You're progressing a little too fast, don't you think?" Shi Lang mumbled in a dazed voice. "I have a good teacher," she said as she turned to look at Yuan. "How do you even endure such beating? Are you perhaps a masochist?" Li Jinsi immediately glared at the person who just spoke, Shi Murong, with a dangerous gaze. "I am just joking." Shi Murong swallowed nervously. Even in Li Jinsi's current state, he would still lose to her in a fight. "Your jokes are getting worse and worse," she sneered. "Sorry." After dinner, everyone but Meishio returned to their rooms to rest. "Where are you going so late at night?" the manager asked after noticing her. "The convenience store," she hastily replied. The manager raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner, but she didn't actually ask any questions. "Even though the store is open 24/7, there's no need for her to go there now. Oh well, it's none of my business. The manager calmly turned around and walked to the guest room. Meishio sighed in relief and left the building shortly after. Sometime later, she entered the convenience store. Welcome. A new woman that Meishio did not recognize was at the counter today. Hello. Where is the other worker? She asked. She just finished her shift about an hour ago. I work the night shifts. I see. Anyways, how may I help you? In response, Meishio took out her box of birth control pills and placed it on the counter. Can I have another box? Meishio asked, feeling a lot less embarrassed compared to her previous visit. Sure thing. The clerk smiled and took out another box of birth control pills from under the counter. Thank you. Meishio said. However, just as she went to pick up the box, the clerk spoke, by the way, we have a new product that came in just 2 days ago. Do you want to try it out? What new product? Meishio raised an eyebrow. This. The woman then retrieved a small packet that contained 4 red medicine capsules. What's this? Meishio asked. It's a stimulator of sorts. It will not only give you more energy during your sexy time with your partner, it will even stimulate your senses, allowing you to feel more pleasure. It's quite new, but it's already gained a lot of popularity regardless of the age. Oh, it can be used for either gender. Even if you don't need it, I recommend you try it at least once. It will greatly enhance your sex life, speaking from personal experience. The clerk winked at Meishio in a suggestive manner. Meishio swallowed nervously. I guess I can give it a try. After bagging both items, Meishio quickly returned to her room. The following day, everybody gathered in the training area once again. You will all be fighting this demon today, and since it's stronger than the previous one, you'll return to your original groups, the one with 4 to 5 people. Yuan said to them. He turned to face Li Jinsi and asked her, how do you feel? Never been better, she said. Good. I'll give you all 10 minutes to prepare yourselves. Then I will unseal the demon. Yuan. Li Jinsi suddenly approached him. Yes. I have a request. Can I fight the demon by myself? Yuan began pondering. In your current state, you'll be able to use the nameless technique for at most 10 minutes before you lose control. Your demon sealing aura isn't strong enough to seal it within that time even if it allows you to attack it non-stop. You can try fighting it without the nameless technique, but you won't be its match. In other words, you won't defeat it. I know that I won't be able to seal it, but I still want to fight it by myself. It's for experience. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded, all right. You can fight it by yourself. He then turned to look at Wang Ming and said, you'll replace Li Jinsi and transfer to Group 1. Huh? Why am I replacing her? Wang Ming asked. She wants to fight the demon by herself. What? Are you crazy? You could barely hold your utensils at dinner yesterday. That was yesterday. I am fine now. Li Jinsi said. Fuck, she's really inhuman. She must have been adopted into the Li family, and her real parents are gorillas. Shimuro mumbled in a low voice. I heard that. Li Jinsi snapped to glare at him. Huh? I didn't say anything. Shimuro immediately turned around and began whistling. Sometime later, the first group entered the demon sealing zone and waited for Yuan to unseal the demon. Once it was unsealed, the demon looked around in a calm manner. However, that calmness quickly went away when it saw Chu Liuxiang and the others surrounding it. What is the meaning of this? The demon spoke in a grim voice. They are demon sealers, and they will be sealing you, demon. Yuan said. And he continued, you are currently within the demon sealing zone, so don't even think about escaping. Of course, you could kill yourself with core detonation. However, if you accept my request, I will set you free. The demon narrowed its eyes on Yuan, who was wearing a mask. It then turned to look at the others there. What is your request? It's quite simple, really. I want you to fight these demon sealers for the next 7 days. If you can do that, I will set you free. What if I kill them? You can try, but it won't happen. If I can kill them, will you let me free early? Sure. Yuan calmly nodded. Perfect. A malicious grin appeared on the demon's face. The demon sealers and the demon clashed with each other shortly after. The demon sealers expected to quickly overpower the demon, but they soon realized that would not be the case, and the demon was able to defend itself and counterattack at the same time. Compared to the last demon, it was at least twice as hard, and it would take them thrice as long to seal the demon. Of course, none of them would end up unscathed. Most of them left the demon's sealing zone with bruises. In fact, all of them had experienced near-death situations more than once during their fight. Holy shit! How can 3 levels make such a huge difference? We could barely keep up with the demon this time. Wang Ming exclaimed as he laid on the floor, his body soaked in sweat. I don't think we'll be able to fight the demon more than once a day, Chu Liuxiang said while gasping for air. How long did it take to seal the demon? It felt like an eternity, Shi Murong asked. 2 hours and 11 minutes. Wang Bingbing said. 2 hours. It only took us 30 minutes to seal the last one. Hong Xiuquan exclaimed. Shortly after the first group finished, the second group entered the demon's sealing zone and started fighting the demon. In the end, it took them a little under 2 hours to seal the demon. 1 hour and 51 minutes. Wang Ming said to them. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but to think it was that much harder. Wang Bingbing sighed. Yuan approached the exhausted demon sealers and said to them, at this rate, you won't be able to seal the next demon. Therefore, I will be teaching all of you new demon sealing techniques. Oh. How many? Wang Ming asked out of curiosity. I have 3 demon sealing techniques for each of you. 3. Yuan nodded, it might take some time before you're able to use them, but that's not the real purpose. I want you all to increase your demon sealing aura. It's taking all of you too long to seal the demon, and you're in a group. At this rate, it'll take you an entire day to seal the demon by yourself. Anyways, line up. I will give you these techniques now. Thus, everybody there began lining up in front of him. Sometime later, Yuan transferred 3 demon sealing techniques to each of them. Everyone here besides Jinsi can leave for today. You can also take tomorrow off to study these new techniques. Since I transferred the techniques directly into your mind, you'll be able to comprehend it faster than normal. Once everyone but Li Jinsi left, Yuan said to her, whenever you're ready. Li Jinsi nodded and entered the demon sealing zone. The moment Yuan released the demon, Li Jinsi activated her nameless technique. Just one of you this time. The demon grinned when it saw Li Jinsi. However, despite only facing Li Jinsi, the demon did not underestimate her. In fact, he knew at a glance that she was the strongest out of everyone it's faced today. The two of them began exchanging blows shortly after. Li Jinsi easily overpowered the demon in terms of raw strength and speed, but that did not last long. After 10 minutes of dominance, Li Jinsi could no longer control the nameless technique and began experiencing a backlash. However, despite feeling like her muscles were being torn apart, Li Jinsi continued to fight the demon for a couple more minutes until she could no longer lift even a single finger. You're mine. The demon laughed as it lunged forward at the unconscious Li Jinsi. Maybe next time. Yuan suddenly appeared behind the demon with the Empyrean Overlord in his grasp. What? The demon didn't notice Yuan's presence until it was too late. Its body immediately began turning into stone. All it took was a single strike. The demon stared at Yuan in disbelief as it completely turned into stone. After sealing the demon, Yuan carried Li Jinsi into her room and began massaging her body. 2 days later, the training resumed. This time, it took the first group only an hour to seal the demon while the second group took around 50 minutes. It was a drastic improvement that nobody there but Yuan had expected. This continued until the 7th day, where it would take both groups only 15 minutes to seal the demon. As for Li Jinsi, she was able to use the nameless technique for 20 minutes straight. Great job, everyone. It appears that you're all ready for the next demon. Yuan said to them after their training. What are you going to do with the demon now? Wang Ming asked him. I'm going to free it, of course. Yuan responded with a calm smile on his face, causing everyone to swallow nervously. Yuan entered the demon sealing zone and unsealed the demon shortly after Li Jinsi finished her turn. I have fulfilled your request, human. You'll set me free as promised. The demon stared at Yuan with a solemn expression. Yes, don't worry, I will set you free. Yuan said as he approached the demon. What are you planning? The demon frowned upon sensing that something was wrong. However, before it could even react, Yuan extended his hand and grabbed the crystal embedded on its body. What is the meaning of this, human? The demon roared at Yuan. What else? I am setting you free. Fucking bullshit. You lied to me, human. I didn't lie. You just misunderstood the meaning behind my words, that's all. Fuck you, you damn livestock. The demon became enraged and rushed at Yuan. You'll be truly free now. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he crushed the demon's crystal, instantly killing the demon. The others were left speechless by Yuan's actions. He killed the demon just like that. Wang Ming muttered in disbelief. Yuan. Why didn't the demon die when we struck its crystal? I know I destroyed it a few times during our training. Shi Lang asked him. That's because it requires a certain technique and a certain level of demon sealing aura to achieve this feat. When you all become strong enough, I will teach you this technique. Yuan said to them. It's a promise. Of course. Anyways, the next demon won't be unsealed for another week, but I can unseal it early. Take the next 5 days off. I will deal with the other demons in the meantime. All right. Yuan approached the manager afterward and said, Can you bring all of the demons here tomorrow? All of them? The manager stared at him with wide eyes. Yes. We could wait for them to break out of their seal one by one, or I can kill them all at once. Why the sudden rush? She asked. I just remembered that my sister's birthday is coming up soon, so I want to clean things up before I go, he calmly said. Is that so? All right, I will speak with the Lord. The manager nodded. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yuan asked when she continued to stare at him. I've been meaning to ask you this, but, why are you wearing a mask? Oh, this? The demons would lose all desire to fight if they see my face, and I don't want that. Yuan explained without really going into the details. Why would they lose desire to fight if they see your face? That doesn't make any sense. The manager asked out of curiosity. I don't know. I guess they really hate my face or something. Yuan casually shrugged. So he doesn't want to tell me, huh? Whatever. The manager left shortly after, returning to the peak of the mountain to notify the Lord of the situation. He wants to deal with all of the demons at once. I don't have any problems with that. In fact, that's exactly what I want. The manager then asked, once he defeats all of the demons, are you really going to tell him the truth? He probably already knows the truth. Do you remember what he said? That we came from the 9 heavens? Of course. Then he's already aware of the fact that the 9 heavens truly exist somewhere in this universe, which is already a third of what we're going to tell him. We might as well tell him everything at this point. I guess so. The manager sighed. The following morning, the manager arrived at Yuan's household with a truck meant for moving furniture. After parking in the training area, she proceeded to bring out the remaining 9 demons, placing them in an orderly fashion and in the order they would break out of their seal. can you put this one to the side for now? It's going to be the other's practice tool. Yuan pointed at a certain sealed demon and asked the manager. All right. What about the other demons? Which do you want to kill first? I will handle them all at once. It's more convenient that way, after all. The manager frowned and said, I know you're strong and all, but you shouldn't be so arrogant. You should take the situation more seriously and be more cautious and deal with them one by one. Yuan sighed, fine. I will kill 2 of them at once, and then I will deal with the strongest one by itself at the end. Did you even hear me just now? 1. At a time. You're underestimating me now, Leah. Yuan smiled. How about this? If you let me fight 2 of them at once, I will fight them without a mask. Deal. The manager immediately agreed, leaving Yuan speechless. Was this her intention from the beginning? He wondered inwardly. While the manager moved 2 of the 9 demons into Yuan's demon sealing zone, the others gathered around the area with transportable chairs, acting as though they were going to an outdoor movie. Okay, I am ready. The manager said to Yuan after she finished moving the demons. Thank you. Yuan said as she entered the demon sealing zone. He's not wearing his mask today. Wang Bingbing noticed this and asked the others. Why does he even feel the need to wear a mask? Wang Ming asked. Do you know? Xin Murong turned to ask Chu Liuxiang. I don't. What about you, Mei Xiu? Chu Liuxiang asked her next. I don't. She shook her head. Even you don't know? The others were surprised. Out of everyone there, they expected Mei Xiu to know. While the others mumbled to each other, Yuan unsealed the demons. Ha! I am free. Free. The 2 demons in the demon sealing zone immediately started laughing out loud. Yuan patiently waited for the demons to notice him. When the demons eventually noticed Yuan, they stopped laughing and stared at him with their eyes as wide as saucers. Hey! That human. Doesn't he look a lot like? Yes. He looks like the D. Before the 2 demons could even fully comprehend the situation, Yuan used his movement technique to instantly close their distance. Wah! Too late. The demons tried to distance themselves from Yuan, but it was too late, as he'd grabbed their demon crystals before they could even move. Why? And before the demons could even utter a full word, Yuan crushed the crystals, instantly killing them. In fact, not even 10 seconds have passed since the demons were released from their seals. Fear. Impossible. The manager stared at Yuan with her eyes wide with shock and puzzlement. Why would they fear Yuan? No. Can demons even feel fear? It also seemed like the demons recognized him. No. Those demons have been sealed for countless years. There's no way that they could have recognized him. That wouldn't make any logical sense. The manager pondered a logical explanation to the phenomenon that had just happened. Leah. Yuan suddenly called for her, bringing her back to reality. Can you bring in the next 2 demons? Che. The manager sucked her teeth before carrying 2 more demons into the demon sealing zone. Why do I have to carry them, anyway? She wondered inwardly as she placed the last demon into the zone. Thanks. Yuan unsealed the demons shortly after. The demons instantly noticed Yuan's presence this time around, and when they saw his face, just like the previous 2 demons, their eyes widened with shock and terror. This is definitely the scent of fear. They're fearing him. Why? Demons have never feared humans before. The manager was feeling agitated at this point. Then she recalled something the Lord had once told her. No. There was one entity that demons feared. The Bane of Demons, also known as the Divine Paragon, who freed the 9 heavens from the demon clan's domination. However, she couldn't connect the dots between the Divine Paragon and Yuan. After all, these two individuals lived in two different worlds and eras. There was simply no connection between them. Of course, since she had never seen the divine paragon's face before, there was no way that she would have realized the truth. While the manager was absorbed in her thoughts, Yuan killed the two demons. In the blink of an eye, Yuan had killed half of the 8 demons. You called me inhuman, right? If I am inhuman, what do you call someone like him? Li Jinsi asked Shimurong, who was too shocked to even speak. However, inside his mind, he could only think of a single word that could describe Yuan. God. Sometime later, the manager carried 2 more demons into the demon sealing zone. You are impossible. You can't be. Once again, Yuan killed the demons before they could even finish a full sentence. Of course, it was made easier due to the demons' fear and confusion. He's definitely doing this on purpose. What is he trying to hide? The manager could feel her entire body heating up from anger. Manager, the next one. Yuan waved at her with a smile on his face, which only further irritated her. Sometime later, Yuan unsealed and killed the 7th demon, leaving only 1 demon, not including the demon that will become a practice tool. After the manager carried the final demon into the demon sealing zone, Yuan said to her, I told you it would be more convenient to just kill them all at once. What are you trying to hide from me, Yuan? Why are the demons fearful of you? She asked him. Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yuan shrugged. This bastard. The manager gritted her teeth in frustration, but there was nothing she could do about it, nor could she blame him for wanting to keep a secret. After all, she has a secret or two herself. Yuan unsealed the Spirit Lord demon a few moments later, and to everyone's surprise, he didn't immediately attack it. The Spirit Lord demon stared at Yuan with wide eyes, but it didn't utter a single word. In fact, it refused to. The divine paragon. Why the fuck is he here? The demon cried inwardly. It was so spooked by Yuan's appearance that it didn't even notice his cultivation base. Why did he unseal me? Fuck. Is he going to torture me like the rumors? The demon trembled in fear when it recalled the countless horror stories about the divine paragon, with torture being one of the most common stories. Fuck this shit. I'd rather die than be tortured by the divine paragon. And without any hesitation, the demon destroyed its own crystal. What? It's killing itself already. The others were shocked when the demon suddenly started glowing bright red, almost as though there was a powerful light source illuminating the demon from within. I don't think so. Yuan suddenly summoned the Empyrean Overlord and tossed it at the demon, piercing it right in its chest. What? The demon exclaimed in a shocked voice when its chaotic energy was sealed quicker than it could expand. However, since the demon had already destroyed its crystal, it wouldn't be saved just because it was sealed before it could explode. A few moments after the demon was completely sealed, its body began breaking down itself until it was nothing but a pile of dust. The entire place was dead silent as everybody there stared at the pile of dust until the wind carried it away, leaving nothing but a demon core behind. The strongest demon killed itself. Why? Because of Yuan's face. The manager nearly fell onto her buttocks after witnessing such a ridiculous outcome. There's only 1 demon left now. Make sure you all practice your demon sealing techniques before then. Yuan said to the others. Okay. They all nodded in a dazed manner. Once everyone returned to the household, the manager approached Yuan and said to him, Follow me. Where are we going? He asked. To speak with the Lord. The Lord? Why? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Now that you have defeated the strongest demon, it will only be a matter of time before the last demon is dealt with. Do you remember your conversation with the Lord? That he'd tell you the truth if you take care of his demon problem? Yeah, I remember. Yuan nodded. And he continued, however, there is still 1 demon left. Until I kill the last demon, I won't speak with him. After all, it was part of the agreement. Don't you want to know the truth about Cultivation Online and the Lord's identity? The manager frowned at him. Of course I do, but I'm in no rush. Why are you so impatient to tell me the truth, though? Did something happen? He smiled at her. No. Forget it, then. The manager left the place shortly after. Yuan returned to his room shortly after and practiced the nameless technique. During dinner, Yuan said, Meishio, Lulu, Jinsi, we're going to make our way to the stairway to heaven tomorrow. You're ascending already? Wang Ming asked. No, not yet. I will do it after my sister's birthday, which is in about 2 weeks. Your sister? This was news to some of the people there. Yes, my younger sister, Yuro. She's currently at another faction. What was the name of their faction again? Eternal Lotuses. Meishio said. Right. Eternal Lotuses. Oh, I've heard about them. They're a pretty popular and powerful female-only faction. Wang Bingbing said. We should probably notify her before we see her. They forbid men from visiting. Meishio said. But I don't want to ruin the surprise. Yuan sighed. I know. Meishio, can you contact the leader of the Eternal Lotuses? I will talk with the leader directly and receive permission so that it wouldn't ruin the surprise. All right. I will contact the Cultivators Association and ask them to set up a schedule. Thank you. After dinner, Meishio returned to her own room and called Chairman Li, the head of the Cultivators Association. After a single ring, Chairman Li picked up the phone and spoke in an excited voice, Hello. Hello, Chairman Li. This is Meishio from the Demon Sealing faction. Oh. Lady Meishio. I have been waiting for your call. Chairman Li sounded as though he was on the verge of crying through the phone. Lady Meishio. Meishio raised an eyebrow. Lady Meishio, before you say anything, I must ask, have you checked your email since the creation of the Demon Sealing faction? Chairman Li suddenly asked. Email? No, I haven't. Why? You should probably take a look at it. You will understand quicker that way. Okay, give me a minute. Meishio went to grab her laptop and checked her email. This is. Meishio was shocked when she saw how many unread messages were in her email. Unread messages, 999 plus. There were many types of messages. Messages from people who wanted to join the Demon Sealing faction, messages from other factions that were hoping to form an alliance with them, and most of all, messages from news organizations that wanted to interview their faction, mostly Yuan. After the creation of the Demon Sealing faction, news of player Yuan being its leader spread like wildfire, and people from all over the world wanted to contact them. However, the only way to contact them was through Meishio's email, which she'd neglected until now. Because of this, people started contacting the Cultivators Association instead, but there was nothing they could do besides sending more messages to Meishio. Sorry. I'd completely forgotten about it. Meishio apologized to Chairman Li after realizing her mistake. It's all right. Better late than never. Chairman Li chuckled. Anyways, is there anything the Cultivators Association can do for you, Lady Meishio? Yes, I have a request. Yuan would like to speak with the leader of the Eternal Lotuses. Can you contact them and let them know? The leader of Eternal Lotuses? That would be White Lotus. May I ask for a reason? The Eternal Lotuses will want to know your reason, as well. Yuan's little sister is a member of the Eternal Lotuses, and it will be her birthday soon. He wants to surprise her with a visit, but the Eternal Lotuses don't allow men to enter, so we were hoping to work something out. Yuan's little sister. I understand. I will contact White Lotus after this, but she might not respond for a while. They're a powerful faction with a popular leader, so they're bound to be very busy. I understand. Thank you. No need to be humble, Lady Meishio. The Cultivators Association is here for you. Chairman Li said. Of course, only powerful factions like the Demon Sealing faction could receive such privileges. After hanging up, Mei Xiu placed her phone beside the bed and started going through some unread messages out of curiosity. Meanwhile, Chairman Li called the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Hello, this is Chairman Li of the Cultivators Association. I have some important matters to discuss with White Lotus. Miss Bai is currently cultivating. Can this wait until tomorrow? White Lotus manager answered the phone. I don't mind waiting. Tell White Lotus that player Yuan from the Demon Sealing faction would like to speak with her. Call me back when you're ready to speak. That's all. Wait. Did you just say player? However, Chairman Li closed the connection before the manager could even finish her sentence. Of course, this was on purpose, as it would give them more pressure and a sense of urgency. After staring at her phone in a dazed manner for many moments, the manager went to look for White Lotus. Miss Bai. I apologize for bothering you during your cultivation, but this is urgent. The manager knocked on her door. A few moments later, a white-haired beauty opened the door and appeared before the manager. What is it? Chairman Li from the Cultivators Association just called, and he said that player Yuan from the Demon Sealing faction would like to speak with you. White Lotus immediately narrowed her eyes upon hearing this information. Player Yuan. Why would he want to speak with me? She curiously wondered. White Lotus was surprised and confused at the same time when she received news that player Yuan had reached out to her. According to her knowledge, Yuan has never reached out to any other player, and this only further increased her curiosity. What could player Yuan possibly want from her when he seemingly already has everything? Call Chairman Li back and tell him to let player Yuan know that I am willing to speak with him. However, I'd like to do it in Cultivation Online if that's possible. Why you want to speak with player Yuan in Cultivation Online? Her manager looked at her with wide eyes. Aren't you curious? The infamous player Yuan who's been dominating Cultivation Online since day one. His achievements are light years ahead of everyone else, and he acquired most of them within the first month. However, he's been awfully quiet since his last announcement when he opened the stairway to heaven to the second world, almost as though he'd disappeared from this world. Okay, I will call Chairman Li now. A few moments later, Chairman Li picked up his phone. This is Chairman Li. Good evening, Chairman Li. This is Bai Lianhua. Is it true that player Yuan wants to speak with me? White Lotus asked. Yes, that is true. I'm sure you're curious as to why. Let me tell. No, don't tell me. I want to ask him for myself. White Lotus interrupted. If that's what you wish. When are you available? I will help the two of you schedule an online chat room, where the two of you can chat with each other. That's not necessary. I wish to speak with player Yuan in Cultivation Online in person. Tell him that I will be at the Wuxia Pavilion in Wuxia City in 3 hours. It's very close to the starting city in the second world. If he's not able to make it there in time, I can wait for him. Okay, I will let them know of your response. I will call you back when I get their response. Chairman Li hung up the phone and called Mei Xiu. This is Chairman Li. I have just contacted White Lotus of the Eternal Lotuses. She agrees to meet with player Yuan, but she wishes to meet him in Cultivation Online in 3 hours. The location is at Wuxia Pavilion in Wuxia City by the starting city in the second world. Is he able to make it? Give me a minute. I will go ask him right now. Mei Xiu placed the phone down and went to knock on Yuan's door. Once Yuan opened the door, Mei Xiu relayed the news to him. I see. Wuxia Pavilion in Wuxia City, right? Let them know that I will be there. Yuan nodded. While Yuan logged into Cultivation Online, Mei Xiu told Chairman Li of the situation. Thank you, I will let White Lotus know immediately. No, thank you for the help. Mei Xiu said before hanging up. After logging into Cultivation Online, Yuan immediately began making his way towards Wuxia City. Since the destination was quite close to the starting city in Spirit Heaven, it didn't take even an hour for Yuan to arrive. After arriving at the city, Yuan decided to take a tour around the city since he had plenty of time left before the meeting. Since I am going to be asking White Lotus for a favor, should probably give her a gift, right? First impressions are quite important, after all. With that in mind, Yuan began pondering what he should gift White Lotus. Then he recalled something Yu Ro had told him before. White Lotus was the first player to have a servant. I should probably give her something that would benefit her servant. Yuan immediately began looking for a store that would have such gifts. However, it was quite late at night, so most of the stores were closed. Then he recalled something else. Feng Feng, do you happen to have more spirit fruits on you? Yuan asked her. Spirit fruits? No, I gave what I had left to you when we first met, she said. If you don't mind me asking, why do you need spirit fruits? I am meeting someone later, and I want to give her a gift. She's probably a beast tamer, so I want to give her something related to that, Yuan explained. I see. Do you know what kind of magical beast she's tamed? No, I don't. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking again. I have a suggestion, young master. Since you don't know what kind of magical beast she's tamed, you can just give her something that will benefit most magical beasts. I have something called silver spirit grass. Not only is it the favorite food for many magical beasts, it can even boost their cultivation growth rate by 50% until they reach Spirit Master. That sounds perfect. How much do they usually cost? I'll pay you for some. Yuan said. It's alright, young master. It doesn't cost too much, so you can just have them for free. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked her, are you saying that because it's really that cheap, or are you saying that because it's too expensive for me? Knowing you, I doubt you would have anything cheap on you. Tell me the truth, Feng Feng. It cost 5 million spirit stones for a batch of silver spirit grass. 5 million. Yuan swallowed nervously. He rubbed his eyes for a moment before speaking. Don't worry, I can afford it after selling the Gu family's treasures. I will pay you back later. You really don't have to. No, I must. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel like a gift since I got it from someone else for free. If you insist, young master. Sometime later, Yuan made his way to the wuxia pavilion even though there was still an hour left. It was an open area surrounded by an artificial pond. It was also a lively outdoor restaurant that had dancers in the middle and musicians on each side. Yuan swept the entire area with his divine sense until he noticed a beautiful white-haired young woman who was sitting by herself at a small round table, yet she was surrounded by young men that were trying to get her attention. Seeing this, Yuan shook his head inwardly and approached the table with the white-haired beauty. Hey, pretty. Why are you sitting here by yourself? Why don't you come sit with us? It'll be our treat. Come sit with my friends, young fairy. We just got accepted into the 7 spirit academies, so we're celebrating. It's a crime for a beauty such as yourself to be alone. Come with me. I'll spend the whole night with you. The white-haired beauty sighed, I'm waiting for my friend, so you'll have to entertain yourselves without me. However, the young men did not leave and became even more motivated. Why must the men be even more annoying in this world? The white-haired beauty sighed inwardly. Excuse me, I'd like to get through. A calm voice suddenly resounded amongst the dozens of voices there. Huh? Who the hell are you? Can't you see that there's a line here? I know you're horny, but wait for your turn, buddy. It was at this moment a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the place, startling everybody there. Although the pressure was only directed at certain people there and lasted only a second, it was strong enough to completely silence the entire place. The white-haired beauty then watched as the people around her moved to the side with terrified expressions on their faces, creating a path for someone. Hello, you must be White Lotus. Yuan greeted the white-haired beauty when he approached the table. White Lotus looked at Yuan with her eyes slightly widened, and she subconsciously swallowed nervously. Are you player Yuan? She asked after a moment of silence. You can just call me Yuan. He nodded. Can I sit here? He then pointed at the chair on the opposite side of her. Please. Once he was seated, the people around them started to disappear, and the music resumed. However, the overall noise in that place remained quite low, almost as though the people there were afraid of disturbing someone. I hope you didn't wait too long for me. Yuan said to her. It's fine, I wasn't expecting for you to show up this early either, she said. And she continued, I was surprised when Chairman Li called me. I never expected to be contacted by the famous player Yuan, who has remained a mystery since the start of Cultivation Online. A mystery, huh? I just never had a reason to speak with other players, I guess. Yuan said. Nevertheless, I'm glad that you'd reached out to me. I have always wanted to meet you. White Lotus said with a slight smile on her face. You wanted to meet me? Why? Yuan raised an eyebrow. I was very proud to become the first player to have a servant, yet you'd made my achievement completely obsolete with your divine grade servant. Do you have any idea how that made me feel? I have never felt so humiliated before. Sorry, that wasn't my intention. I know, and I am not blaming you. White Lotus shook her head. Anyways, why did you want to speak with me? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Chairman Li didn't tell you? He asked. It's not that he didn't tell me. I just figured that it would be better if I heard it directly from you rather than through another person. That would be more sincere, after all. I see. Then before I tell you, allow me to give you this. Yuan retrieved the silver spirit grass and placed it on the table. White Lotus looked at the bundle of grass with a confused face. Why is he giving me grass? She wondered to herself. Since you're the first player to have acquired a servant, I figured this would be a perfect gift for you. It's called silver spirit grass. If you feed it to your servant, it will boost their cultivation speed by 50% until they reach the strength of a spirit master. What? White Lotus exclaimed in a shocked voice. I know it's not much since I didn't have enough time to prepare. I cannot accept such a gift. It's too valuable. White Lotus suddenly interrupted. And she continued in a nervous voice, I saw a treasure with similar effects before, but it was only at 10%, and it was already worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. I cannot imagine how much this treasure with 50% effect is worth. Don't worry about it. If you don't use it, I will have to give it to someone else since I have no use for it. White Lotus stared at the silver spirit grass with a pondering face. However, before she could even come to a conclusion, a shadowy figure suddenly shot out from her body and started gnawing on the silver spirit grass. Su Hei! Stop! White Lotus shouted in a panicked voice when she realized that it was her servant that was eating the priceless silver spirit grass. But alas, the silver spirit grass disappeared almost immediately. No way! White Lotus could feel all of her strength leave her body as she watched millions of spirit stones disappear into her servant's stomach. A cat with two tails. So this is your servant, huh? Yuan stared at the cat with interest. I'm so sorry. White Lotus suddenly stood up and apologized with her head lowered. Meow. The two-tailed black cat looked at Yuan with a thankful gaze. I will accept your apology if you listen to my request. Yuan smiled. Anything. White Lotus quickly said. You see, my little sister, Yu Ro, is actually a member of your faction. It is going to be her birthday soon, and I'd like to surprise her with a visit. However, I heard that your faction doesn't allow men to enter, so I wanted to see if I could work something out with you, the leader of the faction. White Lotus stared at him with a dumbfounded face. This is the reason he wanted to contact me? She cried inwardly. Wait. Did you just say Yu Ro? You're her brother? She asked him after a moment of silence. Yes, I am. Do you know her? White Lotus nodded in a dazed manner. Yu is one of the most talented new recruits we had recently, so it's hard to miss her. But to think that she was the little sister of Yuan, I am truly speechless. White Lotus said. How is she doing in the faction? It's been a while since I spoke with her. Although she's called multiple times, I am always busy, and when I try calling her back, she's busy with practice, so I haven't been able to speak with her recently, not to mention the difference in time zone. Yuan sighed. Yu is very diligent in her training. She's always the first one there and the last to leave. Because of her commitment, she's earned all of the instructors' respects. For her to have such discipline, she must have wonderful parents. When their parents were mentioned, Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and killing intent began leaking from him. White Lotus was quite startled by such a drastic change in atmosphere, and she began worrying that she might have said something she shouldn't have. Excuse me. Yuan noticed the scared look on White Lotus' face and quickly controlled his emotions. I'm sorry if I... No, it wasn't your fault. I just remembered some unpleasant memories, that's all. And he continued, anyways, I know that I am asking a lot from you, but if you cannot let me meet with Yu at your place, can you help me meet up with Yu somewhere outside? I want it to remain as a surprise, so if you could, don't let her know that she's going to meet me. White Lotus pondered Yuan's request as she looked at Su Hei, who was still sitting on the table and licking its lips. Alright, I will make it an exception and allow you to enter our land to celebrate Yu's birthday. Really? Thank you. Yuan immediately smiled. This is the least I can do for you. Just let me know when you plan on stopping by. White Lotus smiled back. Great. Yuan proceeded to tell her the date of Yu's birthday. Sometime later, he asked her, since we're already here, why don't we eat something? It'll be my treat. Sure. White Lotus nodded. Once a waiter approached their table, they began ordering their food. Due to their table's small size, Yuan decided to order a simple dish and some tea. While they waited for their food, Yuan asked, I have been wondering about how other players enjoy their time in Cultivation Online. Can you tell me some of your experiences in this world? In return, I will tell you some of mine. Sure. White Lotus accepted without hesitation. After all, any information about Yuan's experience was incredibly valuable and highly sought after by the entire world. And for the next 20 minutes, White Lotus recalled some of her adventures with Yuan. Although they were not as grand and as exciting as Yuan's adventures, it was still interesting in its own way. Once the food was ready, they took a break from talking to eat and enjoy the music. Afterward, Yuan shared some of his earlier experiences with White Lotus. He spoke about how he'd fought a horde of monsters to protect Pang City. He spoke of his experience at the Dragon Essence Temple and how he participated in a zither competition with a fellow disciple. He spoke of the mystic realm. He spoke about powerful entities known as demons, and how he'd visited a world of dragons that looked like humans. White Lotus was absolutely captivated by his wondrous experience, so much so that she'd completely lost track of time. In fact, she had a thrilled expression on her face the entire time, but she was too absorbed to be aware of her own expression. White Lotus wanted Yuan to continue his story forever, but the wuxia pavilion had a closing time, and it was reached before either of them were aware. Excuse me, esteemed guests. Wuxia pavilion will be closing soon. However, if you wish to stay here and continue chatting, you are free to do so. The manager of the place approached them in a timid manner, as he was afraid to anger them by disturbing their peaceful atmosphere. It's already closing time. I'm sorry, Yuan. I didn't intend on taking up so much of your time. White Lotus said to him. It was enjoyable, so I don't mind. Yuan smiled. White Lotus nodded and said, let's continue this conversation another time. Here is my phone number. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call. She retrieved a piece of paper and started writing on it. Thank you. Yuan accepted the paper and memorized the number with a single glance. I know you're coming for Yu, but I look forward to your visit as well. Good night. White Lotus said to him before logging off. Yuan logged off shortly after. After logging off, White Lotus removed the helmet and proceeded to stare at her ceiling with a dazed look on her face. Yuan, huh? What an intriguing person. He's nothing like the rumors. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Then she realized something. I completely forgot. I wanted to ask him about his servants. What a blunder. She face-bombed herself upon realizing this. I wanted to see what a divine grade and ancient grade servant looked like, too. Damn it. Sometime later, once she calmed down, White Lotus got off the bed and walked to her computer. After logging into the computer, she opened up a private chat room and typed into the chat box. White Lotus, I just met with player Yuan in Cultivation Online. We chatted about our experience with the game over some food and tea. He's truly a unique person with many stories to tell. Within seconds of White Lotus' comment, dozens of people started typing in the chat. Blue Monster, no way. Really? Where did you meet him? Green Hat, tell us what happened. Fiery Queen, how did you contact him? I also want to speak with him. However, White Lotus didn't respond to any of them. After reading some of the responses, she'd closed the chat room and walked away from her computer with a smug smile on her face. After White Lotus teased everyone in the chat room with the information that she'd met with player Yuan, hundreds of people began trying to reach out to White Lotus. They tried messaging her through emails, through the chat room, and even through her phone. When none of that worked, they started calling her and those around her. Miss Bai. They're calling us non-stop. Why don't you just respond to them? Her manager pleaded with her, as her phone has been blowing up non-stop for the past hour. Just turn off your phone like I did. White Lotus smiled. And then it will only be a matter of time before they start showing up at our doorstep. In fact, I am willing to bet that some of them are already on their way here. Her manager sighed. Let them come. They're always talking about player Yuan, so I am teasing them for a bit. You're so evil, Miss Bai. It'll only be for a bit. White Lotus shrugged. The following day, as expected, a crowd of people showed up in front of the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Of course, they were all females. And because they were all from legacy families, the Eternal Lotuses couldn't just send them away. Miss Bai, here are the families that are currently outside. Her manager handed her a list of names. Oh. Fiery Queen is also here. White Lotus noticed her name at glance. Yes, and she said that she won't leave until you meet with her. The manager sighed. White Lotus smiled and said, bring her inside. Tell the others that I am only going to be speaking with Fiery Queen and nobody else. Right away. Sometime later, a beautiful young woman with long, wavy crimson hair appeared before White Lotus in her room. White Lotus. How dare you leave us hanging after dropping that bomb in the chat room yesterday? Do you have any idea how much ruckus your comment had caused? Fiery Queen began lecturing White Lotus the moment she entered the room. Ruckus? It was just a casual comment. Why would there be a ruckus? White Lotus acted ignorant. Why, you met with player Yuan, right? The mysterious player that shook the entire world with his impossible achievements. Everybody and their mother has been trying to contact him but to no avail. Even a teaspoon of information on him is worth a fortune. You must tell me about your meeting with him. Why should I tell you, or anybody, for that matter? It was a private conversation between the two of us. There's no need for the whole world to know about it. White Lotus shook her head. Bullshit. Then why did you mention it in the group chat? You could have kept the meeting to yourself. I just wanted to see your reactions, that's all. Fiery Queen was speechless. You're a really horrible person, you know that, right? White Lotus chuckled, is that so? I was going to give you a chance to meet him, but since I am a horrible person. Wait. I was joking. You're not a horrible person. Please, I want to meet him, too. Fiery Queen began panicking. White Lotus then said, if you're thinking about recruiting him, I suggest you give up on that idea. Why? Did you already recruit him or something? Fiery Queen frowned. No, I didn't even try to recruit him. Why not? You wouldn't understand it until you meet him. That man. He's untamable. White Lotus sighed. You won't know until you try. Fiery Queen said. Try. White Lotus scoffed, and she continued, when I first met him, I was barely able to keep my composure. I felt like a prey before its predator. It was a truly humbling experience. Even though he was very polite and humble, he has this overwhelming presence that cannot be masked. So you're saying that he's a dangerous individual? Fiery Queen raised her eyebrows. Yes and no. He seems like a genuinely good person and someone easy to befriend, but if you offend him, he'll become your worst nightmare. He's that sort of individual. White Lotus said, recalling her experience with Yuan. Unfortunately, even if I trust you, this is not something we can decide on. It'll be our families that will make the final decision. Speaking of our families, has your family contacted you yet? Fiery Queen asked her. No, they haven't. Well, color me surprised. But it'll only be a matter of time. White Lotus said. What will you do if they want you to recruit him? Fiery Queen asked. Then I'll recruit him. She calmly said. Fiery Queen frowned and said, even after everything you just said? You're such a hypocrite. He's going to refuse, anyways. The most important thing is the way we approach him and that we don't push our luck. You knew this was going to happen before you even made that comment in the group chat yesterday. Why? Who knows? White Lotus shrugged. White Lotus suddenly noticed her private cell phone ringing. Speaking of the devil. Looks like my family has finally decided to contact me, she said with a smile. If you don't mind. White Lotus looked at Fiery Queen. We're not done yet. I will be waiting outside. Fiery Queen said before going outside. White Lotus answered the phone and began speaking with her parents. Yes, it's true. No, not yet. I didn't want to rush things. Don't worry, I will have another chance to meet him soon. Yes, I know. I will do my best to recruit him. Sorry, but I promised him that I wouldn't reveal any information about our meeting yesterday. Even if it's my own family, there is a chance that it could be leaked outside. Unless you want to risk offending him and lose our chance to recruit him. I understand. Goodbye. White Lotus hung up many minutes later and sighed in relief. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Yuan logged into Cultivation Online and met up with those that will be ascending the stairway to heaven with him. Are you guys ready? Yuan asked Meishio and the others after returning to the starting city. I'm ready. Chu Liuxiang nodded. Same. Meishio said. Li Jinsi silently nodded. Great. Now then, which way is the stairway to heaven? Yuan asked his companions. Xiao Hua appeared the next moment and pointed in a certain direction. Since I don't want to take up too much of your time, let's fly there. Yuan said afterward. Fly. Li Jinsi raised her eyebrows. Yuan then used Qi manifestation to wrap his spiritual energy around them before lifting them into the air. Although Meishio and Chu Liuxiang were used to the feeling of flight, this was Li Jinsi's first time flying in such a manner. Brother Yuan, do you need help? Xiao Hua asked him. It's fine. I have plenty of spiritual energy. He said. Thus, they began flying towards the stairway to heaven, unaware of the army waiting for them. Meanwhile, somewhere near the stairway to heaven. Patriarch Gu, there is still no sign of this, Yuan. Do you think the information provided to us could be fake? It's already been a week since we've started camping out here. An elder of the Gu family said. No, that's not possible. The person who provided me this information is a reputable source. He wouldn't lie to me. Patriarch Gu said. And he continued, we'll wait here for a whole month if we have to. Stay vigilant. You never know when he'll show up. Yes. Meanwhile, inside the House of Riches, Gu Xiaolan was lying on the couch staring at the spirit jade Feng Yuxiang gave to her when someone knocked on her door. What is it? Gu Xiaolan stored the spirit jade away and turned to look at the door. Manager, have you heard? Patriarch Gu left the Gu family with over 1,000 experts and stationed themselves around the stairway to heaven. What? When did this happen? Gu Xiaolan frowned. About a week ago. Do you know why? No, I don't. After pondering for a moment, two figures suddenly appeared inside her head. Oh no. Don't tell me it's because of them. Gu Xiaolan immediately sat up on the bed and retrieved a communication jade slip. Damn it. He's not picking up. What's that idiot doing? Gu Xiaolan rushed outside and said, I will be away for a bit. After leaving the House of Riches, Gu Xiaolan began flying towards the direction of the stairway to heaven. I really hope I won't be too late to stop their foolishness. She prayed as she flew. Why are there so many people here? Yuan wondered out loud as they approached the stairway to heaven and noticed the people at the bottom. Halt! A loud voice suddenly resounded, and a figure with the strength of a spirit grandmaster approached them a moment later. State your name. The spirit grandmaster demanded. Huh? Why do I have to give you my name? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Insolence. You're standing before the Gu family, one of 7 legacy families. I will not repeat myself. Identify yourselves. The spirit grandmaster repeated. Gu family, huh? Why are they out here? Are they waiting for us, for me? Yuan wondered inwardly. My name is Tian Chinyu. Yuan calmly responded. He turned to look at the others and nodded his head. Chu Liuxiang. Mei Xiu. Li Jinxi. Xiao Hua. The ladies all introduced themselves. The spirit grandmaster looked at the list in his hand. When he couldn't see any of their names on it, he nodded and said, You may pass. Thank you. Yuan didn't say anything else and began flying away. However, he suddenly turned around and extended his hand, catching a sword that had been flying at him. Yuan glanced at the sword in his grasp before looking at the spirit grandmaster. What's the meaning of this? He asked. Do you really take me for a fool, Yuan? The spirit grandmaster sneered. How dare you attack brother Yuan's back? Xiao Hua's eyes flickered with killing intent. Wait, Xiao Hua. Yuan beckoned her to stop. How did you know? He then asked the spirit grandmaster. The spirit grandmaster then retrieved a jade slip and activated it, which immediately projected Yuan's face. That looks like the disciple examination. Someone had captured my appearance through the broadcast, huh? Yuan quickly realized how the spirit grandmaster knew his true identity. The spirit grandmaster then retrieved a talisman and activated it. The talisman suddenly exploded with light, just like a firework. When the rest of the Gu family noticed the firework, they immediately started approaching their location, and within moments, hundreds of experts surrounded Yuan and his group. I was worried that you wouldn't come, bandit who dared to rob my Gu family. Patriarch Gu showed up shortly afterward. Yuan. What's going on here? Li Jinxi asked him. Don't worry, I will handle it. Feng Feng, Xiao Hua, Yingying, I will leave them in your hands. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying appeared the next moment and formed a triangle around Mei Xiu and the others with Xiao Hua. Where the hell did they come from? Wow, I have never seen so many jade beauties in one place before. The Gu family was shocked by Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying's sudden appearance. You called a whole army just to punish me? I'm flattered. Yuan said to Patriarch Gu. I admire your ability to stay calm in such a situation, so I am going to give you a way out. Hand over the treasures that you had stolen from my family and I will let you leave with your life. However, you will no longer be a cultivator. Yuan glanced at Meishio and the others. Although Tian Qinyu has killed other cultivators before, they were all demon worshippers that have colluded with demons, so it doesn't make it any easier for Yuan to kill these people even with Tian Qinyu's memories and experience. Furthermore, he didn't want Meishio and the others to see him slaughtering other people. I don't know what you're talking about. I never stole anything from your family. What had happened was. I don't care about your side of the story. You have something that belongs to my family and that's all that matters. Patriarch Gu interrupted. If you insist on opposing my Gu family, then you leave me no other choice. Since you stole something from me, it is only fair that I take something from you. Patriarch Gu pointed at the ladies behind him and spoke in a cold voice, after I kill you, I will take back my treasures along with your women and make them my Gu family's slaves for the rest of their lives, and everyone here will have a chance to enjoy them. When Patriarch Gu's people heard his words, they immediately began shouting in excitement. Is that so? Yuan lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. A cold voice suddenly resounded in his head the next moment. Regardless if they are immortal or God, slaughter all that obstruct your path. Let your bloodlust consume the heavens and all those within it. Kill these ants that dares to covet your women. Let them know true fear. When Yuan heard the evil god's voice, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his body began oozing with killing intent so intense that it was possible to see with one's bare eyes. Young master. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously when she noticed red mist filled with killing intent being discharged from Yuan's body, resembling the miasma at the Demon's Valley, and it gave her a sensation of dread and despair that not even demons could achieve. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua's body trembled in fear when she sensed Yuan's killing intent. This is the second time that she's seen him in such a state. The first time she saw it she was reminded of her father, and it was even more so this time, almost as though her father was standing in Yuan's place right now. Watch out. There's something off about him. Patriarch Gu immediately warned the others, and this was before Yuan's killing intent reached him. Once he felt Yuan's killing intent, it made his blood turn cold, and it felt like his body had turned into an ice statue. When the others with a lower cultivation sensed Yuan's killing intent, they started screaming with madness, almost as though they'd lost their mind or they were actively being tortured. The entire area quickly became filled with shrieks and people screaming, almost as though they'd suddenly entered the deepest parts of hell. Somebody. Kill me. End this pain. Help me. Mommy. Hundreds of cultivators screamed like their lives depended on it, almost as though they were being tortured. It didn't matter if they were spirit grandmasters or stone-cold killers, none of them were spared. The only ones that could barely maintain their sanity were those at Spirit Lord and above. What is going on? Li Jinsi looked at the chaos around them with a terrified face. Have they gone mad? Did Yuan do this to them? Chu Liuxiang swallowed nervously. Of course, the only ones that weren't affected by the evil god's killing intent were Meishio and the others. This killing intent reminds me of our training at the Qi family but countless times stronger. Meishio mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at Yuan's figure from behind. What happened to you, Yuan? Meishio sighed inwardly, feeling worried about Yuan's condition. Eventually, the red mist released by Yuan covered a distance of 10 miles, and all greenery within his miasma would die, turning the scenery into that of something similar to an apocalypse. The magical beasts and animals all ran for their lives, and those that weren't fast enough to escape the miasma would fall unconscious with their longevity slowly being consumed by their intense fear. The cultivators with the Gu family eventually started harming themselves and those around them. They scratched their faces until it was covered in blood. Some of them even dug out their own eyeballs. The scene was becoming more and more gruesome with every passing second. After snapping out of her daze, Feng Yuxiang created a wall of flame around Meishio and the others so they wouldn't be able to see the scene any longer. Patriarch Gu also snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Everyone! Stop him! We cannot allow this to go on any further." All of the spirit lords that were still sane immediately began throwing everything they had at Yuan. Although they were all scared to death and wanted to turn around and run, nobody there dared to turn their backs to Yuan. "Disappear from my sight," Yuan muttered in a cold voice when he noticed their movements. There were a total of 13 spirit lords in the Gu family, so Yuan created 12 clones of the Starry Abyss and attacked them with Flying Dagger. Despite their small size, the Starry Abyss pierced through the air with tremendous force that could easily crush even a peak spirit lord. Like 13 shooting stars, the Starry Abyss soared through the sky until they reached their targets. Ah! More screams resounded as 10 out of 13 spirit lords perished from Yuan's mortal rank technique. As for the remaining 3 spirit lords, they were barely able to escape with their lives, but none of them managed to escape unharmed, and 2 of them were even crippled in the process. Impossible! How can a single person possess such power? He's only a spirit lord, too. Patriarch Gu exclaimed. It's over. I have offended a monster that we couldn't afford to offend. And for what? For those idiots in the lower heaven? Patriarch Gu lost all desire to retaliate and just hovered in the air with a blank look on his face. He'd completely given up. "Young master, please have mercy." A voice suddenly resounded. Patriarch Gu subconsciously turned to the sound. "Gu Xiulan. What are you doing here?" he asked her. However, Gu Xiulan ignored Patriarch Gu and flew past him until she was in front of Yuan. She immediately kowtowed in the air and begged, "Please. Have mercy. This is all caused by a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding, you say?" Yuan narrowed his eyes at her. "Yes. Our Gu family is at fault here. We will bear all responsibility for what happened here today," she said. Yuan suddenly felt someone tugging his clothes from behind. He turned around to see Xiaohua. She had her head lowered, almost as though she was too afraid to look at him, and her petite body was shivering uncontrollably. "Brother Yuan. Xiaohua is afraid," she mumbled in a low voice. Yuan's eyes widened, and he immediately stopped releasing the evil god's killing intent. However, the red miasma continued to linger for a while before slowly disappearing. He placed his hand on her head and sighed, "I'm sorry, Xiaohua. I lost control of my emotions just now and scared you." Xiaohua lifted her head to see a gentle smile on his face. She wiped the tears around her eyes and smiled, "It's okay." Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to look at the chaos he's caused with his killing intent alone. Even though the miasma was quickly clearing, the cultivators from the Gu family weren't calming down, and they continued to harm each other. Yuan turned to look at Gu Xiulan and Patriarch Gu. Their faces were pale white, and Patriarch Gu looked especially bad, almost as though he'd painted his face with white paint. "I won't apologize for what happened here today. If you'd given me a chance to explain myself without threatening harm to my friends, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. I deeply apologize for my behavior and rashness. Please, spare my Gu family. I was the one who spoke about harming your friends. Take my life and spare the others." Yuan narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu and silently pondered. "Just like the Gu family from the lower heavens, I will give you a chance. Because of your Gu family, my friends have suffered greatly today, and Xiaohua even shed tears. I demand compensation. Leave behind all of your treasures and scram. If you walk from this place with even a single treasure on your body, I will finish what I started. Thank you for your mercy." Patriarch Gu wasted no time taking out all of his spatial rings and storage pouches before handing them to Yuan. "You don't need to give me anything," Yuan said to Gu Xiulan, who was also taking out her treasures. "Thank you." Gu Xiulan bowed to him. After accepting Patriarch Gu's treasures, Yuan took a peek into one of them randomly, and to his surprise, the treasures in this specific spatial ring were all protected by the Gu family's destiny seal. The last Gu family only placed destiny seals on their most valuable treasures. Does this mean that Patriarch Gu also carries around his family's heritage? What luck! Yuan laughed inwardly after realizing this fact. Indeed, just like the Patriarch Gu of the lower heavens, the Patriarch Gu of this world also carries around his family's more valuable treasures, as he believed that it would be safer on him. After all, who would be dumb and bold enough to rob the patriarch of one of 7 legacy families? Not even a madman would dare do something this bold. After putting away the treasures he'd just acquired from Patriarch Gu, Yuan spoke in a calm voice, "I have one more thing for you before I leave. How did you find out that I would be heading to the stairway to heaven? Who told you?" "The sect master of the Universal Music Academy, Sun Hao. He was the one who gave me the information. I figured it would be him." Yuan shook his head and sighed. He then narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu. "I was planning on crippling your cultivation base, but since I'd already killed so many experts in your Gu family, I will spare you from this fate. Thank you for your mercy." Patriarch Gu lowered his head. Although he was unaware, Patriarch Gu's cultivation had already suffered irreparable damage because of the intense fear and stress that he'd just experienced. It may take a few days, maybe even a few months, but his cultivation will eventually collapse on itself. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang removed the fire wall around Meishio and the others. "Let's go," Yuan said to them, and they continued their journey to the stairway to heaven. The ladies had countless questions for Yuan, but none of them had the courage to ask him, and they preferred to wait until Yuan decided to tell them, so they all remained silent for the rest of their journey. Young master's killing intent just now. It's not something that can be achieved even if he killed people every day from the day he was born. It requires hundreds if not thousands of years to cultivate, not to mention the amount of people he needed to kill to acquire such killing intent. What do you think, Xiaohua? Do you have any idea about it? You've been with him the longest, right? Feng Yuxiang tried to speak with Xiaohua and Lan Yingying through spiritual sense, but Xiaohua was not in the mood to chit-chat. "I don't know." "Stop bothering Xiaohua, Phoenix." Feng Yuxiang shook her head with a bittersweet smile. "Do you think it has something to do with his past lives? I have been wondering about this for a while, but when Yuan mentioned his past lives' memories, it sounded like he was talking about memories of more than just one person." Lan Yingying speculated. "You think the young master has more than just the divine paragon's memories? Is that even possible? Having memories of 2 lives? That's ridiculously heaven-defying if it's real." Feng Yuxiang said. "Well, this Yuan that we're talking about," Lan Yingying said. "You're right. The young master is always like this." Feng Yuxiang sighed inwardly. Sometime later, they arrived at the stairway to heaven. "You guys can log off first. I'll climb the stairway to heaven when I return from Yu Ro's birthday surprise," Yuan said after putting them down. "What about you? What are you going to do now?" Chu Liuxiang asked him. Yuan smiled and said, "I have some unfinished business that needs to be taken care of." They had a feeling that Yuan was going to do something dangerous and crazy. "Yuan. Stay safe, okay?" Meishio said to him after a moment of silence. "Of course." Yuan nodded. "I'll be done before dinner." After Meishio, Chu Liuxiang, and Li Jinsi logged off the game, Yuan lifted his head and stared at the blue sky in a dazed manner. "I warned them that if they tried to hurt my friends again that I'd return and claim their lives. Sect Master Sun, do you really think I am a pushover? I have given you enough chances now. If I don't kill you now, who knows what you'll do once you find out about Wang Ming and the others. Feng, do you know the location of the Universal Music Academy?" "That way." She immediately pointed west. "Let's go." 4 hours later, Yuan arrived at the Universal Music Academy. "Sun Hao. Again and again you've pushed my limit. Do you really think that I won't kill you because of your status? Get out here and accept your punishment." Yuan's voice echoed throughout the Universal Music Academy. A few moments later, hundreds of figures could be seen flying towards him, but Sun Hao was nowhere to be seen. Who the hell are you? How dare you speak of the sect master's name in such a disrespectful tone? You're courting death. Do you even realize where you are, brat? The disciples of the Universal Music Academy cursed at him. Eventually, someone there recognized Yuan's face and shouted, "Wait! That's the bastard that severed one of the sect master's arms." What? Shit! It's really him. Ha ha ha. What an idiot to come to our sect. I have been dreaming of avenging the sect master. To think I'd get the chance so soon. Today is really my lucky day. Everyone. We're going to offer this bastard's head to the sect master when he returns. Yeah. Kill this bastard. These disciples were all between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit Lord, and they all started taking out their instruments. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed, what a pain in the ass. He came here with the intention to take only one life, their sect master's life, but at this rate, he'll have to kill hundreds of people before he could even reach Sun Hao. The disciples of the Universal Music Academy quickly surrounded Yuan after realizing his true identity. Yuan sighed out loud, I have already seen enough blood today, so I would prefer it if we can settle this peacefully. I'm only here for your sect master. Tell me where he is and I will leave you all alone. However, the disciples merely laughed at him. HAA. Yuan sighed again. I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. He lifted his hand until it was around his neck before he slowly pressed his palm towards the ground. An unfathomable pressure suddenly enveloped the area, causing all of the disciples there to fall from the sky and slamming into the ground. Heavenly domain. The disciples tried to get up afterward, but it felt like there was a real mountain on their back, forcing them to continue kissing the ground with their faces. This is your last chance to tell me where your sect master is. If I do not have an answer within the next 3 seconds, I will kill everyone here by turning your bodies into meat paste. The disciples' faces immediately paled after hearing Yuan's words, and they did not doubt his words for a moment. 1. The sect master is currently at the Spirit Healing Academy. More than one person there answered a second into Yuan's threat. Spirit Healing Academy? What's he doing there? He's trying to heal his severed arm. The other sect masters are also there for some sort of meeting. That's all I know. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. Yuan released the disciples from the heavenly domain and disappeared from their sight before they could even get back to their feet. Spirit Healing Academy. That's where Wang Xiuying is currently studying medicine. Let's give her a visit after I deal with Sun Hao. Yuan thought to himself as he sped towards the Spirit Healing Academy. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Healing Academy, all 7 sect masters of the 7 spirit academies gathered in a meeting room. I can't believe it. You'd actually managed to reattach Sect Master Sun's severed arm, Sect Master Xiahou. Sect Master Li spoke in an admiring voice. Sect Master Xiahou shook her head and said, I was only able to do it because his arm was cleanly severed, and I was able to treat it just in time. If we'd waited even a few more hours, it would have been impossible to reattach it. With that being said, it will take many years of therapy before Sect Master Sun can use that arm properly. Even so, I am really thankful for your efforts, Sect Master Xiahou. I'll definitely repay this debt in the future. Sun Hao said to her with a wide smile on his face. Anyways, let's get on with today's topic. Sect Master Li said. And he continued, as you all have probably heard by now, the Gu family have assembled over 1,000 cultivators and stationed themselves around the stairway to heaven. I have already asked them for their reason for such actions. They told me that they were trying to capture a bandit who stole from their family without giving me any more information. What do you guys think? Who would believe such bullshit? Nobody assembles 1,000 experts for a mere bandit, much less the Gu family, one of 7 legacy families. Bai Yinzhu sneered. I don't believe it either. The others expressed the same sentiment. Sun Hao, however, remained silent about the issue. But if he's not there for a bandit, who, or what is he there for? Do you think the Gu family could have found a treasure? They would have done something less conspicuous if they were going after a treasure. The sect masters would spend many minutes discussing the issue. Because they were dealing with one of the 7 legacy families, they had to be careful. What do you think, sect master Sun? You have been awfully quiet this entire time, which isn't common. If you know anything about the situation. I'm not saying anything because I don't know anything. Sun Hao shook his head, and he continued, furthermore, whatever the legacy families are doing is none of our business. That's not true. Although the 7 legacy families may have more authority and status than us in general, we cannot just sit still while they could be preparing for war. Sect Master Xiahou said. War? Who would dare go to war with the Gu family? Some idiot had probably offended them to the extent where they must use such force. The 1,000 experts they had assembled are most likely just for show. Sun Hao snorted. Sect Master Li narrowed his eyes at Sun Hao. He could tell that something was off about Sun Hao, but he couldn't pinpoint that something. Suddenly, all of the sect masters there turned to look at the window. What's this overwhelming presence that's approaching our direction? Sect Master Xiahou exclaimed. Stay alert and prepare for battle, everyone. Sect Master Li shouted. A few seconds later, they could see a figure flying towards them. Huh. Wait a second. That's... Bianzhu's eyes widened with surprise when he could finally see the face of this individual. What's that bastard doing here? Sun Hao exclaimed in a shocked voice. Why is he here? What happened to the Gu family? He should have encountered them by now. He cried inwardly. Yuan entered the meeting room a few moments later through one of the open windows. What do you want? I thought our business had already ended. Sect Master Li asked with a profound frown on his face. Yes, that was the case. However, one of you decided to push their luck and broke our agreement. Yuan said in a cold voice. I warned you. If any of you tries to harm me or my friends again, I would return and claim your lives. What? Are you claiming that we tried to hurt your friends after what happened? That's outrageous. Sect Master Li exclaimed. That's right. Where is your proof? Sun Hao shouted. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Sun Hao, who immediately swallowed nervously. Does he know that I had sold him to the Gu family? No, that's impossible. Patriarch Gu wouldn't sell me out like that. Not to this bastard. He cried inwardly. How dare you barge in here and accuse us of such bullshit without any proof? Do you really think you're unstoppable? Sun Hao pointed his finger at Yuan and shouted so loud that his saliva sprayed. Yuan casually dodged the saliva and said, Proof, huh? That might be a bit difficult. See? I knew it. This guy is just messing with us. Sun Hao exclaimed. Sect Master Li then said, the 7 of us haven't even gone anywhere near you or your friends, so where did you get the idea that we tried to harm them? I admire your strength, but you've gone too far. Unless you have proof, nobody here will believe you. Bianzhu sighed. Yuan smiled and said, I never said I don't have proof. I just said that it would be a bit difficult. What? You have proof? They looked at him with wide eyes. Of course. Do you know of the Gu family? Yuan then asked. What does the Gu family have to do with this? Sun Hao immediately said. They're one of 7 legacy families. They're not even related to us. Sect Master Li said. You see, the Gu family in the lower heavens had tried to harm my friends, so I taught them a little lesson. They didn't like that, so they asked for the Gu family in this world to avenge them. What? Don't tell me that you're the reason the Gu family dispatched over 1,000 experts. Sect Master Xiahou mumbled out loud. Yes, and they had set a perimeter around the stairway to heaven with the intention to ambush me. However, I have never told the Gu family about going to the stairway to heaven, so how did they know that I was going to be there? What a coincidence that I told you guys about my plans to challenge the stairway to heaven and the Gu family found out about it shortly afterward, don't you all agree? Is that your so-called proof? That's just pure speculation. Sun Hao shouted. Sect Master Sun is right. That is not concrete proof. What if they'd found out about it from another source? Bai Yinzhu said. That's not possible. Yuan shook his head. And why do you say that? Sect Master Li asked. Because Patriarch Gu personally told me about the culprit. Yuan said with a cold smile on his face as he narrowed his gaze on Sun Hao. Seeing Yuan's cold gaze, Sun Hao immediately began sweating profusely. Impossible. There's no way that Patriarch Gu would sell me out. He's bluffing. He cried inwardly. And who's the culprit? Sect Master Li asked. The one who's been the loudest since my arrival. Yuan replied. Everybody there turned to look at Sun Hao, who was soaked in cold sweat as of this moment. Sect Master Sun, please tell me that you didn't, Sect Master Xiahou swallowed nervously. Out of everyone there, Sun Hao had the most hatred for Yuan, and the other sect masters were aware of this even though nobody told them. That's outrageous. This is a setup. Why would Patriarch Gu even tell you such information? That's suspicious no matter how you look at it. He had no choice. Yuan calmly responded. And he continued after releasing some killing intent, after all, I killed 10 of his spirit lords and crippled his little army. You what? Everybody there took a step back after hearing Yuan's words. Are you insane? You dare attack a legacy family? Sun Hao was on the verge of pissing his pants after feeling Yuan's killing intent and hearing about what he did to the Gu family. They were the ones who threatened to harm my friends first. Did you think I would let them do that just because they're one of 7 legacy families? Yuan scoffed. And this is mostly your fault, Sun Hao. If you hadn't told the Gu family about my plans, they wouldn't know where to find me, and I would have left this world without ever meeting them. In other words, I wouldn't have needed to harm them. Sun Hao suddenly started laughing in a chilling manner. You're doomed. You're fucking dead. No matter who's at fault here, it doesn't change the fact that you'd attacked the Gu family. Once the other legacy families hear of this, they will also hunt you down. Even if you kill me here today, you're still a dead man. Ahahaha. I don't think that will happen. After all, the Gu family admitted that they were in the wrong and that they won't pursue the matter any further. Yuan said. What? Impossible. Sun Hao nearly choked after hearing such information. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. You'll be dead very soon, anyway. Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord the next second and pointed it at Sun Hao. Wait. Why don't we all calm down and talk about this? Sect Master Li stepped forward and said in a nervous voice. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Sect Master Li. Talk. We had our talk the last time. Do you really think I am a pushover? Sect Master Li sighed. Even if Sect Master Sun had given information to the Gu family, he didn't directly harm you or your friends. It was the Gu family that made such a decision. So he did nothing wrong even though he helped someone to harm me, huh? As if I die, you little bastard. In the middle of Yuan's sentence, Sun Hao suddenly retrieved a long black needle and plunged it at Yuan. You. The other sect masters were shocked and couldn't react in time. Ding. However, the needle suddenly stopped in front of Yuan's chest, and no matter how much force Sun Hao put into it, the needle wouldn't move forward. What's going on? This is a divine-grade treasure. Sun Hao was left confused by the result. Yuan looked at Sun Hao with an indifferent expression on his face and said, treasures below ancient grade won't penetrate my invisible dragon cloak's defenses, especially if it's a physical attack. Now, die. Right as Yuan prepared to slice Sun Hao with his sword, a voice resounded in his head, allow me to get rid of this trash for you, young master. A small flame suddenly shot out of Yuan's body and attached itself onto Sun Hao's body before it quickly erupted into a massive fire, turning Sun Hao into a burnt corpse within seconds. Feng Feng. Why did you? Yuan looked at Sun Hao's burnt corpse with wide eyes. Yuan stared at Sun Hao's burnt corpse with a look of disbelief and surprise. This is the first time one of his servants has killed a cultivator. Feng Feng, why did you kill him? Yuan asked her. Feng Yuxiang appeared before him with her head lowered. Young master, I apologize for acting on my own, but there isn't any need for you to dirty your hands with these lowlifes. If you wish to kill somebody, please allow me to do it for you. Furthermore, young master, you don't like killing other humans, right? Since I occupy the space in your heart, I know your emotions better than anyone here. Every time you kill someone, your heart clenches slightly. However, no matter my reasoning, I have acted without your approval. Please punish me as you see fit, young master. The sect masters in the room turned their focus from Sun Hao's corpse to Feng Yuxiang. Who is this beauty? Where did she come from? This pressure. She's a spirit king. And a high-level one, as well. Did she just come out of his body? They all wondered. Yuan rubbed his temples and sighed after a moment of silence. Feng Feng, if I order you to kill someone, how is that any different from killing them myself? I am still the reason they died. And I won't punish you. I was going to kill him, anyway. I just wanted to know your reason for killing him, that's all. Thank you, Feng Feng, for worrying about me. You're right. I don't like killing others, but there are times when you must act even if doing so will make you feel uncomfortable. If I don't do it, I won't be able to protect those valuable to me, people like you, Feng Feng. Also, if I had to choose between dirtying my precious friends in blood or my own hands, I will gladly choose the latter. Young master. Feng Yuxiang's face flushed with redness when she saw the gentle smile on Yuan's face. Yuan turned to look at Sect Masterly a moment later and spoke in a calm voice, Sun Hao just tried to harm me. You all saw that, right? They all nodded in silence. Then you should have no qualms about me killing him. Do you have anything else to say? Sect Masterly walked back to his chair and sat down in an exhausted manner. He took a deep breath and sighed, I'm sorry. I should have spoken to him right after that incident. None of this would have happened if I had spoken with him. Don't blame yourself. People like him won't change so quickly after a single conversation. Yuan shook his head. Why are you still here? You've already accomplished your goal, right? Just leave already. Bianzhu said to him. Actually, I still have some business here. Yuan said. What? What else do you want from us? Not from you. Yuan then turned to look at Sect Master Xiahou and said, You're the Sect Master of the Spirit Healing Academy, right? Yes, I am. She nodded nervously. Then do you know of a disciple by the name of Wang Xiuying? Wang Xiuying. She raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Seeing her reaction, Yuan realized something. Oh, right. She's known as Healer Wang in this world. Ah. I misspoke. Her name is Healer Wang. Yuan corrected himself. Healer Wang. Why are you looking for her? Sect Master Xiahou swallowed nervously. She's a friend of mine. Since I'm already in her sect, I might as well give her a visit. I also made a promise to see her again when I ascended to spirit heaven. You're her friend. Why am I not surprised? Sect Master Xiahou sighed. Of course he's friends with Healer Wang. It's like he has a connection with all top geniuses in this world. She sighed again inwardly. Healer Wang is my disciple. I will show you to her residence. Follow me. She then turned to look at Sect Masterly and continued, I will be back soon. It's okay. I was going to stop the meeting even if you didn't say anything. I have to visit the Universal Music Academy now that their position of sect master is vacant. Let's continue the meeting another day. Sect Master Li sighed. Then I will wait for your contact. Bianzhu said. Meanwhile, Yuan went to pick up the black needle left behind by Sun Hao. I'll be taking this with me. I hope you don't mind. Yuan said to them. Do whatever you want. None of them wanted to offend him even for a divine-grade treasure. Black anguish needle. Grade, divine. Quality, peak. Physical strength required, 70,000. Mental strength required, 150,000. Description: a needle that contains the deadly poison, black anguish, that will torture its victim with a slow and painful death, rotting them from inside out. What a nasty treasure. Yuan thought to himself after seeing its description. Sometime later, Yuan followed Sect Master Xiahou to another location in the sect. How's Healer Wang doing in the sect? Yuan asked her as they traveled. Don't worry, she's not being bullied by anyone, if that's what you're wondering, she responded. Yuan chuckled, no, I just want to know her situation. The sect master glanced at him with a pondering face before speaking. Healer Wang is one of the most talented disciples we've had in this sect since its founding. She was a rough diamond waiting to be discovered when she first came here. Once we realized her talent, I immediately took her in as my disciple and taught her everything I knew about medicine and alchemy. That cheeky brat, she just absorbs all of my knowledge like a huge sponge. Ho! She's actually that talented? Yuan was surprised to hear this since he doesn't know much about Wang Xiuying besides the fact that she sometimes assists her grandfather, Dr. Wang, at his hospital. However, it was definitely a welcome surprise. We're here. They landed on a spacious hill where all sorts of plants and herbs could be seen growing at the bottom. On the top of this hill was a large building and a backyard with even more plants, and they seemed more valuable than the ones at the bottom of the hill. This is Healer Wang's residence. You can leave whenever. I won't be seeing you out. Sect Master Xiahou left him alone afterward. Yuan went to knock on the door after Sect Master Xiahou left him alone. After waiting for a whole minute without any response, Yuan knocked again. Is she not online right now? It is a little late. I guess I'll come back tomorrow morning. Yuan logged off after not getting any response for a second time. When he returned to his own world, Yuan could immediately sense two presents beside him. What's the matter, you two? Yuan asked Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, who were staring at him like he'd been hospitalized for a long time. We should be asking you that, Yuan. Did something happen to you? You can talk to us, you know. We'll always be here to listen to you, no matter what it's about. Chu Liuxiang said to him. We've been worried about you, Yuan. Meishio added. Ah. Is this about what happened today? Yuan sighed with a bittersweet smile. After pondering for a moment, he nodded, all right, I will tell you the truth. You deserve to know the truth, especially if we're going to be spending the rest of our lives together. However, I must warn you, what I am about to tell you is going to sound absolutely ridiculous and crazy. This is why I have been delaying this moment. I'm afraid that it might affect our relationship with each other. The two of them swallowed nervously, anxiously waiting for Yuan to reveal to them his secret. Once again, this is going to sound crazy, but I actually have memories of my past lives. Yuan said. Huh? The both of them muttered at the same time. I have memories of my past lives. Yuan repeated. Wait. Past lives. Are you talking about reincarnation? Chu Liuxiang asked for clarification. Yes. I told you guys before that Cultivation Online, the 9 heavens truly exist somewhere in this universe, right? I know this because I used to live there in the past. Tian Qinyu. He was known as the Divine Paragon, Bane of Demons, and he was responsible for creating the demon sealing clan and most demon sealing techniques out there. I was once Tian Qinyu. Yuan said in a calm voice. His partner silently glared at him with wide eyes, seemingly having trouble digesting such information. After a long moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang spoke in a low voice, almost as though she had a revelation, that explains why you're able to defeat demons with such ease and why you seem more mature as of lately. When did you start recalling these memories? Mei Xiu then asked. Shortly after I regained my ability to move, I guess. Yuan said. Ah, but you don't have to worry about my past lives changing me too much. I am still Yuan at the end of the day, and that won't change. However, I will be lying if I say that it's not taking a toll on me. I have only lived 18 years in this life, but in my previous life, I have lived thousands if not millions of years. Although I have only recovered about 1,000 years of memories, that is still a lot for someone like me. Chu Liuxiang suddenly spread her arms and hugged Yuan, even pressing his head against her soft chest. You must have endured a lot. If there's anything we can do. Your thoughts are enough. This is a burden that I must face by myself. While it's true that we cannot do anything to help you with your returning memories, if you need comfort or feel stressed, we can assist in our own ways. Mei Xiu said. Thank you, you too. Sometime later, Chu Liuxiang said, this makes me wonder if I had a past life, and if I do, what kind of life did I live? I would actually prefer not knowing. Mei Xiu said. And she continued, what if I had some kind of tragic life that I don't want to remember? I guess you have a point. Chu Liuxiang then looked at Yuan and asked, can you tell us some of your experiences in your past life? Did you have a wife? You lived for thousands of years, right? Surely, you must have had a wife or two. Yuan smiled and said, no, I didn't have anything like that. However, I was engaged. You were engaged but don't have a wife. Did something happen? Yes, she died to a demon before we could get married. Yuan said in a calm voice, yet it sounded very lonely and painful. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked. No, it's fine. What happened was very tragic, but it was something that happened very, very long ago, and I am not Tian Xinyu. Although his feelings remain, I know that I shouldn't become too absorbed in his memories and feelings. Anyways, thank you for listening and believing in me. He said to them sometime later. I don't know what's crazier. That reincarnation exists or that I've been fighting demons from another world. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Another world, huh? Something tells me that Earth used to belong in the 9 heavens. I'll ask the Lord after I take care of the last demon. The Lord? Yes. He promised to tell me about Cultivation Online and other stuff if I take care of the demons for him. Sometime later, Mei Xiu went to prepare dinner. After dinner, Chu Liuxiang eagerly dragged Yuan to the bed and said to him as she stripped naked, this is the best stress reliever that I know of. Yuan couldn't refuse such a tempting offer and gladly accepted it, and they proceeded to relieve themselves all night. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online and tried knocking on Wang Xiuying's door again. The door opened half a minute later, and a beautiful young lady wearing a green and white uniform stepped outside. When this young lady saw Yuan's face, her eyes widened with surprise, and a bright smile immediately appeared on her beautiful face. Yuan! What are you doing here? Wang Xiuying said in a pleasantly surprised voice. Hello, Xiuying. It's been a while. Yuan greeted her with a smile. I happened to be in the area, so I decided to stop by to see you. However, the smile on Wang Xiuying turned upside down for some reason. You're visiting me only because you happen to be nearby. Even though you promised to play with me when you ascend to this realm. She said with a puffed face, trying to act angry but somehow ended up looking even more charming. Yuan, I know that you've been in this world for a while, and you're just visiting me now. I saw you at the Flood Dragon Scales auction, too. Sorry, I have been really busy with many things until recently. Honestly, I forgot that you were here until I heard of the Spirit Healing Academy. Yuan said with an apologetic smile. Humph. I can forgive you, but only if you spend the next few days with me, she said. Sure. I had planned on staying here for the rest of the week, anyway. Yuan immediately nodded. Really? That's great. I will show you around the sect and the things I've learned. Wang Xiuying immediately cheered up. Come inside. Wang Xiuying gestured. Yuan nodded and followed her into the building. What have you been doing lately, Yuan? I haven't seen your name in the announcements for a while. Wang Xiuying asked him. Your name used to appear in the sky almost every day, at least that's what it felt like. Yuan smiled and said, they were all coincidences. And it's not as though I am actively trying to have my name appear in announcements. Maybe you should. At this rate, the world will forget about your name. I did not start playing this game because I wanted to be famous, and I still don't care about such things. I know, but it hurts me, your #1 fan. Wang Xiuying chuckled. Yuan smiled and said, it hasn't been that long since I last saw you, but I can tell that you've changed a lot. I can say the same to you, Yuan. You look and smell more mature now. Smell? Yuan raised an eyebrow, and he started smelling his own arm. She nodded, having a good nose is a trait of a good alchemist. Thanks to my master's training methods, my sense of smell has become quite sharp. Your master, the sect master of the Spirit Healing Academy? Yes, I will introduce her to you later. Sure. Yuan smiled. By the way, what does maturity smell like? You can smell it on me, right? He then asked. I don't know how to explain it, but it's a distinct smell that you can easily notice once you understand what the smell really means. They arrived before a closed door shortly later. This is my workshop, it's where I spend most of my time nowadays. Wang Xiuying said as she opened the door and entered the room. Yuan followed right behind her. Inside the spacious room was a large metal pot at the center of the room, but this pot had a very unique shape that Yuan had never seen before. At the end of each side of the room were drawers with labels. That metal pot in the center of the room is called a cauldron. It's what alchemists use to mix medicine and concoct pills. The drawers contain all sorts of herbs and medicines that are most commonly used. For the rarer medicine, I have to pick them from the medicine field growing at the bottom of the hill and in my backyard. If I don't have them here, I can request for them from the sect. Heh. This is pretty amazing. Is this all a privilege as the disciple of the sect master? Only this house and the land it's on is a privilege. I had to grow the medicine field by myself, and I had to raise my rank within the sect to receive support from the sect. You got all of this done in such a short amount of time. I'm impressed. In fact, I have been underestimating you. As expected of Dr. Wang's granddaughter. You're a genius when it comes to medicine. Yuan said in a praising tone. Hee hee. Wang Xiuying began blushing after hearing Yuan's praises. Anyway, do you want to watch me concoct a pill? Sure. Yuan immediately nodded. Alright, what kind of pill do you want me to make? I can concoct up to tier 3 pills at this moment. I don't know anything about pills, but something simple is fine. She nodded, then I will concoct a superior stamina-enhancing pill for you. It's a tier 2 pill that will recover your energy and greatly increase your stamina. Sounds good. Give me a moment to gather the ingredients. Yuan watched as Wang Xiuying took out many different herbs from the drawers, putting them all on a long plate in a neat fashion. She then took a seat in front of the cauldron and patted the space right beside her. You can sit here. It's the best seat in the house, she said with a smile. Are you sure? Won't I bother you if I sit so close? It will be fine. Trust me. Yuan didn't say anything else and took a seat right beside her. Before I start, I should warn you that it will get a little hot in here even with the windows open. The flame will also be very fierce, but you don't need to worry, since it won't harm you. Wang Xiuying flipped her hand with her palm facing the ceiling, and with some of her spiritual energy, a ball of green flames appeared on her palm. This is called alchemy flame. It's a special type of fire that requires a lot of training to control, and even most seasoned alchemists require years of training to control. Fortunately for me, I have a special physique that makes it incredibly easy for me to control alchemy flames. There are many types of alchemy flames out there, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Unfortunately, my alchemy flame is too weak to have its own name, but once I am capable enough, my master promised to give me a named alchemy flame. What a pretty fire! Yuan mumbled as he stared at the ball of flame floating on Wang Xiuying's palm. Humph! My phoenix fire is countless times more pretty and powerful than her weak-looking alchemy flame. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said, sounding a little unhappy and even jealous for some reason. Seeing Yuan suddenly raise an eyebrow in surprise, Wang Xiuying asked him, "Is something the matter?" "No, nothing." Yuan showed her a stiff smile, as Feng Yuxiang's comment had caught him by surprise. After all, this is the first time that Feng Yuxiang has shown such obvious jealousy, and over what? Wang Xiuying's alchemy flame. It didn't make sense to him. Anyway, I am going to start now. Make sure you watch closely, since people don't normally get to watch me concoct pills, much less have such a view. Wang Xiuying suddenly flicked her arm with the alchemy flame, sending the green ball of fire flying at the cauldron. Her alchemy flame disappeared into a hole at the bottom of the cauldron, and within seconds, the alchemy flame intensified, engulfing half of the cauldron with them. Yuan felt a heat wave hit him, almost as though he'd suddenly entered a desert, so he subconsciously protected himself with spiritual energy. A few minutes later, Wang Xiuying spoke, "Now that the cauldron is hot enough, I will begin throwing in the herbs." She acted upon her own words, throwing the herbs she'd gathered into the cauldron one by one every few minutes without losing control over the alchemy flame. While I melt the medicine, I must control the strength of my alchemy flame so that it doesn't burn the medicine but at the same time burn away the impurities within the medicine. An hour later, she spoke again, "Now that all of the ingredients are melted, I will intensify the alchemy flame, which will solidify the medicine into a pill. While the medicine quickly hardens, I must mold it into the shape of a pill, which is perfectly round, like a marble. If I don't mold the pill properly, the pill will come out with inferior quality. And if I do it too slowly, the entire pill will go to waste. This is the most important step when it comes to pill concoction." A minute later, Wang Xiuying cut the alchemy flame completely and went to open the cauldron. "Brace yourself. There will be a lot of smoke," Wang Xiuying said as she opened the lid, releasing a storm of black smoke. "It's black because of the impurities. The darker the color of the smoke, the cleaner the pill will come out," Wang Xiuying explained as the black smoke quickly filled the room. A sudden gust of wind appeared in the room, pushing all of the black smoke outside the window within seconds. That wind was caused by a formation in this room. It will quickly clear out the smoke. Anyway, take a look at this pill. Wang Xiuying handed him a white pill the following moment. Superior Stamina Enhancing Pill, Tier 2, Purity, 98%. Effects: greatly boost your stamina by 30% for 1 hour and recover your used-up energy. Description: concocted by healer Wang. Limit: once per hour. This is a pretty useful pill. Yuan looked at it with interest. "How much do you think it'll sell for?" he suddenly asked. You want to sell my pill already?" Wang Xiuying looked shocked that he didn't want to keep it. "It's only out of curiosity. I will be keeping this pill, since it was a gift from you," Yuan said with a smile. "Well, it honestly depends on the quality of the pill, and most importantly, the person who concocted it. If the person who made it is famous, it will increase the price of the pill. I am still a nobody outside, so it will probably go for around 1,000 or 2 gold coins, and that's entirely because of its purity, which is above 95%. However, I am quite popular in the sect, and there are many disciples who want a pill concocted by me, so it could probably fetch for 2 to 3 times that price if you sell it in the sect," she continued with a prideful look on her face. "So do you spend most of your time concocting pills now?" "Yes, pretty much. I spend about 60% of my day concocting pills and the other 40% studying. There are so many different types of medicine, herbs, and pill recipes that I must remember, after all. You're very diligent, but don't you get bored of sitting in the same spot for hours? I don't think I would be able to enjoy life as an alchemist even if I have the talent for it. Yuan shook his head. It's not boring. Although it might seem like I am just sitting there, I am actually very active, and a lot of things go through my head. As for studying, well, there's nothing I can do about that. If I don't study, I won't be able to improve. Anyways, do you want any more pills? I will concoct as many pills as my idol wants. She said with an energetic face. No, it's fine. One pill is good enough, or it won't feel like a gift anymore. I see. Then let me show you around my medicine field before showing you around the sect. Sure. Yuan nodded. As they prepared to leave the room, someone started knocking on the door. Oh, that must be my weekly quota. Wang Xiuying said. Weekly quota? You have to work here. Yuan raised his eyebrows. I don't really need to since I am the sect master's disciple, but I asked to do it anyway, since it's good practice for me, and it helps the sect. Sometime later, Wang Xiuying opened the door to greet the person outside. Good morning, Senior Sister Wang. A handsome young man greeted her with a bright smile. Morning. Here is your weekly. The disciple halted his mouth when he noticed Yuan's presence, and his eyes widened with shock. There's a man in Senior Sister Wang's living quarters. Who is this bastard? He cried inwardly. Senior Sister Wang. Who is that? Wang Xiuying immediately realized who the disciple was referring to and said with a gentle smile, he's my precious friend. When the disciple saw how Wang Xiuying looked at Yuan, his eyes narrowed with hidden killing intent. Yuan noticed his killing intent and subconsciously smiled in a provocative manner, sup. This bastard. The disciple silently gritted his teeth. What's your name? The disciple asked Yuan after a moment of silence. I won't stay here for long, so you don't need to know it. Yuan calmly responded. This bastard's asking for it. The disciple found Yuan's presence to be even more obnoxious after his response. Sensing the sudden tension in the air, Wang Xiuying quickly interrupted, anyways, tell the elders that I won't be able to complete my weekly quota this week because I will be busy with something else. Sorry you came all this way for nothing. It's fine. Most people don't even get to see you because you're always holed up in your room. I am already satisfied with seeing your beautiful face this early in the morning, Senior Sister Wang. By the way, my master wanted to ask if you'll be joining the annual competition between core disciples tomorrow. I'll be there, but I won't be participating, so I'll only be a spectator. That's good enough. As long as Senior Sister Wang is there, I will be content. Then I will see you tomorrow. The disciple bowed to her before turning around and walking away. Of course, he made sure to turn around to look at them, or more specifically, Yuan's face, one last time before disappearing from their sights completely. Who was that? Your servant? Yuan asked afterward. No, he's disciple Gu, a core disciple studying under Elder Tsang, who is the sect master's right-hand man. He's the second most talented disciple in the entire sect. Apparently, he's from a very prestigious family. The title of number one disciple in the sect belongs to me, of course. Wang Xiuying laughed out loud. Surnamed Gu, huh? Why do I keep encountering them? A mysterious smile appeared on Yuan's face. Having the second most talented disciple in the sect carry out such a mundane task. He must either be really bored or have too much free time. He said. I heard that he'd personally requested to deliver my weekly quota. I don't know the details, but I don't really care either. Anyways, let's visit the medicine field in my yard first. It's the closest and has the most valuable herbs growing. Sure. Yuan followed Wang Xiuying to her backyard, where she started showing him all of the plants that she'd personally grown. How long do they usually take to grow? It hasn't been that long since you joined, right? Yuan asked. Most herbs here take less than a month to grow, but if you leave it for longer, the herbs will have a stronger effect, but it will take years, so we usually harvest them after a month. There is actually a secret garden somewhere in this sect with plants that have been growing for hundreds and even thousands of years. I asked to see it before, but I was told that only the sect master is allowed to visit the place for security reasons. Sometime later, they went to the medicine field at the bottom of the hill, which was at least 100 times larger than the one in her backyard. You planted all of these, too? Yuan was impressed. There were over 100,000 plants at the bottom of the hill, and all of them were neatly grown and well organized. Yes. Besides being time-consuming, it's really not that difficult, she said. The entire tour around the hill took almost 3 hours. Now that we're done with the medicine field, what would you like to see next? She asked him. I don't know anything about your sect, so I will leave it to you. Wang Xiuying pondered for a moment before speaking. How about the alchemy store? We have one in our sect, and you can even purchase alchemy flames there. That sounds interesting. Let's go. Yuan nodded. Wang Xiuying then retrieved a leaf and poured her spiritual energy into it, causing it to grow many times larger. This is a flying treasure. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, since the sect is so vast, I was given this flying treasure to travel around the sect. Come, I'll give you a ride. The flying treasure looks like it's only meant for a single rider. I can fly, so you don't need to worry about me. Yuan said. Trust me, it'll be fine. Wang Xiuying suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the flying treasure. Although it was a little cramped at first, Wang Xiuying made some room by hugging Yuan's body with her own body. See? We have plenty of space. She chuckled. And before Yuan could even say anything, Wang Xiuying controlled the flying treasure, and they flew away from the hill. While they were in the air, Wang Xiuying purposefully made the flying treasure fly as slow as possible so that they could take their time. Look over there. That tall pagoda is the sect master's headquarters and also her living quarters. Oh. That building is the cafeteria for disciples within the inner court like me. They have some amazing food, but I rarely get the time to go there. Wang Xiuying introduced the buildings to him as they passed them. Meanwhile, somewhere within the sect, Master. Do you know anything about the bastard with healer Wang? After leaving Wang Xiuying's place, disciple Gu rushed to find Elder Tsang for more information on Yuan. He figured that if anyone knew about Yuan's identity, it would be his master, who is the sect master's right-hand man. Huh? What are you talking about? Elder Tsang asked. I went to give healer Wang her weekly quota this morning, and I saw this obnoxious man by her side. He was standing inside her living quarters, and he wasn't wearing the sect's uniform either. Ho! Healer Wang has an unknown man in her living quarters. This is definitely a surprise, considering her usual behavior. Anyway, I don't know anything about her friend. If he's not a disciple then he must be a guest. Did you check with the administration? All guests are required to sign in. No. That completely slipped my mind. I will go check with them right now. Sorry for bothering you, Master. Disciple Gu bowed to him before leaving for the administration hall, where they keep a list of all visitors. After leaving his master's side, Disciple Gu rushed to the administration hall. Good morning, Disciple Gu. How can we help you today? One of the elders there welcomed him with a bright and respectful smile. I want information on a visitor, he said. Of course. Who is this visitor that you speak of? I don't know, that's why I am here. Who is the visitor with healer Wang? Healer Wang. The elder raised his eyebrows, as he doesn't recall recording any guests that came for Wang Xiuying. Let me check the log. The elder went to grab the guest logbook and brought it back to Disciple Gu. This page contains all visitors for the past week, but I don't see any guests mentioning about Healer Yuan. The elder said. Let me see. Disciple Gu grabbed the book and began scanning through all of the names on the logbook. The logbook contained the guests' names, age, their affiliates, and their reason for visiting the Spirit Healing Academy. However, there was nobody that came with Healer Yuan as their reason for visiting, and Disciple Gu went as far back as 1 month in the logbook. Impossible. Maybe he is actually a disciple and purposefully wore casual clothes to mislead others. What a crafty bastard. Disciple Gu now believed that Yuan was a disciple of the Spirit Healing Academy all along. After all, no visitors could possibly enter the sect without going through the administration hall. Why don't you try asking the sect master? If anybody knows about Healer Yuan's affairs, it would be her. The elder suddenly suggested. Are you crazy? I cannot possibly bother the sect master for something like this. And haven't you heard? The sect master of the Universal Music Academy had just been killed. She'll be very busy for a while. Disciple Gu sneered. What? Sect master's son had been killed? But the sect master of the Heavenly Academy said it was an unfortunate accident. The elder exclaimed. That's just a cover-up, obviously. Someone had infiltrated the Universal Music Academy and threatened their disciple that he would kill sect master's son on the same day that he died. I heard this from multiple disciples there. No way. If the sect masterly is willing to conceal the truth, there's a good chance that whoever killed sect master's son is someone that even the 7 spirit academies cannot touch. One of the 4 ancient families, perhaps. By the way, how is your family, Disciple Gu? I heard that they'd also encountered some kind of accident very recently. The elder asked. Disciple Gu's face suddenly turned cold after hearing such a question. Sorry, I overstepped my boundaries by asking about your family, Disciple Gu. Please forgive me. The elder immediately apologized. After all, the Gu family had sustained immense losses with the death of many experts and even 10 spirit lords. Their position within the 7 legacy families had dropped all the way to the bottom because of this mysterious incident, which shook the entire spirit heaven when news spread. Of course, the death of Sect Master's son wasn't any less shocking. Even though Sect Master Li announced it as an accident, rumors of it being murder still circulated. Disciple Gu didn't stay in the administration hall any longer and went elsewhere to investigate Yuan's identity. Meanwhile, Yuan and Wang Xiuying arrived at the alchemy store. The store was a massive pagoda that had 10 spacious floors. Look! That's Disciple Wang. Good morning, Fairy Wang. The disciples at the alchemy store immediately recognized Wang Xiuying when they saw her. Who's that handsome beside her? He's not wearing our uniform. Is he a guest? Do you think he's Disciple Wang's boyfriend? I saw them hugging each other on the flying treasure before they descended. They definitely have a very intimate relationship with each other. The disciples there also took notice of Yuan, who was not only very handsome but also emitted this unfathomable aura, which instantly charmed many female disciples. Let's go inside. Wang Xiuying said to Yuan after they landed in front of the alchemy store. Yuan nodded and followed her inside. The first, second, and third floor mostly consists of medicine and herbs, so we can go straight to the 4th floor. Wang Xiuying said as she walked straight to the staircase. Upon entering the 4th floor, Yuan could see many different cauldrons being sold. This is where we can buy ordinary cauldrons. The more valuable ones are on the 5th and 6th floors. Sometimes the pills can explode during concoction if you mess up, and the cauldron usually goes with the pill. Wang Xiuying said. Isn't it very dangerous to sit so close to the cauldron, then? What if it explodes in your face? Yuan asked. Indeed, it is very dangerous. In fact, the cause of most disciple deaths within the sect is due to their cauldron exploding. However, that will only happen to ordinary cauldrons. There are cauldrons that have been enchanted with safety measures that greatly reduce the risk of injury, but those are way more expensive, and not all disciples can afford that. For the record, I have blown up over 100 cauldrons since I have been here. I am also on my 23rd cauldron from practicing tier 4 pills. Wang Xiuying said, sounding somewhat proud of it. Yuan smiled, and how many times have you died? None. As the sect master's disciple, I am only allowed to use the best enchanted cauldrons, so no matter how many I explode, I won't die. Though, I still get injured by them. So if you weren't the sect master's disciple, you would have died over 100 times. You're still as reckless as ever. Yuan chuckled. Anyways, do you want to get a cauldron while you're here? Wang Xiuying then asked. I don't do alchemy, though. Why would I need one? Who said cauldrons are only used for alchemy? You can do other things with them, as well. Wang Xiuying said. And she continued, such as cooking, brewing tea, mixing medicine, and even body tempering. Did you just say body tempering? Yuan's interest piqued. Yes, you can temper your body in a cauldron if it's large enough to fit your body. Although I have never done it personally, I have heard of people doing that before, and they claim that it has a better effect than a bathtub since cauldrons are specifically made for medicine. Wang Xiuying confirmed. I'm more interested in the fact that I can carry the cauldron with me, which will allow me to temper my body wherever and whenever I want. Yuan said. Alright, I will get a cauldron. Great. Then let's head to the 6th floor. The cauldrons on this floor are too small, same with the cauldrons on the next floor. Wang Xiuying said as she made her way towards the staircase. Sometime later, they arrived on the 6th floor. The cauldrons on this floor don't appear to be big enough to fit my body, either. Yuan said. In fact, most of the cauldrons on this floor are only large enough to fit a few watermelons, not an adult body. That's because these cauldrons can change their size to become bigger or smaller. They're small on display only to save space. Wang Xiuying said. Oh. How big can they get? Well, it depends on the quality of the cauldron. Some cauldrons can become as big as an entire house, she said. Why would anyone want such a big cauldron? Yuan raised an eyebrow. If you're skilled enough, you can concoct more than one pill at a time. The bigger cauldrons are for those who like to concoct pills in batches, but that is easier said than done. Compared to my master, who can concoct over 100 pills at once, I can only concoct about 10 pills. Anyways, go look around. Since you're my friend, I can probably get you an amazing discount. Wang Xiuying winked at him. Yuan nodded and began walking around the room. There were over 100 different cauldrons on display, each of them with a unique shape and color. Meanwhile, news of Wang Xiuying having a boyfriend began spreading throughout the sect like a wildfire. Have you heard? Senior apprentice sister Wang brought her boyfriend to the alchemy store. No way. She's taken. Since when? Who is the lucky bastard? Nobody knows, but he wasn't wearing our uniform, so he might not be part of our sect. The more people spread the news, the more exaggerated and chaotic it became. What? Senior apprentice sister Wang is spending time with her fiancé? Hey! You know what I heard? Senior apprentice sister Wang is shopping at the alchemy store with her Dao companion. Disciple Gu eventually got hold of the news, and he immediately began speeding towards the alchemy store. That bastard was her Dao companion. Impossible. Back at the alchemy store, Wang Xiuying gave Yuan some recommendations. How about this cauldron of radiance? Oh, this 9 oracle cauldron looks very good, as well. Yuan smiled and said, does it really matter which one I get? I am only using it to temper my body, after all. Of course, it matters. Higher quality cauldrons can make them last longer, and some can even enhance the strength of the medicine. Hearing her words, Yuan turned to look at the price tag for some of these cauldrons. Cauldron of Radiance, 5 million spirit stones. 9 Oracle Cauldron, 7.5 million spirit stones. Do you think I am made out of money? There's no way I can afford these even with a 50% discount. And why the hell are cauldrons so dang expensive? Yuan exclaimed. He already has a 5 million spirit stone debt under Feng Yuxiang, so there was no way that he could afford these for now, unless he sold the Gu family's treasures. Alchemy is an expensive career, but it will also earn you a lot of money if you're competent. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. After looking around the whole room, Yuan found the cheapest cauldron on sale, but even that was worth 1 million spirit stones. Stainless cauldron, huh? Are you sure? I will get the elder now if you have decided. Yuan nodded. Alright, give me a moment. Wang Xiuying left his side and went to one of the elders working there. Elder, my friend would like to purchase a cauldron. Wang Xiuying said. The elder nodded, the stainless cauldron, correct? It will cost 1,500,000 spirit stones because he's not a disciple of our sect. What? I was actually hoping that you'd give him a discount. Wang Xiuying exclaimed. I'm sorry, disciple Wang, but this is the sect's rule. It's not something that I can change willy-nilly. In case you forgot, I am one of only 4 people in the entire sect that can concoct tier 3 pills with over 95% purity, and I have helped the sect concoct thousands of them. That's worth at least a few 100,000 spirit stones, yet I never asked for any reward. If I ask my master, she would definitely give it to me for free. However, I don't want to bother her, so I am asking you to give him a discount instead. He is a very important friend of mine, I hope you don't embarrass me in front of him. I'm really sorry, disciple Wang. I really want to help you and your friend, but I am a mere elder. I don't have the authority to make such a decision. Then I will stop concocting pills for the sect. Wang Xiuying suddenly said with a rebellious look on her face, shocking the elder. And when the sect asks why, I will tell them exactly why. Seeing Wang Xiuying's stubbornness, the elder felt like crying. Please, have mercy, disciple Wang. The elder eventually gave up and said, I will get the manager. He has enough authority to make a decision. Okay. Wang Xiuying didn't say anything else and returned to Yuan. What happened? Where's the elder? Yuan asked her when she returned alone. He'll be here soon, she said with an innocent look on her face. What? The sect master's disciple threatened to stop concocting pills for the sect if we don't give her friend a discount. The manager of the alchemy store doubted his ears for a moment after hearing the elder's words, who was on the verge of crying when he arrived. Can you please do something about this, Elder Bei? If disciple Wang stops concocting pills, the sect master will kill us. Calm down, it's just a discount. We can just consider disciple Wang as the purchaser, not her friend. Elder Bei said. Sometime later, Elder Bei went to greet Wang Xiuying and Yuan. Hello, disciple Wang and her friend. I have heard the situation. It's just a discount, there's no need for such drastic measures. How does a 75% discount sound? Also, there's no need to pay for the visitor's fee, so the total will be 250,000 spirit stones. Elder Bei said to them. What do you think? If it's not enough, I can ask them to lower it some more. Wang Xiuying turned to ask Yuan, causing a bittersweet smile to appear on the elder's face. 250,000 spirit stones, huh? Do you accept treasures as a payment? I am currently short on spirit stones. Yuan asked him. Of course. We accept all sorts of treasures, but we recommend ones that benefit our sect the most, such as herbs and medicine. Sounds good. Please, follow me to the counter. Yuan and Wang Xiuying proceeded to follow Elder Bei to the counter. Show me what you've got. Elder Bei said to Yuan afterward. Yuan immediately began dumping out the Gu family's treasure. Of course, most of these treasures belong to the Gu family from the lower heavens, as he has yet to remove the destiny seals from the other treasures. That's a lot of treasures. Elder Bei said. He clearly did not expect such a quantity of treasures from Yuan, and most of them appeared to be heaven grade and higher. Elder Bei also called for someone who can evaluate these treasures. Sometime later, Elder Bay picked 3 treasures out of the 24 treasures and said, I will sell you the stainless cauldron for these 3 treasures. The total of these treasures will sell for around 275,000 spirit stones, so we'll give you 25,000 spirit stones back. What do you say? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking in a calm voice, since you have an expert, I will also let my expert decide. Feng, what do you think? Feng Yuxiang appeared beside him the next moment, shocking everyone there. She ignored their gazes and looked at the 3 treasures and said, I can easily get 500,000 spirit stones out of these 3 treasures. Excuse me, but who are you? The alchemy store's examiner asked for Feng Yuxiang's background, which is very normal in these kinds of situations where one's qualifications mattered very much. You may not know me here, but I owned one of the best stores in the lower heavens. With that being said, 15,000 years ago, I operated a store called Phoenix Down, in Spirit Heaven. Have you heard of it? Feng Yuxiang said. The examiner pondered with a profound frown on his face. Phoenix Down. Why does it sound so familiar? Elder Bay wondered to himself. After a few moments of silence, the alchemy store's examiner suddenly came to a realization and exclaimed in a shocked voice, Phoenix Down. I remember now. There is a legend of a store by such a name. According to the legend, it was an immensely popular store that sold all sorts of treasures that could only be found in the 3rd heaven and above, and they were all being sold in Spirit Heaven. Furthermore, the owner of this store is a mystery, but rumors say it was a woman with beauty that outshines all treasures in the store. However, the store only operated for 100 years before it suddenly disappeared. Are you telling me that you're the owner of that legendary Phoenix Down? The examiner asked Feng Yuxiang. Although her beauty was definitely up to standards with the legend, unless she had concrete proof that she was the owner, it wouldn't matter even if she was the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens. Of course. Here's my certification and license. It expired 15,000 years ago, but it proves that the Phoenix Down existed and that I was the owner of it. Feng Yuxiang retrieved a piece of paper and showed it to the examiner, who started trembling after seeing it. The examiner then retrieved his own certification and license to compare. It's real. She's the real deal. The examiner exclaimed in a shocked voice. Are you serious? Elder Bay swallowed nervously. Why would a legendary figure from 15,000 years ago show up now? Hell, where did she even pop out from? I apologize for doubting you, senior. And it's an honor to meet you. The examiner bowed to her after returning her certification. Feng Yuxiang silently nodded her head. Anyways, if senior claims the treasures are worth 500,000 spirit stones, then I will not argue. The examiner said to Elder Bay. Is that so? Elder Bay nodded. He turned to look at Yuan and spoke, I can give you 225,000 spirit stones and a stainless cauldron for these 3 treasures, or we can give you medicine instead. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floor contains medicines from tier 5 herbs to tier 5 pills. What do you say? Yuan pondered to himself, medicine, huh? This is a good chance for me to stock up some medicine for my body tempering. Even though Feng promised to support me, I cannot rely on her for everything. Let me see what kind of medicine is available first. Yuan said a moment later. Very well. I will prepare the spirit stones just in case you decide to take the money instead. As for the stainless cauldron, you can take it now. Elder Bay said. Follow them just in case they wish to trade more treasures. Elder Bay said to the examiner before leaving them alone. Wang Xiuying led Yuan to the 7th floor shortly after. The 7th floor sells tier 1 to tier 2 herbs, medicine, and pills. Since there are too many to display, they have it all listed in a book. Wang Xiuying explained to him after they arrived on the 7th floor, where thick books were displayed instead of the medicine. Yuan walked over to one of these books and started flipping through them. Mind Calming Pill, Body Reforming Pill, 3 Spirits Pill, Misty Pill. There were over a dozen different pills at glance, and there were hundreds of pages in the book. Yuan, if you want Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills, I can easily concoct them for you for free. I can also concoct Tier 3 pills with over 95% purity. Although I am still learning to concoct Tier 4 pills, I am making fast progress. Give me another month and I will be able to concoct them with 90% purity. Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you, but I don't think I need any pills. However, I am interested in treasures specifically for body tempering. There are pills for body tempering, as well. They are called body tempering pills, and a single one of them can last you an entire week. They are also more effective than throwing raw medicine into the bath since pills are mixed better, and condensing them into a pill strengthens its effects." "Oh. I'd like some of them," Yuan immediately said. "Then I recommend Tier 1 body tempering pills first. They're incredibly painful, so I suggest you get used to the weaker ones before using the stronger pills," Wang Xiuying said. "Don't worry, I am pretty experienced when it comes to body tempering. I'll get a Tier 4 body tempering pill as well as a Tier 5 for today to test their effects." "Tier 4 and Tier 5? That's insane. Those are only recommended for spirit lords and above," Wang Xiuying exclaimed, unaware of Yuan's cultivation base. "I'm a peak spirit lord." Yuan pointed at himself and said. "Really? But it hasn't even been that long since the mystic realm, and you were only a spirit master then," Wang Xiuying said. "I have been consuming valuable treasures and medicine since I entered the sect, and I just entered spirit master. Comparing yourself to the young master is like comparing heaven and earth." Feng Yuxiang sneered. Wang Xiuying's eyebrows twitched upon hearing Feng Yuxiang's remarks. Why does she seem so hostile? Did I offend her somehow? She wondered inwardly. Anyways, I want to test out the body tempering pills today. Once I know what I want, I will return for more. They proceeded onto the 9th floor to buy the body tempering pills. After acquiring a Tier 4 and a Tier 5 body tempering pill, Yuan asked, "What's on the 10th floor?" "Oh, you can buy pill recipes and alchemy flames on that floor, but only people approved by the sect master can enter that floor," Wang Xiuying said. "I see. Anyways, is there a place where I can test out my new items?" Yuan then asked. "You can do it at my house. I have plenty of room, and it's completely free," Wang Xiuying said. "Sure." Yuan accepted her hospitality without any hesitation. As they made their way downstairs, Feng Yuxiang would return to Yuan's body. "Esteemed guest, we still owe you 100,000 spirit stones. Would you like to retrieve them now?" the examiner said to him. "Those 2 pills cost 150,000 spirit stones." Yuan was speechless. "Yes, the Tier 4 body tempering pill costs 50,000 spirit stones, and the Tier 5 costs 100,000 spirit stones." Yuan sighed, "Just keep them for now. I will be coming back later, anyway." "I understand." When Yuan and Wang Xiuying exited the alchemy store, they were greeted by a massive crowd of disciples waiting outside. "Wow, why are there so many disciples here today? Is there some kind of special event?" Wang Xiuying mumbled in a dazed voice. Once the disciples noticed their presence, they began talking to each other. "Look! That's him. So he's seen your apprentice sister's Tao companion, huh?" "What? I thought he was her boyfriend. When did he become her Tao companion? He's a lot more charming than the rumors. I wish I was in senior apprentice sister's shoes right now." Some of the female disciples there were charmed by Yuan's unfathomable and mysterious aura. Suddenly, a group of figures walked out of the crowd and stood before Yuan and Wang Xiuying. "Look! That's Disciple Gu. They're going to confront them. I'm not surprised. Disciple Gu has the hots for senior apprentice sister Wang, after all." "Wait, but why is the disciplinary squad following him?" The disciples understood why Disciple Gu was there, but they cannot imagine why the disciplinary squad was there. After all, they are primarily tasked with dealing with rule-breaking disciples. You. Identify yourself. The elder leading the disciplinary squad stepped forward and pointed at Yuan. Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke, "Why? I am the head elder of the disciplinary squad. Who are you to question me? I am the law in this place. If I asked you a question, you answer it." Wang Xiuying quickly stepped in and said, "Elder, there must have been a misunderstanding. This is my friend, who is currently visiting the sect as a guest. So he's not a disciple, huh?" "You heard her, Uncle Gu." Disciple Gu said to him. "In this case, Disciple Wang, this friend of yours had snuck into the sect without telling anyone, which is a violation of our sect's rules. He could even be a spy for all we know. And according to the rules of the sect, these violators may be punishable with death." "What? That's nonsense. Elder Gu, my friend is not a spy." Wang Xiuying immediately refuted. "We will be the judge of that after we question him." Elder Gu sneered. "You want to treat my friend like he's a criminal and question him? I will not allow such a thing to happen." Wang Xiuying shouted angrily. "Even if you are the disciple of the sect master, you cannot disobey the sect's rules. This man of unknown origin may be a threat to our sect, and as the head elder of the disciplinary squad, I will not allow anything to happen to our sect. No hard feelings, Disciple Wang. I am merely doing my job." Elder Gu shook his head. "No. If you take him away, I will stop concocting pills for the sect." Wang Xiuying said, shocking everybody there. Heavens, senior apprentice Sister Wang is willing to go so far for him. There's no doubt that he's her Tao companion. The disciples were shocked and impressed by Wang Xiuying's boldness before Elder Gu, who is known for being ruthless. "Senior Sister Wang. Why must you go so far for him? Are you really going to risk all of your hard work in the sect for a guy like him? Even if you're the sect master's disciple, you can still be exiled from the sect for disobeying the sect rules. I will not allow you to make such a sacrifice." Disciple Gu stepped forward and said. "Humph. As if my master will kick me out of the sect over something like this. And even if I get kicked out, the only reason I joined this sect is because of him." Wang Xiuying exclaimed, leaving everyone there speechless. "What? Senior apprentice Sister Wang joined the sect for that guy?" The disciples were in awe of her dedication. Even Yuan looked at her funny after such a claim. "You joined the sect for me? But I don't remember asking you to do such a thing." Yuan said. "I will explain it to you later." Wang Xiuying said with a rosy face. Disciple Gu gritted his teeth in anger when she saw Wang Xiuying's blushing face. Why does it have to be that bastard? Why is she not looking at me with those bashful and passionate eyes? Fuck. I swear I will kill you, or my surname is not Gu. He cried inwardly. "Uncle." Disciple Gu called out to him. Elder Gu slightly nodded his head and said, "Disciple Wang, if you're going to continue this charade, I will have no choice but to detain you as well. The sect master is currently away from the sect, and she might not return for another day or two. Do you wish to spend the next 2 days behind bars? Your decision will greatly affect your reputation and position within the sect. Is this how you wish to repay the sect after everything we have done for you? All for this nameless spy?" Wang Xiuying gritted her teeth in anger and shouted, "If that's what I need to do to protect." However, Yuan suddenly patted her in the back and interrupted, "I will go with them. They're only going to question me, right? Then I just need to answer them truthfully. There's no need escalate the situation any further or for you to make such sacrifices over such a small thing. I'll be back in a bit." Yuan. "I'm sorry. If my master was here, none of this would have happened to you. But don't worry. As soon as she returns, I will tell her to help you. She won't refuse." Yuan smiled, "I also have a feeling that she won't refuse." He left her side and started walking towards the disciplinary squad. Cuff him. Elder Gu said to the rest of the disciplinary squad. Yuan did not resist and allowed the disciples to cuff him with these weird-looking handcuffs made out of some kind of red crystal. Yuan expected some kind of special effect from the handcuffs, but he didn't feel any different afterward. Don't even try to do anything funny. These handcuffs are made out of spirit sealing crystals, which will restrict your cultivation base when worn, so you'll be no different from a mortal without any cultivation. Disciple Gu said to him with a malicious grin on his face. Is that so? Yuan calmly shrugged, as he could still feel his cultivation base. This reminded him of the time when he and Wang Xiuying accidentally arrived at the ancient dragon city, where they were detained with the same type of handcuffs. See you in a bit. Yuan said while looking at Wang Xiuying. Shut up and start moving. One of the disciples poked Yuan with a stick. Poke me again and see what will happen. Yuan narrowed his gaze at the disciple. The disciple immediately pulled back the stick and trembled in fear. Lead the way. Yuan calmly continued. Humph, arrogant bastard. Let's see if you can keep your cool when disciple Wang is no longer watching. Elder Gu sneered. Wang Xiuying and the other disciples proceeded to watch Yuan being led away by the disciplinary squad. After snapping out of her daze, Wang Xiuying retrieved her flying treasure and disappeared from the alchemy store. Sometime later, she arrived at the sect master's headquarters. Although sect master Xiahou wasn't present, there was someone that could contact her in the building. Elder Yong. This is an emergency. I need you to contact my master immediately. Wang Xiuying started shouting even before the door could fully open. An old man was sitting at the end of the room, and he lifted his head in a startled manner after Wang Xiuying stormed into his room without knocking. Disciple Wang. What happened? I have never seen you this hectic before. The disciplinary squad took my friend even though he did nothing wrong. Hurry up and call my master. Your friend? Elder Yong raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner. Wang Xiuying quickly explained the situation to him. I see. I understand the situation, but your master is currently in a meeting with the other academy's sect masters regarding sect master Sun's death. It would be a bad idea to disturb her now. Let's just wait for her to return in a day or two. He said. That's too long. I need you to message my master right now. I will not allow my friend to experience such abuse in my sect. If you still refuse, then don't blame me for being dramatic when I leave this sect, since I am clearly not of any value to this sect. Wang Xiuying said in an angry voice. What? You're willing to go that far for another person? Elder Yong was shocked by Wang Xiuying's reaction. I will not ask again. Wang Xiuying took out her sect's medallion and threatened to destroy it. All right. I will contact the sect master. Just calm down a bit, disciple Wang. Elder Yong sighed as he retrieved a brown talisman and mumbled some words into it. Go. Elder Yong infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, causing it to fly out the window the next moment, disappearing from the sect shortly after. The talisman would eventually reach Sect Master Xiahou, who was in the middle of a meeting with the other sect masters. Should we really be hiding the truth about Sun Hao's death? There's already rumors of it being murder spreading around. Sect Master Xiahou said. It's for the best, and it would even save us some face. Or do you want to let the world know that some junior had killed Sun Hao right before all of us, and that we allowed him to leave without doing anything about it? Sect Master Li sighed. Furthermore, the less people know about Yuan's existence the better. How's the Universal Music Academy dealing with their sect master's sudden death? Bianzhu asked a moment later. Not good. Despite my warnings, they're all overflowing with the desire to avenge Sun Hao, and they're even looking for Yuan as we speak. Sect Master Li shook his head. What? That's insane. At this rate, the 7 spirit academies will be known as the 6 spirit academies. The sect master of the Steel Lion Academy said. Why can't they just find a new sect master and not cause more trouble for the rest of us? The sect master of the Lonely River Academy sighed. Sometime later, sect master Xiaoho suddenly turned to face the window with a frown on her face. What's the matter? The others noticed her odd behavior and asked her. Sect master Xiaoho didn't respond immediately and opened the window without getting off her chair, and a moment later, Elder Yong's brown talisman flew into the room and stopped before her. Sect master Xiaoho recognized the talisman and placed it on her forehead. Elder Yong's voice resounded inside her head the next moment. Sect master, I apologize for bothering you during such a time, but your disciple, Healer Wang, is threatening to leave the sect if I don't send you this message. Anyways, apparently her friend had been escorted away by the disciplinary squad for illegally visiting the sect and being a spy, and she wants you to do something about it. Sect master Xiaoho frowned after hearing the message. It took her a moment to realize the situation because she was focused on Wang Xiuying threatening to leave the sect. Her friend? Illegally visiting? The face of a handsome yet terrifying face suddenly appeared in her mind. Fuck. Those idiots. Sect master Xiaoho suddenly cursed out loud as she jumped to her feet, startling the other sect masters. What happened? They asked her. Elder Gu and the disciplinary squad at my sect had detained Yuan, even accusing him of being a spy. What? Why is he in your sect? Sect Master Li asked. He's friends with my disciple and wanted to visit her. There was no way I could have refused. However, I didn't tell anybody about it, so they think he'd entered illegally and took him captive. Hey! Elder Gu. Isn't he from the Gu family? Didn't Yuan just kill 10 of their spirit lords and crippled their army? Bian Zhu said in a nervous voice. Heavens! At this rate, the 7 spirit academies will become the 5 spirit academies. The sect master of the Steel Lion Academy said. Sect master Xiaoho began sweating profusely after hearing such words. I'm sorry, but I have to return to my sect. Please excuse me. Sect master Xiaoho retrieved her flying treasure and immediately began speeding back to the sect. We should probably postpone our meetings until that man has left this realm. Sect Master Li sighed. Hey, since someone from the Gu family is involved, shouldn't we notify Patriarch Gu? The Sect Master of the Lonely River Academy said. Sect Master Li nodded, I'm sure they'll appreciate it. He retrieved a talisman and mumbled to it before sending it flying towards the Gu family's direction. Ban and Zhu then said, I'm going to follow Sect Master Xiaoho. If the Universal Music Academy learns of his location, they will mostly try to avenge Sun Hao and attack him. I'll go with you. Me too. Thus, the other sect masters there began making their way to the Spirit Healing Academy while praying that nothing too serious will happen from this incident. Meanwhile, outside the alchemy store, after the disciplinary squad took Yuan away, some of the disciples there spoke, is it just me or does senior apprentice Sister Wang's Dao companion look familiar? I'm pretty sure that I have seen him before, but I cannot remember when and where. You too. I also thought the same when I saw his face. W8. I remember. Wasn't he the one who severed the Universal Music Academy's sect master's arm during the disciple examination? That was him in the broadcast, right? Now that you mention it. Holy shit. Didn't their sect master die yesterday? Rumor has it that he was murdered by the person who severed his arm. What? I thought he died in an accident. I don't like where this is going. While news of Yuan's presence spread throughout the sect like wildfire, Yuan himself followed the disciplinary squad and disciple Gu to some isolated area within the sect. They eventually arrived before a suspicious-looking cave that looked like the entrance to a dungeon. Is this place your headquarters? Judging by the outside appearance, I dare say that your disciplinary squad doesn't have a decent budget if any at all. Yuan chuckled. Shut up and go inside. Elder Gu said to him. Yuan shrugged and entered the cave, which led him to an underground prison that looked like it had been out of service for hundreds of years. Young master, should I just kill these ignorant and disrespectful fools? Feng Yuxiang asked him. No, leave it. I want to see what they're going to do, he said. He then said out loud, hey, I am only being questioned, right? Must we do it here? It's so dirty that I can feel myself getting sick just from breathing in the air. Disciple Gu started laughing after hearing Yuan's words, and he said afterward, you really think we took you here to question you? Just how dumb are you? What? If you're not going to question me, why did you bring me here? Yuan asked, continuing his act. Oh, we'll question you all right. The question is how we'll do it. Disciple Gu retrieved his sword and pointed it at Yuan. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to lay your filthy hands on my woman, I will make you regret ever being born. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise, and he asked, huh? When did I ever lay a hand on your woman? Don't act dumb. Healer Wang is my woman. I have had my eyes on her ever since she entered the sect, and I will do everything and anything to get my hands on her. Disciple Gu shouted. However, to their surprise, Yuan started laughing. What's so damn funny? Everything. Yuan smiled. I see. So you still don't understand your current situation, huh? Don't worry, I will help you come to a realization very soon. Disciple Gu began approaching Yuan, but he was stopped by Elder Gu. Uncle. Wait. There's no need to be impatient. I still need to question him. Once I am done, you can have all the fun you want with him. Elder Gu said. Chain him to the wall. He commanded the other disciples. Yuan didn't resist and allowed them to chain him to the wall in one of the prison cells. If you're smart, you will answer my questions truthfully. Elder Gu stood before him and began questioning him. What's your name? Yuan. What's your relationship with Healer Wang? We're only friends. What is your background? I don't have one. Which sect do you belong to? I'm what you call a rogue cultivator. I don't belong to any sect at this moment. What about your family? They threw me out for being useless. In other words, you're a nobody. Which means we can kill you without offending anyone. You can forget about ever leaving this place now. Disciple Gu laughed out loud. What about Healer Wang? She'll be sad and angry if you kill me. Yuan asked. Don't worry about her. She'll forget about you once we feed her a mind invasion pill. A what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Young master, a mind invasion pill can alter one's memories, and that includes erasing their memories. Feng Yuxiang explained. A soon-to-be-dead man doesn't need to know. Disciple Gu said with a grim smile on his face. How did you sneak into the sect? Elder Gu continued to question Yuan. I flew in here. With your sect master. Yuan said with a smile. What? Elder Gu immediately frowned. You heard me. You know the sect master. Not just the sect master. I also happen to know your patriarch, Patriarch Gu. We're practically best friends. He's fucking with us. Disciple Gu exclaimed. If you don't believe me, you can contact your patriarch and ask him yourself. Just tell him my name. He knows it very well. Shut your damn mouth. Disciple Gu suddenly rushed into the cell and swung his sword at Yuan, who was defensively chained to the wall. Wait. Elder Gu tried to stop his nephew, but Disciple Gu was too fast, and the sword in his hand was already in a swinging motion. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. However, I will take one of your limbs. Disciple Gu laughed as his sword mercilessly chopped at Yuan's right leg. Ding! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and it felt like he'd struck a block of steel with his sword for Disciple Gu. The sword flew out of his hand almost instantly after attacking Yuan, landing a few meters away. What the fuck? He muttered in a dumbfounded voice. Surprised? Yuan asked him with a smile. You'll need a little more arm strength if you want to take my leg. I don't know what kind of trick that was, but you're still chained to the wall. What can you do in such a state? And the longer it takes to kill you, the more I will enjoy it, so resist as much as you want. Yuan suddenly yanked his arm, ripping the chains off the wall. He then snapped the handcuffs into two parts with ease. What were you saying? Yuan looked at disciple Gu with a nonchalant expression on his face. Impossible. Those handcuffs are made from spirit sealing crystals. Did he break them with his raw strength? The other disciples exclaimed. You don't believe that I know your patriarch, right? If that's the case, then how come I have this in my possession? Yuan retrieved one of the treasures he'd acquired from Patriarch Gu and showed it to them. That's impossible. Why do you have that? Elder Gu exclaimed in a baffled voice. That's definitely one of our Gu family's heirlooms, the Grail of Truth. I can even sense our destiny seal on it. He cried inwardly. If you want to know how I got this treasure, go ask your patriarch. He was the one who gave it to me, after all. Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. Meanwhile, Sect Master Li's talisman arrived at the Gu family's residence, alerting them of the situation at the Spirit Healing Academy. Patriarch Gu, you have a message. The person who acquired Sect Master Li's message went to find him. What is it? Patriarch Gu was immediately annoyed. After his immense defeat and embarrassment caused by Yuan, Patriarch Gu has become easily irritable, so much so that even the slightest annoyance would cause his brows to frown and his blood to boil. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Academy has sent us a message, said the person with the talisman. Sect Master Li. What does he want from us? If this is about what happened recently, just ignore it. Patriarch Gu said. No. This is different. Although I don't understand the message, the Sect Master sounded a little nervous. The person handed the talisman to Patriarch Gu. Patriarch Gu sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner and activated the talisman. Sect Master Li's voice resounded in his head the next moment. This is Sect Master Li of the Heavenly Academy. Something has happened within the Spirit Healing Academy that you should probably be aware of, considering what happened to your family recently. Elder Gu, who is the head of the disciplinary squad, has taken Yuan captive and is currently questioning him. You should know firsthand what happens if you offend Yuan, hence this message. Fuck. This damn little brother of mine. Why is he messing with the one person he shouldn't mess with? And so soon after what happened between the Gu family and him. Patriarch Gu tossed the talisman at the wall in an angry manner. I'm going to visit the Spirit Healing Academy. Hopefully, I won't be too late to save his pitiful life. Not daring to waste any more time, Patriarch Gu flew towards the Spirit Healing Academy on his flying treasure. Meanwhile, Sect Master Xiahou returned to the sect. Sect Master. What happened to the meeting? Elder Yuan was surprised to see the Sect Master return so quickly. Where's my disciple? She asked him, her appearance all messed up from the rush. She went to the disciplinary squad's headquarters after I sent you the message, he said. Anyways, what's this all about? I don't have time to explain. Thank you for sending me the message. Sect Master Xiahou didn't explain any further and rushed to find Wang Xiuying. Looks like the Spirit Healing Academy is still intact, thankfully. Bianzhou said after the rest of the sect masters arrived at the sect. At the disciplinary squad's headquarters, Wang Xiuying was arguing with the disciples working there. Where did you take my friend? The sect master is aware of the situation, and it will only be a matter of time before she returns. If you let my friend go, I will not press charges against you. Wang Xiuying said. Please calm down, senior apprentice Sister Wang. We have no idea what you're talking about. What friend? The disciples at the headquarters were completely clueless. Nonsense. Your leader, Elder Gu, took my friend in for questioning. I saw it with my own eyes, as did many other disciples. You won't be able to cover for them. Why would we lie to you, senior apprentice Sister Wang? It's true that Elder Gu had left with some disciples some time ago, but they haven't returned since then, and nobody seems to know where he's gone. The disciple at the counter said, feeling an urge to cry. Are you serious? Then where did they take my friend? Wang Xiuying exclaimed. I'm sorry, but I wish we knew. They all shook their heads. Then do you know where they could have taken my friend? Wang Xiuying did not give up and continued to pressure them. Sometime later, Sect Master Xiahou arrived at the disciplinary squad's headquarters. Sect Master. All of the disciples there greeted her the moment they noticed her presence. Master. You're back. Wang Xiuying rushed to her master with a relieved expression on her face. Now that master is here, they will have no choice but to release Yuan. Master. They called my friend a spy and took him in for questioning when he did nothing wrong. Wang Xiuying made sure to put on the most desperate and unhappy expression she could possibly make while asking for her master's help. This friend of yours. Is he a young man named Yuan? Sect Master Xiahou asked her, silently hoping to herself that Wang Xiuying had another friend besides Yuan. You know my friend, Yuan. How do you know each? Yes. My friend, Yuan, was taken by Elder Gu and the disciplinary squad. Wang Xiuying nodded her head viciously. The frown on Sect Master Xiahou's face deepened, and she immediately approached the disciples working at the front desk. Release him right this moment. She said to them in an angry and demanding voice. However, nobody there moved. Did you not hear me? I will not repeat myself. She roared, causing them to tremble in fear. Sect Master. It's not that we don't want to release him. We don't even know where he is. Elder Gu hasn't returned since he left, and there's nobody in our cells right now. You can even check for yourself. The disciples there explained the situation to her. What? How is this possible? Sect Master Xiahou frowned. Damn it. What the fuck are you doing, Elder Gu? Are you trying to destroy our sect? She cried inwardly. If he's not here, then hurry up and contact him. Sect Master Xiahou shouted after snapping out of her daze. We've tried that as well, Sect Master. Elder Gu isn't answering his communication jade slip either. Fuck. Sect Master Xiahou slammed her fist into the desk before her, shattering it into countless pieces, shocking everyone there, including Wang Xiuying. Master? Let's all calm down a little. Wang Xiuying said, feeling completely baffled by her master's outburst. After all, Yuan was her #1 idol, friend, and patient, yet she wasn't anywhere as outraged and emotional as her master. Calm down. Do you have any idea who they're messing with? That crazy monster dared to kill Sect Master Sun in front of the other Sect Masters for trying to hurt his friends. He will destroy our sect at this rate. Sect Master Xiahou exclaimed. What? Everyone there was left speechless by the Sect Master's outrageous claim. What did you just say? Yuan killed the Sect Master of the Universal Music Academy. Wang Xiuying stared at her master with a look of disbelief on her face. There must have been some sort of mistake, Master. Yuan isn't the type to kill another person. He's really kind and gentle. I doubt he would even hurt a fly. Sect Master Xiahou looked at Wang Xiuying and frowned. Are you sure we're talking about the same Yuan? I watched him kill Sun Hao with my own eyes. Of course, it wasn't as though Sun Hao was completely innocent. Holy shit. Senior apprentice Sister Wang's friend is responsible for Sect Master Sun's death. I heard of the rumors, but to think that it was actually true. The disciples there were shocked to learn the truth. We can talk about this later. We need to find them right now before it's too late. Sect Master Xiahou suddenly said. Sect Master Xiahou, what's the current situation? The other Sect Masters finally caught up with her and asked. What are you guys doing here? Sect Master Xiahou asked them with a surprised face. We're here for insurance. All of our sects rely on the Spirit Healing Academy for pills and medicine, so we cannot allow it to fall so easily. Sect Master Li said. Although the Spirit Healing Academy is the weakest in the alliance in terms of prowess, they're actually the most important. Without the Spirit Healing Academy, the other sects will have to spend much more money on pills and other medicine. Sect Master Xiahou proceeded to explain the situation to the other sect masters. What? You cannot find them? How is that even possible? I really don't know what's going on. Sect Master Xiahou shook her head. She turned to look at Wang Xiuying and asked, "Can you tell us exactly what happened before Elder Gu took him away?" Wang Xiuying nodded and recalled everything from the moment she met Yuan to the moment they left the alchemy store, where the disciplinary squad showed up. What? Disciple Gu is also involved in this mess. If we cannot contact Elder Gu, maybe we can contact Disciple Gu through his master, Elder Tsang. Sect Master Xiahou said. They left the disciplinary squad's headquarters shortly after and went to find Elder Tsang, Disciple Gu's master and Sect Master Xiaohu's right-hand man. Sometime later. Sect Master, and other sect masters. Why are all of you here? What happened to the meeting? Elder Tsang was shocked to see them gather inside his room. Elder Tsang, I need you to contact your disciple right now. Sect Master Xiahou said to him. My disciple? Which one? Elder Tsang raised an eyebrow. Disciple Gu. Gu Zhiding. Did he do something? For the sect master to be asking for him. If he did anything wrong, I will personally lecture him when he returns. We don't have the luxury to wait. Hurry up and contact him. Sect Master Xiahou suddenly roared at him. Elder Tsang nearly had a heart attack. Although this isn't his first time being yelled at by her, it was never this severe. Gu Zhiding, what in heaven's name did you do to anger the sect master to such an extent? Even the other sect masters are here. Fuck me. Elder Tsang cried inwardly as he retrieved his communication jade slip and called Disciple Gu. Meanwhile, back at the underground prison, a few moments after Yuan broke out of his restraints, Disciple Gu felt his communication jade slip trembling. Uncle, it's my master. He's calling for me for some reason. Disciple Gu said to him. Ignore it. We have more important things to deal with right now. Elder Gu quickly said. Yuan smiled and said, Go ahead and answer it. I'm sure it's very important. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I promise. Shut up. Nobody asked for your input. Disciple Gu shouted. Yuan shrugged, Suit yourself. Answer me. Where did you get that treasure? If you don't answer me right now, I will kill you where you stand. Elder Gu suddenly roared, and he released his cultivation base that was at the first level of Spirit King. Are you sure you want to do that here? The ground will collapse on us if you act too crazy. Yuan said in a calm voice. I will not repeat myself. Answer my question or die. However, instead of answering Elder Gu's question, Yuan retrieved another treasure that belonged to their Gu family. That's. Even Disciple Gu recognized the treasure this time. Bastard. How did you acquire those treasures? Elder Gu was fuming so hard that his entire face was covered in bulging vessels that could pop at any moment. Go ask your patriarch. Yuan smiled. Then die for me. Elder Gu could no longer endure his anger and released his cultivation base at Yuan. Boom! The entire underground collapsed from the attack, but neither Elder Gu nor his people were harmed, as they were protected by his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, back at the sect, Elder Tsang shook his head. I have tried contacting Gu Zhiding many times, but he's not answering. Fuck. Sect Master Xiahou cursed again. It was at this moment everyone in the room suddenly sensed a ripple in the air that was caused by Elder Gu's powerful attack. Did anyone feel that just now? Someone is fighting nearby. Judging by the strength of the ripple, it was caused by a Spirit King. The only spirit king beside us in this place is Elder Gu. Sect Master Xiahou said. Let's go. Everybody there immediately rushed out of the building and followed the direction the ripple was coming from. They arrived at the collapsed cave a few minutes later, and when they arrived, Elder Gu and the others were still at the scene, as they wanted to make sure that Yuan was dead before they left. Elder Gu. What is the meaning of this? Sect Master. What are you doing here? Elder Gu had the same reaction as Elder Tsang, but he was more nervous. But before Sect Master Xiahou could even respond, another person showed up to the scene. Elder brother? Father? It was Patriarch Gu, and he had a terrified look on his face. Patriarch Gu. What is he doing here? The other sect masters were surprised to see him as well. However, Patriarch Gu ignored all of their gazes and focused on the collapsed cave with a terrified look on his face. He then looked at Elder Gu and Disciple Gu. You. What have you two done? He asked them in a low and dispirited voice. Elder brother. I just took care of some bastard that had stolen our Gu family's treasures. Believe it or not, he had our grail of truth in. You fool. Patriarch Gu roared. Did you not hear about what had happened to our family? Did you really think that we'd encountered a calamity? Patriarch Gu pointed at the collapsed cave and continued, the person you just buried was that calamity. What? Are you saying that he was the one who crippled our family and killed our spirit lords? If that's the case, then I have avenged our family. He's dead. Elder Gu laughed out loud. You really think you had killed him? Sect Master Li suddenly spoke, and he continued, even 6 sect masters from the 7 spirit academies was not enough to defeat him. What? Elder Gu and Disciple Gu looked at the sect master with wide eyes. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and before anyone there could react, almost as though a volcano had erupted, the collapsed cave suddenly exploded into the air. A figure could be seen flying out of the rubble a moment later. Of course, it was Yuan, and he was completely unharmed. You. Elder Gu stared at Yuan with a shocked look on his face. How did he survive my attack? I used all of my cultivation in that attack. He cried inwardly. Yuan quickly noticed that there were more people than before. He glanced at them and smiled. Yuan. Are you okay? Wang Xiuying asked him while standing behind the sect masters on her flying treasure. Yes, I am fine. However, believe it or not, these guys just tried to kill me. I was so scared. Yuan chuckled. Yuan. Listen to me. Sect Master Xiahou suddenly spoke, what happened between you and Elder Gu and Disciple Gu has nothing to do with my Spirit Healing Academy. I came back as soon as I heard about it. Please, forgive us. In fact, I hereby strip them of their statuses and exile them from my sect. They no longer have anything to do with us. What? You can't do that to us, Sect Master. Disciple Gu exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan nodded, don't worry, I never planned on doing anything to your sect. After all, my friend is studying there. Furthermore, I am not so unreasonable that I would punish an entire sect because of 2 people's actions. He then turned to look at the disciplinary squad and continued, since you guys were only following orders, I will also forgive you. Now get out of here before I change my mind. The disciples following Elder Gu immediately turned around and started running back to the sect. Once it was just Elder Gu and Disciple Gu, Yuan turned to look at them and mumbled out loud, now, what should I do with them? Not only did you plot to kill me just because I am friends with Healer Wang, but you also planned on feeding her a mind invasion pill to alter her memories. It wouldn't be unreasonable to kill the both of you, right? What? They wanted to feed me the mind invasion pill? Wang Xiuying exclaimed in a terrified voice after hearing this information. You too. I'm speechless. Even the other sect masters were baffled to hear such information. Please wait. Patriarch Gu suddenly shouted. And he continued, I know they have wronged you, but please, can you spare their lives? The Gu family will compensate for this incident. We will give you anything you want. Gu Zhiding is my only son, and that foolish young brother of mine is the only brother I have. If you kill them, I will truly have nothing left. Yuan turned to face Patriarch Gu, who had a desperate expression on his face. You want me to forgive them after everything today? What do you think happened when I forgave Sun Hao? He immediately ignored my warning and spat on my kindness by going to your Gu family. If I forgive them after everything they've done, they will definitely come back to bite me in the future, and I cannot risk doing that. Yuan said in a cold voice. It won't happen. I promise. I swear on my surname that they will not trouble you ever again in the future. Yuan turned to look at Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding, who were completely soaked in sweat. Tell me. If I forgive you, will you promise to never bother me or Healer Wang ever again? He asked them in a calm voice. We promise. We will never bother you or Healer Wang ever again. They both promised simultaneously. Yuan silently stared at them with a pondering look. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Patriarch Gu and smiled. Patriarch Gu subconsciously smiled back. What a pity. Yuan suddenly said as his expression turned cold. What? The smile on Patriarch Gu's face immediately flipped upside down. Yuan revealed a certain treasure to them. That's. Patriarch Gu's eyes widened with shock. That's right. It's the Grail of Truth. As long as I have this, you cannot lie to me. Yuan said. Grail of Truth. Grade, Divine. Quality, Peak. Description, a powerful treasure once owned by the sacred Temple of Truth. The Grail of Truth will expose all liars and emit a golden glow when someone lies before its presence. The Grail of Truth before them was glowing, meaning that someone had lied just now, and the only people that had the chance to lie were Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding. Wait. Give us a chance to explain. Elder Gu immediately shouted. I already gave you both plenty of chances, and unfortunately, you just used up your last chance. Yuan said in a nonchalant manner. Help me. Father, I don't want to die. Gu Zhiding began crying with a runny nose. Please. You can even take away their cultivation. Just spare their lives. Patriarch Gu pleaded. However, Yuan pretended to not hear their voices and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord, his intentions clear. The sect masters distanced themselves, as they did not want to be caught up in their mess. Patriarch Gu wanted to stop Yuan, but he was afraid that by doing so, Yuan would take his anger out on him and his Gu family afterward. Therefore, he could only use his voice to beg for their lives. Unfortunately, Yuan had no intentions to spare them. Here's a suggestion for your next life, stay out of trouble. Yuan said to them as he swung the Empyrean Overlord, sending a powerful wave of sword aura at them. Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding were so terrified by the pressure that they couldn't even defend themselves. And right as the sword aura was about to hit them, a figure suddenly appeared before them like a ghost and blocked the attack. Yuan raised an eyebrow after seeing this newcomer with a face that he didn't recognize. Although Yuan didn't recognize this person, the sect masters and Patriarch Gu recognized him. Lord Ji. The sect masters exclaimed in a surprised manner. However, Patriarch Gu appeared to be more relieved than surprised, almost as though he was expecting this person to appear. This newcomer known as Lord Ji narrowed his eyes on his own arms after blocking Yuan's attack, feeling a little numb because of it. Who are you? Yuan asked him in a calm voice. Hello, young man. I am known as Lord Ji, and I am the current lord of this realm. My Ji family oversees the 9 heavens, at least up to the 4th heaven. Lord of Spirit Heaven. Yuan mumbled. He recalled such a thing being mentioned before, that every world besides the lower heavens will have a lord that oversees it. Because of my status, I don't normally intervene in conflicts that don't greatly affect the balance of the world. So me killing these two will somehow greatly affect the balance of this world? Yuan asked. No, it won't. Then why are you here? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Because a friend of mine asked for help. Lord Ji responded with a calm smile on his face. A friend, huh? Yuan glanced at Patriarch Gu, who looked much better than before in terms of appearance, almost as though he'd been resurrected. Lord Ji smiled and said, there's no point in hiding the truth. Indeed, it was Patriarch Gu who asked me for help. And to tell you the truth, I have been watching you ever since you came out of the stairway to heaven, Yuan. Huh? You have been stalking me since I came to spirit heaven? Yuan was surprised to learn this information, even a little creeped out by it. Lord Ji laughed out loud. No, I wouldn't call it stalking. I didn't physically watch you with my own eyes, I simply gathered information about you. You had piqued my interest, so I wanted to know more about you, to understand you. Unfortunately, I still cannot understand your existence even as we speak. Your background is a complete mystery, almost non-existent, almost as though you'd suddenly popped into this world. Tell me, where did you come from? Lord Ji narrowed his sharp eyes at Yuan. Yuan remained calm and said, sorry, but I don't have the time to chit-chat with you. Then when will you have time? I will think about it after I kill those two behind you. Lord Ji's eyes widened, and he proceeded to speak in a surprised voice, you still have thoughts about killing them even though I am clearly trying to protect them? No one has ever dared to stand up to me like this, not even when I was little. Of course. They tried to kill me and harm my friend, and they clearly won't stop even if I forgive them today. Lord Ji sighed, why don't you give me some face today and let them go, Yuan? I promise you that I will make it worthwhile. Nothing good will come out of going against my Ji family. Let's just be friends with each other, okay? Yuan sneered at his words and spoke, unfortunately, I don't want to be friends with someone who is willing to protect these good-for-nothing that wouldn't think twice before plotting against others. I don't care if you're the lord of this realm or if your family oversees the 9 heavens. Nothing will stop me from killing these two today. The friendly smile on Lord Ji's face disappeared after he heard Yuan's words, and it was replaced by a cold expression. You're going to challenge the stairway to heaven soon, right? I have no doubt that you will be able to pass the trials and reach the 3rd heaven with your talents, but once you ascend, you will not be able to return without my Ji family's permission. Once you are gone, who will protect your friends? Who will be able to stop me, or anyone from harming your friends? Lord Ji narrowed his eyes at Yuan. Although Yuan isn't aware of it, Lord Ji was only bluffing. As the Lord of Spirit Heaven, he cannot act against the residences of the world he governs without a proper reason, or he will be punished by the heavens and have his authority stripped. This means that even if he hates someone with all of his guts, he cannot harm that individual unless that person does something that violates the laws of this world and blatantly goes against the heavens. With that being said, that doesn't restrict Patriarch Gu and his family from harming Wang Xiuying and the others once Yuan leaves this world, so that is a possibility. So what you're saying is that I should remove the Ji family and the Gu family from this world before I ascend to the next world, right? As much as I hate killing, if it means my friends are safe. Yuan suddenly released his cultivation base. What a terrifying aura. Even though he's only a spirit lord, he emits a pressure that surpasses even mine as a peak spirit king. Lord Ji was shocked inwardly by Yuan's talents. Yuan's aura was so powerful that it choked Patriarch Gu, who was a spirit king. Calm down, Yuan. I won't fight you. In fact, I cannot harm you until you attack me. Lord Ji raised his hand to surrender. If you really want to kill these two behind me, I won't stop you. What? Lord Ji. You cannot abandon them after giving us hope. It's too cruel. Patriarch Gu was shocked to hear such words. Please, Lord Ji. Save us. Disciple Gu cried out loud. Lord Ji looked at Patriarch Gu and said, you know that I cannot physically intervene in your conflicts. I have already done everything that I could. I thought that words would be enough to stop this young man, but I was wrong. He's more crazy than I thought, crazy enough to threaten my Ji family. He then faced Yuan and continued, I admire your attitude and boldness, Yuan. However, you have caused me to lose face before so many influential people today, and nobody that goes against me or my Ji family has ever gotten away unpunished. It might not happen tomorrow or a month later, but mark my words, I will not forget this slap in my face, Yuan. Despite showing no signs of anger, his voice was so cold that it caused everyone there but Yuan to tremble in fear. This is your last chance. Choose wisely. Lord Ji suddenly moved away from Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding, giving Yuan a clear path to them. Yuan narrowed his eyes on Lord Ji, wondering if it was a trap. However, Lord Ji showed no signs of wanting to interfere. Please. Spare us. We were wrong. I swear that I won't harm you or your friends in the future. Elder Gu pleaded. Me too. I swear that I. However, before Gu Zhiding could even finish his sentence, Yuan mercilessly swung his sword, killing the both of them with his sword aura almost instantly. Brother. Son. No. Patriarch Gu roared in despair. Lord Ji took a deep breath after witnessing Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding's death, and he turned to look at Yuan with a vicious face, who was looking at the Grail of Truth, which was emitting a golden glow. I would have spared them if this treasure didn't have a reaction. Unfortunately. Yuan sighed in a low voice. This crazy bastard. Lord Ji mumbled in a low voice as he watched Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding's severed corpses fall to the ground from the sky. Is this what it feels like to be opposed? How interesting. He smiled inwardly. He really killed them. Wang Xiuying was left speechless by Yuan's actions. She didn't think he would actually kill them. Sometime later, Yuan turned to look at Patriarch Gu and spoke in a calm voice, Are you going to avenge them now? Will you also plot to harm my friends once I am gone? However, Patriarch Gu remained silent. The Grail of Truth had a single weakness. If someone doesn't speak, it would not be able to detect any lies. However, by avoiding the Grail of Truth, they might as well be a liar. After all, there would be no point to avoid the Grail of Truth if one planned on speaking the truth. If you don't answer my question, I will kill you as well. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu, who trembled upon feeling such gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice, Kill me if you want. I don't care anymore. He then turned to look at Lord Ji and clasped his hands before continuing, Thank you for responding to my request for help. Even if you were not able to save their lives, I am still grateful that you came, and I am indebted to you. Lord Ji silently nodded. Patriarch Gu turned to look at Yuan again for a moment before turning around and flying away. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu, but he didn't chase after him. Young master, are you sure you want to let him go? My experience tells me that he will definitely try to avenge his son and brother in the future. Feng Yuxiang said to him. I know. Yuan said. Then why? His eyes lacked any will to live, and it reminds me of someone. I cannot kill him even if I want to, my body doesn't allow it. He sighed. The current Patriarch Gu reminded Yuan of himself during his early years as a cripple. He had no reason to live, and he couldn't care less if he lived or died. This made him hesitant on killing Patriarch Gu. However, that doesn't mean I will allow him to harm my friends. They all believe that I won't be able to return to this place once I ascend, but that is not even close to being true. If he dares to try anything funny, I will come back down here and finish them off. What about this Lord Ji? His Ji family is incredibly powerful, even more powerful than the 7 legacy families. They will definitely try to suppress you, but I highly discourage you from fighting them. Although you might be able to defeat them now, you won't be able to deal with the Ji family in the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang asked. I don't know. This Lord Ji is a weird one. I do not understand him at all. Yuan shook his head inwardly. And he continued, I guess we can only wait and see how everything goes. Once Patriarch Gu left the scene completely, Lord Ji spoke in a calm voice, You're really one crazy bastard, Yuan. Nobody has ever opposed me this openly. I'm both impressed and filled with rage right now. What do you think I should do with you, Yuan smiled and responded in a calm voice, You can forget about this incident. This is the best for both of us. Furthermore, you're not even supposed to be here in the first place. Lord Ji shook his head and spoke, Unfortunately, that is no longer possible. You have opposed me, causing me to lose a lot of face today. Personally, I am not one who cares too much about face, but the heavens watching us might think differently. If I don't punish you for opposing me, the heavens that have witnessed everything might deem me unworthy of the position of Lord and strip my status, and that is something I cannot allow even if it costs me my life. The heavens? Yuan raised his eyebrows and lifted his head to look up. They're watching us now. Lord Ji smiled, The heavens are always watching us, all of us. Is that any different from the saying that God is always watching us? Yuan wondered to himself. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to fight me and reclaim your face? Yuan asked a moment later. No, I won't fight you. Violence isn't always the answer, and the Ji family has their own methods to deal with you. However, let's see what the heavens have to say about this. Lord Ji suddenly retrieved a clear double-terminated crystal and raised it above him. Judgment! He shouted a moment later. A sea of white clouds began gathering above their location, but the clouds started turning darker in color as time passed. Within moments, the once white clouds were pitch black. Bang! A single lightning strike suddenly descended from the black clouds and struck the crystal in Lord Ji's grasp. The clear crystal began changing colors shortly after, and within moments, it became just like the clouds, pitch black. This is... Lord Ji appeared to be shocked and terrified at the same time when he saw the results. He stared at the black crystal with wide eyes as the clouds began to disperse. Feng Feng, I have a bad feeling about this. Do you know what he's doing? Yuan asked her. The lords have the ability to call upon the heavens for judgment of certain individuals. This is my first time witnessing it personally, but I have heard rumors. If the crystal turns golden, it means the heavens are willing to forgive that person. The crystal can also turn red, but that means punishment for the person it judged. However, I have never heard of a pitch-black crystal before. Feng Yuxiang said in a puzzled voice. Is that so? Yuan mumbled, and they all patiently waited for Lord Ji to announce the results of his judgment. Many moments passed since Lord Ji's crystal turned pitch black, but he hasn't uttered a single word since then. Yuan could no longer wait and asked him, Hey, what's the heaven's judgment? Judging by the ominous color, it can't be anything good, right? Lord Ji finally snapped out of his daze and turned to face Yuan with a profound frown on his face. And without explaining anything, he turned around and flew away. What the heck? He's running away. Yuan was dumbfounded by the Lord's action. Hey! Where are you going? Come back here and explain the situation. He thought about chasing after Lord Ji, but he decided to let him go for now. What was that all about? Wang Xiuying approached him afterward and asked. I have no idea. Yuan shrugged. Anyways, are you hurt? He asked her. I should be asking you that question. I'm fine. Yuan smiled. I apologize. If I didn't leave the sect, none of this would have happened. Sect Master Xiahou apologized to him again. Don't kick yourself. It's not your fault. Yuan shook his head. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Yuan turned to look at the other sect masters. We were in a meeting when you interrupted us, again. Sect Master Li said. After hearing about the situation from Sect Master Xiahou, we decided to tag along just in case. Bai Zhu said. Just in case what? That I decided to destroy this place. Do I look like a villain to you? I am a reasonable person. I won't harm innocent people. Yuan laughed out loud. Anyways, let's go back. I want to soak in some hot water after all that. Luckily, I have a cauldron and some pills that I want to test out. While Yuan and Wang Xiuying returned to the sect Master Xiahou called for disciples to clean up the mess caused by the incident. Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding's corpses were gathered, stitched up, and sent back to the Gu family. As for the collapsed cave, the sect master decided to completely demolish it. The other sect masters returned to their own sect shortly after. My God, Yuan. It hasn't even been a full day since you arrived and you've already caused so much chaos. Wang Xiuying said to him after they returned to her living quarters. You're blaming me. I am the victim here. He exclaimed. I know, it's just a joke. By the way, are you really going to temper yourself with the Tier 4 and Tier 5 body tempering pills? I really think you should hold off on them for now. Yuan smiled, have some faith in me. Anyways, how do I use this thing? He showed her the cauldron he just got. You need to form a connection with it first. Drop some of your blood on it and establish a connection with your spiritual sense. After that, you will be able to change its size with a thought. Yuan nodded and dropped some of his blood onto the cauldron. After he injected some of his spiritual energy into the cauldron, he could immediately feel a connection to it, almost like his connections with his servants. Once the connection was strong enough, Yuan could change the cauldron's size with a mere thought, and it felt extremely natural, almost as though he'd been doing it for years. Wow, this is big enough to fit 4 people. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the cauldron's maximum size. Now you fill the cauldron up with water and heat it up using a flame technique. If you don't have any fire-making techniques, I can help you. Wang Xiuying said. Actually, I might have one. However, I have never used it. Yuan proceeded to activate a technique that he'd learned early on but never got the chance to use. Heavenly Fire Control. A ball of flame appeared on Yuan's palms. What do you think? It's a mortal rank technique meant for cooking. Yuan said with a smile on his face. Wang Xiuying rubbed her temples and sighed, you won't be able to warm the cauldron with such a pitifully weak fire, much less warm the water. Is that so? Well, its description does say, regular, fire. Yuan shrugged. Don't worry, I will help you heat up the. However, before Wang Xiuying could even finish her sentence, Feng Yuxiang appeared beside Yuan and used her phoenix fire to heat up the cauldron almost instantly. You are. Wang Xiuying stared at Feng Yuxiang's pretty face for a moment before turning to admire her beautiful golden flames. Wow! What pretty and powerful flames! This must be named Alchemy Flame. Huh? Alchemy Flame? How dare you compare my phoenix fire to alchemy flames? My flames are much more special than any alchemy flame out there. Feng Yuxiang said in a bragging tone. Huh? Phoenix fire? I have never heard of such a thing before, said Wang Xiuying in a dazed voice. I'm not surprised. Feng Yuxiang sneered. Yuan smiled and said, Feng is a divine beast, a phoenix. Wow, a phoenix. First dragons, now a phoenix. I always meet these mythical beings whenever I am with you, Yuan. Wang Xiuying smiled. Sometime later, Yuan tossed the Tier 4 body tempering pill into the boiling hot water and watched it disappear almost instantly, turning the clear water into a murky green color. Yuan waited for a few more moments just to be safe before removing his clothes and entering the cauldron. I should wait outside. Wang Xiuying said with a flushed face after seeing Yuan's naked body. You can stay. I don't mind. Yuan said to her as he sat down. After taking a deep breath, he started absorbing the medicine, officially starting his body tempering. Yuan immediately gritted his teeth when he sensed pain, but it wasn't unbearable. In fact, it was nowhere near as painful as his first experience and when he tempered his body with Chu Liuxiang with the dragon scales. How do you feel, Yuan? You don't have to force yourself. Wang Xiuying said to him in a nervous voice. I'm fine. This much pain is very bearable, he calmly said. No way. She mumbled with a dumbfounded look on her face. Since you're able to endure the pain and nothing seems to be wrong, I will leave you alone and go concoct some pills. How long will you be staying there? A single pill can last you a week even if you are soaked in it the entire time. Wang Xiuying asked him. I'll temper my body for a few hours. It would be a waste of money if I leave so quickly, he said. Okay. Have fun. Wang Xiuying went to her room to concoct pills. 3 hours later, Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the clear water with raised eyebrows. I thought she said that it'd last a week. It's only been 3 hours since I started and the medicine is already all gone. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Young master, did you already forget? You have a special body and incredible talents. It's only natural that you'd absorb the medicine much quicker than others. Feng Yuxiang said. I'm well aware of that, but when it takes only a few short hours to absorb a week's worth of medicine. At this rate, I will need to buy a lot of body-tempering pills. I don't even dare to imagine how much money it will cost me if I want to temper my body for 1 month. Yuan sighed. The most efficient way to save money on pills is to concoct them yourself. Although the ingredients are costly as well, you can easily make a profit with a single decent pill. If you concoct 2 pills and sell one of them, you'll gain enough money to buy ingredients to concoct another 2 or 3 pills, even more if the pill is of high quality. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan sighed, so you're telling me to become an alchemist and concoct the pills myself? I wanted to be an alchemist at one point, but after learning the process, I gave up on that thought. No offense to Xiuying and all of the alchemists out there, but I just find it way too boring. Honestly, if I wasn't able to consume monster cores and raise my cultivation that way, I would have hated cultivation. Feng Yuxiang began pondering after hearing Yuan's words. I have a suggestion, she said a moment later, and she continued, if the young master refuses to do alchemy, why don't I concoct pills for you? Huh? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. You want to concoct pills for me? Do you know how to concoct pills? She shook her head. No, I have never concocted a pill before, nor do I have any experience in alchemy. Then how are you going to concoct pills? I can't ask you to learn alchemy just to help me save money. That's too much. Yuan rejected her idea. Feng Yuxiang then said, actually, even if I don't have any experience, I am very confident in my abilities to concoct pills. After all, a large part of alchemy is basically how well one can control their flames. I may be a young phoenix, but I am very confident in my mastery over my own flames. Furthermore, my phoenix flame can rival even the best alchemy flames out there. I meet pretty much every necessary requisite for an alchemist, a powerful fire, perfect control over that fire, and I also have extensive knowledge on medicine and herbs because of my previous occupation. If you ask me, I am essentially an alchemist already. Yuan stared at her with a look of disbelief, and he mumbled in a low voice, if you put it that way. Now I just need to successfully concoct a pill. Once that is done, I can call myself an alchemist and start concocting pills for you. I will be right back, young master. You can go ahead and try out the Tier 5 body tempering pill. Where are you going? He asked out of curiosity. I'm going to borrow your friend's cauldron and try to concoct a pill. After saying that, Feng Yuxiang left the room and went to find Wang Xiuying, who was practicing Tier 4 pills in her own room. 71% purity. Ha! It'll probably take me another month before I can concoct Tier 4 pills with over 90% purity. Wang Xiuying sighed. Despite already having the ability to concoct Tier 4 pills without failing 10 out of 10 times, she won't consider it a success until she can concoct a Tier 4 pill with over 90% purity. In fact, she refuses to touch Tier 5 pills until she can successfully concoct a Tier 4 pill. This stubbornness has caused her master plenty of headaches. Alright. Let's try again. However, Feng Yuxiang knocked on her door right as she stood up to gather more ingredients. Did something happen to Yuan? Wang Xiuying asked after seeing Feng Yuxiang standing outside her room. No, I came here because I have a request. Can you concoct a body-tempering pill for me? I also want to watch you make it. I don't mind, but can I ask why? Yuan is already using Tier 4 body-tempering pills while I can only concoct Tier 3 body-tempering pills. I want to see if I can concoct a pill. Feng Yuxiang said. Wang Xiuying raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. Are you an alchemist as well? I mean, you do have a very powerful fire. No, I am not, yet. Is that so? I guess I can concoct a Tier 3 body-tempering pill for you. Wang Xiuying accepted her request. Thank you. While Wang Xiuying gathered the ingredients, Feng Yuxiang took a seat in front of the cauldron right beside where Wang Xiuying will be seated. Once Wang Xiuying was seated and began concocting the pill, Feng Yuxiang paid close attention to her alchemy flame. From the temperature of Wang Xiuying's alchemy flame to the way she adjusted its intensity, Feng Yuxiang memorized all of it with a single glance. While Feng Yuxiang went to watch Wang Xiuying concoct pills, Yuan tested out the Tier 5 body-tempering pill. Shit! This is painful. He exclaimed in a shocked voice after trying to absorb the medicine. I didn't think the difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5 would be this vast. This pain is comparable to my first experience. However, despite the pain, Yuan felt relieved. After all, if the Tier 5 body-tempering pills were not strong enough, he would need to use Tier 6 body-tempering pills, and who knows how much a single one of those would cost. An hour later, Wang Xiuying retrieved the Tier 3 body-tempering pill that she just concocted from the cauldron. How was that? She asked. I have memorized everything. Thank you. Now I would like to try. Feng Yuxiang said. You want to try? You know. I don't want to sound arrogant, but if concocting pills were this easy, everyone would be an alchemist. Maybe not human cultivators. However, in case you forgot, I am not human. I am a phoenix with fire mastery that most humans cannot even begin to comprehend. Feng Yuxiang stood up and asked, Can I use your medicines for my pill? Sure. Use as many as you want. Wang Xiuying nodded. After gathering enough ingredients to concoct 3 Tier 3 body-tempering pills, Feng Yuxiang returned to the cauldron. If I cannot successfully concoct a pill with 3 attempts, I will admit defeat and learn alchemy from the beginning. Feng Yuxiang proceeded to summon her phoenix fire around the cauldron, and Wang Xiuying stared with wide eyes. Her control over the flames is immaculate. She's even better than my master. Wang Xiuying was shocked inwardly by Feng Yuxiang's performance even though she hadn't even begun putting the ingredients inside. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang tossed the first ingredient into the cauldron and adjusted the strength of her flame so that it wouldn't burn the ingredient. My God, she melted the ingredient almost instantly and even destroyed all of the impurities at the same time. I have never seen anything like this before. Wang Xiuying exclaimed inwardly as she watched Feng Yuxiang toss ingredients into the cauldron every 5 seconds. The speed of Feng Yuxiang's alchemy was truly shocking for someone like Wang Xiuying, as it was many times faster than even her master, who was the best alchemist in the spirit heaven. Feng Yuxiang melted all of the ingredients needed to concoct the pill within minutes, and after another minute, she finished concocting the Tier 3 body-tempering pill. Looks pretty good to me. What do you think? Feng Yuxiang handed the pill to Wang Xiuying after glancing at it. Body-tempering pill, Tier 3, purity, 99%. Effects, used for body tempering. Toss in water and wait until the pill completely dissolves. Only recommended for spirit grandmasters and above. Description, concocted by Feng Yuxiang. Unbelievable. You really concocted a tier 3 body tempering pill on your first try. And it even has a 99% purity. Please tell me you were only joking with me when you said that you had no experience with alchemy. Wang Xiuying looked at Feng Yuxiang with teary eyes. This is really my first time doing alchemy. Feng Yuxiang calmly shrugged. And to Feng Yuxiang's surprise, Wang Xiuying suddenly began crying. If Yuan has someone as talented as you by his side, there's no longer any reason for someone like me to exist. All of my efforts would be in vain. And alchemy is the only thing that I am good with in this world. Why am I so unlucky? I only wanted to be helpful to him. Feng Yuxiang was completely baffled by Wang Xiuying's sudden outburst. She didn't think that she would upset Wang Xiuying this much by concocting a single pill. I'm sorry, but I don't really understand. Feng Yuxiang said a few moments later. Wang Xiuying wiped her tears and said, Yuan is a very talented person, some may even say that he's too talented. He's also someone that I idolize very much, so I want to help him in any way that I can. However, since he's very talented, there are very few things that I can help him with. The field of medicine is one of these very few things that Yuan has zero experience and interest in, so I came to this place to study alchemy. I wanted to help Yuan with the pills that I'd concocted. However, now that you're in the picture, I will no longer need to concoct any pills for him since you'll definitely do much better than me. Do you understand my frustration now? Feng Yuxiang nodded in a dazed manner. Believe it or not, I actually understand your feelings very well. I also want to help him, but besides offering him treasures and some of my knowledge, there's really not much that I can do to assist him, and he will eventually acquire more treasures and knowledge than me. However, he just told me that he's reluctant to learn alchemy since he finds it very boring, and that's when I got the idea of becoming an alchemist. This way, I will be able to stand by his side and not feel useless even in the future when he's standing at the peak of this world. I see. If that's the case, then I don't mind giving up on alchemy. As a nurse, I only want what's best for my patients, and you're clearly the best out there, at least way better than me. Wang Xiuying sighed. What? You're going to give up alchemy because of this? That's nonsense. Feng Yuxiang said. I mean, I only started alchemy so that I could help him. Is there a point for me to continue if I cannot help him? Of course. Don't you enjoy concocting pills? You even said it yourself that you do. I will take care of the young master in your place, so you should start concocting pills for yourself. Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, furthermore, the young master will be leaving this world soon. Unless you plan on ascending with him, you won't be able to help him with your alchemy. What? Yuan is leaving this world already? He just got here. Wang Xiuying exclaimed after learning this information for the first time. When is he leaving? Wang Xiuying asked afterward. Soon. Probably after he finishes visiting this place. Feng Yuxiang said. What? That's less than a week. Yes. That's why I don't recommend you quit being an alchemist. Unless you ascend with him, you won't be able to help him. After all, it's not like he can come down here every time he needs some pills from you. Furthermore, you're very talented in alchemy. It would be a waste of talent if you stop now. Wang Xiuying sighed, I guess so. You know, as a phoenix, I was born with the talent to control flames, and I have over 100,000 years of experience. You, on the other hand, are a human with less than 20 years of experience. If you continue being an alchemist, I have no doubt you'll eventually surpass me in the future. Wang Xiuying nodded with a serious expression on her face, then I will continue to practice alchemy with a new goal in mind, to surpass you and stand by Yuan's side as his #1 alchemist in the future. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, and I will start studying alchemy seriously so that I can continue being his alchemist. I won't go easy on you. I would never ask you to go easy on me, or that would make this entire thing meaningless. After all, we both want the best for Yuan. Feng Yuxiang nodded, now then, if I want to study alchemy, I will need some manuals. Does the alchemy store sell them? Yes, they do, but they will only sell them to disciples of the sect. If you want some manuals, you can take mine. I no longer have any use for them since I've already memorized everything. Wang Xiuying retrieved over 20 manuals and scrolls on alchemy and medicine, placing them before Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "In exchange for your manuals, I will give you some treasures. What do you want? Weapons? Rare ingredients? It's okay, I don't need any payment. These manuals aren't that expensive, either. They cost less than 1,000 gold coins together. I don't like owing debt to anyone. Even if they're worth 1 gold coin, I will pay for it." Feng Yuxiang shook her head. She started searching inside her spatial ring the very next moment. A few moments later, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a pill-sized clear marble that contained purple flames. "I will give you this for the manuals." Feng Yuxiang handed this fiery marble to Wang Xiuying. "What's this?" Wang Xiuying asked as she accepted the marble. "This marble contains fire from a violet qilin, a powerful and rare magical beast known for their natural fire mastery. If you consume this treasure, you will gain the magical beast's talent, which will greatly boost your control of most flames out there, including alchemy flames." "Wow! Are you sure you want to give me this treasure? It looks and sounds very expensive. How much would a treasure like this cost?" Wang Xiuying asked out of curiosity. "Somewhere between 50 to 60 million spirit stones, I guess." 50 million spirit stones? Wang Xiuying exclaimed in a shocked voice. "This treasure is way too valuable. My manuals are only worth 1,000 gold coins at most." Feng Yuxiang shrugged and said, "Consider this as an investment." "An investment? For what?" Wang Xiuying raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "While I don't like owing debts, I love it when people owe me. In the future, if I need something from you, just remember this debt you owe me. That's all." "That sounds very suspicious. Like a loan shark. You won't ask me to do something ridiculous, right?" Wang Xiuying said in a doubtful voice. "Who knows?" Wang Xiuying swallowed nervously. However, despite such a suspicious deal, she could not refuse the violet qilin's fire. "Since she is Yuan's friend, I can trust her, probably. And this treasure is just too good. I will definitely regret it for a very long time if I don't accept it." After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiuying gave up and said, "Fine, I owe you. Anyways, how do I use this treasure? Do I just swallow it?" Feng Yuxiang nodded, "Yes, swallow the entire thing. If you break the marble, the fire will explode and kill you. That's incredibly dangerous. What if it explodes after I swallow it?" "Don't worry, the marble won't break that easily, and once it's in your stomach, it will slowly release the violet qilin's fire, but you will see results immediately. Also, your stomach will feel like it's on fire for the next few days, but it won't hurt you. Once you absorb all of the violet qilin's fire, your control with fire will significantly improve, almost as though you'd suddenly gained 1,000 years of experience." "I understand. Thank you for the explanation and for this treasure." Wang Xiuying gently placed the marble in her mouth and swallowed it. She could immediately feel her stomach's temperature increasing, and it was actually quite comfortable. A few moments later, Wang Xiuying could no longer resist her curiosity and started playing around with her alchemy flame, and to her absolute shock, she could immediately see improvements just like Feng Yuxiang said. "This is amazing. I can't believe how much I have improved already." Wang Xiuying was jumping in joy as she danced around the room with her alchemy flames. "If you're already this impressed, just wait until you finish absorbing the treasure," Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, "Of course, you will need way more than this treasure to beat me. Thank you. I will definitely repay this debt." Wang Xiuying suddenly approached Feng Yuxiang and embraced her tightly. "Hey! Who said you can hug me?" Only the young master is allowed to be intimate with my body. Feng Yuxiang quickly pushed her away. Wang Xiuying didn't mind being pushed away and even laughed. What a weird girl. Feng Yuxiang shook her head inwardly. Once she calmed down, Wang Xiuying tried to concoct pills to see the results of the treasure. I did it. Tier 4 pill with 90% purity. And I thought I would need another month before I can reach this point. Wang Xiuying kissed the pill in her hands with teary eyes. Feng Yuxiang watched with a pondering look on her face. Her improvements are insane even considering that she'd consumed Violet Qilan's fire. She's simply improving too fast. Maybe she has a unique physique that's causing this. It's only been an hour since Wang Xiuying consumed the treasure, but she's already able to improve her tier 4 pills from 70% to 90% purity. This kind of improvement would normally need a day, but she was able to achieve such results in only an hour. Hey, what kind of physique do you have? Feng Yuxiang decided to ask her. Me? I have a physique called Pure Flame Physique. Pure Flame Physique, huh? That explains your tremendous improvements. Feng Yuxiang mumbled. Do you know what my physique is? Even my master doesn't know about it. Wang Xiuying said. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, the Pure Flame Physique allows you to consume many different types of flames to improve your own cultivation, and the flames you absorb will also have strengthened results, meaning you acquire more benefits than what's normally gained. I must say, it's one of the best physiques out there for alchemists. You got really lucky. I see. Wait, what kind of fire can I consume, specifically? Wang Xiuying then asked. You can consume most flames out there, including alchemy flames. Won't that be a waste? Consuming alchemy flames. No, it won't be wasted, since you'll be able to use all the flames you consume. Really? Does that mean I can also use the Violet Qilan's purple flames? Wang Xiuying asked in an excited voice. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You'll still need enough cultivation to use the flames. If you want to use the Violet Qilan's purple flames, you will need to be at least a Spirit Emperor. A Spirit Emperor? How high is that? Above Spirit King. Spirit King. That's my master's cultivation. It will take years for me to reach that kind of level, not even mentioning Spirit Emperor. Wang Xiuying exclaimed. There's nothing I can do about that. The Violet Qilan is a powerful magical beast found in the fourth heaven and above, so it's only natural that you need a high cultivation base to use it. Wang Xiuying sighed, guess I will have to give up on this matter for now. Sometime later, Wang Xiuying continued to concoct tier 4 pills until she could concoct above 90% purity 10 out of 10 times. When the sky started turning dark, Yuan finished his body tempering and went to meet with the other two. How did it go, Feng Feng? Were you able to concoct a pill? Yuan asked her. Take a look at this. Feng Yuxiang showed him the tier 3 body tempering pill that she'd concocted. Wow, you actually did it. That's amazing. Sorry I doubted you. Don't worry about it. Now we will be able to save a lot of money on pills, and you will essentially have an endless source of body tempering pills. Yuan nodded. How long do you think it will take you to be able to concoct tier 5 body tempering pills? I can't say right now, but it shouldn't take too long, considering how easy I was able to concoct a tier 3 pill. Alright, I will leave it to you. Anyways, I will see you tomorrow, Xiuying. Our tour was cut short today, but we can resume it tomorrow. Yuan said to her. Sure thing. Young master, can I borrow your cauldron for now? I want to start practicing alchemy immediately. Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Of course. I left it in the other room. Thank you. Yuan logged off the game shortly after. Wang Xiuying continued to concoct pills for another hour before leaving too. As for Feng Yuxiang, she would spend the rest of the night practicing her alchemy. The following day, when Yuan returned to Cultivation Online, Feng Yuxiang greeted him with a wide smile on her face. "What's up, Feng? Did something good happen?" he asked her. "Look at this." Feng Yuxiang showed him the pill in her hands. Body tempering pill, tier 4, purity, 94%. Effects, used for body tempering. Toss in water and wait until the pill completely dissolves. Only recommended for spirit grandmasters and above. Description, concocted by Feng Yuxiang. Tier 4 body tempering pill. You can already concoct tier 4 pills. Yuan was surprised by her ridiculous improvement speed. At this rate, she will be able to concoct tier 5 pills by tomorrow. I wanted to try concocting a tier 5 body tempering pill, but even your friend doesn't have the recipe for it. I see. Let's try asking Sect Master Xiaohu for it later. Okay. Wang Xiuying logged on about an hour later. I wanted to watch the competition with you today, but because of what happened yesterday, it was cancelled. Disciple Gu was a competitor, after all. Then let's do something else. Yuan said. She nodded. We can continue where we left off yesterday. Sure. They made their way to the alchemy store shortly after. Once they arrived, Wang Xiuying started showing Yuan around the rest of the sect. This is where lectures are given. Elders will show up once a week and concoct pills before the disciples. This is the study hall, where we memorize all sorts of medicine out there with our eyes and nose. This is where disciples with no money can go to practice their alchemy. Outer court disciples have access to the normal cauldrons while inner court disciples have access to enhanced cauldrons. After showing Yuan almost everything there is to see, Wang Xiuying asked him, "What do you want to do now?" Do you think we can see your master now? I want to see if we can buy the recipe for the tier 5 body tempering pill. Then let's go to her headquarters and see if she's there. Okay. Yuan nodded. Upon Yuan's request, Wang Xiuying brought him to the sect master's headquarters. "Master, are you inside?" Wang Xiuying knocked on her door. As sect master Xiaohu's disciple, Wang Xiuying had access to the building, so she could enter and leave as she pleased, something even a lot of sect elders couldn't do. "Yes, I am here." Sect master Xiaohu's voice quickly resounded. After all, she couldn't risk accidentally offending Yuan again, so she decided to stay in the sect until he leaves. "Yuan would like to speak with you." "Yuan. Come inside." The nervousness within sect master Xiaohu's voice was apparent, causing Wang Xiuying to show a bittersweet smile as she opened the door and entered the room with Yuan. "Hello, sect master." Yuan greeted her with a gentle smile. "What do you want?" However, in sect master Xiaohu's eyes, his smile was very terrifying. After all, Yuan had the audacity to go against the Ji family that ruled almost half of the 9 heavens. "I'd like to purchase the recipe for tier 5 body tempering pill from your sect." Yuan did not beat around the bush and said. "Why do you need something like that? Do you plan on concocting them yourself?" Sect master Xiaohu asked with a pondering look on her face. "No, not me. My friend will be the one doing alchemy." Feng. The red-haired beauty Feng Yuxiang appeared in the room beside Yuan the next moment. "My name is Feng Yuxiang. I am the young master's most loyal and #1 servant." Feng Yuxiang introduced herself. However, before sect master Xiaohu could even respond, another figure appeared in the room, a petite figure with a cute face. "Xiaohua will not let such comments slide, you sly bird." Xiaohua came first, so she is brother Yuan's #1 servant. Feng Yuxiang rubbed her nose in a cheeky manner and said, "Oh yeah. While you may have been his first servant, I am definitely in the lead when it comes to helping him. And very soon, I will help the young master even more with my alchemy." Xiaohua gritted her teeth in frustration, but she was unable to refute Feng Yuxiang's words. It was true that Feng Yuxiang has been very helpful to Yuan as of late. Not only has she helped him save and earn a lot of money, but she even has what seems like an endless supply of valuable treasures for him. Now that she'll also be concocting pills for Yuan, Feng Yuxiang's status as his servant has risen to a new level. At glance, Feng Yuxiang is definitely in the lead out of the three of them. Xiaohua can also be useful to Brother Yuan. Xiaohua said, and she started taking out powerful weapons and artifacts that emitted the aura of divine grade and even ancient grade treasures. Everyone in the room felt their jaw drop to the ground after seeing the amount of treasures in Xiaohua's grasp. Here, Brother Yuan. Take these. She offered them to him with a stubborn face. Yuan could only shake his head with a smile. Don't be silly. I never cared about who is more useful to me, nor will I ever rank you guys based on your usefulness. In my eyes, you're all my precious companions. However, despite Yuan's words, Xiaohua did not feel content. Because of her rivalry with Feng Yuxiang, she couldn't help but feel like she was losing, that she was inferior. Feng, you should also stop thinking like that. It's an unhealthy mindset to have. Yuan scolded her next. Sorry. She sighed with her head lowered. They returned to his body shortly after. Yuan sighed, and he spoke, anyways, I would like to purchase the Tier 5 body tempering pill recipe from you. I know that recipes are very rare and extremely valuable, so I am going to offer you these. He retrieved a small wooden box and placed it before Sect Master Xiahou. This is. Is this what I think it is? Sect Master Xiahou asked in a trembling voice. She had an idea of its contents even without looking inside, as she'd seen the wooden box before. Yes, it's leaves from the golden celestial tree, and there are 9 crimson leaves inside the box. Oh, and before I forget, the golden celestial tree itself is a few million years old. What? Leaves from a golden celestial tree that is over 1,000,000 years old? How is that even possible? Sect Master Xiahou exclaimed. You can examine the leaves yourself if you do not believe me. Sect Master Xiahou swallowed nervously. No, I trust you. I want to open it, but I don't dare to expose the leaves to any more impurities, so I will leave them inside the box. 9 blades of crimson leaves. I will be able to concoct 3 golden aptitude pills. Even if I consume one for myself and give one to my disciple, I will still have an extra. And these leaves came from a golden celestial tree that is over 1,000,000 years old. This is a treasure that I will never see again, much less acquire. Sect Master Xiahou cried with joy inwardly. Judging by the smile on your face, I will assume that you are going to accept my trade. Yuan suddenly said. Unbeknownst to Sect Master Xiahou, there was a smile that was unbefitting of a woman on her face. Upon realizing the expression on her, Sect Master Xiahou quickly covered her face and turned around as it was flushed with redness. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a low voice, Yes, I accept this trade. Here is my medallion. Bring it to the alchemy store and show it to the people on the 10th floor. They will assist you with everything you need. In fact, you can ask for more pill recipes. These leaves are countless times more valuable than the Tier 5 body tempering pills recipe, after all. Yuan accepted the medallion and bowed to her, Thank you. You can take the leaves now. Yuan and Wang Xiuying left the place shortly after to head towards the alchemy store once again. Once they arrived at the alchemy store, Yuan and Wang Xiuying walked straight to the 10th floor. However, they were blocked on the 9th floor. Only those that have received the sect master's approval may enter the 10th floor. The elders said to them. Yuan showed them sect master Xiahou's medallion. Please give us a minute to confirm it with the sect master. The elder said. The elders took Yuan's medallion for a quick inspection while they also contacted sect master Xiahou to confirm that she had indeed handed her medallion to Yuan. Once they confirmed everything, the elders allowed them to enter the 10th floor. The 10th floor was unsurprisingly the smallest but also the cleanest room in the entire building due to the minimal visitors they receive. In fact, visitors were practically non-existent on the 10th floor, and only 1 or 2 people get to enter this place every year. How may I help you? The elder working on that floor asked them. This elder also happened to be a first-level spirit king and the guardian of the alchemy store. "Hello, I'm here to buy the recipe for the Tier 5 body tempering pill," Yuan said. "Oh, I have already paid the sect master for the recipe, and she even allowed me to choose a couple more." "I understand. Here is a list of all of the pill recipes we have in the sect." The elder handed them a thin manual. Yuan took the manual and asked Feng Yuxiang, "What do you think, Feng Feng? Any particular pill recipe you want beside the Tier 5 body tempering pill?" Feng Yuxiang appeared beside him and started looking through the manual. Peak Spirit King. The elder was shocked by Feng Yuxiang's cultivation base and otherworldly beauty. A few minutes later, Feng Yuxiang picked 21 different pill recipes, not including the Tier 5 body tempering pill, and they were mostly recipes for Tier 5 pills. The elder's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably after seeing how many pill recipes Feng Yuxiang had chosen. "Wait a moment while I receive the sect master's approval," the elder said to them before disappearing to the room in the back. A few minutes later, the elder returned with a look of disbelief on his face. "The sect master has agreed to give you all of the pill recipes. You also don't need to worry about paying for them." The elder sounded like he was in disbelief, and he wondered what kind of bribe Yuan had given the sect master to make this happen. Normally, sect master Xiaohe would be very strict about giving away even one pill recipe, much less 22 at once. After copying all of the pill recipes Feng Yuxiang had requested, the elder handed it to her. "Now we just need to buy enough ingredients to concoct the pills. The store still owes me 100,000 spirit stones, but I doubt that we'll be able to help much," Yuan said afterward. "It's okay, young master. Leave everything pill-related to me, including the money," Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. "Are you sure?" "Yes. I won't lose any money as long as I successfully concoct one pill out of 3 attempts." She nodded. "All right. I will leave it to you. I will also buy my own cauldron so I don't need to borrow yours every time I want to concoct pills," Feng Yuxiang added. They descended to the 6th floor shortly after so that Feng Yuxiang could buy her cauldron. "I want this golden phoenix cauldron," Feng Yuxiang said to the elder there. "The golden phoenix cauldron will cost 10 million spirit stones. It's also our best cauldron," the elder said. "Here." Feng Yuxiang handed him the money without any hesitation, almost as though she was only getting rid of her spare change. "Thank you for your patronage." All of the staff members there bowed to Feng Yuxiang after the purchase. They descended to the 3rd floor shortly after Feng Yuxiang got her own cauldron. "I want enough medicine to concoct 1,000 Tier 5 body tempering pills and," Feng Yuxiang said to the staff members working there, shocking them speechless with her crazy shopping spree. In the end, Feng Yuxiang left the alchemy store with a cauldron that cost her 10 million spirit stones and 5 million spirit stones worth of ingredients. It was an enormous sum of money spent. In fact, Feng Yuxiang instantly became their most valued customer. 15 million spirit stones. "I am speechless," Wang Xiuying mumbled in a dazed voice. "How just freaking rich are you?" She couldn't help but ask. "I have sold tens of thousands of valuable treasures throughout thousands of years, so you can say that I have a decent amount of wealth. However, this much is nothing once we reach the upper heavens, where treasures will require spirit jades to purchase, which will be equivalent to billions and trillions of spirit stones." Trillions. Both Yuan and Wang Xiuying swallowed nervously. Once they returned to Wang Xiuying's living quarters, Feng Yuxiang immediately holed herself in one of the guest rooms to practice her alchemy. "What do you want to do tomorrow, Yuan?" Wang Xiuying asked him when the sky started turning dark. "I don't know. I wouldn't mind if we just relaxed and talked to each other about our adventures." "That sounds great. Then I will see you tomorrow. Good night." "Good night." After Wang Xiuying logged off, Yuan prepared to log off. However, Xiaohua suddenly appeared before him and spoke in a low voice, "Brother Yuan, can you spend the night with Xiaohua?" Huh? He raised his eyebrows. Xiaohua then retrieved a familiar-looking book from her spatial ring and said, "Besides supplying Brother Yuan with weapons and artifacts, this is all that Xiaohua can do for you. Are you still worried about what Feng Feng said today? You really don't need to compare with each other. Please, Brother Yuan. Let Xiaohua help you," she said to him with moist eyes. Yuan sighed, and he nodded with a gentle smile. "All right. I will spend the night with you and listen to you chant like old times." Xiaohua immediately nodded her small head with a bright smile. The two of them went outside and sat in front of Wang Xiuying's medicine field. Xiaohua opened her book and started reading it while Yuan closed his eyes and focused on her voice. After spending the entire night listening to Xiaohua's voice, Yuan slowly opened his eyes right as the sunrise began. "Your comprehension for Heaven's secret art has greatly increased. Heaven's secret art mastery level has been increased, 3-4. You have learned Heaven's fourth secret art, Heaven's sealing technique. Heaven's sealing technique. Rank, Divine. Mastery level, 1. Description, a heaven-defying technique that can seal one's meridians and cultivation. Limited to spirit kings and below, can be increased through mastery level. Anyone within 10 meters of the user can be targeted, can be increased through mastery level. Limited to 3 individuals at once, can be increased through mastery level. Heaven-consuming technique mastery level has been increased, 2-5. Heaven-consuming technique. Rank, Divine. Mastery level, 5. Description, absorbs 50 million chi per second. Heaven-splitting sword strike mastery level has been increased, 2-3. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Rank, Divine. Mastery level, 3. Description, must wield a sword to activate. Creates a pillar of sword light that will destroy everything that dares to block its path. Ding! Heaven-splitting sword strike's limiter has been released. You may now adjust the technique's strength to your desire. Heavenly Domain mastery level has been increased, 1-2. Heavenly Domain. Rank, Divine. Mastery level, 2. Description, holding absolute authority within your domain, dominate the battlefield, and pressure your enemies with the heavenly domain. All of Yuan's main techniques saw a boost in strength and mastery. However, what surprised him the most was the heaven-splitting sword strike, which had been limited this entire time. Does this mean I can pour all of my chi into a single attack? Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua and said, "It appears that the limiter for the heaven-splitting sword strike has been released. What happens now?" "That means Brother Yuan can adjust the strength of the technique as he pleases. It can be as weak as a mortal rank technique or as powerful as even the most powerful technique in the world. However, that will depend on how much spiritual energy you can give it." "Is that so? How powerful do you think I can make the technique at my current level?" he then asked. She pondered for a moment before speaking. If Brother Yuan uses all of his spiritual energy, he should be able to erase half of this sect with ease. That powerful? Yuan was shocked. The Spirit Healing Academy is as vast as multiple large cities. If he can destroy half of it, he can easily destroy an entire city with a single heaven-splitting sword strike. Wait a second. If the limiter is already released, that means it can't get any stronger, right? However, it seems like I can still make it stronger. What happens then? The technique will become more efficient, meaning you will be able to gather more strength with less spiritual energy. The speed at which you charge it will also increase. I see. That makes sense. Yuan nodded. I also learned the heaven sealing technique. This means I can seal someone's cultivation as long as they are Spirit King and below. Can this be reverted? Xiaohua nodded. Yes, it can be reverted. Do you want to try the technique on Xiaohua? Are you sure? It won't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It will only restrict Xiaohua's cultivation base. Okay. I'll try it out. The heaven sealing technique doesn't require you to touch the target. As long as they are within 10 meters of your location, you can seal their cultivation. After taking a deep breath, Yuan activated the heaven sealing technique on Xiaohua. Invisible golden chains that can only be seen by Yuan started appearing around Xiaohua's petite body. However, right as the chains touched Xiaohua's body, they all shattered without any resistance. Heaven sealing technique has failed. The target's cultivation surpasses your limit. What's wrong, brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked him a moment later. The technique failed. Huh? Xiaohua raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Xiaohua, are you, by any chance, suppressing your cultivation? At my current level, the technique only works on spirit kings and below, and you're clearly a spirit king. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiaohua isn't suppressing her cultivation. That's weird. Wait a moment. When I first met you, you were only at the 3rd level. When did you reach the 9th level of Spirit King? Now that brother Yuan mentions it. Xiaohua doesn't know either. It just felt so natural that Xiaohua didn't even realize her cultivation had improved. Xiaohua said. Yuan pondered with a slight frown on his face. Xiaohua wouldn't lie to me. Is her cultivation being suppressed without her knowledge? But who would do such a thing? She doesn't appear to be cursed either. And why did her cultivation suddenly increase? What's going on? Xiaohua looked at her own hands and also pondered about this phenomenon that was happening to her body. However, no matter how much she thought about it, nothing came to her mind. Well, there's nothing we can do if you don't know anything. Maybe we'll find out more as we ascend the 9 heavens. Yuan said sometime later. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Yuan. A familiar voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan to turn around. In the distance, he could see Sect Master Xiahou flying towards him with an urgent look on her face. What's the matter? He asked her a moment later. I just received information that the Universal Music Academy had learned of your presence here, and they are currently making their way here as we speak. She said. Universal Music Academy? What do they have anything to do with me? Yuan asked. Have you already forgotten that you killed their sect master not long ago? They are here to seek revenge. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed, what a pain in the ass. I thought my last warning to them would be enough to make them stay away from me, but alas, they're as dumb as their deceased sect master. Are you going to kill them? Sect Master Xiahou asked him in a nervous voice. Do you want me to kill them? Yuan responded with a question. Of course not. However, I doubt you even care. After all, they are after your life. Yuan smiled and said, then how about this? I will give you the chance to talk them out of killing me. If you can do that, I won't have to kill them. Are you serious? Sect Master Xiahou looked at him with wide eyes. Of course. I am not a bloodthirsty maniac who enjoys killing, even though you probably see me as one. I only shed blood when I have no other choices. Very well. I will do my best to convince them to stand down. Sect Master Xiahou nodded with a serious expression. After returning to her room, Sect Master Xiahou contacted the other sect masters regarding the matter. We have already warned the Universal Music Academy to give up on revenge multiple times, but they refuse to listen to us. If that's the case, just let them all die. Sect Master Li said. Yuan gave you the chance to talk them out of it. Even if that's the case, they still won't listen to you. I agree with Sect Master Li. Just let them die. Unfortunately, I agree with the idea to just let them die. If the Universal Music Academy is gone, there will no longer be any need for us to deal with their sect master's death, which will save us headaches, not to mention how much money it will save us in the future. In the end, the other sect masters expressed the same opinion, to let the Universal Music Academy perish. This way, they will save resources along other things. Sect Master Xiaohou felt dejected afterward. After all, she wanted to save these disciples. While Sun Hao deserved to die, these disciples do not deserve such a pointless death. The other sect masters may not want to save them, but I want to at least try. Sect Master Xiaohou hopped onto her flying treasure and left the sect to meet up with the disciples of the Universal Music Academy. Meanwhile, Yuan and Wang Xiuying lay beside the medicine fields and talked about their adventures. Of course, since Wang Xiuying had spent most of her time practicing alchemy, it was mostly Yuan who did the talking. By the way, you said that you'd joined the sect for me. What was that about? Yuan remembered and asked her. Wang Xiuying blushed and revealed the truth to him. You joined the sect and learned alchemy just to help me? I am really flattered, but you really don't need to do this. I have already robbed enough people of their time over the past decades. Xiuying, please, just do whatever you want, for yourself. Yuan sighed after learning everything. Wang Xiuying shook her head and said, You have no idea how much your music saved me, Yuan. Even after your retirement, your music continued to motivate me every single day. Even if it wasn't your intention, I am still grateful to you, hence why I want to help you. But don't worry, I am no longer pursuing alchemy just to help you. I have another goal now. Oh. What's that? There's someone I want to surpass, and I won't stop until that goal is achieved. However, that doesn't mean I don't want to help you anymore. Your servant may be much better in alchemy than me now, but I am still your nurse in the real world. Yuan, I heard that you'd created a faction. I want to join it. Huh? You want to join the Demon Sealing faction? Demon Sealing faction? What a weird name. But yes, I do. All factions have a medical team. I will be in your medical team. We don't actually have a medical team. The faction consists of 10 members including me, and they're only good at fighting. Except for Meishio, who also deals with our food and some of the chores. I see. Then I will be the first member of your medical team. If you doubt my credentials, I can. There's no need. Yuan smiled. If you want to join, I won't refuse. However, we currently live on a very secluded mountain. Unless you live with us, it won't be very convenient for us to meet. I heard. The Dragon Spiral Mountain, right? I tried visiting you once, but I was immediately turned away. Huh? Why didn't you just give us a call? We could have probably worked something out. I didn't want to bother you. Anyways, I will speak with my grandfather later about leaving his hospital permanently to work with you guys. If that's your decision. Yuan nodded. Anyways, do you want to listen to some music? It's been a while since I have played the instrument. Of course. I would never miss the chance to listen to your music. Wang Xiuying immediately nodded. Yuan retrieved the soul-ensnaring zither and started playing it. A couple of hours away from the Spirit Healing Academy, Sect Master Xiaohou finally encountered the disciples from the Universal Music Academy. Stop! I am the Sect Master of the Spirit Healing Academy, and I wish to speak with you. She stood before their army that consisted of over 10,000 disciples. Although the Universal Music Academy had over 100,000 disciples, they decided to not bring anyone below Spirit Master, as they would only be a hindrance. Greetings, Sect Master Xiaohou. I am Elder Chen, who will be replacing Sect Master Sun in the near future. We only have one objective, the bastard that killed our Sect Master. If you're worried that we might damage your sect, please be at ease. We will not enter your sect, only surround it from the outside, and we will only attack once our target leaves your sect. Future. This future that you speak of will not exist if you stubbornly insist on avenging Sect Master Sun's death. I am here in hopes to convince you all to turn back. Sect Master Xiaohou said in a loud and clear voice that could be heard by everyone there. Sect Master Xiaohou, no matter how many times you try to convince us, our conviction and determination to avenge our Sect Master will not change. We will kill the bastard that killed our Sect Master. The only way to stop us is if you kill us all right here and now. Elder Chen exclaimed in a loud voice. Sect Master Xiahou rubbed her temples and sighed, feeling like she was dealing with children who can only listen but not comprehend her words. Listen. You won't even get the chance to avenge your sect master. I don't need to kill you because you'll all die if you try to kill Yuan. You don't know the true horror of his strength since you were not there to witness it, but the man who killed your sect master is not someone to be trifled with. Even if you bring 10,000 experts, he will easily kill all of you without breaking a sweat. If you're just going there to die, you might as well kill yourselves right now. At least that will save you some time and headaches. Humph. I heard that man is only a peak spirit lord. We have 2 spirit kings and 50 spirit lords here. Not to mention our spirit masters, which is over 9,000. Are you saying that he, as a peak spirit lord, is strong enough to defeat all of us? That's ridiculous. Sect Master Xiahou frowned and said, I will warn you one last time. Turn around and leave. Otherwise, you'll be walking straight to your deaths. I refuse. Elder Chen declared in a booming voice that made the blood of the disciples behind him boil with excitement. I should have listened to the other sect masters. They were all willing to let you die without even giving you a chance. Unfortunately, I have wasted my time by coming here. I will tell Yuan to meet you guys outside the sect. I don't want my disciples to clean your corpses afterward. Sect Master Xiahou shook her head and began flying back to the sect. Once she got close to the Spirit Healing Academy, she could hear very pleasant music coming from somewhere within the sect. This sounds like the zither. Who could be playing right now? Not even Sect Master Sun could compare to this person even during his prime days. Sect Master Xiahou could feel her body getting more energetic as she listened to the music. The music eventually led her to Wang Xiuying's hill. It's him. He can also play the zither with such mastery. Just what is his background? Sect Master Xiahou was shocked to see Yuan playing the zither for Wang Xiuying. After staying in the air to listen to Yuan's music for many minutes, Sect Master Xiahou snapped out of her daze and finally descended beside him. However, she didn't interrupt his current song and waited until he was finished before she began speaking. I have tried to convince the Universal Music Academy to turn around, but they have refused to listen to my warnings. They have 2 spirit kings, 50 spirit lords, and over 9,000 spirit masters. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. He turned to look at Wang Xiuying and said, sorry, but I have to leave for a bit right now. Don't worry, I should be back very soon. What's happening? Where are you going? She asked with a worried expression on her face. Judging by the atmosphere and her master's expression, Wang Xiuying knew that Yuan was involved in some bad business again. Your master can explain it to you. Yuan smiled. He then asked, which direction? Sect Master Xiahou pointed south. Yuan didn't linger any longer and immediately disappeared towards the south. Master. What's happening? Please tell me. Sect Master Xiahou sighed and said, I told you that Yuan had killed the sect master of the Universal Music Academy, right? Well, they're here for revenge. What? And you're going to let him fight them? Can't you and the other sect masters do something about this? She shook her head and sighed, we tried. Multiple times. Unfortunately, they did not heed our warnings. No way. Wang Xiuying mumbled. Meanwhile, Yuan and the Universal Music Academy flew towards each other. Young master, should I help you kill these ignorant fools? Feng Yuxiang asked. No, Xiaohua will kill them. No, I will handle them by myself. This is a mess that I'd created, after all. He immediately refused their help. Sometime later, Yuan could see the Universal Music Academy and their 10,000-strong army of disciples. Yuan took a deep breath and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. The moment Yuan noticed the Universal Music Academy, they also noticed him. It's him. That's the bastard that killed our sect master. Some of the disciples recognized Yuan from when he visited their sect to threaten them for Sun Hao's location. Everyone! The bastard that killed our sect master has appeared. Prepare for battle. Elder Chen shouted out loud, alerting everyone there. However, before they could even do anything, Elder Chen suddenly shouted again, "Wait! He's doing something." Since they were still very far away from each other, Elder Chen was unable to see Yuan's figure very well. However, he can clearly see Yuan lifting his arms into the sky, and he appeared to be holding something that was almost the size of his own body. After hovering there without moving for a few moments, Yuan suddenly swung whatever he was holding in their direction. Shit! Scatter! Scatter! Elder Chen roared in a panicked voice, but alas, it was too late. The following moment, the massive beam of sword light released by Yuan had reached their location, instantly consuming half of the disciples there. The disciples that were consumed by this sword light were all disintegrated until there were not even ashes left. Elder Chen had barely survived Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike, but he did not feel relieved even in the slightest, and his wide eyes could only stare at the destruction that was left behind by the devastating attack, which looked even worse than a battlefield that had raged on for thousands of years. This bastard! Is he even human? Elder Chen wondered inwardly. Elder Chen and the rest of the disciples that survived the heaven-splitting sword strike did not dare to move as their widened eyes stared at the devastating destruction before their eyes. They have never seen such destruction before, at least not from a single attack. In the blink of an eye, half of their 10,000 army was vanquished. While the Universal Music Academy were in a daze, Yuan shouted at them, "This is your last chance to give up on revenge and go back to your sect. If you continue being stubborn, then I will truly show no mercy and kill every last one of you." The disciples' bodies trembled in fear upon hearing Yuan's words, but Elder Chen gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Do not be afraid. Do not falter. Do not listen to his empty threats. There's no way he can still fight after releasing such a powerful attack. He must be out of spiritual energy now. Forward. Kill him and avenge our fellow disciples and our sect master." The disciples regained their courage after hearing Elder Chen's words. They all believed that Yuan would have little to no more spiritual energy left after such a big attack. Seeing the disciples charging at him, Yuan took a deep breath. What a pity. 10,000 ghost blades. 10,000 copies of Starry Abyss suddenly appeared in the sky, causing the disciples to halt. What the hell? I thought he had no more spiritual energy. The disciples were shocked to see so many daggers appearing out of thin air. It's just an illusion. Keep going. Elder Chen shouted as he led the disciples. Yuan closed his eyes and motioned for the daggers to fly. Whoosh! All 10,000 daggers flew towards the disciples like a meteor shower. A single dagger had the strength of a spirit lord, so it was as though 10,000 spirit lords had appeared in the battlefield. Run! He's a monster. When the disciples saw how effortlessly Yuan was killing them, the surviving disciples towards the end of their formation turned around and started running away. Where do you idiots think you're going? Get back here and fight! Elder Chen roared at those that ran away, but none of them turned around. Unfortunately, he was too busy dealing with the flying daggers to chase after them. With that being said, even though Elder Chen was unable to stop them, there were more than enough flying daggers to chase after the disciples that ran away. I gave them plenty of chances, but none of them took it. Even if you suddenly decide to change your mind, I have already made up my mind. Everyone here will die today. Yuan sighed inwardly. The loud noises caused by the fighting and the screaming quickly became weaker and weaker, until there was nobody left. It has been less than 5 minutes since Yuan showed up, but he'd managed to kill all of the disciples that came after him without sparing a single life. Yuan opened his eyes again after the battle, and he looked at the blood-stained battlefield with a profound expression on his face. Do you guys think I am a hypocrite? Even though I keep saying that I do not enjoy killing people, I always end up with blood in my hands. He suddenly spoke out loud. No, the young master has done nothing wrong. You gave them many warnings and chances to turn around, but they ignored it. If you warn someone to not enter a burning building but they still decide to anyway, that is entirely their fault, even if you were the one who lit the building ablaze. Feng Yuxiang said in a calm voice. Don't think too much about it, brother Yuan. This is the true nature of the cultivation world. You either kill them or they kill you. There is no need to feel guilty about it. Xiao Hua said. Sorry, but I cannot lie and say that I understand your feelings, Yuan. As a divine beast, I don't see anything wrong with killing those that wish to harm you. Lan Yingying said. Thank you. Yuan said to them. And he sighed inwardly, maybe I am just worried that killing too many people will change me, change Yuan. After taking another look at the chaos he'd caused, Yuan turned around and flew back to the Spirit Healing Academy. Are you not going to loot their bodies, young master? You might find something nice with so many corpses here. Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. I don't feel like it. And it's too bloody down there. Yuan said without even looking back. Yuan. Are you okay? Wang Xiuying rushed to him the moment he returned. Yes, as you can see, I am totally fine. He said with a smile. However, Wang Xiuying did not smile. Instead, she frowned. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Despite my young age, I have dealt with all sorts of patients in my grandfather's hospital. I can tell if someone is hurt or not by looking at their eyes, and when I look into your eyes, I can tell that you're not fine. You may be fine physically, but not mentally, and mental damage is just as dangerous as physical injuries, sometimes even more severe. I'll give you some time for now, but I will eventually ask you about it. Thanks. The smile on Yuan's face became less stiff after hearing her words. Hey! The Universal Music Academy. What happened to them? Sect Master Xiaohu asked him afterward. I killed them. Every last one of them. Yuan responded in a calm yet cold voice, sending shivers down their backs. And he continued, oh, I didn't touch the bodies. If you want, you can go ahead and loot them. It'd be a waste to leave them behind. I will send some disciples there later. Sect Master Xiaohu nodded her head in a dazed voice. It hasn't even been that long since he left and he's already killed all 10,000 of them. Utterly ridiculous. She was terrified inwardly, yet she was also relieved that she didn't offend this monster like Sun Hao had. Xiuying, I'm going to leave earlier than expected. Sorry for all of the troubles that I had caused you and this sect. Yuan suddenly said to her. Huh? Why? I have a feeling that something will happen soon, and I don't want you or this sect to get caught up in it, so I'm going to leave. Don't worry, we'll see each other again on the other side sooner or later. He smiled. Okay. She nodded. Wang Xiuying logged off Cultivation Online sometime later while Yuan traveled to the stairway to heaven. Xiao Hua. He suddenly called for her when he arrived. Yes. She appeared beside him and proceeded to stare at him with a pondering gaze. Let's play catch. Huh? Xiao Hua's eyes widened with surprise. I promised to play catch with you again, remember? Let's do it now. I still have a couple of days before I have to leave for my sister's birthday. Yuan smiled. Xiao Hua's face immediately became filled with bliss, and she retrieved the red ball they used before. There's no need to hold back this time. And let's get some distance. Yuan said to her before flying a few hundred meters away. Xiao Hua also flew into the air shortly after. Once they were ready, Xiao Hua tossed the red ball at Yuan with all of her strength. The red ball disappeared the instant it left her hands, and it appeared in front of Yuan faster than one could blink, almost as though the ball had teleported. Pa! A loud noise resounded as Yuan caught the ball with his bare hands, and he was pushed back a few meters by the impact. I'm really glad you held back before. If you'd used your full strength when we first met, I would have definitely died a horrible death. Yuan smiled as he looked at the ball, his hands trembling from it. Let me go back a bit further, he said to her before increasing their distance by a couple hundred more meters. Whoosh! Yuan tossed the ball back at Xiaohua using 50% of his strength, as he was worried that he might accidentally hurt her. The red ball flew faster than a bullet, and a single streak of red light appeared in the sky. However, Xiaohua casually caught the ball with a single hand, and she said afterward, "There's no need to hold back, brother Yuan." And she proceeded to throw the ball back at him. That was even stronger than her first throw. Is she subconsciously holding back? Yuan wondered to himself after catching the ball that felt a lot heavier. And what kind of material is this ball made out of? To withstand such abuse. The two of them would spend the next few hours playing catch ball, and by the time they were done, the trees beneath them were all bent in an unnatural manner due to the pressure caused by their game. It's been a while since I've worked up so much sweat. Let's do this again tomorrow, Yuan said to her afterward. Okay. Xiaohua eagerly nodded. Yuan logged off shortly after to have dinner with the others. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying spoke to her grandfather about joining Yuan's faction during dinner. So I have decided to join Yu Tian's faction and move in with him at the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, this means that I won't be able to work at the hospital any longer. What do you think, Grandpa? The young master created a faction. When? Dr. Wang raised his eyebrows. A while ago. You've probably heard of it. It's called the Demon Sealing Faction. Huh. I have heard of it, but that's Player Yuan's faction, isn't it? Oh, right. You didn't know. Well, Yu Tian is Player Yuan. Dr. Wang's mouth dropped wide open after hearing this. Really? And how long have you known about this? For a while. I promised to keep it a secret for him, so I didn't tell you. But I got his permission today to tell you. Unbelievable. To think that famous Player Yuan was the young master all along. Make sure you keep it a secret, Grandpa. It would be troublesome for him if the public learned of his identity. Wang Xiuying said. That's only obvious. Anyways, what do you say? Can I go? Dr. Wang nodded. Yes, you can go. You're big enough to make your own decisions and move out. As for the hospital, don't worry about it. You were never an official employee, and you went there on your own accord. Though, the people there will miss you, especially the patients. When do you plan on moving? Soon. I need to apply for his faction at the Cultivators Association first. I'll do it tomorrow. The following day, Wang Xiuying made her way to the Cultivators Association. Although one can join a faction without visiting the Cultivators Association, they would not be considered an official member of the faction by the Cultivators Association and would not be allowed to participate in official events. After arriving at the Cultivators Association, Wang Xiuying patiently waited until she was at the front desk. I'd like to apply for a faction, she said to the woman working at the desk. Name of the faction? Demon Sealing Faction. The woman raised her eyebrows after hearing this familiar name, and she looked at Wang Xiuying with a pitiful gaze. You know. I'm saying this for your own good, but you won't get accepted into that faction. Countless people have applied for the faction, but they have not approved of a single new member since its founding. If you ask me, these people are too arrogant. Just because they have that Player Yuan with them, they think they can exist with 10 members. What a joke. They're looking down on all of the factions out there. Wang Xiuying was speechless. She didn't expect so many people to apply for the faction, but considering Yuan's popularity, it wasn't surprising at all. Thank you for the warning, but I would still like to apply to that faction. Wang Xiuying said with a smile on her face. The woman shrugged, you're only wasting your time. Don't say I didn't warn you. Name. The woman proceeded to ask her a few questions required for the application form. Wang Xiuying. Age? 19 years old. Your cultivation. 6th level spirit apprentice. The woman scoffed inwardly after hearing Wang Xiuying's cultivation. The demon sealing faction consisted mostly of high-level spirit warriors. There was no way they'd accept a spirit apprentice into their ranks. Reason for wanting to join the faction? Because I want to help them. Wang Xiuying calmly responded. The woman shook her head inwardly. This girl, she's hopeless. After typing in all of Wang Xiuying's information, the woman sent the application to the demon sealing faction. We will give you a call if they accept you, but like I'd said, that won't happen, so you might as well apply for another faction while you're here. The woman said. However, Wang Xiuying suddenly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. A few moments later. Yes, I have just applied for the faction. Thanks. I'll talk to you again once I return home. Before Wang Xiuying even hung up the phone, the woman noticed a change on her screen, causing her to look at the monitor. What? This is approved? Impossible. The woman couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the status of Wang Xiuying's application that had suddenly changed from pending to approved. This isn't possible. There must have been an error in the system. The woman didn't want to believe it. After all, over 1 million people have applied to join the demon sealing faction since it was announced, but all of their applications have remained pending even to this day. Is there something wrong? Wang Xiuying asked the woman after noticing her facial expression. There has been a bug in the system. It says that your application had been approved, but I just submitted it. There's no way that's possible. The woman said. And she continued, please wait while I call my supervisor. Ah. Wang Xiuying wanted to tell the woman that it wasn't an error and that Meisho had manually approved it during her call just now, but the woman was already on the phone and speaking to her supervisor. Of course, when the supervisor heard of the situation, he also believed it to be a bug in the system, so he manually removed Wang Xiuying's name from the demon sealing faction's member list, bringing it back down to 10. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I will have to resubmit your application due to an error. Huh? Even though it was already approved? Wang Xiuying was speechless. The woman scoffed in a mocking manner, do you really believe that you'll be able to join the faction because of an error? Even though your name had temporarily appeared in their database, we easily removed it. Wang Xiuying rubbed her eyes and sighed, that wasn't an error. Yeah. Whatever you say. Anyways, I have finished submitting your application. Wang Xiuying didn't want to argue with this woman, so she just left the building. Once she was outside, she called Meisho again, hey, sorry, but something happened at the Cultivators Association and I had to resubmit my application. But I already approved it. Your name is already in our roster, eh? It's gone. It was just there. Meisho's puzzled voice resounded through the phone. They thought it was an error, so they removed me from the list. Wang Xiuying explained the situation to her. I see. Then I'll give Chairman Li a call to make sure there isn't any misunderstanding this time. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Meisho called Chairman Li and notified him of the situation. I am so sorry for the inconvenience my people have caused you. I will immediately send out an email so that it won't happen again. Chairman Li said. Once the call ended, Chairman Li hastily sent an email to all of his associates regarding Wang Xiuying being the demon sealing faction's newest member. He also made sure to scold the woman and her supervisor for their hasty actions. News of the demon sealing faction receiving a new member quickly spread, shocking the world. What? The demon sealing faction with player Yuan finally got a new member after ignoring everyone for months. Who's this lucky bastard? It's a woman. According to the person that did her application, she is a young lady between 18 and 20 years old. What? That's all. As the one who did the application, she should have way more information on this new member, right? That is against their policy, and I doubt she would want to offend the demon sealing faction by revealing their private information. Damn! What is so special about this new member that the others don't have? I sent an application the day their faction was announced, but I still haven't received a response. I'd rather they deny it than to ignore it. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying called Mei Xiu again after she returned home. So when can I move into the headquarters? Wang Xiuying asked. We'll need to speak with the manager first. Fortunately, she's currently living here as a guest, so it shouldn't take too long. Mei Xiu said. I will leave it to you and Yuan. Once again, thank you for letting me join the faction. It's only natural. You're Yuan's friend, and you even took care of him before. After the call ended, Mei Xiu went to look for the manager, who was watching the sealed demon in the training area like a guard dog. Your faction received a new member. Yes, so can you make it so that she can enter the Dragon Spiral Mountain? She'll be living with us. The manager narrowed her eyes and said, I will think about it, after your boyfriend deals with this final demon. Boyfriend? Mei Xiu blushed. Am I wrong? I can smell his odor all over your body, and that Chu girl. Mei Xiu was speechless. The manager can smell Yuan on us. That's so embarrassing. She cried inwardly. HM. You didn't know. I guess he has been two-timing you. The manager smiled when she noticed Mei Xiu's stiff expression. I guess not even the famous player Yuan is perfect. But nobody would expect him to be an unfaithful bastard. The manager sneered in disdain. Mutual. Mei Xiu suddenly mumbled in a low voice. Huh? What did you just say? I already know about it, so does Lulu. In fact, it's a mutual thing between the three of us. Mei Xiu explained. Are you serious? The manager stared at Mei Xiu with a look of disbelief on her face. In her eyes, Mei Xiu didn't appear to be the type of woman to share a man with other women. However, Mei Xiu nodded her head, confirming everything. You're actually willing to share him? Unbelievable. The manager muttered in shock. I mean, both Lulu and I love him, and he loves us. In case you forgot, I am only supposed to stand by his side as his servant. The fact that he is willing to accept me as his woman is already more than anything I can ask for. And it's normal for a powerful man to have many wives, right? The manager rubbed her eyes and sighed, listen here. While it's true that most families here have multiple wives, they are also much older than you guys. You may be an adult legally at the age of 18, but you guys do not have the experience of adults. In fact, you're all babies in my eyes. It's too early for you ladies to share a man. Mei Xiu sighed, I was against this kind of lifestyle at first too, but I have already made a decision. As long as I can stay by his side, I don't care how many women he sees. The manager narrowed her eyes at Mei Xiu. After a moment of silence, she sighs, whatever. I don't have the right to tell you how to live your life, anyway. Even if you decide to get knocked up by Yuan tomorrow, I won't complain. What? Knocked up? That's definitely too early for us. Mei Xiu exclaimed. Humph, judging by the strong scent on your body, I assume that you guys do it pretty often. Hell, I can even smell him inside if you keep messing around, you'll eventually get knocked up. Mei Xiu looked at the manager with wide eyes, and she wondered to herself, what kind of nose does she have? Even dogs can't compare to her. Anyways, if you want your friend to enter the mountain, you better tell Yuan to hurry up and deal with this demon. The manager said in a stubborn voice. I understand. I will talk to him. The manager watched in silence as Mei Xiu returned to the house. To think they'd be in such a relationship. Truly unbelievable. What do they even see in that irritating brat? He's talented, really talented, I will give him that, but besides his talent, there is nothing special about him. She sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Mei Xiu went to speak with Yuan, repeating what the manager said to her. I see. Well, if that's the case, we'll move our schedule up a little. I have nothing else to do, anyway. Yuan said. During dinner, Yuan told everyone about the situation. I won't mind even if we start the training now. Wang Ming said in an excited voice. So we finally have a new member, huh? Who is this person? Shi Lang asked. I will introduce you to her when she arrives. Yuan said. Her? Don't tell me it's another girlfriend. Wu Zhao exclaimed. Yuan smiled, she's a dear friend and someone who helped me through some dark times in the past. The others turned silent after hearing his last few words, and they recalled his past as a cripple. After dinner, Meishiu approached Yuan and whispered in his ears, Can you sleep with me tonight? Yuan smiled, This is the first time you've invited me. Of course. Meishiu blushed and silently nodded her head before running back to her room. After returning to his room, Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang, I'll be with Meishiu tonight. Sure. I will need as much rest as I can get if we're going to start training tomorrow, after all. She said in a casual and calm manner. Sometime later, Yuan went to knock on Meishiu's door. Come inside. Yuan twisted the doorknob and entered the room, but it was pitch black inside with the only light being the slight moonlight that peeked through the windows. But despite the darkness, Yuan was able to see her figure with his divine sense. Meishiu. Yuan called for her. A few seconds later, Meishiu walked into where the moonlight shone, revealing herself. Yuan was dumbfounded after seeing Meishiu's appearance, who was currently half naked and wearing only a pair of exotic black lingerie. Meishiu. Are you okay? She nodded and spoke in a bashful voice, To tell you the truth, even though I accepted our unique relationship, I never truly understood it. I always thought I was mature. While it's true that I am more mature and experienced than most people around my age, I am still inexperienced in many things. Yuan smiled and said, Did the manager say something weird to you? No, she made me realize something. While I don't mind sharing you with other women, I also don't want to lose to them. Even if you love us all equally, I want to be the first name that appears in your head when you think of us. Meishiu started approaching Yuan. Once she was in front of him, she gave him a passionate kiss on the lips before pulling him to the bed and stripping him naked. By the way, I got something new I want to try out. What is it? Meishiu showed him the new product she got from the convenience store a while ago. What's that? Medicine. Yuan raised an eyebrow. I got it from the convenience store. The clerk said it's a stimulator that will make things more enjoyable. Don't worry, it's completely safe. Sure. Let's do it. Yuan trusted Meishiu and agreed. After taking out 2 red capsules, they each swallowed one. My body feels hot, especially down there. The effects of the capsule immediately started affecting Meishiu moments after she consumed it. As for Yuan, although it took a little longer to affect him, the sword between his legs hardened like never before. Yuan. Meishiu mumbled his name in an enchanting voice before kissing him again. Yuan kissed her back while embracing her body tightly. Thus, the beginning of a long night. Meishiu gasped for air as she laid on the bed with her entire body soaked in sweat and other fluids. How long does this medicine last? We've been at it for 4 hours now, but my body is still unwilling to calm down. Yuan asked her as he stood beside the bed, the sword between his legs as stiff as ever, almost as though they didn't even do anything. I don't know, but my body is still, craving for it. Meishiu said. Let's take a break. As enjoyable as the last 4 hours has been, I don't want this to harm our bodies. Okay. Yuan laid on the bed beside Meishiu shortly after. Despite the both of them still being naked, Meishiu didn't shy away and snuggled with him. Yuan, I love you. Meishiu suddenly mumbled in a low voice. I love you, too. Yuan smiled. You know, the manager said we're too young to be doing this. Is that why you decided to do all of this? No, I have been wanting to do this with you for a while, but I never had the courage. What the manager said is right. I'm still too young and inexperienced to become a proper partner for you. Therefore, I am going to work hard to become. Yuan suddenly poked her face and interrupted, I don't need you to change or become someone else for me. Just keep being you, keep being the woman I fell in love with, okay? So what if you're young and inexperienced? We all have to start from somewhere, right? After a moment of silence, Meishio nodded her head. By the way, what should we tell Ro? Should we tell her about our relationship? Meishio suddenly asked. I don't mind. What about you? Well, I am a little hesitant. Meishio sighed. Hesitant? Why? Well, it's no secret that Ro really treasures you as her brother. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that she might not approve of our relationship. Perhaps we should postpone telling her about our relationship. I don't want to ruin her birthday, either. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding, let's do just that, then. It's Ro's birthday, so everything on that day should be about her, not us. Thank you, Yuan. Meishio suddenly felt a strong urge to caress Yuan's chest. Her hand subconsciously moved, gently caressing him with her beautiful fingers. I can't hold it any longer. Meishio suddenly said. She sat up on the bed and crawled on top of Yuan's body. We're supposed to be taking a break. Yuan showed a helpless smile. We are still taking a break. I'm just going to use my mouth, that's all. That's not. Oh. Yuan halted his words to let out a satisfied sound when he felt something incredibly soft and warm wrap around his sword, even sucking on it. A few minutes later, Yuan could no longer endure it any longer and pounced on Meishio, ending their short break. The two of them would keep up their intimate acts with each other until sunrise. It's finally over. Yuan sighed in relief when the stiff rod between his legs was no more, as it was fully satisfied after an entire night of intercourse. He looked at Meishio, who had fallen asleep on the bed from exhaustion just minutes ago. Fortunately, she knocked out after cleaning herself and the bed, or she would be sleeping in all sorts of fluids. With that being said, only the bed was clean, so the floor and the walls were still dirty. As for how they managed to mess up a perfectly clean room after a night of intercourse, only the two of them would know. After tucking Meishio in bed, Yuan went downstairs and said to the others, Meishio is a bit sick right now, so we'll have to eat breakfast at the mall, and she won't be participating in today's training. Is she okay? Wang Bingbing asked. Yes, she'll be fine after a day of rest. Yuan calmly nodded. Who knows how they'll react if he told them the truth, that Meishio was too exhausted to move because they'd spent the entire night together. As they made their way to the mall for breakfast, Chu Liuxiang approached Yuan and whispered to him, So. Is Meishio really sick, or is there a different reason as to why she can't get out of bed? Yuan smiled and said, We did it all night. You what? The entire night? Chu Liuxiang was in disbelief. Yes. From the moment I entered her room, until sunrise. Chu Liuxiang stared at him with wide eyes. How? We are normally done after 2 hours. How did you last an entire night? She couldn't help but ask. Meishio bought some weird medicine and suggested we try it, which kept our bodies active and lustful throughout the night, no matter how many times we did it. It was exhausting even for me. My whole body is sore now, especially my hips. Medicine? That sounds suspicious as hell. Where on earth did she acquire such a thing? Apparently from the convenience store at the mall. I'll go ask them after breakfast. Yuan said. I'll come with you. Chu Liuxiang said. Breakfast lasted a little over an hour. I'll meet you guys at the training field in a bit. I have some business here. It won't take long. Yuan said to the others. All right. See you there. They didn't question him and left immediately. Once they were alone, Yuan and Chu Liuxiang made their way to the convenience store that was on the first floor of the mall. Welcome. Oh. Are you guys new to the Dragon Spiral Mountain? I have never seen you before. The woman at the desk asked them. We've been here for a couple of months now. Yuan said. I see. Anyways, is there anything specific that you're looking for? Yes, I have some questions about a certain product my friend bought from this place. I don't know the name, but they're these red capsules that enhances one's body. Yuan said. It took a moment, but when the woman realized what Yuan was talking about, she covered her mouth and chuckled. I see, I see. I know exactly what you're talking about. She then reached under her counter and grabbed a box of the medicine that Yuan and Meishio used last night. Are these it? She asked him. Yes, this is it. Yuan confirmed. They're called love capsules. If you're looking to improve your nightlife with your girlfriend here, you'll definitely want these. They're very popular right now, especially amongst the young adults. They're also approved by the government and many agencies, so they are very safe. Just don't consume too much at once. 3 per day is the limit. How long are they supposed to last? Yuan then asked. About an hour or 2 depending on the person. Huh. There's no way. After all, I used it with my partner last night, and it lasted us until sunrise. We couldn't stop for 10 whole hours. Yuan said. What? 10 hours? Are you sure? I don't think even the strongest capsule out there can last that long. Did you consume multiple at once? The woman asked. No, just one for each of us. Yuan shook his head. The woman stared at the love capsules and began pondering. After pondering for some time, the woman asked, do you, by any chance, have a unique physique? Perhaps it's due to your physique that has increased the potency of the medicine. Yuan then said, while that is entirely possible, what about my partner, who had the same effects? The woman pondered again before asking, are you sure about that? While she may have lasted 10 hours, it doesn't mean she's affected by the medicine. She could have just been enduring it. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this possibility. He didn't confirm it with Meishio because she kept up with him the entire night without complaining, and she even encouraged him to continue. I will confirm it with her later. Yuan then said. Thank you for your time. Wait. Can I have this box of love capsules? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. Of course. You can have as many as you want. The woman nodded. Thank you. Oh, I don't need a bag. I'll just carry it home with me. Chu Liuxiang grabbed the box and held it in her hand without feeling shameful about it. You want to use that as well? Yuan asked her after they left. Of course. Since you did it with Meishio, it's only fair if you do it with me as well. I also want to experience what she felt. Are you sure? This medicine will keep me up for 10 hours. I don't know about Meishio, but there's a good chance that she. If Meishio can do it, so can I. Don't underestimate me, darling. Sometime later, they met up with the others in the training field. Are you guys ready? Yuan asked them. Of course. Yuan unsealed the demon, starting their training. If you can defeat my friends, I will set you free, Yuan said to the demon after unsealing it. You want me to listen to livestock? Ha ha ha. In your fucking dreams. The demon laughed out loud. Yuan didn't say anything else and retrieved the 10 demon cores that he'd gathered from the previous 10 demons. When the demon saw the demon cores in Yuan's hands, it stopped laughing and began sweating profusely. One of these demon cores belonged to a demon with the strength of a 2nd-level spirit lord. Killing a 5th-level spirit master like you will be easier than taking candy from a baby. Yuan said, causing it to tremble some more. You can try to kill yourself, but I will seal you before then. Yuan snapped his fingers, causing the demon sealing zone to activate. Everything below the demon's neck was instantly petrified. This terrified the demon, who had severely underestimated him. I understand. I will do it. The demon gritted its teeth and said. Good. Yuan unsealed the demon, and the first team started their training shortly after. After an entire day of training, Yuan said to the demon before sealing it, "See you tomorrow." Damn. I almost died multiple times fighting this demon and it's only 2 levels stronger than the last one. Wang Ming exclaimed. It wouldn't be training if it got easier. Yuan smiled. Sometime later, Yuan visited Meishio's room to find her sitting on her bed with her laptop. Sorry I missed training, Yuan. Meishio said to him. Don't worry about it. You can do it tomorrow. He shook his head. By the way, I have a question for you. What is it? The medicine we took yesterday. Did it really last 10 hours for you? After a moment of silence, Meishio sighed and said, No, it lasted only 2 hours for me. Why didn't you tell me? You looked like you were having fun, and I also enjoyed it. Yuan sighed, You could have gotten hurt, Meishio. That wasn't my intention. Sorry. Are you sure you're fine? She nodded with a smile, yes. My body is a little sore, but that's all. The last thing I want is for you to get hurt just to satisfy me. I know you don't want to lose, but I don't want you to force yourself. Just continue being the Meishio I know and love. Thank you. She nodded. Yuan returned to his room sometime later to find Chu Liuxiang lying on the bed with the box of love capsules in her hands. You want to do it today? Yuan asked her. Huh? Oh, no. I was just bored. I won't be able to participate in training tomorrow if we did it today, after all. I'll wait until training is over. All right. The following morning, everyone including Meishio gathered at the training area for training. The training would last until it was almost Yuro's birthday. Your service is no longer required. I will now set you free. Yuan said the demon at the end of their training. The demon sighed in relief inwardly, but before it could say anything, Yuan drove his hand into its chest and ripped out its red crystal. What is the meaning of this? The demon roared. Now you don't have to ever worry about getting sealed again. Yuan said to it before crushing the crystal, killing the last demon. After deactivating the demon sealing zone, Yuan turned to look at the manager and asked her, Are you satisfied? The manager narrowed her eyes at Yuan and spoke in a calm voice, Prepare yourself. You'll be seeing the Lord tomorrow. What about my friend? I have already made her a resident. She can move into the Dragon Spiral Mountain whenever. Thanks. The manager returned to the peak of the mountain shortly after while everyone else returned home. Yeah. It's finally over. Wang Ming shouted in an excited voice. Over. This is just the beginning. There are dozens if not hundreds of demons sealed around the world right now, and we're the only ones who can deal with them. I want all of you to be able to kill demons by yourself in the future. Yuan said. No way. Wang Ming's jaw dropped. Having second thoughts about joining this faction? Yuan smiled. Hell no. He immediately shook his head. Good. So he's finally killed the last demon, huh? The Lord mumbled in a relieved voice after hearing the news from the manager. Are you really going to reveal your true identity to him? I still don't think we can trust him. He's just a pervert who happens to have a knack for killing demons. The manager said with a frown on her face. Do you really believe that, or are you just saying that out of frustration? The Lord asked her. The manager gritted her teeth, refusing to answer. You can't be born with a knack for killing demons. You need experience and technique. I don't know how or where he learned to kill demons, but we need him. The demons have been sealed for millions of years. It won't be long before they break out of their seal. Anyways, I have decided to tell him the truth about my identity, but I can continue to keep your identity a secret. Whatever. The manager sighed. That night, after washing their bodies, Chu Liuxiang and Yuan left the bathroom without getting dressed. Are you sure you want to do this? The love capsule's effect lasted for 2 hours for Meishio, but it will last around 10 hours for me. In fact, you can take the love capsule by yourself. No. Chu Liuxiang immediately refused. I want to experience what Meishio experienced, so I want you to take the love capsule as well. So what if it lasts for 10 hours? I will do it even if it lasts 24 hours. After listening to her stubborn and resolute words, Yuan no longer tried to convince her. The two of them consumed the love capsule pill shortly after. Chu Liuxiang's body immediately started burning with passion. Yuan could feel the sword between his legs turning as hard as steel. Seeing his body like this, Chu Liuxiang suddenly fell to her knees and started the action with her mouth. Sometime later, they went to the bed and started the real action. After an hour of intensive and passionate session, Yuan asked her, "How do you feel?" "I feel like the night's just begun," Chu Liuxiang said as she moved in a riding motion while sitting on top of Yuan's body. Another hour later, Yuan asked, "Has the effect worn off yet?" "You don't need to worry about me, darling. Just keep going until we're both satisfied," she said to him. Although Yuan was hesitant, as he was worried about hurting her, he ended up agreeing to her reckless decision. After another hour, when the effects finally disappeared, Chu Liuxiang decided to consume another love capsule. Meishio only took one love capsule, you know. Yuan said to her. "I know I'm cheating a little, but I was curious." She chuckled. Thus, they continued to embrace each other for the rest of the night. The love capsule's effect seems to have strengthened for me. It lasted 12 hours this time. Yuan said at the end of their long session. "How are you feeling?" He asked Chu Liuxiang a moment later, who was lying on the bed, her body still twitching a little. "That was an amazing night we spent together, darling. We should do it more often," she said in an exhausted manner. "I don't think that is very healthy." "What are you talking about?" "You know, you'll eventually spend more time having sex than sleeping once you accept more women into your life, so you might as well get used to it now." "I don't really plan on having more partners, though. I am satisfied with just you and Meishio." "Unfortunately, you cannot plan love, darling. I also have a feeling that our family will continue to grow bigger." "Well. By the way, don't you have to meet with the Lord today?" Chu Liuxiang suddenly interrupted. "Huh?" Yuan froze for a moment. "Oh crap. I completely forgot about it." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Just go. I'll clean up the room." "Thank you." Yuan went into the bathroom and quickly washed his body before getting dressed and rushing downstairs. When he arrived at the front of the building, he could see the manager standing there with an angry expression on her face. "Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for you?" 1 hour and 15 minutes. The manager shouted at him while tapping on her watch in an aggressive manner. "Sorry, but I was busy with something. You know, you could have just knocked on my door. Why didn't you?" The manager's face twitched a little, and she spoke in a slightly shaky voice, "Shut up. I'll do as I please." There was no way that she could tell him the truth, that she'd gone to his room but didn't have the courage to disturb his time with Chu Liuxiang. This pervert is like a dog in heat. Did he really spend the entire night screwing that Chu girl? To think he'd do such a thing right before meeting with the Lord. Unbelievable. She cried inwardly. Anyways, we're already way behind schedule. Let's go. The manager turned around and began power walking towards the peak of the mountain. Sometime later, Yuan approached the Lord's cave. "You're almost 2 hours late. Did something happen?" the Lord asked him. "Well. I was busy with something and lost track of time. Sorry." Yuan replied with an apologetic smile on his face. He was so busy mating with the Chu girl that he'd forgotten about the meeting. The manager suddenly said out loud. Yuan's eyebrows twitched after hearing such words, but he didn't respond to it since it was true. The Lord cleared his throat and spoke, Anyways, I express my utmost gratitude to you for dealing with the 11 demons, Yuan. Yuan shook his head and said, I don't need your gratitude. I would have done it even if you didn't ask for my help. Very well. Then it's my turn to uphold my end of the agreement. Since you have killed the demons, I will now tell you about my true identity and the truth about Cultivation Online. The Lord said. A few moments later, Yuan could hear the sound of footsteps coming from the cave before him. So he's finally showing his true self, huh? Yuan patiently waited for the Lord to come out of his cave. These footsteps sound too heavy for a human. Yuan quickly noticed this after hearing the Lord's footsteps. A few moments later, the footsteps stopped, but the Lord hadn't shown himself yet. Having second thoughts, Yuan asked him with a calm smile. No, I am just giving you some time to prepare yourself. My appearance. It might shock you. Yuan chuckled, let me guess, you're super ugly. This explains why you're holed up in that cave. Insolence. The manager suddenly shouted. I'm just joking. Anyways, there's no need to wait for me. I already know your true identity, after all. Oh. You do? The Lord sounded quite surprised. Yes. Well, not exactly, but I know that you're not human. You're a divine beast, right? I don't know your species, but you're definitely a divine beast. After a moment of silence, the footsteps continued, and a large figure appeared from the cave. How did you find out? And how long have you known? The Lord asked as he came out of the cave for the first time in a very long time, revealing his massive figure. Yuan looked at the Lord's figure with his divine sense. The Lord was around 10 meters tall. His body resembled that of a tiger, and it was covered in a beautiful coat of thick, red fur, almost like a Tibetan mastiff. What are you, a tiger? Yuan asked him in a calm voice. I belong to the ancient mastiff's bloodline. Specifically, I am a blood mastiff. The Lord said. Mastiff, so you're a dog? How dare you compare the bloodline of the blood mastiff to a mere dog? The manager shouted at him again. The Lord laughed, I thought you'd be more nervous or surprised. How unfortunate. Yuan shrugged, I have met with plenty of divine beasts in Cultivation Online already. How do blood mastiffs compare to phoenixes or dragons? Well, that depends on the grade of our bloodline and our race. Not all phoenixes and dragons are born equal. For example, there are over 10 different kinds of phoenixes, and the golden phoenix ranks 4th amongst all phoenixes. Meanwhile, dragons have over 100 different bloodlines, and the flood dragon is ranked 94th. The blood mastiff, while they cannot compare to the most powerful dragons and phoenixes out there, we are stronger than most phoenixes and dragons. I see. Yuan mumbled. And he continued, anyway, I figured it out not long ago due to something Leah said. Me? The manager exclaimed. The Lord narrowed his eyes and spoke, let me guess. You figured it out when she said that she couldn't learn demon sealing techniques. Yuan nodded, that's right. All humans are capable of learning demon sealing techniques. The only beings that cannot learn them are magical beasts and divine beasts. He turned to face Leah and asked her, are you also a blood mastiff? However, she refused to respond to him. You don't need to tell me if you don't want to. However, I am curious. If she can transform into a human and interact with other humans, why aren't you doing the same? Instead, you choose to stay up here. Yuan then asked. The Lord sighed, it's not that I don't want to transform into a human. I can't, at least not right now. Why not? What's preventing you from doing so? I am currently maintaining a formation that requires immense spiritual energy. It's constantly absorbing my spiritual energy, so much so that I cannot even spare some to transform into a human. And before you ask, no, it's not the formation that conceals the peak of this mountain. In fact, this formation is more of a seal that's existing within my body. What does the formation do? It keeps this world alive. The Lord said, dumbfounding him. Huh? What do you mean? You see, there is a massive formation that surrounds this world. You cannot see it, but it's there. This formation is what's keeping this world from falling apart. If I deactivate the formation, this world will be destroyed. It is also my duty to keep this formation active at all times, and I have been doing this for millions of years. Yuan was speechless. What the Lord told him was beyond even his wildest imaginations. You must be wondering why this world is on the verge of destruction. The Lord spoke after a moment of silence. Yuan pondered and asked, does it have anything to do with Cultivation Online? Yes, it does. Since you already know that Cultivation Online, which takes place in the 9 heavens, exists out there, this will make explaining a lot easier. This world known as Earth used to be part of the 9 heavens, but it was separated during a massive war that not only removed Earth from the 9 heavens, but also created the 9 heavens at the same time. I don't get it. Yuan tilted his head. Well, you see, the 9 heavens wasn't always split into 9 different realms. The 9 heavens used to be one place. This means the lower heaven and all of the other heavens existed in the same plane, so you didn't need to ascend or descend. With that being said, since the world was so massive, the people made 9 different continents, and each continent was called First Heaven, Second Heaven, Third Heaven, and so on. In case you're wondering, the 9 heavens used to be called the Divine Heaven. I see. Yuan mumbled as he digested the information. Anyways, Earth couldn't be part of the new 9 heavens because it was too small and had drifted too far away, and without the 9 heavens support, Earth could not support itself, hence why the formation is required to keep this world in one piece. I'm surprised you're able to support this world with that cultivation. Yuan said. My cultivation dropped to peak Spirit Emperor only because of the seal in my body. My real cultivation is actually far higher. The Lord sighed. Yuan nodded, I understand the situation of our world and the 9 heavens, but what's the deal with Cultivation Online? What is its real purpose? I'm getting there. The Lord said. Before I tell you about the truth about Cultivation Online, let me ask you this. Do you know how it works? How you can visit the 9 heavens through Cultivation Online? The Lord asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. It obviously has something to do with the console we put on our head, but I have inspected it multiple times, even taking it apart. Despite that, I couldn't find anything special about it. I'm not surprised, since you don't have the means to see the formation. Formation? There is a formation in the console. Yes, and it's actually 2 different formations, both fairly powerful formations called the Soul Transference Array and the Spirit Avatar Array. The Soul Transference Array transfers a part of your soul to the 9 heavens, just enough so that your actual body doesn't become soulless and die, and the Spirit Avatar Array transforms your separated soul into an avatar, your character. This is why Cultivation Online feels so real, because it's a real world, and you're there as a soul. Yuan frowned upon hearing this, our soul. Isn't that really bad? If one's soul is damaged even in the slightest, it could really mess up a person's life and turn them brain dead. If our character is our soul, doesn't that mean all damages inflicted on the character will also be inflicted on our soul? Indeed, but you don't need to worry about that too much. While it's true that your character is made out of your soul, it's not entirely your soul. Unless you are hit by techniques specifically meant to damage one's soul, your soul won't get damaged. With that being said, if you die in Cultivation Online, there is a high chance that your actual soul will be damaged. This is why when players die, many of them lose their ability to cultivate, both in Cultivation Online and real life. The Lord explained. Of course, it's not guaranteed, hence why some people can still cultivate after they die. It is also the reason why even if you switch consoles, your character will remain the same. The heck? How dare you tell me to not worry about it too much? That's super worrisome. Which genius decided to put our souls at risk while hiding the fact? And for what reason? Yuan asked, feeling a little frustrated by the truth. The Lord took a deep breath and spoke, the Celestial Emperor. Ha! You mean the guy who rules over the 9 heavens? Why on earth would he do such a thing? Unfortunately, I do not know his intentions or goal. However, if I had to take a guess, I believe that he's trying to recruit talented people through Cultivation Online. How do I know that you're telling the truth? Yuan suddenly said. And he continued, for all I know, you could be working for the Celestial Emperor. After all, how else would you know so much about Cultivation Online? I don't know what kind of person the Celestial Emperor is, nor do I know his purpose, but no matter his intentions, I do not agree with it. In fact, I would even say that I am against it. As much as I love Cultivation Online and am grateful to it, the Celestial Emperor is playing with our lives here, and he is doing so while keeping us in the dark about it. If you ask me, he's not a good guy. I can promise you that I am not working for the Celestial Emperor. However, I don't have any way to prove it to you, so you'll have to take my words for it. As someone who has lived in the 9 heavens before it was split into 9 different realms, it's only natural for me to know about the 9 heavens and earth. As for the truth about Cultivation Online, I knew it as soon as I saw the formations hidden within the consoles, and there is only one person in the 9 heavens who is capable of achieving such a feat, the Celestial Emperor. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking, putting aside my trust for now, I have some questions. The people living within the 9 heavens, the ones we call an NPC, how come they don't find anything wrong with us? We come back to life after we're killed, and we can log in and off at will, yet they all act as though it's completely natural. The Lord sighed, what I am about to say is only a theory, so I am not 100% on it, but I believe that the Celestial Emperor had placed a curse on these people, making it so that they don't find anything wrong with it. Curses like this exist? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes. There are plenty of curses out there that can alter a person's personality, so something like this isn't too shocking if the Celestial Emperor is behind it all. The Lord nodded. With that being said, I don't think the curse is affecting everybody in the 9 heavens. There are powerful cultivators out there that surpass even the Celestial Emperor in terms of strength, so it's unlikely for these individuals to be cursed by him. Hearing this information, Yuan remembered something, the Great One. He knew that I didn't belong to the 9 heavens, and he even knew my real name. You know the Great One? The Lord looked at him with wide eyes. Not personally, but I have spoken with him once before, and I'd even accepted his legacy. I see. Anyways, I have no doubt that the Great One isn't affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse. He's one of the most powerful beings in all of the 9 heavens, after all. The Lord spoke in an admiring tone. Is there anything we can do to remove this curse, if it's even a curse? Yuan then asked. I'm not sure, but you can try finding someone who is not affected by the curse and see if they can remove the curse. The Lord said. I see. That makes sense. Yuan nodded. Now that you know about the connection between Earth and the 9 heavens and the truth about Cultivation Online, let's talk about the Dragon Spiral Mountain. The Lord said. Have you ever thought about visiting the 9 heavens? Of course. Yuan immediately nodded his head. Well, the Dragon Spiral Mountain is actually a gateway to the 9 heavens, meaning you can travel to the 9 heavens. Really? Yuan shouted in excitement. It has been a very long time since he was this excited about something. Yes, but it cannot be done now. The gateway to the 9 heavens is a two-way portal, meaning that both gates must be activated in order for it to work. While I can activate the gate in this world, we will need someone to open the gate in the 9 heavens. If you can do that, you will be able to travel to the 9 heavens with your real body. Where can I find the gate in the 9 heavens? Yuan eagerly asked. I'm not exactly sure myself, but it should be somewhere between the 4th heaven and the 7th heaven. That's 3 realms of possibilities. Are you telling me to search every nook and cranny of these realms? Yuan exclaimed. You won't spend that much effort on looking because the name of the gate in the 9 heavens is the same as the one in this world, Dragon Spiral Mountain. Ask the right people and you will find it right away. I see. By the way, what will happen if I travel to the 9 heavens with my real body? What will happen to my character? Nothing. Your character will remain active even if you go there with your real body. In fact, that essentially means you will have 2 bodies in that world, one made of flesh and one made of your soul. Oh, I should have mentioned this before when we were on the subject, but when you log off Cultivation Online, your soul doesn't return to you. Your character just loses its physical form and returns to being a soul, which is invisible to one's eyes. Huh? Does that mean my soul isn't in one piece even now? Yuan quickly asked. Indeed. Your current body contains only about 10% of your soul, and the other 90% is currently in the 9 heavens where you last logged off. No fucking way. Is that why I find it much harder to learn techniques in this world? Because I only have 10% of my soul? That is correct. My impressions of this celestial emperor is decreasing with every passing moment. Yuan sighed. Wait. Is this also why despite cultivating in Cultivation Online, it doesn't affect our real body? What will happen if I regain all of my soul? Will I gain all of the cultivation it has gathered? He then asked. Indeed. If you reabsorb your soul, you will gain everything it has learned and acquired, and this includes its cultivation and skills. The Lord confirmed. Then how come some of the treasures affect our real body? Treasures affect one's soul differently. Even if the soul is separated, as long as you nourish one part of the soul, the other part will also receive the benefits. Don't ask me how it works. It just does. Then I want to ask about the gate. How do I activate it? Yuan asked a moment later. The gate is actually a formation, a level 7 formation. If you want to activate it, you'll need to become a level 7 array master. The Lord said. Level 7. Once you're capable of activating level 7 arrays and formations, I will teach you how to activate the gate. Sounds good. Yuan nodded. Any more questions? Of course. I still have tons. However, the one I want answers to the most right now would be this one. You mentioned that our souls will not be harmed unless our character dies or it suffers a technique meant for the soul. I want you to elaborate on that. The Lord nodded and spoke. There are techniques out there that directly inflict damage on one's soul. Such techniques are incredibly rare and valuable, perhaps the rarest kind of technique out there. However, they exist, and if you're struck by such an attack, it could shatter your soul, and 90% of your soul will disappear. Yuan swallowed nervously. Is there any way to combat these techniques? The Lord shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the only way to defend against techniques that damage one's soul is to have a soul that's strong enough to endure the attack, and in order to strengthen your soul, you must practice soul-tempering techniques, but such techniques are as rare as soul-attacking techniques. That would be the stat, soul strength, in Cultivation Online, correct? Yuan asked, as he remembers hearing about them from Xiaohua. Indeed. There are only 2 ways to improve your soul strength, by cultivating soul-tempering techniques or by consuming treasures. Yuan turned silent for a moment before speaking. Then how come my soul strength increases alongside my cultivation? I have never cultivated any soul-tempering techniques, nor do I recall consuming any treasures with such effect. What? Is that true? That your soul strength increases when you increase your cultivation? The Lord appeared to be greatly shocked after hearing his words. Yes, it's true. The Lord's eyes flickered with countless emotions. Do you happen to know your bloodline? He suddenly asked. Yuan nodded. It's called the Immortal Monarch bloodline. Do you know of it? Immortal Monarch bloodline. The Lord's legs nearly gave out on him after hearing this familiar name. Even the manager appeared to be quite shocked by it. So you do know something about it. This is great. I know nothing about my bloodline, so tell me everything you know. Yuan said with a smile on his face, his excitement growing once again. The immortal monarch. To think I'd meet his descendant here. If this isn't fate. The Lord sighed inwardly. After coming out of his daze, the Lord took a long and deep breath before speaking. The immortal monarch is a prominent figure from after the primordial era. He has another nickname, but I will get to that later. First, you should probably learn more about the 9 heavens and its history. The primordial era is the first known era. It's what some people call the beginning of time, as this is the furthest history goes. The primordial era lasted for countless millions of years. During this time, many legends were created. However, towards the end of the primordial era, a massive war between the first celestial emperor and the cultivators living in that world occurred. It was known as the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. I won't get into the details since it's really long and has nothing to do with our topic, but many powerful figures died after that war. A few thousand years later, the primordial era ended when the first known demon, Red Tyrant, suddenly showed up in the divine heaven. Because of the heavenly war that resulted in the deaths of countless experts, the human race was quickly overwhelmed by the demons, thus the beginning of a new era, the demonic era. The demons ruled the divine heavens for millions of years until the divine paragon appeared. After sealing the demonic realm and defeating most of the demons out there, the demonic era came to an end. Yuan digested all of this information with a serious face. I see. Primordial era and the demonic era. There's still so much I don't know even though I have the divine paragon's memories. The Lord continued after allowing Yuan some time to breathe. After the demonic era is an era known as the immortal monarch's era, where a single person ruled. However, even though I say that he dominated the 9 heavens, it wasn't anything official. Nobody knows the immortal monarch's background or where he came from, but he was so immensely powerful that not even the celestial emperor of that era could control him. With that being said, it was not his strength that truly shocked the world, it was his connections, his companions. The immortal monarch, also known as the monarch of beasts, was the first person in history to make divine beasts willingly obey him. What? Yuan was dumbfounded after hearing this information. Before the immortal monarch's era, divine beasts did not communicate with humans, and to human cultivators, divine beasts were superior beings that lived in a different world. Humans revered divine beasts and treated them like gods, so the idea of a divine beast lowering its head and serving a human was an unthinkable thing back then. However, the immortal monarch defied all logic and created history by becoming the first human to receive the divine beast's support. As a result of this, the immortal monarch also became the most powerful beast tamer in the 9 heavens. He was an untouchable figure that had many powerful divine beasts by his side. After hearing this information about his bloodline, many things started making sense to Yuan. The reason Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying found his blood delicious is most likely due to his bloodline that had many connections with divine beasts. If you don't mind me asking, may I have a drop of your blood for confirmation? The Lord suddenly asked him. Sure. Yuan didn't refuse, as he wanted to see the Lord's reaction. What? You're going to drink a human's blood? That's insane. The manager suddenly shouted. Silence. The Lord roared. If what he said is true, then he's not just any ordinary human. He's related to the immortal monarch, who had the support of the 9 ancient beasts. Do you have any idea what this means? What's the 9 ancient beasts? Yuan asked out of curiosity. The 9 ancient beasts refers to the most powerful and ancient divine beasts in the 9 heavens. They're said to be the first divine beasts to ever exist, so they're basically the ancestors of all divine beasts. I see. Anyway, here's my blood. Yuan collected a single drop of his blood and gave it to the Lord. The Lord's body visibly trembled afterward. This is, without doubt, the immortal monarch's bloodline. Only the immortal monarch's bloodline can taste unique to us divine beasts. The Lord exclaimed. The blood of normal humans tastes like muddy water to us divine beast, but the immortal monarch is different. His blood would taste more delicious than even the most delicious thing we have ever eaten, and that is exactly what your blood tasted like. Is that so? Yuan noticed the weird expression on the manager's face and turned to look at her with a smile on his face. Leah, do you also want to taste my blood? I can tell that you're curious. He asked her. There's no way that I would want to taste the blood of a human. I don't care if you have the immortal monarch's bloodline, I won't accept you, a human. The manager responded with gritted teeth. Yuan raised his eyebrows and turned to ask the Lord, did something happen with her? Her hate for humans doesn't appear to be natural. Mind your own business. The manager shouted. The Lord shook his head and said, I'm afraid that I do not have the right to tell her story. If you truly wish to know, you must ask her. Don't even think about it. Because I won't tell you no matter what. The manager continued. Don't worry, I won't force you. You can tell me when you're ready. Yuan said with a smile. Damn, he's so irritating. Why does he have to make it sound like I am going to tell him in the future? And he sounds so confident about it. The manager cried inwardly. I apologize for her, young Master Yuan. The Lord said a moment later. Huh? What did you just call me? Yuan doubted his hearing just now. Since it's confirmed that you have the immortal monarch's bloodline, I must address you properly. It's only natural, as you're the immortal monarch's descendant. The Lord said. Just continue calling me Yuan. I don't like it when people suddenly change the way they address me. It feels awkward. I understand, Yuan. The Lord nodded. Anyways, I still have more questions. Ask away. Why are you responsible for the seal on Earth? Who decided that? It was my decision and idea to accept the seal. The Lord said. Why? Your strength is sealed, and your energy is constantly being absorbed by the seal. Why would you agree to what is essentially constant torture? The Lord smiled and said, believe it or not, I do it because I love humans. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? I know, you probably think it's stupid. I am well aware of how cringe and typical my reasoning is, but it's the truth. Furthermore, I was born on Earth, at least before it got its name. Earth was a small part of First Heaven before, and it was my hometown. Yuan sighed, well, I'm not going to make fun of your decision even though I find it ridiculous, so I'm going to go ahead and move to the next question. Since there are two divine beasts here, could there be other divine beasts hidden in this world? What about magical beasts? Where did they go? And how did the existence of cultivation disappear for the majority of the world? I'm not sure if there are other divine beasts out there since it's been countless years since I have left this place, but it's not impossible. As for the magical beasts, they were all hunted to extinction. Normally, more magical beasts would be born after some time, but due to the lack of spiritual energy in this world and its small size, such a thing did not happen. Now on to why the majority of this world forgot about cultivation. Honestly, I don't know how it happened. I went into a deep slumber shortly after I took the seal into my body, and when I woke up, it was as though the entire world had forgotten about cultivation. With that being said, the people living on Earth before it was separated from the 9 heavens were mostly mortals, so that could be a cause. Perhaps the people of this world decided to give up on cultivation altogether and started focusing on technology instead. Who knows? After all, if you think about it, even a somewhat powerful cultivation can remove mountains with ease, and considering the size of this world, it would be for the best if people stopped cultivation. Let's take you for example, Yuan. At your current level, you are more than capable of destroying this world, and you're only a spirit grandmaster. However, these are all just speculations. I see. Yuan mumbled. After pondering for some time, he spoke, all right, I will leave things here for now. There is a lot of new information that I need to think about and digest. When I'm ready to talk again, I will come back with more questions. Very well. We'll be here whenever you need us. The Lord said. Leah, escort him back, and do not be disrespectful to him. The Lord turned to her and said. Oh. One more thing. Do you mind if I tell my friends about the stuff I learned today? Yuan suddenly asked. If you want. Just try not to spread it too much. It might cause the entire world to panic. All right. Yuan left the peak of the mountain shortly after. You don't need to follow me all the way. I can get back by myself. Yuan said to the manager after they left the formation. Say no more. The manager turned around and started walking back to the peak of the mountain without any hesitation. After returning to the peak of the mountain, the manager walked straight to the cave and spoke in a frustrated voice. Why did you lower yourself to him? That wasn't part of the agreement. He's the immortal monarch's descendant. It's only natural for divine beasts to lower their heads before him. That's bullshit. He's not the immortal monarch. He's just a descendant. Descendant or not, as long as he has the bloodline, we are obligated to respect him. This is the will of our ancestors, the will of the 9 ancient beasts. In fact, let me give you a suggestion, Leah. Go serve him. It will benefit you greatly. What? You want me to serve that pervert? Are you insane? I won't do such a thing even if it's the last thing I do. She immediately refused. Those that carry the immortal monarch's bloodline are destined to do great things. There are even divine beasts out there that dream of being beside someone with that bloodline. You should really take advantage of your situation and create a connection with him before he inevitably travels to the 9 heavens with his real body. You sound like you want to be his servant. Why don't you do it then? The Lord shook his head. I would be lying if I say that I don't want to serve him, but I am not worthy to be by his side. You, on the other hand. Don't even think about it. I will never serve a human. What a pity. His blood is really tasty, you know. If you become his servant, you might be able to drink his blood very often. Legend also has it that if a divine beast drinks enough of the immortal monarch's blood, they can evolve, becoming more powerful than ever. The manager swallowed nervously after hearing such words, but she quickly shook the idea away. I don't care if he's the immortal monarch's descendant, even if he's the immortal monarch himself, I will not serve him. I hate humans. And I will never forgive them for their crimes. After saying such words, the manager turned around and disappeared from the scene. After returning home, Yuan gathered everyone in the faction to let them know the truth about Cultivation Online. What I am about to say is very shocking, and you might even not believe me, but trust me, it's real. First and foremost, Cultivation Online, the 9 heavens is real, and our world used to be part of it. The 9 heavens was known as Divine Heaven before, but something happened, causing it to split into many different pieces. The 9 largest parts of Divine Heaven became known as the 9 heavens. Earth was too small and had drifted too far away to join the 9 heavens, so we became our own world. However, because of the separation, Earth isn't in a good condition. Hell, you can even say that it's on the verge of destruction. What? Everyone there exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yes, even now, the world is on the verge of collapsing on itself. The only reason it's not is because of the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. He's keeping this world safe with a powerful formation that surrounds this world. Oh, you should know that the Lord is not human. He's actually a divine beast. Wait. Let me digest a little before you continue. Wang Ming suddenly said. So let me get this straight. This world used to exist in the 9 heavens before it got split into many parts, and it's now on the verge of destruction. However, thanks to the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, who is not human, the world is safe. Is that it? Yes, that's right. Yuan calmly nodded. Holy shit. I can't believe it. I mean, I believe you, but I am having trouble believing it. How long do you think the Lord will continue protecting this world? Shi Lang suddenly asked. If he suddenly decides to give up, or he can no longer support this world, won't that mean the end of the world for us? According to him, he's been protecting this world ever since Earth was separated from the 9 heavens. That's at least a few million years. Yuan said. And he continued, I don't know how long he can continue protecting us, but I doubt it will be forever. I will ask him the next time we meet. Is there anything we can do? I don't like the feeling of entrusting the entire human race to one person. Like Shi Lang had mentioned, this lord could suddenly give up and destroy the world. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking, I'm just speculating, but perhaps the seal can be passed on to another person. If I become strong enough, I might be able to bear this seal and keep this world safe. With that being said, I will need to seriously increase my cultivation before that can happen. There's another thing we can do. We can all move to the 9 heavens and live there instead. I was going to mention this next, but we can travel to the 9 heavens from here. The Dragon Spiral Mountain is a gateway to the 9 heavens, but we need to activate the gate from both sides before we can travel there. Basically, we will be abandoning Earth, right? Wang Bingbing said. Basically. Yuan nodded. Honestly, there's nothing we can do right now but trust the Lord that he will not destroy the world. In the meantime, I will try to see if there is anything I can do to prevent this world from getting destroyed in the future. Sometime later, Yuan continued their conversation. Let's talk about Cultivation Online now. The console that we've all been using has 2 different formations hidden within. The Soul Transference Array and the Soul Avatar Array. Essentially, these arrays transfer a part of our soul to the 9 heavens, and using our soul, it creates our character, allowing us to visit the 9 heavens without actually going there. However, there's the thing. Because our character is our soul, any damages done to our character can actually harm our real bodies. I hope none of you have died in Cultivation Online. Everyone there exchanged shocked looks with each other. I haven't died yet. Me neither. Yuan sighed in relief after hearing that nobody in the faction has died in Cultivation Online. Now that we all know our characters are created using our souls, we should be extra careful with ourselves and try to not get hurt as much as possible, just in case. Yuan turned to face Li Jinsi and continued, especially you, Jinsi. Out of everyone here, I worry about you the most. You're the type to go overboard and get too excited very quickly. Getting your soul damaged is nothing like hurting your physical body. If your soul is damaged, you could easily become brain dead. Everyone there trembled after hearing such words. Now that you mention it. There are rumors of players who have suddenly become brain dead after dying too many times in Cultivation Online. Wu Zhao suddenly said. I will verify that information later. Hey, if it's actually this dangerous to play Cultivation Online, shouldn't we warn the others and make this information public? Shi Murong suddenly asked. I don't think anyone would believe us even if we tried to warn them. Wang Bingbing sighed. Right? They'll probably think we're crazy or something. Chu Liuxiang agreed. We won't say anything to the public for now. Cultivation Online was created by the Celestial Emperor, who is the ruler of the 9 heavens, and not even the Lord knows his purpose for creating Cultivation Online. Also, the Celestial Emperor willingly put all of our lives at risk for his own goals. I don't care what his intentions are, but he's playing with our lives, nor does he seem to care about the consequences. Yuan said with gritted teeth. And I will not let anyone play with our lives, not even if he's the Celestial Emperor. Everyone there swallowed nervously after hearing his words that sounded like a declaration of war to the Celestial Emperor. Now that you all know the truth, I am going to tell you my plans. Yuan spoke again after letting the others some time to digest the information. I will first find the Dragon Spiral Mountain within the 9 heavens and activate it. Then I will travel to the 9 heavens and reabsorb my soul. That way, I will be at my full potential. I'm not exactly sure what I am going to do afterward, but I will think of something by then, hopefully. Oh yeah, I should also warn you about techniques that can damage your soul. Since your character is created from your soul, it wouldn't be wise to be struck by such a fatal attack. Therefore, avoid them at all costs. Sometime later, Yuan said to them, anyways, now that is out of the way, I have a small announcement to make. My sister's birthday is coming up soon, and I plan on visiting her, so I won't be here for a few days starting tomorrow. Any questions? Chu Liuxiang immediately raised her hand and said, I wanted to ask you this sooner, but can I go with you? I want to meet you Ro in person this time. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Thank you. Everyone returned to their own rooms to further think about the information Yuan revealed shortly after. That night, Yuan went to spend the night with Meishio. You're not going to use the love capsules this time? Yuan asked her as they prepared for their love session. No. I was only curious about it last time. Honestly, it doesn't feel right, consuming medicine to enhance my performance. I don't want to rely on medicine to keep up with you. However, I will admit that it was a fun time. I have never been pushed so far past my limit. Yuan smiled and said, I also don't want to rely on those love capsules. Chu Liuxiang said that I will eventually find more partners, and when that happens, I will need the stamina to love them as well. Even though a single love capsule can keep me going for half a day, I don't like the feeling of being out of control, so I will also refrain from using them in the future and use my own strength to satisfy you. Yuan. Meishio made her advancement and kissed Yuan on the lips. However, right as things started getting intense, Meishio's cell phone started ringing. This is. Meishio swallowed nervously after seeing the name of the caller. Who could be calling so late into the night? Yuan asked her as he stopped moving his body. It's you Ro. Meishio said. Should I answer it? Go ahead. Yuan nodded as he pulled his sword out of Meishio's cave before laying on the bed beside her. Meishio took a deep breath before accepting the call. Hello. Meishio, is this a good time? Ro's voice was filled with enthusiasm. Yes, I can speak now. Meishio said. Great. Do you know what my brother is doing right now? I was hoping to speak with him. Meishio turned to look at Yuan, who quickly shook his head. Sorry, but Yuan is actually out of the house now. Isn't it nighttime over there? What is he doing out so late? He had to speak with the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. It seemed very important. Meishio didn't think she'd have to lie to Ro in such a manner, and she felt like someone who was lying her way out of being caught cheating. I haven't been able to hear brother's voice in so long. I think this is the longest I have ever gone without seeing him or hearing his voice. What did you want to speak with Yuan about? I can tell him for you when he returns. Ro remained silent for a good moment before finally speaking, it's nothing too important. I just wanted to see if we can schedule a video call in a few days. It's my birthday, after all. Do you think my brother even remembers my birthday? Ro then asked. Of course. Yuan won't forget something so important. Really? I don't know. It's just been so long. I'm afraid that he's forgotten about me now that he's truly free. Don't be silly, Ro. You're his precious little sister. He will never forget about you. Meishio reassured her. Then let's put that to the test. Don't tell my brother about this conversation, and don't remind him about my birthday. If he truly remembers, he will be the one contacting me instead. Okay, I won't say anything to Yuan. I promise. Thank you, Meishio. It's almost time for my morning training, so I leave now. I will call you again later to listen to your stories. See you later, Ro. After closing the phone, Meishio turned to look at Yuan and said, technically, you overheard our conversation, so I didn't tell you again. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, that silly girl is worried that I might have forgotten about her. My one and only sister. Not going to lie, I feel a little sad. And in order to make sure that she will never have such worries again, I will give her the best birthday present ever. What do you have in mind? Meishio asked out of curiosity. I will tell you when we're on the plane tomorrow. The two of them resumed their business with each other shortly after. The following morning, Yuan, Meishio, and Chu Liuxiang left the Dragon Spiral Mountain in a car and made their way to the airport. On their way to the airport, Yuan made sure to tell Chu Liuxiang that his relationship with them must be kept a secret. I don't mind keeping our relationship a secret, but if she asks me, I will tell her that I love you, not that she doesn't know that already. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Sometime later, the three of them boarded the airplane and started flying towards Yuro's location. So, what are your plans? What do you plan on giving Yuro for her birthday? Meishio asked Yuan shortly after the plane took off. Well, first of all, I need to meet with White Lotus and schedule my visit to their faction. As for Yuro's birthday present, I am going to give her a concert. Yuan said. A concert? Like the one you gave before she left. Meishio raised her eyebrows. You cannot call that a concert. I meant a real concert. And it will not be under my alias, Tian Yang. I will be going as, Yu Tian. Meishio's jaw dropped slightly upon hearing his words. I am done hiding. I will let the world know that I have returned. I'm sure this will make Yuro happier than any physical gift I can buy her. What about the Yu family? They will definitely try to force you to return. Chu Liuxiang asked. What about them? I am no longer in the family, and they even disowned me. Yuan said. That might not be the case. Chu Liuxiang shook her head, and she continued, even though they have disowned you, you are still legally, Yu Tian and part of the Yu family. Furthermore, I'm sure that you'd sign some contracts with the Yu family when you were still young and active, which will most likely legally bind you to their company. Lulu is right, Yuan. Meishio said. You probably don't remember this, but your parents made you sign this contract that legally binds you to their company, forever. And unlike my mother, you cannot buy your way out of the contract. The only way to leave is if the Yu family willingly destroys the contract. What the hell? That sounds illegal. And wouldn't I be too young to sign contracts? Yuan said. Not if they altered the contract without your knowledge and made it look like you signed it at a legal age. It's a common trick in the industry. Chu Liuxiang said. Yuan sighed, I'm not surprised. However, that won't stop my return. They can try whatever they want, but I am now strong enough to fight back. If they try anything funny, I will destroy the entire Yu family. What about you, Meishio? Do you plan on giving anything to Yuro? Well, I have been thinking about it, but I don't know what to give her. I have never given her a birthday gift since it wasn't appropriate for me, her servant, to do so. I think she will be happy with anything you give her. It's the thought that truly counts. What about you? Meishio suddenly turned to Chu Liuxiang and asked her. Unfortunately, I don't know Yuro enough to buy something. Of course, I could just buy something random, like buying gifts for a stranger I have never met, but that doesn't sit right with me, so I am going to try and understand Yuro as much as I can so that I can buy something worthy for her next year. Sometime later, Meishio asked, by the way, how are you going to start a concert? We only have 3 days until Yuro's birthday, 2.5 if you consider how long it will take us to get there. It's not going to be an official concert. I'm just going to set up a public concert and do it there. I've already asked the Cultivators Association to help me with the setup. They happily agreed. I see. Many hours later at the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Miss Bai, your ride is prepared. We can leave whenever. Player Yuan's plane should arrive in 2 hours. Her manager notified her. I understand. We'll leave in 5 minutes. Understood. Sometime later, White Lotus secretly left the headquarters with her manager to meet with Yuan. About half an hour later, they arrived at the most luxurious and famous hotel in the entire city, White Lotus Hotel. Indeed, It was named after White Lotus by her family, who owned the hotel. "Welcome, young lady." The manager of the hotel personally greeted her at the front door. "Are the preparations ready?" she asked him. "Yes. The entire balcony has been reserved for the young lady, and our best chefs are all here today." "Good." White Lotus nodded. "The young lady sure is dressed elegantly today. Just who is she meeting today?" The hotel manager wondered inwardly as he gazed upon White Lotus' beautiful appearance that attracted the attention of everyone there. "How long until he arrives?" White Lotus asked her manager. "The plane will land in 30 minutes. He should arrive approximately in 1 hour and 20 minutes. And his ride? Already at the airport waiting for his arrival. I'm going to double-check my appearance. You should also go to the airport to make sure his arrival is as smooth as possible." White Lotus said before leaving. "I understand. I haven't seen her this motivated and serious in such a long time. It's almost like she's meeting with her crush. Even though she says that she's not nervous, anyone can tell that's a lie." The manager couldn't help but smile inwardly. Half an hour later, Yuan's plane landed in the airport. After leaving the airplane, Yuan immediately noticed 3 conspicuous beautiful women standing at his terminal, and they were dressed in a black suit, almost like they were from the Secret Service. Yuan immediately approached these 3 women after seeing the sign one of them was holding that had a single word on it, birthday. "Are you with White Lotus?" Yuan asked them. "You must be player Yuan. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am White Lotus personal manager, Jasmine. These 2 behind me will be your bodyguard for today. So this is what the famous player Yuan looks like." These 3 ladies thought to themselves as they stared at Yuan's handsome face. They expected him to be wearing a mask to protect his identity like in Cultivation Online, but the only thing he was wearing on his face was a pair of sunglasses, which was out of their expectations. "Just call me Yuan," he said to the 3 ladies. "By the way, these are my friends, Meishio and Chuliuxiang. They will be visiting my sister as well." "I understand." Jasmine nodded calmly. However, she was inwardly shocked by Yuan's appearance. "Our investigations on you Ro's only brother, Yu Tian, said that he had suffered an unknown illness when he was at a very young age, becoming a cripple that couldn't even leave the bed without someone helping him. But he looks perfectly healthy to me. Our car is outside. We'll bring you to White Lotus," she said a moment later. Yuan and the others followed these ladies outside to their limousine. Yuan's group and Jasmine and one of the bodyguards sat in the back while the second bodyguard drove the limousine. "If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me," Jasmine said to them. "Sure." However, the ride to the hotel where White Lotus was waiting was much more quiet than Jasmine had anticipated. Neither Yuan nor the other 2 spoke a single word for the entire trip, which made Jasmine and the bodyguards quite nervous, as they were worried that something was troubling them. Jasmine wanted to start a conversation with Yuan multiple times, but she was worried that she might bother them by doing so. In the end, she decided to remain silent and spent the entire trip staring at Yuan's face, who was silently staring in front of him. Although it looked like Yuan had turned into a stone statue, he was actually enjoying the view of the city with his divine sense. As for Meishio and Chuliuxiang, they had their eyes closed, almost as though they were trying to sleep. Truth was, they had nothing to say, so they just closed their eyes and patiently waited for them to arrive at their destination. About 20 minutes later, the limousine came to a complete stop, and Jasmine spoke. "We have arrived at our destination, Yuan. This hotel." Yuan noticed the name of this hotel to be the same as White Lotus, and this made him curious. "This is the White Lotus Hotel. It's the highest rated and most luxurious hotel in the entire city. The hotel is also owned by the Bai family. In case you didn't know already, White Lotus' real name is Bai Lianhua. As for why the hotel is named after White Lotus, her parents were the one who came up with this idea." The moment Yuan stepped out of the car, he noticed a beautiful woman with a familiar face approaching their direction, her silky white hair flowing behind her back like a cape. He turned to greet her with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, White Lotus. Thank you for coming all the way out here for us." "It's my pleasure, Yuan. How was your journey here? I hope it was comfortable." White Lotus returned his smile with one of her own, but she was inwardly shocked for the same reason that shocked Jasmine. Did something go wrong with our intel? He looks nothing like a cripple. She cried inwardly. She's quite the woman, don't you think so? Chu Liuxiang whispered to Meishio. She nodded her head and said, quite bold with her appearance, too. White Lotus was wearing a white dress that complemented her silky hair and tall figure perfectly, but it was also quite revealing, showing her slender and smooth legs, especially the area around her chest that barely covered her bare breasts. She's definitely trying to seduce Yuan with her big boobs. I must admit, they're a size or two bigger than ours. Chu Liuxiang whispered to Meishio, who was speechless. Let me introduce you to my friends. This is Meishio, who used to work for my sister, and this is Chu Liuxiang, my childhood friend. They're also here to celebrate Yu Ro's birthday. Yuan calmly introduced his companions to White Lotus. White Lotus looked at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang and smiled, nice to meet you. He's visiting his sister on her birthday with two beautiful women by his side. What is their relationship with him? She wondered inwardly. Yuan and the others followed White Lotus into the hotel shortly after while the workers there handled their luggage. Do you want to visit your rooms now? I'm sure you're tired after your long flight. White Lotus asked them. We're fine. We had plenty of sleep on the plane. Yuan said. With that being said, I am quite hungry. Then let's head to the restaurant first. Sometime later, they arrived at the roof of the hotel, where they could see the majority of the city without any obstruction. Wow, what beautiful scenery. Chu Liuxiang said out loud. I'm glad you like it. White Lotus led them to the only table there. Once they were all seated, White Lotus said, order anything you want and don't worry about the bill. Yuan looked at the menu that was much smaller than what he was used to. Because he has never eaten at an expensive restaurant, he did not know that most luxurious restaurants like this offer a smaller menu to keep the food quality higher. I will have everything on the menu. Yuan said after a glance at the menu. Everything? White Lotus and the waiter were taken aback by his words. Don't worry, I won't waste any food. Yuan smiled at them. Sometime later, once all of their orders were taken, the waiter rushed to the kitchen and told the chefs to cook everything on the menu and some more. What? I was told that we would only be serving very few guests, not several families. The chefs were baffled by the news. Despite their shock, the chefs immediately began their work, causing the temperature in the kitchen to rise very quickly. While they waited, White Lotus started the conversation by saying to Yuan, by the way, those sunglasses look really good on you. Thank you. But I am not wearing these for fashion. To tell you the truth, I am actually blind. Yuan said with a smile. Blind? White Lotus was at loss for words. How can he be blind? He's walking around just fine without any support. White Lotus wondered to herself after hearing Yuan's seemingly outrageous claim. Yuan smiled and removed his sunglasses, revealing to her his silver eyes. White Lotus covered her mouth in shock and asked in a trembling voice, I'm sorry. But how? Once you reach Spirit Master, you will be able to use something called Divine Sense, which will allow you to see your surroundings without needing to use your actual eyes. It's a very convenient skill, and you can even see things that you normally wouldn't be able to see with your bare eyes. You're already a Spirit Master. White Lotus was shocked once again. I am still only at the 3rd level of Spirit Warrior, yet he's already a Spirit Master. How does he progress so fast? Actually, I am a Spirit Grandmaster right now. Yuan said. What? White Lotus stood up from shock and shouted, startling them. Excuse me. White Lotus quickly realized her mistake and sat back down with her face slightly rosy. If I recall correctly, even the second strongest player is only a peak spirit master. If we don't include the person himself, this guy has managed to surpass the strongest cultivator in Cultivation Online in the real world. This achievement is nothing short of absurd. She cried inwardly. It was at this moment that White Lotus realized just how much she and the rest of the world were underestimating him. I must rope him into my family at all cost. Even if he doesn't join us, I want to maintain a good relationship with him. Fortunately for us, his younger sister is a member of our faction. This gives us a massive advantage over the others. White Lotus was getting more nervous with every passing moment, and the mission her family assigned her resounded louder and clearer. Player Yuan must join our family. You must do whatever you can to win him over, even if you have to use your own body. Are you okay? You don't seem very well. Yuan suddenly asked her after noticing her pale complexion. Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. I am fine. White Lotus immediately fixed her expression and even put a charming smile on her face. Anyways, let's talk about your purpose here, to surprise you, Ro. I already have everything planned to make sure your surprise visit is a success. Actually, about that, there's been a change of plans. Huh? What do you mean? Well, I have decided to surprise you, Ro, in a different manner. There will be a public concert on the day of her birthday. I want you to bring Ro to the concert without letting her realize the truth. I'm sorry if this will inconvenience you. Yuan explained. Of course not. I will make sure to send Ro to the concert without fail. But does this mean you no longer want to visit our Eternal Lotus's headquarters? White Lotus asked. I don't want to trouble you or your faction since. It's no trouble at all. And since I have already prepared for your visit at the faction, it would be a waste if you didn't show up. If you say it like that, I guess I can visit your faction and see for myself how my sister has been living lately. Yuan nodded. The food arrived shortly after, and they stopped talking temporarily to eat. Wow, this food is delicious. Yuan said in a pleasantly surprised voice as he constantly shoved food inside his mouth. I'm glad you enjoy it. White Lotus smiled. An hour later. He really finished everything. White Lotus was impressed by Yuan's eating talent. After the workers there cleaned up the table, they resumed their conversation. There's still another 2 days before Ro's birthday. What do you plan on doing until then? White Lotus asked. We'll probably just look around the city. Meishio still needs to buy Ro a birthday present, too. I see. Then do you mind if I tag along with you guys? I can be your guide. White Lotus asked. Are you sure? What about your faction? Won't they become suspicious if you're gone for too long? It's fine. I rarely get involved with the members, anyway. And it's only for 2 days. I have been gone for longer before. Oh, if you're worried that I might attract too much attention, I can go in a disguise. You're even going as far as disguising yourself? I kind of feel bad for making you do so much work just to guide us around. It's fine. It's also my desire to spend more time with you. White Lotus said with a slightly blushing face. There's still a lot I want to talk to you about, too. Especially after our conversation in Cultivation Online. If you really want to come with us, I won't stop you. Yuan said a moment later. Thank you. White Lotus showed a beaming smile. However, that smile would disappear a moment later when someone shouted, Wait. You can't go out there. Do you know who I am? Get out of my way. I have business with White Lotus and the bastard she's meeting with. I know she's out there. Hey. A tall figure suddenly stormed through the guards and onto the roof, where Yuan and the others were. Who's that? Yuan asked. I'm really sorry. That's Xing Weiman, and he's been infatuated with me for a while now, to the point where he's stalking me. Don't worry, I will deal with him immediately. White Lotus left the table and approached the young man. Zheng Weimin. I don't remember inviting you. How dare you barge in here and disturb my important meeting with an esteemed guest? I will give you 3 seconds to turn around and leave before I toss you out myself. Zheng Weimin pointed at her body with trembling hands and roared, Look at you. Who are you trying to seduce with such a slutty dress? He then turned to look at Yuan and continued, Is it him? Is that the bastard you're trying to seduce? Not on my watch. Wow. What a guy. Chu Liuxiang mumbled, finding the situation to be incredibly amusing for some reason. That's it. I have had enough of your nonsense. White Lotus started approaching Zheng Weimin aggressively. What do you think you're doing, White Lotus? Do you really dare to lay your hands on me? In case you forgot, your Bai family is only ranked 7th in the legacy ranking whilst my Zheng family is ranked 5th, not even mentioning our allies. Touch even a hair on my body and I will start a war with your Bai family. White Lotus gritted her teeth in frustration. I don't care even if you're ranked 1st in the legacy ranking. I will not forgive you for your actions today. White Lotus. Yuan's calm voice suddenly resounded, causing her to halt and turn to look at him. That anger does not suit your face, he said with a smile. White Lotus' face immediately flushed with redness. When Zheng Weimin saw White Lotus' face, his anger skyrocketed to a new level, and he immediately started power walking towards Yuan's table. Wait, White Lotus tried to stop him, but Yuan gestured for her to stop. Yuan stood up from his seat and faced Zheng Weimin directly. I don't know who you are, but you have guts. I will give you that. Yuan smiled and said, I don't know what business you have with White Lotus, but can you do it another time? We're having an important conversation right now. I don't give a rat's ass about your conversation. Nobody talks to my woman without my permission. That's not very reasonable. Yuan shook his head in a pitiful manner. Reasoning? Ha! Who cares about reasoning? Do you know who I am? My surname is Zheng. My family is ranked 5 in the legacy ranking. Legacy. I wonder if they have anything to do with the 7 legacy families in the 9 heavens. Yuan wondered inwardly. Sorry, but I'm not really knowledgeable about the legacy ranking, so your words mean nothing to me. Don't worry, the only words you need to understand are, if you dare come near my woman again, I will make you regret being born. Zheng Weimin suddenly glanced at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang and grinned, Are they your women? They're not bad. How about I take them from you so you know how it feels? Let's not involve my friends in your nonsense. And who are you to stop me? Zheng Weimin suddenly moved and reached for Meishio with his claw-like hands. However, before he could even get close to Meishio, Yuan extended his hands and grabbed Zheng Weimin by the neck faster than one can blink their eyes. Get your hands off young Master Zheng. His guards that had been in the background started flooding the roof, even pointing their pistols at Yuan. However, Yuan acted like he couldn't even see them and proceeded to walk towards the edge of the building with Zheng Weimin still in his hold. The guards didn't dare to actually shoot their guns, as they were afraid of hitting Zheng Weimin by accident. Once Yuan was at the edge of the building, everybody there expected him to stop, but to their absolute shock, Yuan continued walking off the edge of the building. Are you insane? Young master. The guards and White Lotus freaked out when they saw this. However, contrary to their expectations, Yuan didn't fall off the building and actually continued walking in the air, almost as though there was an invisible platform underneath him. What the hell is going on? White Lotus mumbled in a dazed voice, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Once he was a few meters away from the roof, Yuan stopped walking and spoke in a calm voice, I don't care if you badmouth me, but don't you dare try to touch my precious friends with your dirty hands. Zheng Weimin wanted to scream, but Yuan had cut off his voice by choking him. He also wanted to break free from Yuan's grasp, but seeing that the floor was hundreds of meters at the bottom, he didn't dare to even move, as he would fall to his death from this height even with his first-level Spirit Warrior cultivation base. I have killed thousands of people inside Cultivation Online, but I have never killed someone in this world. Do you wish to be the first? Yuan asked him in a cold voice. No. Zheng Weimin muttered in a mosquito-like voice. Too late. Yuan suddenly released his hold on Zheng Weimin, letting him fall down. I don't want to die. Zheng Weimin cried in a hysterical voice as his bladder gave up on him during the free fall. Humph. When Zheng Weimin was a moment away from turning into meat paste on the street, Yuan caught him and flew back to the roof of the hotel. Once they were on the roof again, Yuan tossed Zheng Weimin, who had lost consciousness and sullied his pants, in front of his guards. Get that fool out of here. He's dirtying this place with his filth. Oh, and tell him to stop bothering White Lotus when he wakes up. Yuan said to the guards, who were in a daze trying to comprehend what they'd just witnessed. Guards! Get them out of here. White Lotus shouted after snapping out of her daze. Very quickly, the guards working for her escorted Zheng Weimin and his men out of the hotel. I'm really sorry about what just happened. I will make this up to you. I swear. White Lotus apologized to them with her head lowered. Yuan casually waved his hand, don't worry about it. You can put all of the blame on that guy. Once White Lotus calmed down, she asked him, by the way. What on earth was that just now? You were flying. Yuan interrupted. She nodded eagerly. You'll be able to fly as well once you reach Spirit Grandmaster, he said. Although he wasn't able to immediately start flying after reaching Spirit Grandmaster and had to rely on his sword to fly, he practiced his chi manifestation almost every day and managed to finally fly just a week ago. No way. White Lotus muttered in a baffled voice, still not daring to believe it. Do you want to try it? Yuan suddenly asked. Try. Try what? Flying. White Lotus swallowed nervously after hearing his words, and the scene of Yuan soaring through the clouds while carrying her like a princess appeared in her mind. Are you sure? I might be a little heavy. White Lotus said with a stiff smile. Although she really wanted to experience flying in the sky, she didn't have the courage to accept his offer, especially when she's wearing such a revealing dress. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Yuan smiled. After a moment of silence, White Lotus nodded in a bashful manner, then I'll accept your offer. Hearing her words, Yuan summoned the Empyrean Overlord and pointed at it, go ahead. Stand on it. Huh. White Lotus looked at him with a dumbfounded face. I'll carry you around with my flying sword. It'll feel much better than having me carry you in my arms. Oh. All right. White Lotus nodded, feeling a little disappointed that Yuan will not be carrying her. Once she was standing on the Empyrean Overlord, White Lotus asked, by the way, where did this sword come from? Yuan chuckled, I will explain it another day since it's a bit complicated. White Lotus nodded and didn't question any further. Is this your first time riding a flying sword? Have you done it before in Cultivation Online? This is my first time, she said. Then I will hold your hand until you're comfortable with letting go. Yuan offered his hand to White Lotus, who immediately accepted it without hesitation. I will be back in a bit. Yuan said to Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Have fun. Chu Liuxiang waved at them. Yuan flew into the air with White Lotus shortly after. White Lotus immediately tightened her grasp on Yuan's hands after feeling the sword move. They started out slow, gradually increasing their flying speed until they maxed out at 20 miles per hour. What do you think about flying? Yuan asked White Lotus. It's a little scary being this high up, but I really enjoy it. How long can you maintain being in the air? She then asked. I can fly for an hour straight if I were by myself, but since I am also carrying you, I will only be able to fly for about half an hour. I see. Are you ready to let go of my hand? Yuan asked her a few moments later. Yes. White Lotus nodded, and she slowly relaxed her hands. How am I doing? She asked him afterward. You're doing great. Do you want me to speed up more? Sure. Yuan increased their speed by another 5 miles per hour after White Lotus approval. How fast does this thing go? White Lotus asked out of curiosity. Do you want to see for yourself? Yuan smiled at her. White Lotus swallowed nervously, but she nodded her head regardless. Brace yourself. I will go at maximum speed in 3, 2, 1. The flying sword suddenly quadrupled in speed, going at nearly 100 miles per hour. Ah! White Lotus shouted, as she was not expecting such an explosive boost. After remaining on the sword for a few seconds, White Lotus could no longer keep up with the speed and actually fell off the flying sword, and she started plunging towards the ground. Yuan! She cried out loud. Yuan quickly went to catch her. Are you okay? He asked her. Yes. But that was horrifying. I now understand how Zheng Weimin felt when you dropped him. White Lotus sighed in relief. Once she calmed down, she realized that Yuan was carrying her like a princess, and one of his hands was even touching her breasts. White Lotus blushed when she felt Yuan's fingers firmly pressing against the side of her breasts, but she kept her mouth closed and didn't say anything, silently enjoying the situation. By the way, Yuan suddenly spoke, the Zheng family might try to cause trouble for your family after what happened today. If that happens, you can let me know and I will do my best to assist your family. I hate people who think they can do anything because of their status, people like Zheng Weimin. Thank you, Yuan. I will remember your words, but my Bai family is not weak. If the Zheng family wishes to bully us, we will not stay silent and fight back. After pondering for a bit, Yuan said, I was not lying when I said that I don't know much about the legacy ranking. While I prefer staying out of their business, I have a feeling that I will encounter more people like Zheng Weimin in the future, so I might as well gather information now. You want to know more about the legacy ranking, right? I will tell you everything you need to know whenever you want. White Lotus said. Thank you. After flying around for a few more minutes, Yuan returned to the hotel with White Lotus still in his arms. Thank you for the wonderful experience, Yuan. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. White Lotus said to him with a beautiful smile on her face. I had fun, too. Sometime later, they returned to the table. After ordering some drinks, White Lotus began explaining to them the legacy ranking and how it works. There are 100 slots in the legacy ranking from rank 1 to rank 100. In order to join the legacy ranking, you must have one thing, results. As you probably know, video games have been immensely popular even before Cultivation Online's existence, so much so that it has ingrained itself into the majority of people's lives, where over half of the world's population play games to make a living. With how important video games have become in our world, it was only natural for people to want to monetize it. One thing led to another, and the legacy ranking was born, where families from all over the world fight for the top rankings in whichever video game is chosen to be the focus for that decade. Besides wealth and fame, what do you get for being part of the legacy ranking? Yuan asked. Influence and social status. White Lotus calmly replied. I get the meaning behind the legacy ranking, but how does it actually work? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. If we're going by rankings, doesn't it mean Yuan, who is the current #1 player in Cultivation Online, #1 in the legacy ranking? Yes and no. In order to enter the legacy ranking, you must participate in a tournament that is held every year. You need at least 10 people in your family to participate. While Yuan is, without doubt, the #1 player in Cultivation Online, it doesn't mean he will automatically take first place in the legacy ranking. Yuan, why don't you join this year's tournament and show the legacy families who's boss? Chu Liuxiang chuckled at this idea. White Lotus immediately started sweating after hearing Chu Liuxiang's words. Actually, since Yuan doesn't belong to any family, I think it would be for the best if he joined another family. Of course, I am not just saying this so I can recruit you into our family, even though I would love to. The other legacy families won't like it if a newly created family suddenly becomes rank 1, and they will probably do everything in their power to prevent it from happening. So what you're saying is, they will try to mess with Yuan if he tries to join with his own family. Meishio said. Unfortunately, that is exactly what will happen. White Lotus sighed. However, if you really want to start your own family, you can try forming alliances with other legacy families. What about factions? Can I join with my faction? Yuan suddenly asked. Actually, yes, you can. It was implemented just recently, but factions are now able to participate in the legacy ranking. Are you really planning on joining the legacy ranking with your faction? White Lotus looked at Yuan with a nervous gaze. Honestly, I couldn't care less about the legacy ranking. Whether it be wealth or influence, it doesn't mean anything to me. I created the faction so that I can always be with the people that are close to me, that's all. I see. White Lotus was relieved to hear Yuan's words. If he won't be participating in the legacy ranking, it won't be as chaotic and stressful. However, nothing is set in stone and it is still too early to tell if Yuan will affect this year's legacy ranking. Sometime later, White Lotus brought Yuan and the others to their rooms. You can use these 3 rooms for as long as you please. They are the best we have in the hotel. Thank you. They said. After picking their own rooms, they moved their luggage inside. Do you plan on walking around the city anytime soon? White Lotus asked them shortly after. We plan on doing it now. Yuan nodded. Can you give me a few minutes to prepare my disguise? White Lotus then asked. Sure. Thank you very much. White Lotus went into the room right beside their room and proceeded to disguise herself. A few minutes later, she returned to their side with a completely different appearance. Her hair turned blonde, and even her eyes changed to a beautiful green color. As for her dress, she changed it into something more casual, and she even went out of her way to wear sunglasses like Yuan. How do I look? She asked them. I wouldn't recognize you if I didn't know your identity beforehand. Yuan smiled. That's great. They left the hotel shortly after and started walking around the city. Of course, even with White Lotus disguised, their group still attracted plenty of attention because of Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Meanwhile, at the Zheng family's headquarters, Zheng Weiman was lying in his bed when he suddenly woke up screaming. Ah! Help me! I'm falling. Young master. Calm down. You're not falling. His servants quickly attended him. What? Zheng Weiman looked at his surroundings with a puzzled face, his back soaked in cold sweat. Where am I? What happened? You're in your own room right now, young master. You lost consciousness after what happened, so we carried you back here. The servants did not dare to mention that he'd sullied his pants, so they left that detail out. That bastard. How dare he embarrass me in front of White Lotus? I want him dead. Zheng Weiman roared. The servants started sweating, and they quickly reminded him of what happened. Young master, are you sure that's a good idea? That man could fly. Do you really think humans can fly? This is not Cultivation Online. He was obviously using some kind of trick to make it seem like he was flying. Zheng Weiman shouted, clearly in denial. I believe we should investigate his identity before we act. Then hurry up and investigate him. I want to know everything about him. His family, his friends, everything. Just you wait. I will show you what happens when you offend me. I am going to crush you and your insignificant life. I also want the Bai family to be held responsible for what happened today. Call my father and tell him that White Lotus from the Bai family has assaulted me today. The servants quickly went to work after hearing Zheng Weiman's words. Despite knowing that Zheng Weiman was being unreasonable, they could not defy his orders, and they were already used to it. Sometime later, after hearing about what had happened to his precious son and how he'd almost died today, the head of the Zheng family immediately contacted the Bai family, demanding an explanation. Of course, the Bai family had expected their contact and even prepared for it. While the Jing family was oblivious of Yuan's identity, the Bai family knew very well that he was the one behind the incident today, so they took advantage of their knowledge to mess with the Jing family. Inside a private room, the patriarch of the Bai family stood before a projector that was projecting a video call. On the other side of the call was the patriarch of the Jing family. The two of them had decided to video call each other to talk about the recent incident between White Lotus and Jing Weiman. You claim that your son, Jing Weiman, had gone to visit my daughter, Bai Lianhua, and returned beaten and humiliated without any good reason, but I heard a different story from my daughter. She claims that your son, Jing Weiman, had rudely forced himself into a private meeting between my daughter and her clients. Not only that, he even insulted my daughter and her clients. That's a load of bullshit, Bai Mengyao. My son went to visit your daughter because he had something important to tell her, but he was assaulted and humiliated before he could even speak with her. He was even beaten unconscious. Zheng Yi, there's no need to sugar your words. We both know that your son is obsessed with my daughter. We have told your Jing family many times that Bai Lianhua does not wish to be with Jing Weiman, yet he keeps on causing trouble for her, which causes trouble for my family. Bai Mengyao shook his head. Don't try to change the subject, Bai Mengyao. We're talking about how your daughter attacked my son. No matter their relationship, that won't change the fact that my son had been beaten by her. Jing Yi slammed his desk in anger. Now that's where you're wrong. Bai Mengyao shook his head again. How am I wrong? My daughter did not lay a hand on your son. It was her client who had an altercation with Jing Weiman, so you're speaking with the wrong person right now. If you really want to seek justice for your son, you should probably go speak with the young man who felt the need to beat your son. Though, I'm sure he has a good reason, especially considering Jing Weiman's bad reputation. Jing Weiman gritted his teeth in frustration. He knew that White Lotus hadn't touched his son. However, he could not let go the chance to blame the Bai family that has been refusing to give their Jing family face for years now by rejecting Jing Weiman's proposal to White Lotus. I don't care if your daughter touched him or not. As the host, she should have kept her client in check. Like how we're responsible for our dog's actions, White Lotus is responsible for her client's actions. Bai Mengyao suddenly laughed out loud. What's so funny? Zheng Yi frowned. My daughter should keep that person in check. You have no idea who her client even is. Let me warn you, Zheng Yi, that young man your son had offended is not someone the Jing family can afford to offend, much less my Bai family. What? Someone even my family cannot offend? The frown on Zheng Ye's face sank even further down. There is nobody that my Jing family cannot handle. We may be ranked 5th in the legacy ranking, but our influence surpasses even the 3rd rank. Suit yourself. And don't even bother trying to ask me for information on that person. I don't feel like offending him, so if you'll excuse me, I have other business that I need to attend. Don't you dare run away from. Bai Mengyao ignored him and closed the video call. What a pain in the ass. However, this is a good opportunity to see just how powerful this player Yuan is. He may be powerful in Cultivation Online, but the real world is a whole different game. Will he be able to deal with the Jing family like how he dealt with the Cultivators Association? Bai Mengyao kind of hoped that Yuan would get pushed into a corner by the Jing family so that his Bai family could come to his rescue and make him owe their family. Sometime later, the Bai family contacted White Lotus to notify her of the situation. I understand. I will warn him. After closing the line, White Lotus said to Yuan, it appears that the Jing family had tried to pressure my family. Is your family okay? He asked. For now, yes, but there's a good chance that the Jing family will continue to harass my family until we compromise. My family also told me to warn you that the Jing family will be coming after you as well. Why am I not surprised? Yuan shook his head. Knowing the Jing family, they will go after your friends and family if they learn of your true identity as Yu Tian. However, only very few higher-ups in my family, myself and Jasmine, know that. White Lotus said. Honestly, I don't care even if they find out about my identity. I will even be grateful to them if they cause trouble to the Yu family. Yuan chuckled. What about you, Ro? White Lotus looked at him with raised eyebrows. Your faction will protect her, right? Of course. I swear on my name and reputation as the leader of the faction that no harm will come to your sister, Yu Ro. She immediately responded. Yuan smiled and said, thank you, but if they really target Yu Ro, your faction won't have the chance to protect her, as I will destroy the entire Jing family before they can even act. White Lotus swallowed nervously after seeing how Yuan spoke about crushing the Jing family so causally. It was almost like the Jing family couldn't even be considered ants in his eyes. Just how powerful are you, Yuan? White Lotus sighed inwardly. Their group continued to wander the city without a care in the world, almost like their trouble with the Jing family was non-existent. At the end of the day, they returned back to the hotel. I couldn't find a birthday present for you Ro today even though we looked at many stores. Meishio sighed. Don't worry, you still have tomorrow. Chu Liuxiang said to her. I guess. Shortly after returning to the hotel, White Lotus invited them for dinner, which they accepted. Wow, it's like a whole different world up here at night. Chu Liuxiang stared at the city from the roof of the hotel as they waited for the food to arrive. The Dragon Spiral Mountain may have much better spiritual energy, but it cannot compare to this place when it comes to scenery. You're free to move to this hotel if you want. White Lotus said in a joking voice. Dinner lasted for about an hour and a half. Afterward, everyone retired in their own room. I will see you all tomorrow. White Lotus said to them. Yes, good night. After a quick shower, Yuan entered the massive bed that could easily fit 6 people and laid there. It's been a while since I've slept alone in a bed. Yuan realized this fact very quickly. Inside Chu Liuxiang's room, she stared at the cold, empty bed and sighed, I've gotten too comfortable sleeping with Yuan that I'd forgotten how it feels sleeping alone. Meanwhile, White Lotus received a phone call from her family. What's the situation now? White Lotus father, Bai Mengyao asked. We just finished dinner and the guests are resting in their room, she said. How is Yuan? He's doing great. It's almost like the incident this morning with Zheng Weimin never happened for him. I see. What about you? How do you feel after spending an entire day with him? Let me hear your impressions. Yuan is a very charming young man. I can tell that he's a genuinely kind person. He's also very humble considering his reputation. I would have never guessed that he was player Yuan if I didn't already know it beforehand. However, I have to admit, he's also a little scary, especially when angered. He's someone that I wouldn't want to offend. Bai Mengyao suddenly started laughing behind the phone. What a surprise. To think that my daughter, who has always disliked men, would have such a high impression on this young man. White Lotus blushed after hearing her father's words. A few moments later, Bai Mengyao stopped laughing and spoke in a serious voice, I'm glad that you like him. However, the real question is, when will you make your move on him? White Lotus turned silent for a moment before speaking, I think it's a little too early. The slower you move, the more time you give others. I know, but I really don't think I should move now. The 2 women Yuan brought with him. They're both incredibly beautiful and charming young ladies, and despite acting like they're only friends with each other, I have no doubt that they're his lovers. It wouldn't be a wise choice for me to invade their territory at this moment. In fact, I will most likely need their approval before I can join them. If I force myself into their relationship, it would only have a negative effect. Bai Mengyao took several moments to ponder about White Lotus' words. Fine, you don't have to seduce him now. However, don't wait too long. Yes, father. White Lotus released a deep sigh after hanging up the phone, feeling immense pressure on her shoulders. Although I don't mind having Yuan as my partner. Can I even seduce someone like him? Do I have what it takes to accept the fact that there will be other women in his life? The thought of sharing my husband with other women has never even crossed my mind. This is ridiculous. White Lotus proceeded to ponder her situation for the rest of the night. The following morning, after eating breakfast, Yuan and the others left the hotel for another day of touring the city. I really hope that I find a present for you Ro today. Meishio sighed inwardly as they walked from shop to shop. After touring the city for the whole morning, White Lotus suggested to them, let's get some lunch. I know of the perfect restaurant, and it's only a few blocks away from this place. That's a good idea. Yuan nodded. Let's go. The other two also agreed. Great. Follow me. On their way to the restaurant, White Lotus would talk about her previous experience there. Halfway there, right as they reached the end of the street and was stopped by the red traffic light, Yuan suddenly started having a bad feeling, almost as though his intuition was warning him. Trusting his guts, Yuan decided to expand his divine sense until it covered the entire street. That's when he noticed a black van driving towards their street. Yuan didn't think too much of this black van at first, but the feeling in his guts got more uncomfortable as the black van got closer to their location. A few moments later, right as the traffic lights turned green, the black van stopped right in the middle of the crosswalk with its side facing Yuan and the others. Watch out! Yuan suddenly shouted. Right as Yuan's voice resounded, loud banging sounds filled the streets, and hundreds of small holes would appear on the side of the van that was facing his direction within seconds. There were multiple people in the black van, and they were all shooting at Yuan's group from inside the van with deadly assault rifles. Ah! Chaos immediately ensued, and the people in the street started scrambling to safety. White Lotus and the others subconsciously tried to dodge the incoming bullets, but they quickly realized that something was preventing them from moving. Don't move! Yuan shouted as he held his hands in front of him, using his chi manifestation to create a wall of spiritual energy in front of them, protecting them from the bullets. Of course, he was also responsible for restricting their movements. The bullets that touched Yuan's invisible wall would get caught in his spiritual energy, making it seem like time had stopped for the bullets. However, despite this, bullets continued to fly without mercy, turning the street into a war zone. Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. As much as he wanted to use his flying dagger to retaliate, he did not dare to split his focus, putting all of his attention on defense and the wall before them, which was the only thing preventing the bullets from riddling their bodies with holes. The sound of powerful guns blazing through bullets continued non-stop for another minute until the people in the black van eventually ran out of bullets. We're out. Let's get the fuck out of here. The people in the black van didn't even bother to check whether their targets had survived before stepping on the gas and speeding away from the crime scene. However, Yuan didn't dare to remove the wall until he was absolutely sure that the threat had completely vanished. Are you guys okay? Yuan turned around to ask the three terrified ladies standing behind him with shivering legs. I'm okay. White Lotus muttered in a trembling voice. I am fine as well. Chu Liuxiang said. Me too. Meishio said. Meishio. You're totally not fine. Look at your arm. It's bleeding. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said in a panicked voice and pointed to her left arm, where blood could be seen flowing from a wound. Oh, you're right. Meishio looked at her arm and said in a calm voice. After inspecting the wound, she continued, I'm fine, it's just a graze. How can you be so calm about this? You just got shot. Chu Liuxiang was dumbfounded by her reaction. Anyways, what in God's name was that just now? It was most likely the Zheng family trying to exact revenge. I don't have any proof, but they're the only ones who have a motive. White Lotus sighed. Even if they want revenge, to think they'd go this far. This is unforgivable. She looked at the destruction caused by the shooting just now. Fortunately, there were no deaths. However, some people there were injured in the process of trying to run away, and the buildings behind their group were riddled with bullets. Everyone there turned to look at Yuan, who was awfully silent for some reason, but that only made the ladies even more nervous. Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang suddenly recalled what happened with the Gu family when they threatened to hurt them. However, this incident was many times worse than the Gu family, and Mei Xiu even got physically hurt in the process, so they cannot even begin to imagine what was going through Yuan's head. "Are you okay, Yuan?" White Lotus decided to ask him. To their surprise, he nodded and spoke in an abnormally calm voice, "Yes, I am just relieved that you're safe. Let's return to the hotel and get your wound treated, Mei Xiu." "Okay." As they made their way back to the hotel, police sirens could be heard blaring in almost every street. "Yes, that really just happened." White Lotus spoke to her father through the phone as they walked, notifying him of the horror they just experienced. "That fucking Jing family. How dare they try to assassinate you guys? They have crossed the line 1,000 times. Don't worry, I will make sure they are held accountable for their actions. I'm just really glad that none of you are hurt. By the way, has Yuan said anything about the situation?" Bai Mengyao suddenly asked. "No. He's awfully quiet, nor has he spoken a word since we left." White Lotus answered in a whispering voice. "That doesn't sound very good. Do whatever you can to comfort him." "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Bai Mengyao called the Jing family and demanded for Jingyi to pick up the phone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, but Mr. Jing is currently busy." "I don't give a fuck if he's busy. I want him to answer the phone even if he's screwing his wife as we speak. If I don't hear from him within the next 5 minutes, I will literally shoot up your fucking headquarters. Please calm down, Mr. Bai." Bai Mengyao hung up and waited for his phone to ring. As expected, Zhengyi video called him 3 minutes later. "For you to threaten my family with harm, you better have a good reason, Bai Mengyao, or you will be hearing from my lawyers. You dare to act like you don't know anything? Your Zheng family just tried to assassinate my daughter." "What?" Zhengyi frowned upon hearing this, showing legit confusion. "Hold your horses, Bai Mengyao. That is a serious accusation. I don't know what happened, but our Jing family was not involved." "You don't know what happened? Bullshit. Turn on the T.V and look at the news." Jingyi turned on his T.V the next moment. It didn't take long for him to learn of the shooting, as it was being covered by literally every news channel out there. About half an hour ago, a mass shooting had occurred at. Over 1,000 bullets had been fired. Miraculously, nobody was killed. You're claiming that my Jing family had something to do with this shooting? That's absurd. We would never do something like this. As if I could believe your words. Only your Jing family has a motive. This is defamation. Slander. Do you have any proof that it was my Jing family that is behind the shooting? The only proof I need is your Jing family's dog's hit reputation. In the entire legacy ranking, your family is the worst. Ha! You'll need more than that bullshit to do anything to us. Go ahead and sue us. I dare you. Bai Mengyao suddenly started laughing. What's so damn funny? You think this is funny? You damn fool. Bai Mengyao roared. I purposefully kept this a secret because I wanted your family to mess with him a little, but I truly did not expect for you to do something this daring. You guys truly went above and beyond. However, I am also at fault. Due to my selfish decision, my daughter was nearly assassinated. What the hell are you talking about? Zhengyi frowned, as he had a bad feeling about Bai Menyao's words. Listen carefully, Zhengyi. The young man who trashed your useless son, the person your family just tried to assassinate today, is none other than player Yuan. The same Yuan your family is so desperately trying to recruit. Bai Mengyao revealed the truth to him. What? Zhengyi cried out loud, not daring to believe his ears. That young man who beat my son was player Yuan. Impossible. I won't fall for this. Zhengyi was in denial. However, inside his mind, he started recalling a certain rumor that White Lotus had managed to contact player Yuan in Cultivation Online. I don't care if you believe it or not. However, it is a fact that your family had just tried to assassinate player Yuan. If the other families learn of this, nobody will dare to stay by your side. Bai Mengyao shouted. Stop. I swear on my ancestors' graves that our Jing family had nothing to do with the assassination. Do you really think that I would do something as blatant and reckless as shooting up a street in broad daylight? Bai Mengyao frowned, and he started wondering if the Jing family had truly called in the assassination on Yuan. Anyways, do not bother me or my family again until you have concrete proof that it was my family who ordered the hit. And if you dare spread such rumors, I will sue you for slander. Zheng Yi closed the video call shortly after and started pacing back and forth his room with a panicked expression on his face. He was telling the truth when he claimed that he had nothing to do with the assassination attempt, but he had a feeling that he knew the true culprit behind this madness. He eventually picked up his phone and called his son, Zheng Weimin. Hello. Zheng Weimin picked up the phone after a few rings. You crazy bastard. What have you done? Tell me you are not behind the shooting this afternoon. Zheng Ye's voice was so loud that it dazed Zheng Weimin. However, to his surprise, Zheng Weimin spoke in a calm voice, Huh. They already got to work. What a pleasant surprise. I really thought it would take at least a few days. You. Are you serious? Zheng Yi could feel his legs giving out on him after hearing his son's words. Yes, I am. I was the one who ordered the hit on that bastard, so what? This will teach White Lotus what will happen if she dares to approach any man that is not me. Zheng Weimin laughed out loud. This bastard's gone insane. Did he hit his head during his fight with Yuan? Zheng Yi cried inwardly. He always knew that his son was a crazy bastard, but even he couldn't have anticipated that his son would be crazy enough to hire assassins. I have underestimated him. This is bad. Really bad. Don't worry, father. Zheng Yi suddenly said. I made sure there were no traces or evidence of my involvement, so they won't be able to hold us accountable. Zheng Yi sighed out loud and said, Have you seen the news? No, I haven't. Why? Zheng Yi asked in a puzzled voice. There were no deaths. In other words, your assassination attempt has failed. What? How is that possible? I told them to use the strongest firearms they have available. Not even a spirit master cultivator could survive such firepower. Well, not only did they survive, but White Lotus was also there at the time of the attack, so you almost had your beloved assassinated alongside the man you're trying to kill. What? I gave those bastards specific instructions to not attack when White Lotus is near the target. Those useless bastards. I paid them a hefty fee, too. Zheng Weimin cursed out loud. Since White Lotus was in a disguise, the attackers did not recognize her, but Zheng Weimin wasn't aware of this fact. Zheng Yi sighed, and he proceeded to ask, Do you even know the identity of the man who you just tried to have assassinated today? His identity doesn't matter. Since he dared to offend me, he's a dead man. Player Yuan. That man was Player Yuan. Do you have any idea what this means? Zheng Yi suddenly yelled. What? Zheng Weimin muttered in a dazed voice, seemingly having difficulties comprehending what he'd just heard. I really hope you didn't leave any evidence behind. If I learn that you've screwed up, I will, without hesitation, kick you out of the family and disown you. But father. So what if he's Player Yuan? He's just a nobody who got lucky in Cultivation Online. Do you have any idea how many families within the legacy rankings are looking to curry favors with this nobody? If they learn that you tried to assassinate Yuan, they will definitely side with him to destroy us. I'm done talking with you. However, let me give you one more piece of advice as your father. Hide. Don't show your face until all of this calms down. Zheng Yi disconnected the line and tossed his phone at the wall, smashing it into pieces. Fuck. That fucking crazy bastard. Meanwhile, Zheng Weimin sat on his bed with a dazed look on his face. So he was player Yuan all along. It all makes sense now. No wonder why she dared to fight back. However, none of that matters. They cannot touch me without proof. As for those assassins, even if they have failed their first attempt, they will continue to try until they fulfill our contract. Zheng Weimin quickly stopped caring about the situation, as he was confident that he would not get in any trouble for his actions. After all, there were rules and regulations in this world, and being in the top 5 of the legacy rankings, these regulations were in his favor regardless if he was in the right or wrong. I don't care if you're player Yuan. Come get me if you can. Ha ha ha. Zheng Weimin laughed like a madman inside his room. Back at the hotel, White Lotus had the entire hotel secured by her guards so that not even a rat could enter or leave the premises. They were basically in lockdown. Meanwhile, Meishio had her wound inspected and treated by a professional. Luckily, the bullet only grazed your skin. I also checked your blood just in case they laced the bullets with poison. The results were negative. You'll heal in a few days. The doctor said to Meishio after inspecting her grazed wound. Will this injury leave a scar? Meishio asked the doctor. Since you're a cultivator, it will only last for a bit. It will eventually disappear completely, but I will prescribe you with some healing cream just in case. I see. Thank you. Meishio nodded. Once the doctor left and they were alone, Chu Liuxiang spoke. What should we do now? Yuro's birthday is tomorrow, and the concert will be held in public. If we don't deal with the situation before then, they could attack during the concert. Is there anything we can do to the Jing family? She looked at White Lotus, who shook her head. Unfortunately, we don't have any concrete proof that the Jing family was the one behind the attack. My father spoke to the head of the Jing family, and according to what he told me, Jing Yi doesn't appear to have anything to do with the attack. I also highly doubt they would leave behind any evidence that incriminates them. So there's nothing we can do about it? Meishio asked with a worried frown on her face. Not legally, no. White Lotus sighed. We can try to look for the people in the black van, but we're still investigating that. The entire Bai family is currently working with the police and investigators, but even with such a force, it will probably be a few days until we can learn anything. We don't have the luxury to wait that long. Yuan suddenly spoke. Do you have something in mind? White Lotus asked him. He nodded and said, Meishio, Lulu, I want the two of you to stay in this room together until I resolve our situation. It won't take too long, I promise. What are you going to do? Meishio asked him in a worried voice. I'm going to get the evidence we need to deal with whoever decided it was a good idea to put you all in such a dangerous situation, he calmly said. Yuan approached Meishio and caressed the bandage on her arm, where she'd been injured from the attack. The person who caused this will wish that they'd never been born. Even though his voices were as tranquil as still water in a lake, the ladies could feel the anger boiling within, and it was only a matter of time before it exploded, causing the water to splash everywhere. Meishio suddenly grabbed his hands and spoke, Yuan, I know you're angry and that you're doing this for us, but please, don't do anything that will hurt you. I won't. I promise. Yuan showed her a gentle smile. He then faced White Lotus and said, Can you do me a favor? Of course. She immediately nodded. Let's go. Yuan started making his way towards the exit. Don't do anything that you will regret later, Yuan. I know that you care about our safety, but don't forget that we also care about yours. Chu Liuxiang shouted as he reached the door. I know. He responded as he left the room. I want guards inside and outside of this room at all times until we return. Make sure no harm comes to our guests. White Lotus said to Jasmine. What about you, Miss Bai? I will be fine. White Lotus said as she glanced at Yuan. I understand. I will make sure the guests are protected even if it's the last thing I do. Jasmine nodded. Please take care of Miss Bai. She turned to face Yuan and bowed to him. Sometime later, White Lotus followed Yuan to the roof of the hotel. Yuan continued walking until he was standing at the edge of the building. After standing there in silence for a couple of minutes, he suddenly asked, "Where is the Jing family?" The Jing family's headquarters is located in another city, but they have a branch family that is about an hour outside the city. Although you won't find the head of the family, Jing Yi, there, you should be able to find Jing Weiman. That is good enough. He then asked, "Do you mind showing me the way? I promise you that no harm will come to you. I will also owe you." "I don't mind. And you don't have to owe me anything. You saved my life today. I should be the one with the debt," she said. "The only reason you guys were put in such a dangerous situation was because of me. I was their target. You guys just happened to be with me at the time of the attack. If you don't mind me asking, what are you going to do once we meet the Jing family? I doubt they will tell us the truth even if we threaten them." After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a low but clear voice, "I don't know what I am going to do to them, but I know that it won't be very pretty." White Lotus swallowed nervously. "Do you plan on killing them all?" "Don't worry, the Bai family will protect you no matter your decision." Yuan turned to look at her with a profound smile on his face, but he did not respond to her question. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a cold voice as he took off his sunglasses, revealing the red eyes that had been concealed by the shades, that would be too lenient on the bastards that attacked us. "I won't kill them, but I will make them wish that they were dead." White Lotus' eyes widened with shock, and her body trembled in fear when she saw Yuan's crimson eyes that looked like it had been dyed in blood, not to mention intense killing intent that was contained within his gaze. However, mixed in with her fear was awe, as she was also oddly charmed by his presence. Although she wasn't certain, she had a feeling that Yuan was looking at her through his eyes as of this moment. Yuan lifted his arm and gestured for her, "Take me to the Jing family. It's our turn to surprise them." "Yes." White Lotus responded in a low voice before grabbing his hand and flying into the air with him, her heart throbbing with excitement. As they made their way towards the Jing family, White Lotus couldn't help but stare at Yuan's handsome face and beautiful crimson eyes that resembled jewels. "Yuan. Your eyes. What happened?" She couldn't resist her urge to ask him. "I'm not really sure. After seeing Meishio getting hurt from the assault, I felt something being released within me, and before I knew it, I regained my vision." "Huh. So you're no longer blind?" White Lotus muttered in a dumbfounded voice. "For now. Who knows how long this would last? Maybe I'll return to being blind after a few hours." Yuan turned to look at White Lotus' beautiful face and pale complexion. "Even though I can see the world clearer and in more details with divine sense, there is just something unique about viewing the world with my eyes," he said with a smile. "It's unfortunate that I had regained my vision during this time when I am unable to enjoy it." His smile quickly turned bitter. White Lotus suddenly lowered her head and tightened her hold around his neck. "My life flashed before my eyes earlier today. I have never had such a close near-death experience before, not even in Cultivation Online. Honestly, I've been in worse situations. However, I have never felt scared in those situations. It was different today. I was terrified, but not for myself. I was scared that I would lose one of you, and it was a close call. The bullet that grazed Meishio could have killed any of us. Fortunately, that did not happen. You really care about Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. I'm envious." White Lotus suddenly sighed. "I care about you too, you know," he said, taking her by surprise. "Really? Even though we've just met each other?" "Of course." He nodded. "Thank you." White Lotus mumbled as she lowered her head even more to prevent Yuan from seeing the expression on her face. About half an hour later, White Lotus pointed at the large mansion located at the horizon and said, "Over there. That's our destination." Yuan nodded and flew directly towards the mansion. Once they landed near the mansion, Yuan stepped in front of White Lotus and said, "Stay behind me no matter what." "Okay." She nodded. Yuan summoned both Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss before approaching the mansion. There were guards pacing around the mansion, and all of them were carrying fully loaded assault rifles. Are they usually this tight with security? Not even banks are this heavily guarded. Yuan asked her. No, this isn't normal. White Lotus shook her head. Then they must be really afraid of something. Yuan smiled. Follow me. He walked out of the shadows with White Lotus behind him. Halt. The guards there immediately noticed him and pointed their guns at his direction without any hesitation. Identify yourself. What are you doing here? Let me handle this. White Lotus said. I'm Bai Lianhua. We're here to speak with Zheng Weimin. The guards recognized her name and face. Zheng Weimin is not here. One of the guards said. You're lying. Yuan said, as he could sense Zheng Weimin's presence within the mansion. I will give you two choices. Get Zheng Weimin out here for me, or I will go inside to meet him myself. And I will give you one choice. Get lost before we fill your body with bullet holes. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The next moment, one of the guards suddenly screamed in pain, startling the others. When they turned to look at him, they saw that his hands had suddenly been severed by something sharp. What happened? However, before they could even make sense of what was happening, the invisible Starry Abyss honed in on its next target. Whoosh! My hands! Another guard had his hands severed. Then another. And another. In less than a minute, Yuan had disarmed all of the guards there by severing their hands with the Starry Abyss. White Lotus swallowed nervously after seeing the brutal scenery. The guards were all screaming in pain as blood gushed from their grievous wounds. Let's go. Yuan said with a nonchalant face as he started walking towards the entrance. After smashing the doors with a single kick, Yuan entered the building with White Lotus. However, the moment they took a step inside the building, the guards that had been waiting inside ambushed them, shooting their guns without hesitation. Hundreds of bullets flew at Yuan every second, resembling the situation earlier this afternoon but with more noise and chaos, as there were more people shooting their guns at him. However, there was one more difference. Yuan was prepared for the attack this time. While he used Qi manifestation to create a wall around him and White Lotus, he also controlled the Starry Abyss to take down the shooters one at a time. Since the shooters were spread out and most of them were focused on shooting Yuan, they failed to notice what was happening until it was too late and everyone there had their hands and arms severed. He's not killing them. Is he saving it for Zheng Weimin? White Lotus noticed this and wondered to herself. Are you okay? Yuan turned around and asked her in a calm voice. Yes. She nodded in a dazed manner. Good, then let's continue. Yuan proceeded to follow Zheng Weimin's presence in the mansion. They would encounter guards at every turn, but Yuan easily took care of them. Meanwhile, inside Zheng Weimin's room. What the fuck is going on out there? Zheng Weimin asked the guards in his room. We have intruders. 2 of them. A man and a woman. The guard said. It's just 2 intruders. There are hundreds of you, all equipped with heavy firearms. Why the fuck am I still hearing gunshots after so long? Are they all shooting at the sky or something? Zheng Weimin cried out loud. I don't know. Even I am puzzled. The guard shook his head. Fuck. You're all so fucking useless. Zheng Weimin gritted his teeth in frustration. Don't worry, young master. We will protect you with our lives. The guards in the room said to him. No fucking shit. If I die, my father will kill all of you. Zheng Weimin shouted. One of the guards' walkie-talkie suddenly activated. Help. This guy is a monster. We cannot deal with him. A terrified voice resounded from the walkie-talkie. Give me that. Zheng Weimin gestured for the walkie-talkie. Once it was in his hands, he shouted, this is Zheng Weimin. What is happening out there? However, the guard did not respond. Hello? Hey! Answer me. After another moment of silence, the walkie-talkie connected again. He can't hear you because he's unconscious. Probably due to blood loss, but I'm no expert. He might even be dead. A familiar voice resounded from the walkie-talkie. However, Zheng Weimin did not immediately recognize the voice. Who are you? You've already forgotten about me? It hasn't been that long since you tried to kill me. Yuan said in a calm voice. You're that bastard from the roof. I have no idea what you're talking about. I never tried to kill you. What evidence do you have? Zheng Weimin finally realized who he was speaking to, and his body became soaked in cold sweat. Evidence? I don't have any. Then why the fuck are you creating a scene at my house? I'll have you arrested for your actions. I may not have any evidence now, but I will get some soon. I'll see you in a bit. Yuan crushed the walkie-talkie and continued making his way to Zheng Weimin's room. This fucking bastard. Zheng Weimin tossed the walkie-talkie at the wall in a fit of rage. Shortly after their conversation ended, Zheng Weimin could hear the gunshots getting closer and closer to his room, pushing him towards the edge of having a mental breakdown. Meanwhile, there were 12 guards inside his room, all of them pointing their guns at the door with their fingers on the trigger. 10 minutes later, Yuan and White Lotus arrived at the hallway that contained Zheng Weimin's room. There are 13 people inside that room, one of them being Zheng Weimin. Stand back. Yuan said to her. White Lotus nodded and took a few steps back. Yuan held the Empyrean Overlord like a javelin and took a deep breath. Whoosh! He tossed the Empyrean Overlord, sending it flying through the hallway. Bang! The Empyrean Overlord smashed through the metal doors at the end of the hallway, revealing the terrified faces inside the room. Open fire! The leader of the guards shouted. Hundreds of bullets traveled the hallway until they reached Yuan, but they all stopped moving in front of him. What the fuck? The guards were shocked by what they were witnessing. Move out of the way. One of the guards there suddenly stepped forward and aimed a rocket launcher at Yuan. Yuan! Watch out! White Lotus was terrified when she saw the RPG-7. Too late. The guard pressed the trigger, shooting the rocket at Yuan. However, before it could even get anywhere near Yuan, the rocket exploded, blowing up half of the hallway and even some of the guards. What just happened? The guards that survived the explosion were dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan had destroyed the rocket with the starry abyss. Ah! My arms! One of the guards there suddenly screamed in pain as both his limbs suddenly separated from his body. The other guards were terrified when they saw this, especially when none of them saw what had caused it. Soon, every guard in the room had their hands and even entire arms severed by the invisible starry abyss. Zheng Weimin stared at the nightmarish scene before him with a horrified look on his face. You're not human. You're a fucking demon. Get away from me. Zheng Weimin started crying when Yuan entered the room with White Lotus behind him. White Lotus looked at Zheng Weimin's terrible appearance in silence. This is the result of offending player Yuan. It's much worse than what I'd imagined. She sighed inwardly. What's wrong? You look like shit. Yuan approached Zheng Weimin, who had backed all the way up to the corner of a wall. Get away from me. You will regret doing this to me. What are you going to do? Report me to the police? Where's your evidence? I have plenty of evidence and witnesses. Zheng Weimin shouted. If I kill all of you and destroy this place, there won't be any more evidence. Yuan showed him a cold smile. You wouldn't dare. I am innocent. I never tried to kill, ah. Zheng Weimin suddenly screamed out loud, his voice filled with pain. Tell me again that you're innocent. Yuan spoke in a nonchalant voice as he removed his hand from Zheng Weimin's shoulder after crushing his bones. Zheng Weimin gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice, I really don't know what you're talking, all. Yuan crushed the rest of his arm with qi manifestation. The pain of having every bone in his right arm being crushed was so intense that Zheng Weimin fell unconscious. However, Yuan would wake him back up by breaking one of his legs by stomping on it. I can do this all day. Yuan said to him in a calm voice, almost as though he's done this thousands of times before. Give up, Zheng Weimin. It's over for you. White Lotus sighed. No. I am really innocent. Please. Believe me. Zheng Weimin continued to claim his innocence despite the situation. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Zheng Weimin. If physical pain isn't enough. After pondering for a moment, he turned to White Lotus and asked her, Hey, this may be sudden, but have you ever kissed before? Although she was taken by surprise by his question, White Lotus shook her head, no. I see. Yuan approached her the following moment. What are you doing? Zheng Weimin stared at him with wide eyes. Once he was standing in front of White Lotus, Yuan suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her soft body into his embrace. White Lotus was baffled by the sudden turn of events, but she didn't resist it. Do you mind if I become your first? Yuan asked her with a profound expression on his face. You bastard. Zheng Weimin roared out loud. White Lotus realized what Yuan was trying to do now, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, this is exactly the type of situation she and her family wanted, so she didn't complain. It would be my pleasure to have you as my first. White Lotus nodded with a bashful smile before lifting her head and closing her eyes. No. 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 Stop it. Don't you dare. I swear I will kill you if you do it, Yuan. Zheng Weimin shouted as blood in the form of tears began flowing from his eyes. Yuan looked at Zheng Weimin with a mocking gaze before turning to focus on White Lotus, who had a flushed face at this moment. He gently held her chin with his hand, and he slowly pressed his lips against hers, kissing her. Yuan. Zheng Weimin could feel his heart being torn into countless pieces after witnessing the love of his life being stolen by his enemy before his very eyes. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yuan. Zheng Weimin shouted like a beast that had its children murdered before its eyes. After kissing White Lotus, Yuan turned to look at Zheng Weimin's pathetic appearance and spoke, Why are you so mad? It's just a kiss. And I don't recall White Lotus ever being your woman. Shut up. White Lotus is mine. My woman. How dare you defile her with your dirty mouth? Yuan narrowed his eyes on Zheng Weimin before speaking, I'll do much more than just a kiss if you don't tell me the truth. What are you talking about? Zheng Weimin's eyes widened with shock. Yuan turned to look at White Lotus and asked her, Do you want to become my woman? I'll make you my woman right here and right now. You bastard. Don't you dare. Zheng Weimin stared at them with bloodshot eyes. If gazes could kill, Zheng Weimin would be able to kill even immortals with his intense gaze. Yuan suddenly hugged White Lotus and whispered in her ears, Don't worry, I won't actually do anything to you. White Lotus sighed inwardly, I wouldn't mind it even if you were for real. She then spoke in a genuine tone, I am willing. If you want me to be your woman, both my body and heart are yours. To Yuan's surprise, White Lotus suddenly dragged him to the bed in the room and started loosening his clothes. She then looked at Zheng Weimin and continued, You have made my life miserable for many years with your harassment. Today, I will prove to you and the world that I am not your woman. She returned to looking at Yuan and gave him a seductive wink. Before Yuan could react, White Lotus pulled his body on top of hers and started kissing him again, this time more passionately. While they kissed, White Lotus began loosening her clothes as well. Stop. I admit it. I was the one who ordered the hit on you. I was wrong. Zheng Weimin could no longer endure the mental torture and admitted to his crimes. However, White Lotus didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, mostly because she was too focused to hear Zheng Weiman's voice. Why aren't you stopping? I have already confessed. He's already confessed. Let's stop here. Yuan said to White Lotus before slipping away from her hold and getting off the bed. White Lotus was reluctant, but she had no choice but to end the fun there. After fixing their clothes, White Lotus asked, "What are you going to do to him now? Turn him to the authorities?" Yuan narrowed his eyes on Zheng Weiman, who was lying on the floor with a half-dead look on his face. As long as he's alive, he will try to take revenge again. It may not happen tomorrow or even 10 years from now, but I am not going to take any chances. Yuan spoke in a cold voice. Kill me if you want. I will haunt you for the rest of your life. Zheng Weiman mumbled in a low voice. How did you contact the assassins? He then asked. If you're trying to call off the hit on you, then you can give up. They won't stop until their target is dead, even if it takes 100 years. Zheng Weiman chuckled. Yuan went to take Zheng Weiman's cell phone and laptop a moment later. Let's go. He then said. Huh? Where are we going? Aren't you going to kill him? White Lotus was baffled when Yuan started walking out of the room. However, Yuan didn't respond to her until they were both outside the mansion. Are you really going to forgive him? No, I am not. He said in a calm voice as he faced the mansion and summoned the Empyrean overlord. Take 20 steps back, he then said. White Lotus didn't question him and distanced herself from him. Once she was far enough, Yuan took a deep breath and gathered his spiritual energy. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike that contained about 90% of his strength. A massive beam of light consumed the mansion and everyone within. Boom! The mansion disappeared instantly, alongside over 3 miles of the wilderness behind the mansion. No way! White Lotus fell to her knees upon witnessing the destruction caused by the heavenly splitting sword strike. With such power, he could easily wipe an entire city off the map. She cried inwardly. This will not only erase the evidence of our involvement, but it will also serve as a warning to the Jing family. Yuan said in a calm voice. White Lotus swallowed nervously. After erasing the mansion, Yuan turned to face White Lotus and offered his hand to help her stand back up. Thank you. I'm really sorry. He suddenly sighed. Huh? Why are you apologizing? I took advantage of you today just to get back at Zheng Weiman, and I even took away your first kiss. I'm truly sorry. Yuan lowered his head and apologized again. It's fine. White Lotus started waving her hand in a flustered manner. As you'd said, it's just a kiss. I am not so immature and innocent to care about something like that. And to tell you the truth, I wasn't lying when I said that I wanted you to be my first. However, if you wish to take responsibility and make me your woman, I won't object to it. White Lotus spoke in a teasing voice, yet her face was flushed with redness. Let's continue this conversation another time. I'm sure this place will be flooded with police soon, and we still have to deal with the assassins Zheng Weiman hired. All right. Then let us return to the hotel and see if Zheng Weiman had left any clues behind. White Lotus nodded. Yuan carried White Lotus into the air and disappeared from the scene shortly after, returning to the hotel. After Yuan and White Lotus left the scene, helicopters and police cars flooded the place that used to be Jing family's branch family. They were all stunned by the destruction there, and nobody there could imagine the kind of weapon that caused this mess. What in God's name happened here? Even a railgun would not be able to cause such destruction. Is this a new type of weapon? What could have transpired here that requires such immense power? Hey, isn't this the location of the Zheng family's mansion? I believe their oldest son, Zheng Weiman, lives here. Huh? Are you sure this is the right place? Yes, I am certain that the Zheng family had a mansion here. No way. Does that mean? Somebody get in touch with the Zheng family. This is an emergency. The investigators were shocked to learn that a mansion used to exist in this place. Sometime later, Zheng Yi learned of the situation. What the fuck do you mean my family's mansion have disappeared? Where is my son, Zheng Weiman? Is he okay? I'm sorry, but we do not have any information on your son, but we are looking for him as we speak. Turn on the television, you should see for yourself the situation here. The head investigator said to him. Zheng Yi quickly turned on the television with a heavy heart. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Zheng Yi nearly fell out of his seat after seeing the situation. About 20 minutes ago, an unknown weapon of mass destruction had detonated in this place, erasing over 1,000 acres of land. The authorities are still trying to figure out what happened here. If you have any information, please call them at. To think 2 horrifying incidents would occur in this city in such a short time. Just what on earth is happening? Could this be the work of terrorists? As you can see, Mr. Zheng. If your son had been inside or anywhere near the mansion at the time of the incident, it is very unlikely that he would have survived. No. No. I told my son to leave that place when I spoke with him earlier today. He should still be out there somewhere. Zheng Yi held on to the hope that Zheng Weiman had listened to his advice to go into hiding. I want the bastard who did this to be found. Rest assured, Mr. Zheng. We will use all of our resources to find the culprit. If there is some madman with a weapon that can cause this much destruction out there, we must catch him and seize the weapon at all cost. After hanging up, Zheng Yi stared at the television with an ugly expression on his face. Sometime later, he opened his laptop and started a video call with Bai Mengyao. What do you want, Zheng Yi? Bai Mengyao asked him in an annoyed manner, unaware of the situation yet. You bastard. Is this your work? Did you attack my Zheng family just now? Huh? What the fuck are you talking about? Turn on the television and see for yourself. Zheng Yi shouted. Bai Mengyao recalled a similar situation happening not long ago, but the roles were reversed this time around. Holy shit. What happened here? Bai Mengyao was terrified by what he saw on the television. Wait. You think my Bai family has something to do with the news? That's outrageous. Even more outrageous than the shooting today. It's the truth, isn't it? My Zheng family got attacked right after you threatened to attack us. There's no way this could be a coincidence. Zheng Yi roared. Are you out of your mind? You think my Bai family is capable of this? There should be a limit to your imagination. Whatever caused this is obviously not human. While Zheng Yi and Bai Mengyao argued back and forth, Yuan and White Lotus returned to the hotel. Yuan. Are you okay? Chu Liuxiang rushed to his side the moment she saw him enter the room. Yes, I am fine. He nodded. What happened? Did you find any evidence? Mei Xiu asked him. Yes, Zheng Weiman confessed to hiring the assassins this morning. However, he didn't tell us how to contact the assassins, so we're not completely safe yet, and I won't rest until I find the bastards that shot at us. Yuan said. I see. What about Zheng Weiman? I killed him. I didn't want to risk having him come after us again in the future. I'm sorry if my decision disappointed you. No, I understand why you did it, and I don't blame you. I'm sorry for making you bear everything for us. It's fine. Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang suddenly spoke, by the way. Your eyes. They're red. Yes. I have somehow regained my vision, so I can see again now. Yuan finally revealed the truth to them. What? No way. Really? Chu Liuxiang exploded with excitement. I'm serious. He nodded with a gentle smile on his face. To think this would happen right before Yu Ro's birthday. This is going to be an even bigger surprise than the concert. Mei Xiu smiled. Indeed. That's why I must take care of these assassins before then. I want the birthday surprise to be perfect. White Lotus entered the room sometime later and said, Yuan, I had the experts look into Jing Weiman's cell phone and laptop, and they found a phone number and address that might allow us to contact the assassins. Perfect. Yuan turned to look at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang and said to them, I will finish everything this time. Stay safe. They're dangerous enough to shoot us in broad daylight. Meishio said. Yuan chuckled, I doubt it'll be any more dangerous than what I have already experienced at the Jing family. After Yuan left with White Lotus, Chu Liuxiang decided to relax a little and open the television that happened to be on a news channel. Meishio. Look at this. Chu Liuxiang called for her. My God. Wait, this happened only half an hour ago. Meishio swallowed nervously and turned to look at the door that Yuan just left from. You think he's responsible for this? Meishio smiled and said, if anyone is capable of doing this, it could only be him. After leaving the room with White Lotus, Yuan followed her to another room where the experts were inspecting Jing Weiman's equipment. So this is the phone number that might help us contact the assassins, and this location appears to be a meeting point. Can you track the phone number? White Lotus asked. We can try, but we'll have to call them first. The expert said. I'll call them. Yuan suddenly said. What about your backup story? White Lotus asked. I already have one in mind. All right. Then let us set up the tracker first. The expert said. Half an hour later, the expert handed Yuan a specialized cell phone. We'll begin the tracking as soon as they pick up the phone. Try to stall them for as long as you can. Yuan nodded and called the phone number. After a couple of rings, someone picked up the number and spoke in a cold voice, password. White Lotus and the experts were listening to the phone call as well, so they immediately frowned upon hearing about a password for the first time. However, Yuan calmly responded, fuck your password. I need a bastard killed. 100 million. White Lotus turned to look at Yuan with wide eyes. He's going to order a hit, she cried inwardly. The person on the other side of the call remained silent for several moments before responding, I'm sorry, but you have the wrong number. Hang up on me and I will call another number, and I will add you bastards to my kill list. Who told you about this phone number? Are you fuckers investigators or mercenaries? If you keep wasting my precious time, I will let the person who recommended me know of your trash service. After another moment of silence, the person spoke, give me a name. Yuan took a deep but silent breath before speaking, Yiyong, he's the head of a major entertainment company that focuses on music. White Lotus' jaw dropped after hearing this familiar name. After researching Yu Tian's background, she learned of his adoptive parents, Yiyong and Tang Li. He's putting a hit on his adoptive father. A few moments of silence later, the man behind the phone spoke, he's a big name. It'll cost you more than 100 million if you want his head. Give me a number. Yuan calmly said. 500. That's a hefty amount. What if you fail? There's no such thing as a perfect hit. However, once we put a target on someone, we will make sure it is a success no matter how many times we fail. Very well. I'll pay that amount. I will now give you an account number. You have 24 hours to make the payment. After giving Yuan the account number, the man continued, once we see the payment, we will give you a call back. We'll make the real arrangements then. Yuan then spoke in a cold voice, just so you know. I may trust my friend, but I don't trust your service yet. If you dare to scam me, I will destroy your entire organization. The man laughed out loud, I welcome you to try even though we won't scam you. Yuan looked at the experts in the room for their signal. The expert nodded his head and gave Yuan a thumbs up. Then I will see you soon. After hanging up the call, Yuan went to see the results. Although we were able to track the call to their location, we were unable to pinpoint the exact location. Just give me the general location and I will find them myself. Yuan said. It's about a 4-hour drive from this place, right around here. The expert showed him the map and the general location of the call. I understand. I will go there right away. Yuan nodded. Should I come with you again? White Lotus asked him. No, I will be fine by myself. I don't want to endanger you. All right. Stay safe. Yuan left the hotel by himself shortly after and flew towards the location of the assassins. He decided to fly using the Empyrean Overlord since it was much faster and he could use it for longer. An hour later, Yuan arrived at the location on the map. However, there were nothing but trees at his location. When Yuan couldn't see anything out of the ordinary with his eyes, he decided to use his divine sense. After a few minutes of searching, he noticed some footprints, which he followed to a hidden entrance that appeared to lead underground. After taking a moment to look for traps, Yuan landed in front of the entrance, and without any hesitation, he yanked the metal door open with his bare hands. Alarms began blaring inside the bunker, but Yuan ignored it and headed straight for the room with the most people. However, he was quickly stopped by people wielding heavy firearms. You! What are you doing here? The people that stopped him appeared to recognize his face. Hey, I'm here to repay the favor. If you lead me to the bastards who shot at me and my friends today, I will let you live. Yuan said to them in a calm voice. In your fucking dreams. Now die. They opened fire the following moment. However, as usual, Yuan stopped the bullets with his spiritual energy before they could even reach him. Is it that fun to shoot at people? It's all you guys ever do. Let me give it a try. Yuan casually flicked his arm, sending the bullets that he'd caught straight back to the shooters but at an even faster speed. Ah! The 6 people there collapsed the following moment with holes all over their corpses. How boring. Yuan shook his head and continued making his way deeper inside the bunker. He would encounter more people with guns, and he would always give them a chance to tell him what he wanted to know in exchange for their lives. Unfortunately, they would all respond with bullets instead of words. In the end, Yuan had to kill every person he came across until he reached the lowest part of the bunker, where a massive metal door blocked his path. When Yuan reached this metal door that was built to withstand even nuclear weapons, a voice resounded from the speakers in the hallway. I fully understand why we were unable to kill you today, you fucking monster. We should have asked for way more money when we accepted the request to kill you. A familiar voice resounded. Yuan recognized this voice to be the same as the person he spoke to on the phone today. You'll need more than guns to kill me. Yuan casually said. Anyways, why don't you open the door and let me in? It'll be a whole lot messier if I have to force my way inside. Ha! Go ahead and break this door if you can. This place was created to withstand even nuclear weapons. Is that so? Yuan sighed. He then asked, before I do so, I have a question. The bastards that shot at me today. Are they inside with you? I see. So you're looking for the squad responsible for the incident today. Unfortunately, you won't find them here, because they're currently on their way to the White Lotus Hotel. Furthermore, they will kill anyone in that hotel until they find you. However, since you're obviously not there, that means everyone in that hotel will be dead soon. After learning this information, Yuan started preparing for the heaven-splitting sword strike. Hey, do you remember our call earlier? Huh? What are you talking about? Yu Yong. I was the one who called you just now. So you tracked the phone call, huh? Not bad. I am impressed by the one who managed to track us despite all of the security we had. You welcomed me to try and destroy your organization. I will be fulfilling your desire now. Ha ha ha. And how are you going to do that? With that sword in your hand? In case you missed it, not even nuclear weapons can destroy this place, much less a sword. I have already called for reinforcements, too. They will be swarming this place soon. Whether it will work or not, we'll know soon enough. Once he'd gathered enough spiritual energy, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike directly at the door. The ground immediately shook, and the people inside the sealed room felt as though they'd been struck by a meteorite. A few moments later, Yuan looked at the results. All of the dirt and materials built around the room had completely vanished, revealing the bunker to the open sky. However, the room itself was still there. With that being said, it had sustained heavy damage, and major cracks could be seen around this room that was basically a large metal box. What the fuck just happened? The people in the room were baffled by what they'd just experienced, and they were terrified when they saw the cracks in the walls. Wow, you actually survived. I'm genuinely impressed. The people inside the room could hear Yuan's voice through the cracks on the walls. However, it doesn't look like it will be able to survive another one. Wait. The familiar voice resounded again, but it sounded much more nervous this time. Let's talk about this. What do you want? I want the bastards currently heading to the White Lotus Hotel. Give them to me and I will spare your lives. Yuan said. I understand. I will immediately command them to return. The man retrieved his cell phone and ordered the squad to return. It's been done. They have halted their mission and are currently on their way back here. They should arrive in about 3 hours. And you expect me to just believe you? I swear on my ancestors' grave that I am telling the truth. The man said. Yuan suddenly retrieved a cell phone and called Meishio. After explaining the situation to her, he said, I want you guys to evacuate the hotel. If anything happens there, I want to know. I understand. I will call you back once we evacuate. About half an hour later, Meishio called him back and said, we've evacuated to another location. White Lotus left most of her guards behind to protect the hotel, and she's even called in reinforcements. They will contact us if anything happens. Thank you. I should return in about 4 hours if everything goes smoothly. Okay. After hanging up, Yuan proceeded to stand in front of the metal box like a guard, patiently waiting for the assassins to return. The people inside the metal box wanted to escape, but none of them dared to leave the room, and there was only a single way out of there, the door that was being guarded by Yuan. Sometime later, the man's voice resounded again, it was you. You're the one responsible for what happened to the Zheng family today. You're the unknown weapon of mass destruction. However, Yuan denied such claims. I have no idea what you're talking about. The people inside the room were well aware that Yuan was lying, but they didn't dare to push their luck and continue to accuse him. About 2.5 hours later, Yuan could see 5 people approaching the destroyed bunker with his divine sense. What the fuck happened here? My god. It's like someone had dropped a nuke on this place. Shit. This is a trap. This group of people tried to run away when they realized their situation, but they didn't get very far before Yuan descended from the sky, blocking their path. Why don't you all stay still for a moment? If you try to run, I will immediately kill you. Yuan summoned the starry abyss and removed its invisibility, letting it fly around the group to threaten them. Meanwhile, Yuan faced the bunker and released another heaven-splitting sword strike, completely erasing everything this time. Sorry, but I lied when I said that I would let you all live. Yuan mumbled towards the direction of the bunker, at least where it used to exist. After cleaning up what's left of the bunker and everyone in it, Yuan turned to look at the group of 5 assassins with a cold gaze, who were terrified out of their minds after what they just witnessed. It's so nice to see you all again. I have been anticipating this reunion for a while now. Yuan said to them with a gentle smile on his face that looked incredibly devilish to the group. What are you going to do to us, you monster? One of the assassins there used all of his courage to shout out loud. Nothing much. I am just going to punish you all a little for your actions. Yuan calmly said. He suddenly flicked his sleeves, immediately severing the arms of one of the assassins there. Ah! My arms! The assassin screamed in a terrified voice as blood sprayed from his wounds. It's just your arms, what's the big deal? I'll give you something else to scream about. Whoosh! The Empyrean overlord moved in a speed that none of the assassins there could see with their bare eyes, and before they realized, Yuan severed that assassin's legs. The assassin fell to the ground and screamed in horror as he laid around his own severed limbs. The other 4 assassins gasped in shock. The scene before their eyes looked like it came straight out of a horror movie. One of them couldn't endure it any longer and started running around. "Where do you think you're going?" Yuan's voice resounded as the starry abyss caught up with the runner almost immediately. A painful scream echoed as the starry abyss severed the runner's legs. However, the assassin did not give up and started crawling with his arms. Unfortunately, he did not go very far as his arms were severed as well. When the other remaining 3 assassins saw the result of running away, they all gave up the thought and resigned their lives to fate. "If you're going to kill us, hurry up and do it. Is there a need to humiliate, torture us?" One of them suddenly said. "Need? Of course not. However, I want to, just like how you all decided to kill me. But that was our job. Someone had put a hit on you. If you're going to blame someone, blame that person. Don't worry, I have already dealt with Cheng Weiman. He's currently waiting for the rest of you in hell. And you can only blame yourself for choosing such a job. Die." One of them suddenly pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Yuan's head before shooting it. A 9mm bullet flew toward his face the next moment, but it stopped an inch from his head. The assassin was in disbelief, but he continued to pull the trigger until he emptied the magazine. A little over a dozen bullets hovered in front of Yuan's face, but he didn't seem to be concerned, almost as though he had expected it. "If you're going to come at me, you would have a better chance with a knife than a gun." Yuan glanced at the assassin who shot at him before returning the bullets to its rightful owner. Ah! The bullet struck all of the assassin's vital parts, paralyzing his body almost instantly. "Don't worry, you'll bleed to death just like the other 2. Yuan turned to look at the 2 remaining assassins. One of them was a bulky middle-aged man and the other was a middle-aged woman. "Please. Spare my life. I will do anything you want. To tell you the truth, I am still a virgin. I will let you be my F." The woman started pleading for her life by offering her body, but Yuan swung the Empyrean overlord before she could finish, sending her head flying into the air. "How vile!" Yuan muttered in a low voice afterward. Blood sprayed everywhere, but Yuan covered his body with his spiritual energy. "It's just you now, huh? Any last words?" Yuan asked the remaining assassin. "Go fuck yourself. It's a pity that we couldn't kill you or those sluts with you today." The middle-aged man spat at Yuan. "Is that so?" Suddenly, the sound of police sirens could be heard approaching their location. "Looks like it's over for you too." The assassin laughed out loud. Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Why don't you see for yourself if that will be the case?" Before the middle-aged man could even react, Yuan plunged the Empyrean overlord into his body, skewering it. The man's eyes widened with shock, but he was not dead yet. The following moment, he watched as Yuan flew into the sky with him. Once they were above the clouds, Yuan said to him, "If you survive this fall, I'll let you live." "You demon." The man managed to smile despite his hopeless situation. Yuan retrieved the Empyrean overlord back inside his body, letting the man fall. "I will see you in hell, you monster." The man laughed madly as he fell to his death, which was witnessed by the police and investigators that had just arrived at the bloody scene. Yuan made his way back to the hotel under the night sky as the police investigated the chaos he'd left behind. What on earth is happening in this city? The unknown weapon has been used again, and there are even 5 brutally mutilated corpses. Are we really dealing with a human here? The investigators were baffled by what they found at the crime scene. Actually, it appears that the unknown weapon had been used 2 times in this place. What? How can such a powerful weapon be used so frequently? This situation is more dire than we initially thought. Just what is the motive of the person or entity behind this? What about these people? They appeared to have been cut by something exceedingly sharp. Have you identified them yet? No, none of them had any form of identification. Furthermore, we found weapons hidden on their bodies. They're probably mercenaries, the kind that would do any kind of work as long as they are paid enough. Sometime later, one of the investigators there found the black van used in the shooting nearby. With this new evidence, there's a good chance that these guys were the ones behind the shooting this afternoon. We just need to wait for confirmation from the guys at analysis. The person responsible for killing them. The wounds are too brutal, which suggests vengeance. Vengeance, huh? It would be for the best if that were the case. The investigators there sighed. After returning to the hotel, Yuan went to look for the others, who had been waiting anxiously for his return. Yuan. You're back. Chu Liuxiang said. Are you hurt anywhere? Meishiu asked him. No, I am perfectly fine. He shook his head. Welcome back. White Lotus said to him. By the way, your deeds are already on the news. She pointed at the television that was already talking about the chaos he'd caused outside the city. The unknown weapon of mass destruction has been used again. Furthermore, the authorities have found the culprits behind the shooting this afternoon at. You know, many people have already left the city because of this commotion, and there will be even more leaving tomorrow when they wake up to see the news. I've even received many calls from those at the faction today, all of them are asking to relocate the faction temporarily. They're all scared of that technique of yours, scared that you might release this weapon of mass destruction in the city. Sorry, I wanted to resolve this without using the technique, but that wasn't possible. I even had to use it twice. Yuan sighed. Let's just hope that there will be an audience for the concert tomorrow. However, with all of the chaos today, I'm afraid that will be quite hard. It's fine. The only audience I need is my sister, Yuro. Yuan smiled. So what's going to happen now? Chu Liuxiang asked a moment later. Are we just going to pretend like nothing happened? There's a lot of people looking for you, right? It'll be fine. They will eventually give up when they cannot find anything. If they find me, we will deal with it at that time. Yuan said. Don't worry, the Bai family will help you keep your secret. Even if your secret is revealed, we have our methods to protect you. White Lotus said. Thank you. Sometime later, Yuan said to them, let's go to sleep. I need some rest after what happened today. Good night. After returning to his room, Yuan closed the lights and laid on the bed, but he did not go to sleep immediately. I have killed a lot of people today. Even though it's not my first time killing someone since Cultivation Online is also a real world, it feels unnatural to stain my hands with blood in this world. Yuro. What will she think when she learns that her brother has turned into a killer? Yuan slowly fell asleep as he thought about the day that felt longer than usual. While he slept, dreams that felt incredibly surreal started appearing. Inside his dream, he was surrounded by a sea of flames and rivers of blood. The sky was dark and red, and the whole world appeared to be dyed in black and red. This is, the evil god's memories. Yuan looked around the gruesome scenery with a slight frown on his face. All of the buildings were on fire, and there were corpses littered on every street. Did the evil god, I really do all of this? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. You monster! You're responsible for this. A desperate cry suddenly resounded behind him. He turned around to see a middle-aged man holding onto a child, but the child was missing half of his body. Tears made out of blood flowed from this man's eyes as he roared, if only you didn't exist, none of this would have happened. You killed all of them. I hope you die. However, Yuan couldn't feel any emotions when looking at this middle-aged man who was filled with despair and anger. His heart was as still and as cold as a block of ice. Suddenly, Yuan turned to look at the sky, where hundreds of people wearing silver armor could be seen approaching him with killing intent. When Yuan saw these soldiers, his empty heart started burning with unimaginable rage and bloodlust, and without waiting any longer, he leaped into the air, flying towards these soldiers. Surrender yourself already, evil god. You won't win this war. One of the soldiers shouted. Ha ha ha. Whether I win this war or not is not something for you to decide. Yuan laughed like a madman as he used some kind of technique to kill many of the soldiers in one go. Are you seriously going to defy the Celestial Emperor, the heavens? You're making a big mistake. A mistake? If we're going to talk about mistakes, then let's start with the biggest one in the room, offending me. Ha ha ha. In just mere moments, the evil god killed all of the soldiers there. After killing the soldiers, the evil god lifted his head and released a powerful roar that shook the world. The roar was so powerful that it startled Yuan awake from his sleep. Damn! The evil god is even more dangerous than I initially thought. Just what caused him to go on such a rampage? Did the Celestial Emperor kill his love or something? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. I am still nowhere close to absorbing all of the Divine Paragon's memories, yet the evil god's memories are already leaking. I might really go insane if I have to handle the memories of two immortals at once. After waking up, Yuan found it hard to go back to sleep, and his body was soaked in sweat. He decided to take a shower a few moments later to clean his body and clear his mind. After the shower, Yuan went to look at himself in the mirror, and to his surprise, his red eyes had disappeared. However, he was still able to see using his eyes. Just what on earth is going on with my body? There are too many questions and not enough answers. Yuan decided to spend the rest of the night cultivating since he couldn't go back to sleep. Meanwhile, inside her room, Meishio was deciding whether to answer her cell phone that has been ringing for a while now. After pondering for a few minutes, Meishio sighed and picked up the cell phone before dialing Yuro. Hello. Sorry, I was preparing breakfast just now, so I couldn't pick up the phone. Hey, Meishio. Sorry for bothering you, but can I speak with my brother? I wanted to wait until tomorrow before I called, but I just cannot wait any longer. Yuro said. You sound like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? Meishio asked. Did you not see the news? Something horrible is happening in my city. I could be dead tomorrow at this rate. Of course, Yuro was talking about the unknown weapon of mass destruction that has terrorized her city. Ah, I know what you're talking about. However, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. Meishio said. Huh? Why would you say that? If this person really wanted to harm the city, they would have destroyed the city already. I just can't help but worry when everyone around me is panicking. Yuro sighed. Anyways, you wanted to speak with Yuan, right? I'm sorry, but that's not possible right now. Meishio said a moment later. Huh? Why not? Well. To tell you the truth, he told me to not tell you since he doesn't want to worry you, but since it's your birthday tomorrow and the truth will eventually be known. Yuan is currently hospitalized. He's what? Yuro screamed after hearing this unexpected news. What happened to him? Is he okay? He got injured during training. It's only a few broken bones, so there's no need to worry. That sounds horrible. A few broken bones? That's very serious. What if he cripples himself again? He's just got his body back. Yuro exclaimed. The doctor said that he'll make a full recovery in a few days. Although Meishio felt bad about lying to Yuro like this, she couldn't let Yuan's hard work go to waste. Ha! Yuro suddenly sighed through the phone. I was really looking forward to speaking with brother on my birthday. Don't worry, I will make sure that you'll still get to speak with him tomorrow. Meishio said. Thank you, Meishio, but don't force him if he isn't in a condition. Anyways, I am going to sleep now. I have something important that I must attend tomorrow morning. Good night. Meishio said to her before hanging up. Is everything okay? Xia Jingyi asked Yuro after she put down her phone. That stupid brother of mine got himself hospitalized right before my birthday. Can you believe it? Yu complained. Xia Jingyi covered her mouth and gasped, "Oh my. I hope he's okay. He broke some bones, but he'll make a full recovery. Brother is such an idiot. He should treat his body with more care and respect, especially considering how he's already been crippled once before. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind when I go on vacation next month. Anyways, let's go to sleep. We have an important meeting tomorrow according to the seniors." "All right. Good night, Yu." Night. The following morning, after their morning routine, Yu and Xia Jingyi gathered outside the faction. "Good morning, Elder Yin." Yu and Xia Jingyi greeted the old woman that was there before them. "Are you two ready to leave?" Elder Yin asked them. "Yes, we are." "Good." Once they were in the car, Yu asked, "Elder Yin, where are you taking us today?" "To tell you the truth, I also have no idea. White Lotus said she was in trouble and needed some extra hands, so we picked a couple of disciples to help her." Elder Yin shrugged. Yu raised her eyebrows. She looked around the car and asked, "Where are the others?" "They went ahead since the seats were filled." "I see." Yu sighed inwardly, "Why do I have to do such chores on my birthday? It's even my day off. Can this day get any worse?" Meanwhile, Yuan and the others prepared for the surprise. The concert was to be performed in the city square, one of the busiest places in the city. Which idiot decided to do a concert at such a time? Aren't they aware of the danger in this city? Most of the streets were empty because everyone decided to stay at home for the next few days due to the recent commotion. However, the roads were packed with cars because people were trying to leave the city. With that being said, there was a crowd of people in front of the stage, and most of these people were sent by the Cultivators Association. In fact, even the chairman himself was present. Even though Yuan had only asked him to prepare the concert, Chairman Li decided to participate in it as well. The rest of the people in the crowd were people from the Bai family, led by Bai Mengyao himself. After hearing about the concert, Bai Mengyao immediately flew to this city. Of course, he had other intentions. "Yuan, can I take a moment of your time to introduce my father to you? He came all the way here from another city to meet you." White Lotus asked him after they arrived at the city square. "Sure." He agreed. Sometime later, Yuan met with White Lotus' father, Bai Mengyao. "It's an honor to finally meet the famous player Yuan. I am Bai Mengyao, White Lotus' father." Bai Mengyao extended his hand for a handshake. "Just call me Yuan." He accepted the handshake. "After hearing from my daughter that you'd saved her life, I have been dying to repay the favor. Please, if you need anything, just let me know." Bai Mengyao shook his hands vigorously. Yuan smiled and said, "Don't even mention it. I am the one who owes White Lotus, who has been a great assistance and friend for the last 2 days. That's great to hear, but my offer will remain. If you ever have troubles, you can contact me or my daughter. We may not be the strongest family in the legacy ranking, but we're up there." "I understand." After chatting with White Lotus' father for some time, Chairman Li approached him and started another conversation. When the crowd there noticed how respectful Chairman Li and Bai Mengyao were acting towards Yuan, they became interested in his identity. Of course, besides some people there, the majority of people in the crowd were unaware of Yuan's true identity. "Yuan, we have some trouble." White Lotus suddenly approached him. "What happened?" "Well, it's nothing serious, but Yu and her friend are currently stuck in traffic, so they'll be late." "Oh, all right. It's fine. I can wait." Sometime later, Mei Xiu approached him and said, "Yuan, I should have told you this earlier, but..." She proceeded to explain to him what she told Yu last night when she called. "You told her that I was hospitalized from training?" Yuan couldn't help but laugh at this news. "She's probably going to be angry once she realizes that I'd lied to her. I'm sure she'll understand your intentions. Also, she'll probably forget about it after the concert. Yuan chuckled. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the city, Yu and the others were stuck in traffic. Are the roads usually this busy in the city? Yu asked, as this is her first time leaving the faction since her arrival several months ago. No, not at all. These people are probably fleeing the city. Elder Ian said. I would be fleeing the city too if I wasn't living outside the city. Yu smiled. About half an hour later, Elder Ian received a call from White Lotus. Yes, we're almost there. In fact, we can probably walk the rest of the distance. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Elder Ian said to Yu and Xia Jingyi, we're going to be walking the rest of the way since we're already half an hour late. Yu and Xia Jingyi nodded their heads, and the three of them left the car shortly after. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the city square, where a crowd of people could be seen sitting in front of what appeared to be a portable stage. What is going on here? Yu mumbled in a low voice. It looks like a concert. There's even a piano on the stage. Xia Jingyi said. A concert at this time? Who would be stupid enough to do something like this? Yu shook her head. However, Elder Ian suddenly started leading them toward the concert. Elder Ian. Should we really waste our time here? Yu couldn't help but ask. After all, their faction leader was waiting for their arrival. However, Elder Ian didn't say anything to her, so they just stood there in silence. Suddenly, a person walked onto the stage with a microphone in his hands. Yu didn't immediately recognize the person on the stage, but when she took a closer look at his face, her eyes widened with shock. No way. She muttered in a low voice that was filled with disbelief. Yuan stopped at the center of the stage and lifted the microphone closer to his mouth. Thank you all for coming today. My name is Yuan. Some of you might recognize my name because I used to be a professional musician, but I was forced to retire early due to some misfortune. However, I am proud to announce that I have fully recovered. Yuan. I recognize him. He's that child prodigy who took the world by storm with his music. I remember going to his concert once. It cost me an arm and leg, but it was definitely worth it. Now that you mention it, I have heard of his name before, too. Yu. Isn't that your? Xia Jingyi turned to look at Yu, who was standing there with a baffled look on her face. Brother. Yu's eyes began turning moist, and before long, tears appeared at the edge of her eyes. After taking a deep breath, Yuan continued to speak while his gaze looked directly at Yu. Although I have already retired from my career as a professional musician, I have decided to temporarily come out of retirement just for today as a special occasion to celebrate my precious little sister's 17th birthday. Yuan walked to the piano and took a seat. After taking a deep breath, his hands started dancing on the piano's keyboard, officially starting his concert. The audience were immediately enchanted by the heavenly music produced by Yuan's fingers, feeling as though they were being led above the skies by his music notes. Of course, Yuan wanted this concert to be as realistic and official as possible, so he made sure to have it broadcasted live on television. Meanwhile, at the Yu family, Yuan, who was cultivating in silence inside his room, suddenly opened his eyes when all four of his cell phones began ringing almost at the same time. This is Yuan. He randomly picked one and answered it. Yuan. You bastard. How long have you been keeping this secret for? His colleague's voice resounded. Huh? What are you talking about? You're still acting like you don't know anything. Spare me from your humor. I'm really confused right now. What are you talking about? Yuan was genuinely puzzled by the situation. Turn on your television and go to any music channel. Yuan immediately turned on the television in his room. After changing the channel, he could see the live broadcast for a certain public concert. Yuan didn't recognize the person sitting behind the piano at first, but when the camera zoomed in on Yuan's face, Yuan quickly realized who he had been staring at, and he cried out loud, "What the fuck is going on?" I should be asking you that, Yu Yong. When did your son, Yu Tian, recover? You should have told us about it the moment it happened. Do you have any idea how much he means to the music industry and our wallets? And what's with this shabby-looking concert? This is his first concert in a decade. You should have prepared something more grand. All of our investors are fuming with anger as we speak. However, Yuan was so shocked by what he was seeing that he didn't even hear what had been said through the phone. Darling. Take a look at the television. Tang Li burst into Yu Yong's room shortly after he found out about Yuan's concert. I am watching it now. How did this happen? Yu Yong gritted his teeth in frustration. I don't know, but our investors are contacting us from all directions. They think we're behind this, and they're super angry right now. We need to do something. Of course they are angry. I would be angry too. His return after a decade could have brought us hundreds of millions. However, he wasted it on this shitty concert. Yu Yong roared. Damn it. What should we do? That bastard seems to have made a recovery. However, we have already kicked him out of the family. If only we had waited for a couple more months, none of this would be happening. Calm down, it's not over yet. Tang Li said with a cold smile on her face. In case you forgot, we still have his contract, and even though we kicked him out, he is still legally part of our family. We'll force him back into our grasp no matter what it takes. I'll go call Mei Feng and our lawyers right now. Meanwhile, at the city square, the crowd in front of Yuan's concert would grow bigger as time passed. The people that had been too terrified to leave their homes suddenly decided to witness this performance with their eyes even at the cost of their lives. By the third song, the entire square was filled with people, and even the people trying to leave the city halted their movements, which clogged up the traffic even more, putting it to a complete halt. That young man on the stage looks very familiar. Where have I seen him before? That's that child prodigy Yu Tian. Oh. I remember now. The one that suddenly disappeared a decade ago. I thought he had died. Apparently, he had been suffering from an illness until recently. Does this mean he'll return to playing the instruments? I'll have to attend one of them even if it costs me my entire fortune. Aren't you at one right now? And it's even free. Heavens. I didn't think he could improve, but it sounds even better than I remember. Yuan decided to play a total of 17 songs because it was Yuro's 17th birthday. At the end of his last song, Yuan stood up and walked to the microphone before speaking, "Happy birthday, Yuro." The crowd erupted with cheers afterward. However, there was one person that wasn't cheering, and that was Yuro, who was too busy wiping her tears. Sometime later, Yuan jumped off the stage and began walking into the crowd. The people there quickly made a path for him until he reached Yuro. Surprise! Yuan said to her with a bright smile on his face. You idiot! How dare you make me cry on my birthday, and in front of so many people? Yuro cried. Yuan opened his arms, gesturing for a hug. Yuro immediately jumped into his embrace and cried on his chest until she could no longer produce tears and Yuan's clothes were soaking wet. Brother! I love you. Yuro mumbled afterward. Yes, I love you too. Yuan smiled as he patted her head. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the stage and said to the audience, "Thank you all for coming to my concert today. Although I will not be returning to my old career as a musician because I found something else I want to chase, I will not give up on music, so you can expect to see me again in the future." The audience refused to leave even after the concert was over, and many of them had questions for him. However, the Bai family and the Cultivators Association worked together to keep them from swarming Yuan. That was an amazing concert, Senior Yu. Xia Jingyi said. Senior Yu. Just call me Yuan. Yuro already told you about it, right? Why yes. But are you sure? There's still so many people around us. Xia Jingyi looked around in a nervous manner. When Yuro revealed to Xia Jingyi that her brother, Yu Tian, was actually player Yuan. Xia Jingyi was so shocked that she fell unconscious for an entire minute. I don't care about hiding my identity anymore, so it's fine. Yuan smiled. By the way, brother. Your eyes. Have your vision returned? Yuro finally got to ask him. Yes, I have regained my vision. In fact, I regained it just yesterday. He nodded. That's amazing. How did it return? Did you do anything special? No, it just came back suddenly, just like how my body suddenly started working again. Anyways, let's stop talking about me. It's your birthday, after all. Is there anything you want to do? Yuan asked her. Yuro pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Not really. I had planned on relaxing in my room and spending most of the day talking to you on the phone, but Meishio told me that you'd been hospitalized. Sorry. I didn't want to ruin the surprise. Meishio said with a stiff smile on her face. Hello, Yuro. It's been a while. Chu Liuxiang suddenly stepped forward with a smile on her face. Lulu. You're here too. Of course. And happy birthday. Thank you. I didn't bring any presents with me this year, but next year, I will definitely get you something. It's fine. I don't care about that. Yuro shook her head. Anyways, let's go somewhere quieter. It's too noisy here. Sure. They all made their way to the White Lotus Hotel. However, before they can even sit down and relax on the peaceful roof, Meishio suddenly received a phone call from her mother, Meifeng. It's my mother. She's probably calling about the concert. Should I answer it? Meishio sighed. Go ahead. Let's see what the Yu family wants. Yuan nodded with a calm smile on his face. Okay. Meishio answered the phone the next moment. Hello. Meishio spoke after answering the phone. You can guess why I called you, right? Meifeng's calm voice resounded through the phone. It's about the concert, right? Is the young master with you? Yes, he is. Can I speak with him? Meishio turned to look at Yuan, who was already gesturing for the phone. Hello, Miss Meifeng. It's been a while. Yuan said. Young master. I'm sure you already expected this even before you planned that concert, but the Yu family is demanding for you to return to the family now that they are aware of your recovery. Meifeng said. Yes, I anticipated that something like this would happen. I can even imagine their faces when they realize that I've recovered. What are you going to do now? The Yu family is already in the process of getting you back. Although the Yu family is not that threatening in terms of influence, it's their investors that you should be worried about. They won't let you get away so easily. And what are they going to do? Force me to play music again? They will most likely threaten you with legal issues and other stuff. If you refuse, they will destroy everything you own and make it so that you won't be able to survive without their help. Is that all? That's a lot more boring than what I had in mind. Yuan smiled. Meifeng was a little baffled by how calm Yuan was acting. Young master. Don't worry, Miss Meifeng. I will willingly come back to the Yu family later. It's Yuro's birthday today, so I am going to spend some time with her. Tell this to the Yu family. Are you really just going to return to the Yu family? After everything they've done to you? Meifeng was puzzled again. I'm sure they'll be relieved to hear such words, so yes, go ahead and tell them that I will be returning to the Yu family to work for them again. Anyways, I will talk to you again when I return, Miss Feng. Yuan hung up the phone after that sentence. You're going to go back to the Yu family? Yuro stared at him with wide eyes. Of course not. However, if I don't tell them that, they'll try to mess with us. I'm just buying us some time. Yuan smiled. Do you need some help dealing with the Yu family? My Bai family can easily crush the Yu family for you. White Lotus suddenly asked him. Thank you for the offer, but this is a family problem that I want to deal with by myself. Anyways, let's forget about the Yu family for now. I want to focus on Yu Rou for today. Even if you say that, I don't know what I want to do. I'm satisfied with just spending time with all of you. Yu Rou sighed. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Yu Rou, let's go on a quick adventure. Where are we going? It doesn't matter. Yuan shook his head. He then said to Mei Xiu and the others, we're going to fly around for a bit. Sure. They nodded. Huh. Fly. Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi raised their eyebrows. Yuan suddenly picked up Yu Rou and carried her like a princess. Brother. What are you doing? She cried out loud in surprise. We're going to go on a little adventure around the city. And without explaining any further, Yuan flew into the sky. The others could hear Yu Rou screaming for her life the following moment. He's flying. Xia Jingyi watched their figures disappear into the clouds with a wide mouth. It's not your first time flying, so why are you so scared? Yuan laughed out loud. That was in Cultivation Online. How are you doing this? I'm a spirit grandmaster. No way. Anyways, let's catch up with each other. I am aware that I have been neglecting you for a while now, and I am sorry for that. Yu Rou sighed, you don't have to apologize. I have also been busy with my own training, not to mention the difference in our time zone. The two of them proceeded to tell their own experience for the past few months to each other. An hour later, Yuan and Yu Rou returned to the hotel, where they continued to chat over some food and tea. Meanwhile, Mei Feng notified the Yu family of Yuan's decision. He agreed to come back to work for us. That was easier than I expected. Yu Yong was dumbfounded after hearing the news. This is a little too easy. I think he might be up to something. Let's still prepare just in case. Tang Li said. Of course, but what can a child like him do to us? He's only 18 years old, and he's lived more than half of that life as a cripple. I bet he agreed to come back because he has barely survived the last few months. He will never win against us. Yu Yong laughed out loud. Now that he can move again, he has a lot of work to make up for, a decade's worth. Tang Li said. The Yu family became fully active again in preparation for their future profits. Later that night, Yuan and the others ate dinner together. Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi, the two of you can stay here tonight. We'll all return to the faction tomorrow. However, if you want, you can stay out here with your brother for a few more days. White Lotus said to them. Huh? Brother is coming back to the faction with us. I thought males aren't allowed inside. Yu Rou said. This is a special occasion. White Lotus smiled. Since brother is coming with us, there's no need to stay here for any longer. And with the recent commotion, I will feel safer at the faction, too. Yu Rou said. All right. Then we'll return to the faction tomorrow. White Lotus nodded. After dinner, Yu Rou suddenly approached Yuan and said, Brother. I want to sleep with you tonight. Sure. Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Once all of the lights in the room were shut off, Yuan and Yu Rou entered the bed together. How long has it been since we slept together? It's only been several months since you left the Yu family, but it feels like much longer has passed. Yu Rou suddenly said. Yuan turned his head sideways to look at her delicate face and smiled, You have matured a lot since the last time I saw you. I had to grow up fast now that I am living alone. Living by yourself isn't easy. I thought that I was ready because I had been able to take care of you for years without much trouble, but I underestimated it. It's actually a lot harder to take care of yourself than to take care of others. Fortunately, Jingyi is there with me, so I am not truly alone. And brother, I can also say the same to you. You've changed a lot. Well, just like you, I also had to grow up fast. I know, but you also seem like a different person. Yu Rou said. In a bad sense. Yuan raised his eyebrows. No, not in a bad sense. Before, even though you are older than me, it kind of felt like I was the older one. However, after spending a day with you, I can finally experience being a little sister again. Do you prefer the way I am now, or would you rather the old and naive me? Yuro pondered for a moment before speaking. Honestly, I like both versions of you. However, if I had to choose, I would definitely choose the current you. Can I ask why? However, Yuro shook her head in silence. That's a secret, she mumbled in a bashful voice. Due to the darkness in the room, Yuro's red face remained hidden. I guess everyone has their own secrets. Yuan smiled, not minding it. After a moment of silence, Yuro turned to stare at Yuan's face with a serious expression. Brother. I have been wanting to ask you this, but I never got the chance. Meishio. How are things between you and Meishio right now? Yuan was taken aback by this sudden question. I mean, the two of you have been living together for a while now, and you even got to spend a few months living together inside a small apartment. As two young adults, you must have made some progress in your relationships, right? I don't get what you're trying to ask. Yuan pretended to be oblivious. However, Yuro wasn't having any of it and continued, don't lie to me, brother. Meishio is a very attractive and beautiful woman, and she has been taking care of you ever since you left the Yu family. The two of you are even around the same age. There's no way that you don't have any feelings for her. There's really nothing between us, Yuro. Yuan showed her a bittersweet smile. Brother. I might have believed you if you were still as naive as before, but you're different now. I am also different. I have matured as your sister and as a woman. I can tell that there's something between the two of you. Seeing the expression on Yuro's face at this moment, Yuan released a low sigh. All right, I will tell you the truth. Indeed, Meishio is an attractive woman. After all, she's managed to charm me. I knew it. Yuro exclaimed. How far have you gotten with her? Have you confessed yet? Yuan responded with a stiff smile on his face, actually. We're already way past that point. Huh? Yuro's eyes widened. So you're already partners? Like the boyfriend and girlfriend kind? Yes. Yuan nodded. I see. I have to admit. I truly didn't expect this. She muttered in a dazed voice. After a long moment of silence, she asked him, what about Lulu? She likes you too, right? What are you going to do about her? About that. She's also my partner. What? Yuro jumped off the bed after hearing this shocking information. How can Lulu be your partner when you already have Meishio as your partner? Don't tell me. You're two-timing them. What? No. I am not two-timing anyone. Yuan quickly said. Not wanting the misunderstanding to deepen any further, he explained to Yuro the whole situation. Meishio and Lulu are both my partners, and they are both aware of it. I couldn't just accept one of them and abandon the other, so I decided to accept both of them. They also agreed to this. Yuro's jaw dropped to the floor after learning the truth. My brother has a harem. Yuro fell to the ground on her knees. Yuro. Are you okay? I thought I was mature enough to handle the truth, but alas, I have overestimated myself once again. Yuro said to herself in a dispirited voice. The room fell completely silent afterward. Many moments later, Yuro stood up and said to Yuan, brother. I will be right back. Don't you dare leave this room until I come back. And without explaining any further, Yuro left the room. Yuan had an idea where Yuro went, so he didn't bother chasing after her. Sometime later, Yuro knocked on the door to Meishio's room. Yuro. What's the matter? I thought you were going to sleep with Yuan. Meishio asked her. We need to talk. Yuro said as she entered the room. Meishio was puzzled by the situation, but she could tell that Yu seemed frustrated at something. Once she closed the door, Meisho approached Yu and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu did not immediately respond and merely silently stared at Meisho's confused face. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, "Meisho, I know everything. Brother told me the truth about your relationship with him, and Lulu." Eh? Meisho's eyes widened. "Don't worry, I'm not angry," Yu said after seeing Meisho's worried expression. "You guys wanted to keep it a secret from me because you didn't know how I would react, right? Thank you for your concerns, but I can handle myself. However, I would be lying if I said that I am not shocked by the results. Anyways, I came here because I have some questions that I can only ask you since it would be too embarrassing to ask my brother. First of all, how long has this been happening?" Meisho pondered for a moment before speaking, "Sometime after we moved out of Xia Jingyi's apartment." "Then my second question. How far have you guys gone? Have you kissed yet?" Yu asked in an anxious manner. Meisho swallowed nervously. She didn't dare to respond without thinking about it first, as this could break Yu's spirit. Should I lie to her and say that we've only kissed, or should I tell her the truth, that we've gone all the way? "You're not going to lie to me again, are you?" Yu suddenly said with narrowed eyes. "I have forgiven you for lying about my brother being hospitalized, but I won't forgive you if you lie to me this time." Seeing Yu's stern face, Meisho sighed, "We have kissed. In fact, we have already gone all the way." "What?" Yu was taken aback by Meisho's words. It took her a moment to comprehend the meaning behind Meisho's words, but when she finally understood the true meaning, Yu's face flushed with redness. "You've gone all the way." Like. "All the way." Yu wanted confirmation, as she hoped that it was just another misunderstanding. However, Meisho said, "Yes, we've gone all the way, we had sex." Yu started stumbling backward until she fell on the bed, where she would quietly lie down and stare at the ceiling with a dazed look on her face. After a whole minute of awkward silence, Yu spoke, "Lulu. Did he also do it with her?" "Yes." Meisho answered without hesitation. "I see. So you guys have finally done it. Good for you, Meisho." "Huh?" Meisho raised her eyebrows. Yu sat on the bed and said, "You've always liked him, right? The only reason you started working for the Yu family is so that you could be with my brother. Now that your dreams have come true, what are you going to do next?" "We haven't planned that far yet." Meisho shook her head. Yu turned silent again. "Are you okay, Yu?" Meisho suddenly asked her. "What makes you think that I am not okay?" Yu looked at her. "I mean, you also like him, right?" "Of course. He's my precious brother." "You know that's not what I mean," Meisho said. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yu's face as she spoke. "Why are you asking me that? Don't you want to be with Yuan? If it's you, I wouldn't mind having you in our family." "I think Lulu will also say the same thing," Meisho said. "What? Are you crazy? There's no way we can be partners. He's my brother," Yu exclaimed. "Yes, but that is only in name. You're not actually blood related, so there's no problem." "There's plenty of problems. Although we may not share the same blood, we have lived most of our lives as siblings. He will definitely reject such an idea, and that will destroy our current relationship. I don't want that to happen." Yu. "Thank you, Meisho. I understand your feelings, but you do not need to be concerned about me. Just like how you figured things out with him by yourselves, I am also going to do the same. Anyways, it's getting late. I'm going to go to sleep." Yu left Meisho's room and returned to Yuan shortly after. "I didn't think that you'd return," Yuan said to her. "Why would you think that?" Yu said as she entered the bed. "You're not angry. What's there to be angry about?" I'm only a little frustrated that you tried to hide the truth from me, that's all. Sorry. Brother, can I hug you? She suddenly asked. Of course. Yuan moved closer to him and treated his body like a hug pillow. I'm going to sleep like this. Good night. Good night. A few minutes later, Yuan could hear Yuan sobbing. However, he decided to not say anything and pretended to be asleep. Yuan also didn't say anything and kept on crying until she fell asleep. The following morning, they both acted as though last night never happened. Good morning. Yuan said to him. Morning. After doing their morning routine, Yuan and Yuan went to eat breakfast with the others. Although none of them said anything about last night, Chu Liuxiang, Xia Jingyi, and White Lotus could sense something off about the atmosphere. In the end, breakfast ended up feeling a little awkward, mostly because it was a little too quiet. Are you guys ready to leave? It'll be a 2-hour ride to the faction. White Lotus asked them. Yes, we're ready. Once everyone was in a car, they started driving towards the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Their journey to the headquarters was as quiet as breakfast, but it lasted twice as long. It was obvious to Chu Liuxiang and the others that something had happened to the siblings last night, but nobody there dared to ask. Upon arriving at the Eternal Lotus's headquarters, White Lotus said, I should have probably mentioned this before we came here, but I kind of forgot about them. We actually have a few guests staying here at the moment, and they're all looking for you. Me? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I got ahead of myself after our meeting in Cultivation Online and bragged about it to some people. I'm really sorry. But I didn't tell them anything about our conversations. I swear. White Lotus lowered her head and apologized. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry about it. I'll entertain them for a bit if they approach me. Thank you. They all entered the Eternal Lotus's headquarters shortly after. Before entering the Eternal Lotus's headquarters, Yuan wore a mask on his face. Why are you wearing a mask now? Yuan couldn't help but ask him. I don't want to ruin your life in this place. From this point forth, I will be Yuan, not Yutian. He said. I don't care if people find out that you're my brother. In fact, that's something I can brag about. I'm only doing this because of the legacy families. They're a bunch of annoying people that you don't want to deal with, and I am trying to save you from them. A bunch of annoying people. White Lotus sighed inwardly after hearing his words. As she was from a legacy family, she couldn't help but feel like she was part of these annoying people. However, she couldn't refute such claims either, as she found other legacy families to be pretty annoying as well. Welcome back, leader by, Elder Ian. Welcome to the Eternal Lotuses, guests. The disciples at the front gate greeted them. They didn't immediately realize that there was a man amongst their group because Yuan was wearing a mask, and he had long hair tied into a ponytail. Although his body structure was larger than the ladies there, it wasn't enough to raise any suspicions. Is there anything you want to see first, or should I just give you a tour around our faction? White Lotus asked Yuan after they entered the faction. I'll let you decide where we go. I just want to see what Yuro's life has been like for the past few months. I understand. Then let's do a walkthrough of our disciples' daily routine. There should still be some disciples doing morning training right now. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to follow White Lotus around the faction, starting from the area where most disciples go to train. White Lotus would give them a brief explanation of the place while Yuro would recall her experience there. The disciples there eventually realized that there was a man amongst them, and rumors quickly began to spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Senior Bai brought a man into the faction. What? This is the first time a man has stepped foot inside this place since its founding. I heard that not even Leader Bai's father could enter this place. Who is this man that she finds more important than her own father? I couldn't get a look at his face because he was wearing a mask, but I swear I heard Leader Bai addressing him as Yuan. What? It must be player Yuan. I heard that she had an encounter with him in Cultivation Online. They probably agreed to meet in real life. Oh my! This is so exciting. Meanwhile, in one of the guest rooms, Fiery Queen overheard some of the disciples in the hallway talking about Yuan. What? Player Yuan is here. That crafty bitch. No wonder why she's been gone for the last few days. She actually snuck out to meet him. And she even lied to me about it. She left her room shortly after to look for White Lotus and Yuan. Sometime later, Fiery Queen found them resting under a pavilion. What do you think of my faction? White Lotus asked him as they sipped on hot tea. It's very peaceful here, and the disciples are full of enthusiasm. Honestly, I feel a little embarrassed to even call my place a faction after seeing how organized this place is. It's more like a home than a headquarter. I think most factions are like that. Only those with enough funds and reputation dare to build such a large headquarter. White Lotus said. Suddenly. Excuse me. You can't go in there. Someone there said in a nervous voice. White Lotus turned around to see Fiery Queen approaching them with a nonchalant expression on her face. Yuan, that's Sasha Walker's, also known as Fiery Queen. She's a top 10 player in Cultivation Online, and she's from the Walker's family that is ranked 10th in the legacy ranking. White Lotus quickly introduced her to Yuan. Once she arrived before their table, Fiery Queen combed her short orange hair with her fingers and spoke, "Are you really player Yuan?" Feeling her sharp gaze, Yuan smiled and nodded, "How can I help you, Miss Walkers?" "Oh. You know about me? I only know of your name." "I see. Well, I don't like beating around the bush, so I am going to ask you directly. Join my Walker's family, player Yuan. What can you offer me?" Yuan didn't immediately reject her offer. Is this what he meant by entertaining them? White Lotus wondered inwardly. "I will double, no, triple what the Bai family has offered you. Are you sure you can afford it?" White Lotus could no longer remain quiet now that Fiery Queen brought her family into the conversation. "Your Bai family may be higher in the legacy rankings, but my Walker's family is ranked second in terms of wealth. Tell me, what did your Bai family offer him to join your family?" Fiery Queen asked. White Lotus smiled and said, "Actually, we didn't offer him anything." "What?" Fiery Queen's eyes widened with disbelief. "You think I would fall for such a cheap trick? Why would he come here if you didn't pay him?" "It's true," Yuan said. And he continued, "Neither the Bai family nor White Lotus has asked me to join their family. I am here on my own accord. In fact, I was the one who requested to be here." "And no way. Why would you do such a thing? Aren't you aware that every legacy family is trying to acquire you? If you do something like this, it's only natural for people to think that the Bai family had bought you." "I have my own reasons for being here," Yuan calmly said. Fiery Queen gritted her teeth in frustration. Is he here because of White Lotus? Did he get charmed by her? This is bad. At this rate, the Bai family will acquire him. What can I do in this situation? Since the Bai family hasn't offered you anything, then allow me to offer you to join the Walker's family. What do you want? As long as it's something that money can buy, we will give it to you. Fiery Queen said to him after pondering for a moment. Sorry, but there's nothing I want. Yuan calmly responded. What? That's not possible. Everyone has something they desire. Indeed, that is true. However, what I want cannot be purchased with money. You won't know until you try. Love, happiness, fame, anything can be bought. Tell me what you desire and the Walker's family will do everything in its power to acquire. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a calm voice, If I say that I want the Walker's family, will you be able to hand it over to me? That's. Fiery Queen was dumbfounded by Yuan's question. What's wrong? Why are you hesitating? Didn't you say that you would give me anything? Or are you going to ask me to not be so greedy? I'm sorry, but I don't think we can fulfill such an unreasonable condition. Anything else but that, please. Yuan shook his head. Sorry, but I was only joking. I don't plan on joining any legacy family, so you can stop asking. Can I ask why? You would gain a lot of benefit if you joined us. Or do you plan on creating your own family? Fiery Queen narrowed her eyes at Yuan. I have no interest in the legacy ranking. As for why I don't want to join any legacy families. I don't want to break the current balance. He said. I don't want to sound arrogant, but if I join any family, even the lowest ranking family, it would immediately break the balance, and I'm sure nobody wants that to happen. Breaking the balance. Both Fiery Queen and White Lotus frowned upon hearing this, as neither of them had thought about it like this until he mentioned it. He's right. If someone like him joins the legacy ranking, the family he chooses will immediately become the most powerful and influential family in the legacy ranking regardless of their previous rank. White Lotus thought to herself. The other legacy families will probably work with each other to destroy such an unbalanced family. In other words, the moment he joins a legacy family, there will be a war. Fiery Queen sighed. As much as she wanted to acquire Yuan for her family, she did not want to fight with the other legacy families simply because they had him. After pondering for a few moments, Fiery Queen smiled and said, Very well, I will give up on trying to recruit you. However, I have another proposal. While it's true that the other legacy families won't be happy if we pay to acquire you, they won't have anything to say if you marry into our family. She pointed at herself and said, If you marry me, that will solve everything. What nonsense are you saying? White Lotus slammed the table, startling everyone there. Nonsense? I think it's quite ingenious. Fiery Queen said in a prideful tone. Yuan, forget about her. She's a lost cause. Wait. I was only joking. Fiery Queen suddenly said. And she continued, Here's my real proposal. Instead of asking you to join our family, I will pay for your assistance. Can you elaborate? Yuan asked. Basically, I want to hire you. And what kind of job do you want me to do? I'm not sure yet, but we'll probably ask for you to do something for us in Cultivation Online. Maybe even train some of our players. If that's too much to ask, then I buy information from you instead, information about Cultivation Online. Yuan pondered about Fiery Queen's offer. Although I can acquire money by selling Cultivation Online treasures like last time, I will be going to the third heaven soon, and that will make it difficult for me to use their auction house, especially since I will be busy traveling the world. However, if I can sell information about Cultivation Online, I can earn money just by telling them about my experience in Cultivation Online, which is essentially free money. How much are we talking about? Yuan then asked. That will depend on the information you give us. We will give you a fixed price for each information you give us, and then we will pay you a bonus depending on its usefulness. How does that sound? In other words, if my information helps you acquire treasures or other valuables, you will pay me extra. Exactly. Fiery Queen nodded. Sure, I don't mind if it's just selling information. Yuan agreed. Yes. Fiery Queen celebrated inwardly. Leave your contact information with me and I will contact you later. Yuan then said. Of course. Fiery Queen immediately handed Yuan her business card. Then I await your call. Thank you. Fiery Queen left the place shortly after. As much as she wanted to linger and talk more with Yuan, she didn't want to push her luck. If you don't mind me asking, why did you agree to working with her? White Lotus asked him afterward. It seemed like an easy way to earn money, so why not? If things don't work out, I can stop working with her whenever I want. Yuan said. Are you, by some chance, having money problems? She couldn't help but ask him. Yuan chuckled, it's embarrassing to admit it, but yes, I'm actually quite broke right now. I plan on selling some treasures that I'd found in Cultivation Online in the future, though. A flicker appeared in White Lotus' eyes after hearing his words, and she quickly said, if you don't mind, can you sell these treasures to my family? Are you sure? You don't even know what kind of treasures they are. We can figure these things out later. Sure. Once I return home, we can meet in Cultivation Online. I will show you the treasures then. Yuan nodded. Thank you. White Lotus said excitedly.